Chapter 73. When the leader of the Nanda clan saw the serious look on Minister Zhu's face, he could not help but ask, "How is it, Minister Zhu?" When the leader of the Nanda clan saw the serious look on Minister Zhu's face, he could not help but ask, "How is it, Minister Zhu? I have some questions. May I speak with her alone?" Minister Zhu asked. The Nanda clan leader nodded and left them alone. Minister Zhu looked at Hua Jieyu, a great beauty at the age of about 16-17. She would not lose by too much in comparison with the goddess-like girl from Mount Tianyao days ago. "Are you betrothed to anyone?" he asked her. Hua Jieyu froze, then shook her head. Minister Zhu was silent, seeming to be deep in thought, but then he saw Hua Jieyu looking at him intently. "Senior, the person you brought to the city of Qingzhou, is he back?" "Huh?" Minister Zhu was confused. "The person he brought to the city of Qingzhou? From Donghai Academy," she explained. Minister Zhu stopped to think for a moment, and then his eyes brightened in realization. In his mind, he thought of the words a certain young man said. "I already have a girlfriend and she's more beautiful than you." "He's already returned to the academy." Minister Zhu smiled and nodded. She smiled as well, feeling the worry in her heart disappear. "Brother Nandu," Minister Zhu called out. The Nanda clan leader returned upon being summoned and looked at the two people in the room in confusion. "Goodbye," Minister Zhu said to the clan leader. Then, he turned with his hands joined to salute Hua Jieyu. This was not a gesture to a junior, but a gesture of respect and honor. The Nanda clan leader was shocked and asked, "Minister Zhu, what does this mean?" Minister Zhu just laughed loudly, and with every step, he ascended in the sky. The head of the clan leader yelled out to him, "Minister Zhu, the fate of an empress, the mother of the world." Minister Zhu's stern voice traveled. The family head was frozen in place and watched Minister Zhu get further and further away. The fate of an empress. His mind was anything but calm. At that moment he thought of many things. Hua Jieyu was naturally gifted. That was why he had wanted Minister Zhu to tell her fortune. The clan leader wanted to know if she was going to be able to restore the Nanda clan's glory. But now it seemed like she was destined for a different path. The road to become an empress. Hua Jieyu was also shocked. She saw the family head looking at her, so she told him, "I don't believe in fate and I also don't want to become empress. I'm going back to the academy." When she finished, she turned and left. When Yi Futian got back to Donghai Academy, he could feel something different in the atmosphere. Everyone was whispering and discussing amongst themselves. And once he stepped onto campus, this atmosphere became more obvious. "Yi Futian is back," said the students of the School of the Finance Star. "He's finally back," said someone else. Many people seemed to have been anticipating Yi Futian's return. They all looked so happy to see him. This type of treatment was something new to Yi Futian. While he walked to his destination, people were greeting him. "Hey!" A beautiful girl called out to Yi Futian from the building of the finance school above. Yi Futian turned his attention to the graceful girl. He knew her. She had made a lasting impression on him. After all, she was the first female to tell him that he wasn't a man. It was going to be difficult to forget someone like her. "I have a name." Yi Futian smiled. She just stared at him and asked, "What level are you now?" "5-starred glory plane." "You're not trying to fight me again, are you?" Yi Futian was feeling uncertain. Were all girls crazy about fighting? One just left, now there was another. "I won't fight you. The ones you have to fight are the people of the Emperor Star School and the Treasury Star School," the girl said. Yi Futian looked confused. More people came up to them. "What happened?" Yi Futian asked. He had just returned and the atmosphere at the academy felt strange. "Junior brother Yi Futian, the Finance Star School hasn't been doing too hot as of late," said a young man. "Why is that?" asked Yi Futian. "Recently, the students of those two schools have been very arrogant. From time to time they'll pick fights with the students of other schools, and our school is the most pitiful because they seem to be picking on us in particular," the young man explained. "The students of the School of the Emperor Star and the School of the Treasury Star are stronger to begin with, so naturally the students of our school can't compete with them," said someone else. Yi Futian had gotten famous around Donghai Academy for fighting, so everyone from the Finance Star School was excited for him to be back. Yi Futian frowned. Both of those schools had previously paid a visit to Yixiang to congratulate him on taking on a disciple. Now they were joining hands to torment the school of the finance star. There was definitely a secret involved in all of this. What did the two elders of those schools talk about with Yixiang that day? Yi Futian remembered that Yixiang came to reprimand him that day after their little chat. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Based on how things were going now, something definitely happened that day. Where's Yusheng? Yi Futian knew with Yusheng's bad temper, he would not have just stood by and watched all of this happen. It gets me angry just talking about what happened. Someone spoke. Because of this situation, junior brother Yusheng went to block off the entrance of the school of the Treasury Star. He beat up a ton of people, but those shameless jerks had 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators gang up on him. One of those guys is the second strongest glory plane cultivator in their whole school. As a 5-starred glory plane cultivator, junior brother Yusheng battled to his best ability, but was defeated in the end. Yi Futian had a fairly good understanding of Yusheng's powers. The 3-level difference should not have been a problem, but his opponents were from the Treasury Star School. One of them was even known as the second strongest glory plane cultivator, so they were probably also naturally gifted to begin with. Yusheng was still not able to release his life spirit and show his true potential, so if they ganged up on him, it was understandable that he was defeated. Okay, I got it, said Yi Futian. He then began to walk back to his dorm. In the courtyard, Yi Futian could see Yusheng. He was topless, showing off his copper-toned skin, while Yi Qingxian was applying medication to his wounds. You guys have already progressed to this stage while I was gone? Yi Futian blinked his eyes in disbelief and approached the two. Yi Qingxian blushed and glared at Yi Futian. Stop joking around. Good going, Yusheng. You got the nerve to go pick a fight at the school of the Treasury Star as a 5-starred glory plane cultivator? Why don't you go fight every student? You feel good about yourself? Yi Futian stared at Yusheng. How are your injuries? Nothing too bad. I'll be better in a couple of days. It's Yi Qingxian who insisted on applying medication, said Yusheng, holding back a smile. Doesn't this kind of treatment make you want to go get hurt again? Yi Futian laughed. Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes at his comment. If you want to get hurt, then go alone. You're so protective of him already. Yi Futian was speechless. Then he asked her. Yi Qingxian, what the hell is going on with the schools of the Emperor Star and Treasury Star? She turned serious at his question. I heard from father that they're getting greedier for power, and want to change the way the 7 schools are run at Donghai Academy. How do they plan on doing that? He squinted his eyes in confusion. They want to be the top powers of Donghai Academy, and for the 7 schools to be joined together, said Yi Qingxian. So that's why they're sending their students out to pick fights? Asked Yi Futian. Yeah, I think it's their way of making their wishes clear to the academy, nodded Yi Qingxian. Their 2 schools have always been the strongest of the 7, and so most of the best students are gathered in those schools. Right now, there aren't many students from the other schools who can defeat them. Yi Futian nodded his head and turned to leave. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Asked Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian had just returned. Where could he be off to again? I'm being a third wheel here, don't want to disturb your time together, said Yi Futian. He waved and continued. I'm going to go see my girlfriend. Yi Qingxian laughed. This guy was always joking around. Yi Futian headed to the school of the Emperor Star. When he left, he told Hua Jieyu that he would be back soon, but now it had already been a couple of months. She must be worried sick. He walked up all the stairs to reach the school of the Emperor Star all the way at the top. The students there began to discuss amongst each other as soon as they saw Yi Futian at their school. What was he doing here now after leaving with Minister Zhuo months ago? Someone asked. I don't know. His powers are really strong. He was even able to defeat the disciple of Minister Zhuo, but he still can't compare to our school's genius, Zhou Mu. I heard Zhou Mu has already gotten to the 6-starred glory plane. If Yi Futian and Zhou Mu met, then Yi Futian would be done for, someone remarked. Yi Futian ignored all these comments. He was going to get revenge on the 2 schools later. Right now, his priority was to go see Hua Jieyu. He continued on his way up, and what was weird was, he actually ran into Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu looked at Yi Futian coldly. Next to him was another young man. Yi Futian, it seems like you've come to a place you have no business being in, said Zhou in a cold demeanor. I'm here to see the Grandmaster. Yi Futian smiled in return. So what? The School of the Emperor Star is not a place that you can come and go as you please, Zhou sneered. Yi Futian looked at Zhou. He did not want to waste his breath with him. Yi Futian tried to walk past him, but the young man standing next to Zhou shifted to the side to prevent Yi Futian from moving forward. The young man laughed. I've heard many good things about you, junior brother Yi Futian, but I never imagined you to be so rude. Yi Futian stared at him and was on his way again. His clothes blew in the wind, his aura domineering. The young man smiled weakly and the look in his eyes made a drastic change. The next moment, Yi Futian felt like he could not control his own spirit and was in pain. He stood in place and lifted his head. He stared at the young man next to Zhou. Emperor Star disciple Zhuo Qing. The young man introduced himself. Although junior brother Yi Futian's natural gifts are impressive, you should know that not everyone in Donghai Academy is like Jingyang. I'm sure you've had a taste of junior brother Zhou's powers at the Luo Palace. There are multiple students like Zhou at the Emperor Star School, so if you continue to be so arrogant, you'll be the only one at a disadvantage. Zhou spoke with pride and he had the right to be. As a 9-starred Glory Plane cultivator, he was the most powerful person of the Glory Plane in the whole Emperor Star School. Some people even call him the #1 sorcerer of Donghai Academy. His natural gifts were unbeatable. You're right, Yi Futian said with a smile. As he turned to leave, he spoke again. I hope the students of the School of the Emperor Star are truly as powerful as you said. Yi Futian was in such a rush to get to the school because he was afraid Hua Jieyu was worried about him, but since he was stopped on the way, then he could only use a different way to let her know he was back. Chapter 74. When Yi Futian returned to the School of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was still there. When Yi Futian returned to the School of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was still there. Didn't you go to see your girlfriend? Why are you back? Yi Qingxian asked with a smile. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. It was too shameful to say. Qingxian, how is Zhuo Qing's skill? He asked. You met Zhuo Qing? Yi Qingxuan's pretty eyes went blank. Seeing Yi Futian's gloominess, she guessed what happened. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He's personally taught by the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, Yi Qingxian answered. He's heavily valued and is already at the 9-star Glory Plane. He's known as #1 of Donghai Academy's Dharma. His main abilities? Yi Futian asked. He's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer with a strange life spirit. He has an eerie ability too. He can use the spirit element to control others. He's also good at the wood element and is extremely dangerous, Yi Qingxian said. A controlling mandate sorcerer. No wonder. Something flickered past Yi Futian's expression. According to Yi Qingxian, the other was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer specializing in attack and control. Wood elemental sorcery was also known for being strong and controlling. With these two together, he could totally take control of someone. There should be some powerful figures in the Glory Plane if the School of the Finance Star specializes in battle, right? Yi Futian asked. Yi Qingxian looked at him and said, there are naturally those with extraordinary talents. There is a 9-star Glory Plane mandate sorcerer specializing in both martial arts and sorcery, but it is still hard to defeat Zhuo Qing. There's a reason why he is #1 of the Dharma rank. I understand, Qingxian. Help me spread news that, Yi Futian smiled and said, even if I lost last time at the Luo Palace, I've had a breakthrough in my planes. I will challenge Zhou again tomorrow to continue the battle between my master, the Qin Devil, and the Art Saint. I hope the students of Donghai Academy will come witness it. Hearing this, Yi Qingxian was confused. She asked, didn't you say you didn't lose last time? Since they're saying I lost, then just play along. Yi Futian smiled confidently. Yi Qingxian seemed to understand something. She glanced at the boy. You're so mean. Zhou's reputation would be destroyed if he was defeated yesterday. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian called. The other glanced at him. How's your injury? Can you still fight? He asked. Yu Sheng grinned. No problem. Yi Qingxian looked at them with sparkling eyes. She wondered what Yi Futian was planning. I'll go now, she said. Soon, the School of the Finance Star released news that Yi Futian would challenge Zhou Mu again tomorrow, and invited everyone to watch. This time, Yi Futian said he would continue the past battle between the Qin Devil and Art Saint. It was clear that Yi Futian was extremely confident this time. The location was before the School of the Emperor Star. Zhou Mu's plane was higher than Yi Futian, and this time was to continue an old battle. The reputations of their masters were involved too. It was impossible for Zhou Mu to turn him down. Donghai Academy was bustling. The news naturally traveled to the School of the Emperor Star. This time everyone paid attention to the battle. Even the big figures were paying attention in the background. The next morning, sunlight fell onto Donghai Academy. The buildings were majestic under the glow. The School of the Emperor Star seemed like the strongest of Donghai Academy, and dominated the other 6 schools. With this background, it naturally seemed more imposing. Today, many people gathered before it early in the morning. They were waiting for news and anticipating something. Many years ago, 2 legendary figures appeared from the School of the Emperor Star. They were the summoning artist, Art Saint, and Guqin musician, the Qin Devil. The 2 were rare geniuses who fell for the same woman. The Qin Devil won the girl's heart but had his natal spirit destroyed and was forced away from the city. Many years later, their disciples were both cultivating in Donghai Academy. The disciple of the Art Saint who had won was still studying in the School of the Emperor Star, and was cultivating with the headmaster. On the other hand, the Qin Devil's disciple was cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Finance Star. As if this was destined, the Qin Devil's disciple challenged the Art Saint's disciple in his master's name. He seemed to want to reverse the past humiliation. However, Yi Futian had apparently already lost months ago at the Luo Palace. There was word that he had improved now, but Zhou Mu had improved as well. Where did Yi Futian's confidence come from? Finally, someone strolled down from the School of the Finance Star. These days, the Finance Star students had been targeted by the Emperor Star and Treasury Star but could not fight back. Now Yi Futian had returned and challenged Zhou Mu. The Finance Star students naturally had to come support him. They began waiting since the morning. When they saw Yi Futian come down, they went to him, creating a powerful group. Yi Futian walked in the front. He wore all white and carried a guqin. He was easy on the eyes. Tang Wan had been keeping an eye on this battle. Seeing Yi Futian come out like this, she was speechless. This guy. Challenges happened occasionally in the academy, but the attention on this duel between 2 Glory Plane disciples was unprecedented. Tang Wan was impressed. But if the Qin Devil knew about this, he would definitely want to come watch. The spectators followed the group and even passers-by joined in. The crowd grew bigger and bigger. The commotion was shocking. People who didn't know about it thought that it was a fight between all 7 schools. Finally, the giant group arrived at the School of the Emperor Star. There was a similar crowd there waiting. Many of them looked at Yi Futian coldly. Someone said, "A few months ago, Zhou Mu defeated him. Today Zhou Mu can defeat him a second time. Let's see how he'll handle it after making such a commotion." The other students were all discussing this. Did Zhou Mu have the advantage, or did Yi Futian have a better grasp on the battle? Yi Futian sat down before the school and placed his guqin before him. Soon there was a graceful melody. Yi Futian was playing without regard to anyone else. In the pavilion, many big figures looked down coldly at the giant crowd. Yi Futian was just here to stir trouble. At this time a group walked down from the school. Zhou Mu was one of them. His eyes were frigid. He approached Yi Futian step by step. The music stopped suddenly. Yi Futian looked up with clear and clean eyes at Zhou Mu. He smiled and said, "I am Yi Futian, disciple of the Qin Devil, 5-star glory plane." Yi Futian was fighting under the name of the Qin Devil's disciple. He had a guqin before him. The location was where the Qin Devil had once studied at. The significance went without saying. He was fighting for his professor. Zhou Mu, disciple of the Art Saint, 6-star glory plane. Zhou Mu replied coldly. "Please," Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Lowering his head, he thrummed the instrument strings. Music notes sounded. The strings and hearts all trembled. Since this was a fight for his professor, he would use musical spells. This piece is the decree of the general. As soon as he finished, notes streamed out of the instrument endlessly. At this moment, a beautiful image appeared in everyone's minds. They seemed to have been transported to a battlefield. The war drums shook the sky as the soldiers went to war. Spiritual qi grouped around Zhou. He used his finger as a brush to paint in the air. An invisible sound wave descended. It hit Zhou in the front and knocked his painting down. At the same time, the sound wave pierced into his brain. His mind shook. Yi Futian's music spells were able to affect him now. Compared to last time, Yi Futian's skills seemed to have increased greatly. Zhou expression grew more serious. The spiritual qi grew more terrifying. He reached out and began multitasking. Both hands painted at the same time. He created a sword with a single stroke. It whistled through the air toward Yi Futian. However, an invisible strength gathered around Yi Futian now. The music notes transformed into a beating war drum. It was powerful like thousands of galloping horses. The sword flew here and shattered. Zhou endlessly created swords that flew crazily to where Yi Futian was sitting. However, as soon as they got close, they would turn to dust. The area had turned into a battlefield. Yi Futian was like the general commanding the entire army. As the music intensified, a shocking music note storm gathered around Yi Futian. They did not dissipate and had a terrifying power. Swords whistled and clanged. Endless swords flew toward Yi Futian. However, the people only heard the war drums shaking the earth. The ground quaked and shattered the swords. Such terrifying musical spells. I don't know if Zhou's demons will be able to resist it if Yi Futian keeps playing, someone said. The spectators could feel that Yi Futian's music notes were still gathering and strengthening. He seemed to be gathering a military with thousands of soldiers and horses. They would shatter everything with the general's decree. Finally, Zhou finished. He had drawn a golden ape made completely out of gold. It ran toward Yi Futian. The earth shook with its steps. What a strong summoned beast. Yi Futian had given Zhou time for him to wildly use his spiritual qi to draw. The spectators were nervous. The golden ape stepped into the storm around Yi Futian. There were giant booms. At that moment in the battlefield made of music notes, the war drums shattered everything. Thousands of horses galloped out. Everything in the path of the music storm turned to dust. The golden ape cracked endlessly, but just like last time, it still kept going toward Yi Futian. The ending, though, was different this time. Yi Futian kept playing. The endless power rolled past. With a boom, the golden ape's body was pulverized, turning into spiritual qi. Zhou's expression changed drastically. His life spirit appeared behind him as he continued drawing. You really think you won last time? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. His fingers moved gracefully and he stood up. The moment he strummed the strings, the boundless music storm destroyed everything as if following the general's decree. It arrived before Zhou, making it impossible for him to keep painting. Chapter 75. The sound of Yi Futian's voice and the sound of Guqin started simultaneously. The hearts of its listeners vibrated along with it. The sound of Yi Futian's voice and the sound of Guqin started simultaneously. The hearts of its listeners vibrated along with it. Zhou, who was in the midst of drawing, lifted his head to see the storm created by the music dawning upon him. His life spirit roared and a wave of spiritual energy was released, but it was no use. The storm descended and destroyed everything in its path. His drawing was completely absorbed into the eye of the storm, and the spiritual qi in the atmosphere was flowing wildly. Then the storm washed over Zhou, which caused him extreme pain. It was as if he was a lone soldier fighting against thousands. He spat fresh blood as his whole being was thrown back and made a harsh landing on the ground. Everything happened extremely quickly. Yi Futian stood up as if he was confident that the battle was already over. Only then did people break free of their dazed state and look at Yi Futian. The handsome young man stood there, his clothes blowing in the wind. The quiet, elegant young man playing the Guqin just a moment ago was now unrestrained and ready to show his true potentials. The battle between the successors of the Guqin devil and the art saint had come to an end. All those years ago, the art saint disabled the Guqin devil's powers. Now, his disciple was crushed by the powers of the Guqin devil's disciple. This was not a battle between equals, as the people had previously expected. What's more, Yi Futian was at a lower level than Zhou. To be able to do so, Yi Futian has surpassed so many limitations placed upon him. And also, what was the meaning behind his previous utterance? Among the rumors spread in Donghai Academy, there was one that claimed after acting extremely arrogant at the Luo Palace, the Guqin Devil's disciple Yi Fuqian was defeated by the Art Saint's disciple Zhou Mu. This rumor was the hottest talk in town at one point. If Yi Fuqian had come out to try to explain at an earlier time, probably no one would have believed him, but after seeing the results of this battle, it was hard not to question its validity. This was just like the rumors regarding Hua Jieyu months ago. Zhou Mu's face was as pale as a ghost. After getting himself together, he stood up. He looked at Yi Fuqian with an icy glare before saying, "It's just one loss. This doesn't determine anything. You can't reject the results of the previous battle just because of the results of today's battle." Everyone was looking at Zhou Mu. It was evident that he did not want to admit defeat. "How laughable," Yi Fuqian mocked him. "After the rumors, you really thought that you were victorious over me at the Luo Palace? Did you know that an elder specializing in spiritual energy attacked me from the shadows just when I was about to finish you off? It was only because of this that you were not humiliated by me right then and there." The crowd became rowdy upon hearing Yi Fuqian's claim. An elder attacked Yi Fuqian at the Luo Palace and led to Zhou Mu's victory? That was a low blow. Rumors said that day the Art Saint, Lord Luo, and the vice headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star were all present. If what Yi Fuqian said was true, then wouldn't that make these elders the three main suspects? If it were true, Yi Fuqian would have had no choice but to forfeit and leave. "You're lying." Zhou Mu did not look too good after hearing what Yi Fuqian had to say. He refused to believe this. Preposterous. Just then a voice sounded from behind. It was the very elder from that day at the Luo Palace. He was vice headmaster Han Mo of the Emperor's Star School. "Yi Fuqian, even though you were victorious today, you have slandered your elders with utter disrespect," said Han Mo. Yi Fuqian lifted his head toward Han Mo. This old geezer was finally revealing his true colors. "Of course, I knew that it could not possibly have been you who attacked me, but just because you won't doesn't mean others won't. How can this be considered slander?" Yi Fuqian said, holding back a smile. The bystanders' expressions all changed. There must have been a deeper meaning behind what Yi Fuqian said. Han Mo shot daggers at Yi Fuqian with his eyes. Yi Fuqian returned a calm gaze. Yi Fuqian was very unhappy with the school of the Emperor's Star right now. He felt that this school was fake, hypocritical, overbearing, and cold. From allowing Mu Yunxian to spread fake rumors regarding Hua Jieyu, to not allowing Yi Fuqian to enter the Emperor's Star School. From siding with the Art Saint years ago in order to develop a beneficial alliance through marriage, leading to the demise of Hua Fenglu, to wanting to control all of Donghai Academy, which led to Yu Shang being hurt. Although Yi Fuqian did not say anything, a burning rage started to grow in his heart. He was going to let it all go today. Now, he stood in front of the school of the Emperor's Star, challenged Zhou Mu, and played the decree of the general. All of this was to express his anger. Lord Luo and the Art Saint are both honorable seniors, and everyone there that day was of high social status. Would it even make sense for them to make a sneak attack on a junior like you? Asked Han Mo mockingly. There were many people present at the time, so I cannot pinpoint the exact identity of the culprit. However, it was possible for 2 8-starred Glory Plane cultivators from the Treasury Star School to gang up on a 5-starred Glory Plane cultivator from the Finance Star School. So a sneak attack from respected elders is definitely possible, isn't it? "This guy," stated a bystander. Everyone was looking at Yi Fuqian. By dragging the school of the Treasury Star into the conversation, Yi Fuqian was really trying to pick a fight. "It was a student of your school who came to instigate the fight. Our students were simply giving him a well-deserved lesson. There's nothing strange about that," said Han Mo. "You, on the other hand, have slandered your elders. If you do not give me a proper explanation, you won't be able to get off the hook that easily." "Since when have my students needed to report anything to you?" A voice came from within the crowd. Pushing through, Yi Xiang looked at Han Mo and said, "Han Mo, you're the vice headmaster of the Emperor's Star School, and you're here reprimanding a student from the school of the Finance Star? Now that's impressive." The arrival of Han Mo and Yi Xiang frightened bystanders. It seemed that things had gotten out of hand. "Headmaster Yi Xiang, did you not hear your student slandering his elders?" asked Han Mo. He did not seem to be afraid of Yi Xiang at all. "Is this true?" Yi Xiang asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, "It would be easy to determine whether it is slander or not. During that fight between Zhou Mu and I was defeated by a conjured beast. Even though I was at a bit of a disadvantage, we can try again today." He looked at Zhou Mu. "Although I have made quite a bit of improvement over the past couple of months, I'm still going to draw up some conjured beasts. I won't release my life spirit and will use pure martial arts tactics. If I can't defeat you with one stack, then you can consider my words slander." He's so crazy. Everyone was watching Yi Futian. He was going to give Zhou Mu to conjure the strongest beasts, only use martial arts tactics, and try to defeat Zhou Mu with one attack. Yi Futian was beyond crazy. If Zhou Mu lost despite all this, he wouldn't be able to show his face around Donghai Academy, especially since Zhou Mu never denied the rumors of him defeating Yi Futian. People took his silence as agreement. "Do you have any opinions about this?" Yi Xiang asked. Han Mo's expression was dark. Yi Futian has already elevated the situation to this level. He couldn't say much about it. Han Mo looked towards Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu's expression was even darker. Everything Yi Futian had said was an insult to him. "Fine." Zhou Mu took a step forward until he was directly facing Yi Futian. He released his life spirit and began to draw. Yi Qingxian went up to collect Yi Futian's guqin. Yi Futian silently watched as Zhou Mu drew. Seeing how calm Yi Futian was, it was hard to imagine exactly where he got his confidence from. He was so confident that he was going to fight with just martial arts and was going to let Zhou Mu draw freely. Spiritual qi gathered at the tip of Zhou Mu's pen. Right now, he looked so serious as he focused all his attention on his work. Gradually, it became clear to the people that Zhou Mu was drawing an extremely lifelike golden dragon. It looked like it was about to fly into the skies at any moment. The giant golden dragon contained a frightening amount of spiritual qi. Zhou Mu even drew out the detailed scales of the dragon. It was so lifelike and seemed to be so powerful. Onlookers began to worry for Yi Futian. Was he really going to be able to withstand Zhou Mu's attacks by using only martial arts? Zhou Mu ignored everything around him and focused on his drawing. He perfected every little detail. As the disciple of the art saint, his natural gift was not a question. It was only because his opponent was Yi Futian that he seemed weak. Finally, Zhou Mu added his last stroke. An enormous golden dragon revolved around his body. The light from Zhou Mu's life spirit doubled as a force field around the dragon. This made the dragon look even more menacing. It stared at Yi Futian. So powerful. Everyone was looking at the dragon, and just one look was enough to give them a fright. Yi Futian looked calm as ever and reached out his hand. A golden orb of spiritual qi gathered in the palm of his hand. Slowly, the spiritual qi formed into a large golden rod. This was not considered sorcery. It was forming weapons from spiritual qi, and belonged to the martial arts category. As soon as Yi Futian gripped the rod, a force of powerful rushed from his body. His intent of battle was shocking. An invisible force of power gathered in his body, growing stronger and stronger. Everyone could feel that the atmosphere around Yi Futian was now a little different. He was insufferably arrogant like a young war god. Zhou Mu made his move. He took steps forward, and as if a part of his body, the giant golden dragon moved with him. A loud roar from Zhou Mu, and the mystical dragon was sent charging at Yi Futian. Boom! Yi Futian also stepped forward. The ground vibrated under his feet. A frightening force gathered in his body. "Die!" yelled Zhou Mu in rage. The dragon was headed toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved the golden rod in his hand around. The spiritual energy became one with nature, and was aimed for the golden dragon. The first attack of the 9 heavenly attacks, Genesis. The golden rod smashed down on the head of the golden dragon. Functioning like the sharpest weapon on earth, the rod cut the body of the dragon in half. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the people in the audience. The young war god was powerful as always and was going to destroy everything in his path. Even if it were a real dragon, he was going to split it in half. Boom! The giant dragon exploded and the golden rod disappeared along with it. However, Yi Futian's hand was now wrapped around Zhou Mu's neck, lifting him off the ground. At this moment, Zhou Mu had a helpless expression on his face. Yi Futian lifted his head slightly and looked Zhou Mu in the eyes. "How did you defeat me last time?" Zhou Mu did not reply because he couldn't reply. Yi Futian turned to face Han Mo peacefully. He said, "This is the extent of the Emperor Star School's genius. From this day on, there will be no more battles of the Qin Devil and the Art Saint's successor because he, Zhou Mu, is not worthy." Finishing what he had to say, Yi Futian swung his arms and tossed Zhou Mu in the direction of the School of the Emperor Star. Chapter 76. Everyone watched as Yi Futian tossed Zhou Mu before the School of the Emperor Star Pavilion. Seeing such a talent fall to the ground, they felt unsettled. Zhou Mu, disciple of the Art Saint, was currently cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star. But today, he was first defeated by Yi Futian's Guqin and then wiped out by a stick. After this, there would no longer be any fights between the successors of the Qin Devil and Art Saint. Zhou Mu no longer qualified. Everyone watched as Yi Futian tossed Zhou Mu before the School of the Emperor Star Pavilion. Seeing such a talent fall to the ground, they felt unsettled. Zhou Mu, disciple of the Art Saint, was currently cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star. But today, he was first defeated by Yi Futian's Guqin and then wiped out by a stick. After this, there would no longer be any fights between the successors of the Qin Devil and Art Saint. Zhou Mu no longer qualified. The results could not be described using winner and loser. They were not even at the same level with Zhou Mu at a higher plane. Any battles in the future would be meaningless. Of course, this did not mean that Zhou Mu was not powerful. Yi Futian was just abnormal. At the top of the pavilion, a beautiful figure stood quietly. There was a smile in her eyes and it was breathtaking. If her father saw this, he must be very proud. However, the others' expressions were uncomfortable and even somber. Yi Futian had said that the School of the Emperor Star's prodigy was nothing much. The prodigy that cultivated with the headmaster of the school had been squashed. Yi Futian looked up to Han Mo and said, "Senior, you witnessed the battle at the Luo Palace. Do you still think Zhou Mu has the ability to defeat me?" Han Mo looked at Yi Futian. There was a cold glint in his sharp eyes. This guy doesn't leave any dignity for others, the spectators thought. He had used his powerful talent to prove that someone had attacked him secretly at the Luo Palace. Han Mo, who had accused Yi Futian of slander, now looked awkward. Some people were even wondering if this event had something to do with Han Mo. "Perhaps you had purposely hidden your true ability that day," someone said in the group of Emperor Star students. It was Zhuoqing, the one Yi Futian had met yesterday. He had stopped Yi Futian from going to find Hua Jieyu at the school, thus resulting in this battle. "Yes, perhaps I was too lowly and purposely hid my true ability, and then spread rumors that I am not as good as Zhou Mu so I could slander him," Yi Futian said with a smile. Everyone became speechless. This guy was good at sarcasm. "Junior Yi, you are acting so arrogantly before the School of the Emperor Star, and even insulted my school. What do you want?" Zhuoqing glared at Yi Futian with burning eyes. Looking at him, Yi Futian smiled brightly. He said, "According to the news, disciples of the Emperor Star and Treasury Star are constantly challenging the disciples of the School of the Finance Star recently. As a member of Finance Star, I, Yi Futian, wish to see how impressive the talents of the other two schools are." With that, the area fell silent. Yi Futian did not come today only to defeat Zhou Mu. After clearing the Qin Devil's reputation, he declared that he wanted to challenge the two strongest schools of Donghai Academy. He would block the door and challenge them. First, Yu Shang had blocked the gate of the School of the Treasury Star. Now Yi Futian would make camp outside the Emperor Star. He was mad. Han Mo's expression darkened and he sneered. He could not believe someone would do this to the Emperor Star. He asked coldly, "How would you like to challenge us?" "Yu Shang," Yi Futian called. Yu Shang was prepared. He strode out and was beside Yi Futian quickly. When the two stood side by side, the others of Donghai Academy finally realized just how outstanding these two youths were. They had just entered this year and made a name for themselves through battles. "I heard that a few days ago, 2 8-star glory planes from the School of the Treasury Star had teamed up to defeat my brother. So powerful, huh? Is there no one good enough to come out from the Treasury Star?" Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He dragged the Treasury Star in. He needed to take revenge for Yu Shang. Since he wanted to challenge us, he should have been prepared. "Is he a sore loser?" A powerful student from Treasury Star replied coldly after hearing the question. Yi Futian glanced at the other and smirked. If that's the case, I'd like to witness the power of the 8-star Glory Plane prodigies. We are 5-star Glory Planes. I'm sure the Treasury Star won't reject our request, right? Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were both at the 5-star Glory Plane. Those who had defeated Yu Sheng were at the 8-star Glory Plane. They had no excuse to reject Yi Futian. Two figures walked out of the Treasury Star crowd. They had just come to watch and did not expect to be involved by Yu Futian. Since this was the case, they could only humor Yi Futian. Leng Qiufeng from the Treasury Star. Jiang Kuan from the Treasure Star. The two stood quietly and calmly. They were both at the 8-star Glory Plane. Leng Qiufeng was also a mandate sorcery and extremely powerful. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were powerful, but they were at a much lower plane. The two from the Treasury Star were confident that if they worked together, they would definitely win. I hope you will be satisfied with the loss this time. Leng Qiufeng smiled as if mocking Yi Futian. As soon as he finished, Leng Qiufeng stood behind Jiang Kuan. A terrible wind appeared on him. Not only did it descend onto his body, it also fell onto Jiang Kuan. Then Leng Qiufeng shot into the sky. Jiang Kuan was still on the ground, shrouded in wind. Seeing this, Yi Futian realized that Yu Sheng's defeat was understandable. Yu Sheng had not entered the Dharma rank yet and could not fly. Yu Sheng, I'll support while you take revenge yourself, Yi Futian said. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded and stood before Yi Futian. Strong wind spirit gathered around Yu Sheng, wrapping around him. A dark gold armor appeared, covering his entire body. This was the strength of his element. The wind element was Yi Futian's. Aggressive power burst from Yu Sheng. He stepped forward to Jiang Kuan over the shaking ground. Yi Futian followed closely. Beautiful golden wings appeared. Wish wish. The scary windstorm transformed into circular blades. They sliced down from Leng Qiufeng, whistling through the air. Boom! Yu Sheng's footsteps thudded on the ground. He was filled with endless power. He punched and a gold fist broke through the air, shattering the flying circular blades. At the same time, a terrifying thunderstorm burst from Jiang Kuan at the front. The shadow of a thunderbolt appeared on his body. It transformed into a humanoid shape. The brewing thunderbolt was full of pressure. Feeling the pressure of the spell, Yi Futian contacted with the metal element spirit, adding another layer of armor on Yu Sheng. The next moment, the thunderbolt's shadow descended. It fell onto Yu Sheng with destructive power. The thunder spell was able to slice someone apart with the thunderbolt's power. When the spell descended, Yu Sheng's armor was torn apart. Then it attacked Yu Sheng's dark gold body. Electricity ran through his body. His powerful muscles trembled, but his steps did not falter. In the air, Leng Qiufeng scoffed. The next moment, Jiang Kuan was wrapped in the wind spell and flew up too. Yu Sheng! Yi Futian called. The two worked together with tacit agreement. Yu Sheng jumped and sprang into the air. The powerful momentum was paired with Yi Futian's wind spell, helping him rush toward Jiang Kuan like the wind. What a joke! Leng Qiufeng looked disdainful. With his supportive control, Yu Sheng would be unable to touch Jiang Kuan. Even if he was extremely strong, he would not be able to use his skills. Yi Futian was spiraling up as his wings flapped. At this moment, the wings began glowing green and flapped crazily in the air. With a sound like a waterfall, Jiang Kuan suddenly stopped in the air. He was stunned. Looking down, he saw vines on his body. Starting at his legs, they wrapped around him. It's the wood element. The spectators below were shaken. Since when was Yi Futian good at this? Leng Qiufeng's expression changed as well. This sudden change had interrupted his rhythm. He wanted to react but saw that Yu Sheng had already arrived and sent a fist at Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kuan was not a wind elemental sorcerer, and was not good at flying. He needed Leng Qiufeng's control. How could he dodge this blow? There was a thud and one could faintly hear the sound of bones cracking. Yu Sheng was so strong that Jiang Kuan spat out blood. Yi Futian used the vines to drag Jiang Kuan back. He dropped to the ground and flung the vines. Jiang Kuan smashed onto the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. He shook uncontrollably. The people of Treasury Star looked at this with dark faces. They were so embarrassed. So violent, many people thought. Yi Futian was helping Yu Sheng vent his anger. The two 8-star glory planes had worked together to beat Yusheng. Yi Futian was obviously pissed. Leng Qiufeng was stunned by this scene. He glanced at Yi Futian and Yusheng on the ground, his eyes turning frigid. He had never expected that Yi Futian would be a wood elemental sorcerer who specialized in control. An 8-star glory plane talent of the School of the Treasury Star? Yi Futian mocked. Then he tossed Jiang Kuan into the direction of his school's crowd without looking. Instead, he looked up into the air and said coldly, "There's another one." Boom! Chaotic power burst from Leng Qiufeng's body. A shadow appeared behind him. It was an extremely burly demon lion. It was entirely white and seemed to be made from stone. This was Leng Qiufeng's life spirit, the stone lion. It contained Leng Qiufeng's strong earth elemental talent. It also provided him with terrible strength. Therefore, he also cultivated with martial arts. Other than that, he also had the wind elemental talent. Thus, Leng Qiufeng was a wind and earth bi-elemental mandate sorcerer and martial artist. You will pay for this. Leng Qiufeng looked down at the two. The earth element spirit gathered around him, covering his body with stone armor. A stone spear appeared in his hands. He's a lot stronger than Jiang Kuan, Yusheng said quietly. The ending will be the same, Yi Futian uttered. The rock life spirit appeared behind him. The golden feathers had become so brilliant. Chapter 77 Even the Score. Chapter 77 Even the Score. Leng Qiufeng glared at the arrogant Yi Futian. Then wind and earth bi-elemental spiritual qi gathered in front of him. A row of stone-tipped spears appeared, encapsulating the power of the wind. Attack! Leng Qiufeng commanded the spears. In a split second, the sorceries of wind and earth joined together within the spears and charged towards Yi Futian and Yusheng. Yusheng stood in front of Yi Futian, radiating a dim golden light. With a loud roar, Yusheng threw out his fists, and in the blink of an eye, the spears were destroyed. Go! Said Yi Futian from behind. The sorcery of wind descended upon Yusheng and he raced forward. With a single step on the solid ground, his body was launched into the air at the speed of light. In the same moment, because of the aid from Yi Futian's wind sorcery, Yusheng was able to ascend even higher into the sky and charged at Leng Qiufeng with full force. The shadows of 1,000 fists approached Leng Qiufeng, ready to destroy everything in its way. This power! Everyone was speechless. A person's gift was truly dependent on fate. If Yusheng specialized in wind sorcery, he would never have lost against his two opponents the last time. Yi Xiang was very pleased to see Yusheng attack with the battle tactics he had learned. Yusheng seemed to be innately suitable for cultivation in all sorts of explosive tactics. Protection of rock, said Leng Qiufeng. A large boulder appeared in front of him. This was an extremely powerful defense spell. However, after a loud explosion, the boulder was in pieces and Yusheng appeared in the air above him. However, Leng Qiufeng did not retreat. Even though Yusheng was like a monster, Leng Qiufeng was still of a higher level than him. Plus, Leng Qiufeng's life spirit was able to give him immense power. The image of a large stone lion overlapped on top of Leng Qiufeng's figure. The spear in his hand shot towards Yusheng. Around the tip of the spear, collected both wind and earth spiritual qi. The shadows of the 1,000 fists turned into stone and dissipated into ashes upon meeting with the tip of the spear. Yusheng descended with the force of a war god. His body emanated a forceful aura. Golden thorns appeared on his arms and his fist was thrown out to meet the spear. However, before the two could even meet, Yusheng's arms froze. Then, the stone that had just formed on his arms were absorbed by the golden thorns. His body had turned into a sort of fearsome black hole. Finally, as everyone watched in shock, Yusheng's fist finally met with the stone-tipped spear. His fist was seemingly even more powerful and stronger than the weapon. Boom! After the loud commotion, Yusheng, who was previously protected by the shadows of 1,000 fists, was now defenseless and bleeding. Though Leng Qiufeng's spear was now destroyed as well, both of the young men fell back in mid-air. Yusheng's arms shook. Leng Qiufeng was not doing too well either. The force of the 1,000 fists transmitted through the spear onto his arms, which were now numb. Just then Leng Qiufeng felt something amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of gold. The audience on the ground watched wide-eyed. They saw a figure appear behind Leng Qiufeng. Vines appeared, blocking off Leng Qiufeng's exit. Then they began to wrap around his body rapidly. Wood sorcery, the lock of 1,000 vines. How could a 5-starred glory plane cultivator create such a fearsome effect? Onlookers watched as the vines appeared endlessly like frightening tentacles. Leng Qiufeng was then swept up in hurricane winds and brought higher into the sky. The powerful wind sorcery cut straight through the vines like a sharp blade. A sharp sound was emitted, and the jade-green vines now shone with a dim golden light. This made the vines stronger than before, but it was still no match for Leng Qiufeng's wind sorcery. Many of the vines were cut through with ease. However, the relentless vines were endless and continued to creep up Leng Qiufeng's body, wrapping him up tightly. Again, with the aid of Yi Futian's wind sorcery, Yu Sheng was carried up to where Leng Qiufeng was. Leng Qiufeng's expression changed and let out a scream. He struggled to get out of the vines. Yu Sheng threw his fist at Leng Qiufeng. The sloppy defense Leng Qiufeng put up was broken easily, and the punch landed on his chest. The vines disappeared. Yu Sheng now had Leng Qiufeng in his grasp. The two of them began to descend from the skies. Yu Sheng ruthlessly threw Leng Qiufeng into the ground. Another loud noise erupted, and the surface of the ground split open. Leng Qiufeng laid there, twitching, becoming one with the dirt on the ground. Yi Futian landed on the ground softly and stared at Leng Qiufeng coldly. To him Yi Futian asked, "Does it feel good fighting 2-on-1? Last time at the School of the Treasury Star, Yu Sheng was defeated by Leng Qiufeng and Jiang Kuan. Just now Yi Futian and Yu Sheng joined hands to hand Leng Qiufeng a brutal defeat. Of course Jiang Kuan had already been defeated prior to this. 2 5-starred glory plane cultivators challenged 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators from the School of the Treasury Star and came out victorious. 2 monsters. The people commented about Yu Sheng and Yi Futian. They shook in their shoes. The strength Yu Sheng possessed was inhuman. A lot of people had disagreed when others claimed Yu Sheng may be the most gifted martial arts student in all of Donghai Academy. But after the previous battle at the Treasury Star School and today's battle, there would not be a single person who could deny this fact any longer. Who else would possess of such explosive powers? It was not a question as to why Headmaster Yi Xiang of the School of the Finance Star, who specialized in combat, chose Yu Sheng to be his discipline. Yi Futian was equally as monstrous. A bi-elemental mandate sorcerer of metal and wind with a rock spirit. He was also a musical sorcerer. Furthermore, he had just revealed his gifts in the wood element, and also cultivated in martial arts. He was simply good at everything. Some people thought, could it be possible that Yi Futian is hiding his gifts in other elements as well? It was possible that the only person who was able to beat him in terms of elemental gifts was the girl genius from the School of the Emperor Star, Hua Jieyu. However, she would most likely be unwilling to make a move. Other than the time she was trying to get into the academy, she had not used her powers. Hua Jieyu also rarely stepped out of the Emperor Star School. The last time she came out onto the main campus was when she personally spoke up regarding the rumors about her and Mu Yunxian. The School of the Treasury Star really lost all faith this time, thought everyone in the crowd. They watched as Yu Sheng picked up Leng Qiufeng and threw him in the direction of the Treasury Star School. It was a direct, domineering, and slightly insulting action. It was obvious that Yu Sheng was unhappy with what had happened during their previous battle. His opponents were able to soar through the skies while he was stuck on the ground, not even able to make contact with them. He was finally able to get payback today. This is the capability of 8-starred glory plane cultivators in the School of the Treasury Star? Stop making fools of yourselves at Donghai Academy, Yi Futian said calmly. The expressions on the faces of students of the Treasury Star turned more and more sour. Everyone was speechless upon hearing Yi Futian's words. He came today with revenge on his mind and was not going easy on them, whether it be the students of the Treasury Star School or the Emperor Star School. First, Yi Futian defeated Zhou Mu. Then he assisted Yu Sheng in defeating Leng Qiufeng and Jiang Kuan. What was he going to do next? At this moment, everyone saw Yi Futian walk to the side. He looked towards the School of the Emperor Star and said with a smile, "I came here yesterday seeking my girlfriend, but senior brother Zhuqing did not allow me to enter. He told me the Emperor Star School was full of genius cultivators and that I was no match for Zhou Mu. It was because of this that I came today. Sadly, I am disappointed by Zhou Mu abilities. Now that I have proved myself to be more capable than Zhou Mu, I am curious about the abilities of these other geniuses. Both Yu Sheng and myself are 5-starred Glory Plane students of the Finance Star School. Would any students of the self-proclaimed top school at Donghai Academy, the school of the Emperor Star, be willing to challenge us? If any students of the same plane are willing, you may choose to challenge either one of us. The students of the Emperor Star School did not know what to do. Same-level cultivators to fight against these two freaks? It was possible that Hua Jieyu could give it a try, but her schoolmates knew things that everyone else did not. So they knew that she would never battle Yi Futian. The onlooking crowd was speechless. They all shared a thought about how shameless Yi Futian was. 2 8-starred Glory Plane cultivators had already lost to Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Now he was asking students of the same plane to challenge them. Wouldn't that be digging their own grave? However, there was nothing that the students of the school of the Emperor Star could complain about. They were the ones who bragged about housing many genius cultivators and claimed to be the top school of Donghai Academy. Asking to challenge students of the same plane should not be considered too out of line. Also, Yi Futian's girlfriend was in the Emperor Star School? What was going on? If that's not possible, I'll also accept 6-starred Glory Plane cultivators, Yi Futian said with a smile when he noticed that no one was willing to answer him. Han Mo's expression darkened. 6-starred Glory Plane cultivator? Zhou Mu already tried. Defeated with 1 rod. Then what about 7-starred? Yi Futian continued. Yesterday, senior brother Wuxia said that the Emperor Star School was packed full with geniuses. What's going on today? Everyone turned their attention towards Wuxia, only to see the normally gentlemanly Wuxia with a dark face. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Yi, since you're trying to provoke my fellow schoolmates into a challenge, what's the need to bring up planes? So, what senior brother Zhua is trying to say is that I should ignore planes and fight against students 4 or 5 planes above me? Maybe even those in the Dharma plane? Yi Futian laughed. Is this what the students of your school have been doing to my fellow schoolmates these past days? Why don't you try to challenge Dharma plane students in my school, senior brother? Wuxia had nothing to say once again. The students of the Emperor Star School all stared coldly at Yi Futian. They were getting anxious under his questioning. If nobody has the guts to come out and challenge us, then I hope that the students of the Emperor Star School will stop being so brazen, coming to pick on the weaker students of my school, warned Yi Futian when he saw that nobody was going to speak up. Only when he said this, onlookers realized his true intentions, to stop the school of the Emperor Star from attacking the students of the Finance Star School. I know that junior brother Yi possesses extraordinary gifts, and has once said that I would like to see them for myself. So I am willing to be thick-skinned and step out to challenge you as an 8-starred Glory Plane cultivator. But if you are here simply to give empty threats, then please leave, said a figure as it stepped out. A handsome young man, one of the geniuses in the Emperor Star School, walked towards Yi Futian and introduced himself. Student of the school of the Emperor Star, Mu Yunxian. 8-starred Glory Plane. As soon as he heard this name, Yu Sheng took a large step forward. His body radiated a powerful force. Yu Sheng, called Yi Futian. Yu Sheng halted. Let me, said Yi Futian. Yu Sheng nodded and retreated. Yi Futian looked at Mu Yunxian. A sarcastic smile spread across his face and he continued. You're not just thick-skinned. I feel ashamed simply attending the same academy as you. You. Mu Yunxian broke his facade immediately. His expression darkened. Yi Futian stood quietly and a powerful aura emanated from him. His clothes moved without wind. Since you have the guts to step up, then I'll also settle the incident of you spreading rumors about my girlfriend. Let's even the score today, said Yi Futian calmly. After he spoke, there was silence. Chapter 78, Face It Holding Hands. Chapter 78. Face It Holding Hands. Mu Yunxian had hurt Yi Futian's girlfriend while spreading rumors? Earlier, Yi Futian had also said that his girlfriend was from the school of the Emperor Star. Thinking of the rumors that had spread around Donghai Academy earlier, everyone stared at Yi Futian. Months ago, that fairy-like figure had walked down from the school of the Emperor Star, and announced to the entire academy that there was nothing between her and Mu Yunxian. She had said that Mu Yunxian could not even be compared to the one she liked. They had thought about whether someone that talented really existed in the academy. Today, Yi Futian had blocked the gate and challenged the school of the Emperor's Star. He was so mad. With what he just said to Mu Yunxian, it was easy to link the two events. Everyone's hearts trembled. They slowly looked over toward the school of the Emperor's Star. Behind all the students, they saw a beautiful figure standing quietly at the high point. She stood alone, and it seemed that wherever she was, everything else would lose color. Now the beautiful figure moved. She slowly walked down. The other students quickly moved aside and watched her. There was some yearning in their hearts, but they knew it would be an impossible dream. Hua Jieyu walked down the steps and entered the battlefield. She walked past Mu Yunxian. The boy looked to the side at the scene. There was lust deep in his eyes. Every time he saw this beauty, his heart would be shaken, but he did not exist in her eyes. She had even embarrassed him in front of the entire academy. Hua Jieyu stood before Yi Futian. Her eyes gazed at him without blinking. "Jieyu, fight with him," Hanemo said behind them. His expression was so dark and gloomy. However, Hua Jieyu completely ignored him. She kept staring at the youth's figure, thinking how impulsive he was. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Futian stared back at Hua Jieyu and shrugged. "Why do you think?" Hua Jieyu said sharply. She sounded angry but was also whining. Though she was glaring at Yi Futian, there were rich emotions inside her beautiful eyes. Many people felt their hearts breaking. There had been rumors before, but they were only rumors. Now they personally witnessed the fairy of Donghai Academy talk and look at Yi Futian like a little girl. It was a peculiar feeling. With just one sentence and one glance, they experienced the feeling of dating. Many felt moved, but sadly, the voice and eyes were for Yi Futian, not them. "Didn't I say that I'll announce it to Donghai Academy?" Yi Futian said with a smile. "You're so pretty and everyone keeps thinking about you. Pisses me off. Today's the best chance to tell them that you're mine and they can just be jealous." Many faces became long at this. Hearing Yi Futian's words, they suddenly wanted to beat him up. This bastard was doing it on purpose. Hua Jieyu was the girl of their dreams. "Idiot," Hua Jieyu reprimanded, still glaring. After that, she continued forward. When she was beside Yi Futian, she reached out gently. Then, under everyone's eyes, she grabbed Yi Futian's hand to announce their relationship publicly. Hua Jieyu turned to the side and tilted her head up to look at Yi Futian. A smile bloomed on her face. It was so intoxicatingly beautiful. "Are you satisfied now?" Hua Jieyu smiled gently. Since Yi Futian chose not to keep it a secret, she was willing to face it with him. No matter what would happen in the future, they would face it together, hand in hand, just like now. Minister Zhua had said that she had the fate of an empress. She did not believe in fate. Even if she had this fate, she would change it, she believed. Seeing the smile on the girl's face and those gentle words, Yi Futian's smile was also warm. The most beautiful promise was no better than that. The most beautiful girl was no better than the fox's smile. So what if he had seen a girl even more beautiful at Mount Tianyao? His godfather had said that his woman would be the empress of the world. If that really happened, his fox's temperament was enough to rule and impress the world. Yes, very satisfied. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. This feeling was amazing. "Hey, are you guys done?" Someone finally called out, feeling tortured by the public display of affection. "I feel like I just got dumped. My heart hurts," someone muttered, a hand to his chest. "Psh." In the finance star crowd, Yi Qingxian, who was standing beside Yu Sheng, laughed out loud. Yi Futian was seriously going full out with his affection. However, it was beautiful. Yi Qingxian knew that even though they were smiling and holding hands, there was a heavy burden on this relationship. But despite it, they would face it together. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian also reached out and touched the arm beside her. Yu Sheng glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Qingxian looked up him with her pretty eyes. Yu Sheng scratched his head. He did not understand the girl, making her so angry she stomped on Yu Sheng's feet. The boy blinked and looked away. Just as Yi Qingxian fumed, a big muscular hand wrapped around her small hand. In an instant, her heart seemed to melt and she smiled like a flower. It seemed that this guy was not so insensitive. He had learned a lot from Yi Futian. In the direction of the school of the Emperor's Star, a beautiful figure was watching the two holding hands with smiling eyes. It was Shu Yuyan. She was the one who understood Hua Jieyu the most in the school. Only she knew how much Hua Jieyu really cared about the boy. Jieyu had overlooked all the talents in the school of the Emperor's Star, and become nervous because of the boy's every action. She was practically a fairy but would become an ignorant little girl once Yi Futian was mentioned. However, the others were not so happy. Yi Futian had become to disgrace them. He had defeated Zhou Mu and humiliated the school. Now he had snatched away their goddess, the top beauty of Donghai Academy. Their hatred toward Yi Futian was obvious. "Bitch!" A dissonant voice rang out. Mu Yunxuan's face had darkened to the extreme. He looked menacing. His love for Hua Jieyu was no secret, because he had not rejected it when Han Mo wanted to use him for the rumors. The relationships between people were strange. When enough people spread the rumors, the other would take notice. Maybe it would become true. However, he never expected that Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian would have been dating already and be so in love. Hua Jieyu had felt disgusted from the rumors, thus leading to everything else. When the goddess he adored publicly humiliated him, telling him to scram, he had endured it. But now, seeing Hua Jieyu act affectionately to Yi Futian with his own eyes, he finally could not take it anymore. Evil thoughts burst within him, and he uttered a word he should not have. Even if Yi Futian had come to mess with the school of the Emperor's Star, it was a just fight. However, when Mu Yunxian, star of the school, said that word to Hua Jieyu the starlet, it was grating to the ear. Many cold stares turned toward Mu Yunxian. They were filled with hatred. Though they were envious of Yi Futian, they could feel the true love between the two as they stood together, so the people still felt happy for them deep down. However, Mu Yunxuan's curse had revealed his personality. Just as Yi Futian had said, cultivating with someone like Mu Yunxian was a disgrace. Hua Jieyu's expression changed. No woman could take being insulted with that word, let alone someone like Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's heart twinged and felt a chill. However, he repressed his anger and said gently, "Leave it to me." "Okay." Hua Jieyu nodded and stepped back. When Yi Futian glanced at Mu Yunxian, his eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness and murderous intent. Yi Futian, disciple of the school of the Finance Star, 5-star Glory Plane, now challenges Mu Yunxian. "Life and death, will you accept the challenge?" Yi Futian said coldly. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Yi Futian had challenged him to a fight of life and death. Crazy, everyone thought. However, if they had a lover like Hua Jieyu, they would not allow anyone to insult her either. No wonder Yi Futian was furious. Mu Yunxian clenched his fists with a sneer. Yi Futian, a 5-star Glory Plane, dared to start a life and death challenge with him? Earlier, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had worked together to defeat 2 8-star Glory Plane students. In his opinion, Yi Futian was the reinforcement while Yu Shang was the most powerful. If a 5-star was willing to fight, what could an 8-star Glory Plane like Mu Yunxian fear? Prepared to die. Mu Yunxuan's expression was so cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of violent wind gathered around him. Then his eyes turned gold. They were extremely sharp. Yi Futian cast his life spirit. The golden rock appeared and it was beautiful. At the same time, there was a terrifying spiritual chi windstorm. It transformed into a golden cane in his hand. Seeing it, many people shivered with fear. It was the one that had defeated Zhou Mu with a pure martial arts attack. Now, Yi Futian was going to fight for life or death. He would obviously fight at a different level from before. His wings flapped powerfully and he instantly shot to the sky. The spiritual chi of wind was on him, transforming into a spell. He could fly with the golden rock alone, but now, he added the wind spell to it. His speed was terrifying. Chapter 79. Countless eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was up in the air. At this moment he looked magnificent. He was a handsome young man to begin with. Now that the golden rock has been released and wings had appeared on his back, Yi Futian seemed to be basking in a divine light. In his hand was a golden rod, and he was bursting with power. Perhaps if he gave it all he got, Yi Futian would really be capable of fighting against Mu Yunxian, despite the 3-plane difference between the two. Everyone around shared this thought as they watched Yi Futian challenge one of the school of Emperor Star's genius cultivators. Countless eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was up in the air. At this moment he looked magnificent. He was a handsome young man to begin with. Now that the golden rock has been released and wings had appeared on his back, Yi Futian seemed to be basking in a divine light. In his hand was a golden rod, and he was bursting with power. Perhaps if he gave it all he got, Yi Futian would really be capable of fighting against Mu Yunxian, despite the 3-plane difference between the two. Everyone around shared this thought as they watched Yi Futian challenge one of the school of Emperor Star's genius cultivators. Mu Yunxuan's golden pupils narrowed on Yi Futian. Then his life spirit was released. A golden demon cat appeared. Its eyes were even more demon-like than those of Mu Yunxian. Those eyes had the ability to make people feel uncomfortable when looked at. A golden storm gathered in front of Mu Yunxian and formed sharp golden swords, long and thin. As the swords circled Mu Yunxian, a low whistling of the wind was heard. This was no ordinary metal elemental sorcery, but an extreme control of the metal spiritual qi. Mu Yunxian was mainly a mandate sorcerer of the spirit element. His spiritual energy had a much stronger control over metal spiritual qi than most people. Even a common 9-starred metal sorcerer would not be able to control metal spiritual qi like Mu Yunxian could. With this extraordinary ability, Mu Yunxian did not even need to cultivate in martial arts. His powers in the element of metal were sufficient enough to attack and defend. Mu Yunxian is definitely more powerful than Leng Qiufeng. Will Yi Futian really be able to withstand this battle? Asked someone in the crowd. Witnessing the release of Mu Yunxuan's powers had many people lose the confidence they previously had on Yi Futian. The golden storm surrounding Mu Yunxian was too frightful. The sharp swords revolved around him, controlled as if they were toys. Han Mo stood quietly in the school of the Emperor Star and observed. Obviously, he could see just how gifted Yi Futian was, but the young man now stood against the school, so they must get rid of him. Since Yi Futian personally proposed a life-or-death battle, it saved the school a lot of trouble. Since you're asking for it, I'll let you die, Mu Yunxian said with a cold demeanor. Just as he finished his sentence, the swords around him whistled through the wind and shot towards Yi Futian. In perfect unison, these swords were much more powerful than those drawn by Zhou Mu. After all, there was a huge difference in regards to the planes Zhou Mu and Mu Yunxian were in. The golden rod danced in Yi Futian's hand. He tried to take a step forward when a large force erupted, and the wings appeared on his back. Just like a flash of lightning, Yi Futian shot up into the sky. Mu Yunxian humphed and directed his attention up above. The swords immediately altered their route to continue in their attack on Yi Futian. Even though Mu Yunxian did not specialize in the element of wind, he was not afraid to face a sorcerer who could fly. Yi Futian moved at an incredibly fast speed. His every movement was graceful like a real rock. He zipped through the clouds in the sky, but the swords followed relentlessly. At this moment, the force building up in Yi Futian's body was growing stronger. An equally strong force from the golden storm chased after him. The golden rod he held grew thicker. Until when do you plan to keep running away from me? Mu Yunxian asked coldly. Immediately after he spoke, Yi Futian appeared in the air right above him. Yi Futian was no longer dodging the attacks. He held the enormous golden rod and struck downward. Just then, the atmosphere around and even the world seemed to be shaken up. Onlookers almost could not see Yi Futian's figure. To them, there was only the shadow of a rod coming down from the heavens to wipe out everything below. The ferocious swords were no more, turned into ashes by the rod. Mu Yunxian lifted his head and saw Yi Futian coming for him. After this quick glance, the demon cat behind him had a fierce look in its eye. The crazed golden storm recollected into a giant sword. With a scary glint in his eyes, Mu Yunxian screamed, "Kill him!" The giant golden sword shot upward into the sky. Boom! The rod and the sword collided. The golden sword had been destroyed. A powerful force pushed Mu Yunxian back, but he managed to stop Yi Futian's attack. It halted in midair. The force was still there. Yi Futian's golden wings flapped and he flew in the skies. Suddenly, the force within began to build up once again, exceeding the prior. Mu Yunxian sensed what was happening, and the look on his face changed. He put out both of his hands. The golden storm started once more and formed a pattern, shielding him. At the same time, strains of golden silk sliced through the air, attacking Yi Futian. This spell was protecting and attacking all at once. Yi Futian remained emotionless. He soared through the air and then formed into lightning, hitting down on Mu Yunxian again. Mu Yunxuan's spell, winding of 1,000 silk strains, advanced towards Yi Futian, but a golden light barricaded him, not leaving space for anything to get past. Finally, Yi Futian descended upon Mu Yunxian. Yi Futian attacked with the second attack of the 9 heavenly, ready to destroy everything in his way. Boom! Mu Yunxian's golden pattern exploded, and a powerful force forced him to slide backward on his own 2 feet. Right now, the expression on everyone's face has changed. They were utterly shocked. What kind of battle technique was this? It was so domineering, wiping out everything in its way. It was as if one attack could kill any enemy you pleased, not leaving any survivors. Yi Futian was truly a young war god at this moment. Not only did his powers not diminish after 2 attacks from Mu Yunxian, but he got even stronger. Upon sensing the crazed energy gathering within Yi Futian, everyone from the school of the Emperor Star had a change in expression. Even Vice Headmaster Han Mo did not look too well. Yi Futian's second attack with the rod was obviously stronger than the first. If there was another even stronger attack, there was no way Mu Yunxian would be able to withstand it. A prepared Yi Futian advanced. He unleashed his power, which caused Mu Yunxian to blanch. With a loud scream, Mu Yunxian used metal spiritual qi in a spell which summoned a large ancient bell to encapsulate himself. He had given up on attacking and focused solely on his defense. Yi Futian charged ahead at full speed and delivered his third blow. Without any hesitation, the golden rod struck the ancient bell. The bell rang and then cracked. What followed were the blood-curdling screams of Mu Yunxian. After the rod broke through the bell, it landed on Mu Yunxian, throwing him onto the ground. His body slid across the ground, and blood flowed from his mouth. In an instant, the color in his face was gone. It was obviously Mu Yunxian could no longer battle. The people did not know what to say. Their hearts pounded in their chest. Yi Futian was too violent. Looking at his figure, Yi Futian looked majestic and furious. The aura around him made it clear that anyone who tried to stop would only have one result, death. He's so powerful. Many people were excited by this scene. Yi Futian was a great example of how a true man should act. Just then, many people remembered Hua Jieyu's words. She had said that Mu Yunxian was not worthy of being compared to the person she liked. A lot of people doubted her words. Was there really someone like that at Donghai Academy? Maybe she was simply blinded by love. However, when the person she liked faced Mu Yunxian in battle and destroyed him despite being 3 planes lower, everyone finally understood that Hua Jieyu had not been exaggerating. Whether it be giftedness or actual ability, Mu Yunxian was truly unworthy of being compared to Yi Futian. Perhaps only a person like Yi Futian was suited to stand beside the goddess Hua Jieyu. As Yi Futian approached Mu Yunxian, one step at a time, many from the school of the Emperor Star had a change in expressions. This battle was a matter of life or death. Mu Yunxian had already agreed to these terms. Mu Yunxian held himself up with his hands on the ground as he looked up at Yi Futian. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. With a crazed look in his eyes, he stared at Yi Futian and said, "This is the school of the Emperor Star. You dare to commit such a sin here? Get down on your knees and apologize. I will spare your worthless life then," Yi Futian said to Mu Yunxian coldly. Mu Yunxian looked even more crazed now. Yi Futian wanted him to kneel down and apologize? Are you done with this nonsense? Han Mo approached. His aura was forceful as he stared at Yi Futian. This is a battle to the death. Have you been watching, senior? Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Han Mo. You are standing on the Emperor Star School's territory, said Han Mo suddenly. Yi Futian began to laugh. Mockingly, he said, if it were Mu Yunxian who was victorious today, you probably would not hesitate to kill me. Naturally, Han Mo had nothing to say to that. Seeing the vice headmaster step in, Mu Yunxian let out a laugh. You can't kill me now, Yi Futian. Do you really think that you and that bitch will have a happy ending? Yi Futian looked down at him. Mu Yunxian was laughing like a madman. He had obviously been deeply affected by his defeat today. He deepened his voice and said, with those looks, that bitch will definitely end up as someone else's plaything in the future. You're calling out for death. Yi Futian clenched his fist around the golden rod. Then he lifted his arm, ready to strike down at any moment. Vice Headmaster, Mu Yunxian called to Han Mo as he turned to look at the elder. Han Mo took another step forward. The headmaster spoke. Yi Futian, do you want to die? Yi Futian reached his left hand into his shirt and pulled out a badge. He tossed it to Hanemo. Hanemo scrunched his face as he caught the object. Upon realizing what he had in his hands, his expression fell. He mustered in a low voice. The decree of the minister. Minister Zhua has said, seeing the badge is the same as seeing him. People from the 7 schools of Donghai Academy have witnessed our battle to the death today. So I will take his life now. The golden rod Yi Futian held and struck down. Mu Yunxian was horror-stricken. As he watched the rod come down, several thoughts crossed his mind. He opened his mouth wanting to say something but never got the chance to. Bang! The golden rod came down directly through Mu Yunxian's head. Chapter 80. It was dead silent in the school of the Emperor's Star. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian and the figure who was unmoving on the ground beside him, Mu Yunxian. It was dead silent in the school of the Emperor's Star. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian and the figure who was unmoving on the ground beside him, Mu Yunxian. That strike had not only hit Mu Yunxian's body, it seemed to have hit everyone's hearts, making all of them shudder. Mu Yunxian, top student of the school of the Emperor's Star, the disciple of Han Mo, had just been killed before the school. Yi Futian had really dared to strike. Han Mo looked up and glared at Yi Futian. When he received the minister's degree, his heart had wavered and he had hesitated, but then his disciple was killed. With ministers was supporting you, you committed murder in Donghai Academy. Good job, Yi Futian, Han Mo said coldly, tossing the minister's decree to him. Senior, you can ask your own conscience who wants to kill whom? Yi Futian replied indifferently. He was very sensitive and could sense how Han Mo and Mu Yunxian wanted to kill him. Even so, he had never planned on doing this. Mu Yunxian should not have angered him so many times. Hua Jieyu had confessed to him before leaving Qingzhou City that she would wait patiently for him in Donghai Academy, worry over his every move, and face everything with him. But Mu Yunxian had insulted her like that and Yi Futian could not allow it. Clean it up, Han Mo said coldly. He turned and walked toward the school of the Emperor's Star. The others quickly carried Mu Yunxian away. Many glared at Yi Futian before scurrying away. Today, the school of the Emperor's Star had lost all dignity. In this fight of life and death, prodigy Mu Yunxian was killed on the spot by Yi Futian. The students of the other schools studied Yi Futian. He was too crazy. His talent was intimidating, and after he left with Minister Zhua, he had received the man's favor. He even had the minister decree. It was obvious how highly the minister thought of him. In Donghai Academy, barely anyone's talent could be compared to him. There was Yu Shang, a natural-born warrior, and Hua Jieyu, the starlet of the school of the Emperor's Star. The former was Yi Futian's best friend who had entered the school with him and seemed to be very obedient. The latter was his girlfriend. Now Hua Jieyu walked to Yi Futian's side. She lightly pulled on his hand. Yi Futian glanced over and saw her. She asked quietly, "Why were you so brash?" She obviously understood that Yi Futian had done so because he was angry for her. She hated Mu Yunxian, but she also knew that Yi Futian would become the enemy of the Emperor's Star because of this. "If anyone says that to you again, I'll act the same way," Yi Futian said with a smile. Hua Jieyu lowered her head. She felt warm and fuzzy inside. "I'll go bid farewell to my grandmaster. I won't cultivate here anymore." "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. "What about the future? I have you, don't I?" Hua Jieyu looked at him with a smile. "Okay." Yi Futian returned the smile. "I'll go now," Hua Jieyu said quietly. Yi Futian nodded and let go. Hua Jieyu walked toward to the school to bid farewell with her teacher. Since her lover was now against the Emperor's Star, she naturally could not remain there. Yi Futian turned and walked toward the school of the Finance Star. His fellow disciples all looked at him with some respect. Today Yi Futian had helped them vent their anger. "Headmaster, I caused trouble for you," Yi Futian said to Yixiang. "You already killed him. There's not much to think now," Han Mo said nonchalantly. "If you didn't kill him, he would kill you. Just as you said, if you had lost before, Han Mo would definitely want you dead and I wouldn't be able to save you either. So, instead of letting them think about how to deal with you, challenging them straightforwardly isn't that bad." Yi Futian eyed Yixiang. His headmaster was so agreeable this time. Let's go. Yi Xiang began walking away. Yi Futian walked beside him and the other students followed behind. Seeing them leave, the spectators dispersed as well, though they still had not calmed down. They had a feeling something would happen in Donghai Academy soon. It was not just a sudden conflict between the school of the Emperor's Star and Yi Futian, but a long-time rivalry. However, they finally realized just how strong the youth was. If he could survive, he would definitely become something impressive. On the way back to their school, Yi Xiang, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Qingxian walked in the front. Yi Xiang said lightly, "Your reason of challenging the Emperor's Star wasn't so simple today." Yi Futian looked up. Yi Xiang continued, "Forcefully defeating the disciple of the art saint, blocking their gate, revealing your talent, and expressing your attitude toward Hua Jieyu. Are you trying to prove something to the Nandu clan?" Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Yi Xiang said, "With the talent you showed off today and the minister's decree, the Nanda clan will definitely pay attention now." "Headmaster, I don't want that either." Yi Futian shook his head and smiled wryly. Since the school of the Emperor's Star had suspected his relationship with Hua Jieyu, the Nanda clan obviously did too. It was better to make things clear now since it would come out sooner or later. Yi Futian looked forward and said, "I don't expect to be accepted by the Nanda clan, but I do hope I can win some time for Fox. After a few years, it won't matter if they agree or not." "Well, you're confident," Yi Xiang said lightly. "What about your other motives? Just confess." Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang. Was this man really so sensitive? Yi Xiang sneered and said, "Since ministers gave you the minister decree, his attitude toward you is obvious. He must have told you to go to the royal city. That's why you're not scared about making trouble here. You can just leave after all. Thus, you decided to make it even bigger and help the finance star. Is it to thank me?" Yi Futian looked at him speechless. The man really knew his stuff. "When are you leaving?" Yi Xiang asked. "Ministers will want me to attend next spring's Tingfeng banquet," Yi Futian said. "Stay in the school of the finance star and cultivate obediently. Don't go out anymore and I'll take you there personally next year," Yi Xiang said, facing forward. Yi Futian looked at the serious side profile and smiled. This old guy always had a stern face, but after interacting more, Yi Futian realized he was pretty lovable too. However, they did not know that things were never as one expected. A while after Yi Futian returned to the school of the finance star, Hua Jieyu went over as well. Seeing the figure that appeared in the yard, Yi Futian smiled gently. Hua Jieyu seemed down. She walked over to Yi Futian and looked at him with her pretty eyes. "What's wrong?" Yi Futian asked quietly. Hua Jieyu reached out a slender arm and grabbed Yi Futian's hand. Her voice was low. "After I leave, Grandmaster will be alone again." "Silly girl, Grandmaster will be fine," Yi Futian said softly. Thinking of the old man at the school of the Emperor's Star, he felt bittersweet. The old man's smile was so benevolent. He could feel his grandmaster's love towards him and Hua Jieyu in his gaze. Though he was old, he still had a scholarly and refined aura. He did not seem to like how the school of the Emperor's Star had become. Staying there by himself must be lonely. "Okay," Hua Jieyu said with reddening eyes. "Let's go visit him whenever we can, all right?" "Of course. I still have to learn to play the guqin from him," Yi Futian said with a smile. However, he knew that there would be fewer and fewer chances. With Grandmaster's age, no one knew how many more years he could live. But it was this old man who had taught him pieces such as the decree of the general. "Also, you're not allowed to leave me anymore." Hua Jieyu stared deeply at Yi Futian. "Weren't you the one who left me? When did I ever leave you?" Yi Futian asked. "You did." Hua Jieyu glared at him. Yi Futian sighed. He couldn't argue with Jieyu's logic. "Does that mean you're planning on being with me now?" Yi Futian's eyes brightened. "You still want to shake me away?" Hua Jieyu whined. "Oh no, seems like I won't be able to talk to pretty girls anymore," Yi Futian muttered. "You." Hua Jieyu stomped her feet and kicked Yi Futian lightly. "Why do girls always like to do that?" Yi Futian mumbled but realized it sounded wrong, so he quickly shut his mouth. Then he discovered that Hua Jieyu was smiling at him. "Really? Who else does that?" "No, I've seen Qingxian kick Yusheng like that." Yi Futian pointed at the two figures in the near distance. I've never done that. Seeing Hua Jieyu look at her, Yi Qingxian glanced over with a smile. She was not going to take responsibility for this. Yi Futian's face darkened. Yi Qingxian was such a bad friend. Looking back, he realized Hua Jieyu was still looking at him. Helpless, he looked up to the sky and said quietly, "The weather is so nice today. We should take a nap." With that, he walked toward his room. Hua Jieyu blinked and followed. Yi Futian turned around and asked her, "Together?" Hua Jieyu halted. When Yi Futian smiled proudly, she suddenly grinned. "Sure." As she spoke, she caught up to him. It was Yi Futian's turn to blink in shock. Happiness had come so suddenly. Chapter 81. In the room, Yi Futian followed behind Hua Jieyu as he watched her with a glint in his eye. "Pretty nice environment," said Hua Jieyu with a smile after checking out the room. "Yeah, perfect for resting," Yi Futian said, nodding. Hua Jieyu walked to the bed and took off her outerwear, revealing her curvaceous figure. She then turned to look at Yi Futian. Smiling, she asked him, "Do I look good?" Yi Futian blinked. Why did this feel like déjà vu? Yi Futian had a bad feeling about what was about to happen but nodded anyway. "Very good," he said. "Then I'll rest and you can keep looking." Hua Jieyu chuckled mischievously. She took off her shoes by the bed and laid down, hands behind her head. She continued to chuckle at Yi Futian. "That's my bed. I should be able to sleep on it too, right?" Yi Futian watched the beautiful girl in front of his very eyes. How could she tease him like this? "Just you try," said Hua Jieyu. She was still smiling, but Yi Futian looked sad and pitiful. "Fox, what you're doing is wrong." Hua Jieyu stretched her captivating body out on the bed. Her every movement was torture for Yi Futian. "I'm sleeping," she said. Hua Jieyu turned away from Yi Futian and pulled the blanket over her body. This time around, Yi Futian had nothing to look at, just a hint of her curvy figure under the blanket. Yi Futian did not know whether to laugh or to cry. He was definitely going to get payback on this tempting vixen. With light steps, Yi Futian walked to the side of the bed and sat down on the floor. Softly, he spoke. "Fox, do you feel extra warm sleeping here with me?" Hua Jieyu did not reply. "I used too much energy in battle today. I want to lie down and rest, but the floor is too cold. Why don't I get in bed?" Yi Futian said, full of confidence. Still no reply. "Don't worry. I won't touch you, I'll just lay next to you," he continued. "Okay, since you're not answering, I'll take that as silent consent," said Yi Futian. Yi Futian kept talking to himself. He got up off the ground and sat on the bed. Hua Jieyu made no movements to stop him. He had finally succeeded in getting onto the bed next to her. "So comfy," he said. A moment later, he spoke again, his eyes were twinkling. "Wow, it's so fragrant. Fox, you smell so nice. Darn it, it feels kind of cold. It would be so nice to have a blanket." Yi Futian was still talking to himself. As he spoke, he tugged lightly at the covers and gently pulled it on himself. The two of them were not under the same covers. Right now, Hua Jieyu, who still had her back to Yi Futian, was already flushed red. Her beautiful eyes kept blinking. She could feel the warmth radiating from his body. "How is it still cold under the covers? Are you cold, Fox? I should just hold you," he said. Hua Jieyu felt his arm wrap around her waist gently, sending a shiver down her back. Didn't he say that he was just going to lay down next to her and not touch her? He was cold? "Fox, why are you shaking? Is it because you're too cold?" "I should hold you tighter then," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu felt the arm around her waist pulling her in further. The red in her face spread to her ears, her neck. She was so shy. "Stop bullying me," she spoke softly. Hua Jieyu's soft voice reached Yi Futian's ears and he smiled. He held on to the girl in his arms tightly, taking in her sweet scent. His nose was in her hair. He closed his eyes to savor this moment. Quietly, he said, "I wouldn't have the heart to bully you. Wait for me to marry you." "Okay, I'll wait for you," Hua Jieyu responded, nodding slowly. Her shaking body calmed and she slipped into a deep sleep with a smile on her face. She felt safe in his arms. "Fox, I will definitely marry you," Yi Futian thought to himself while he held her warm body against his own. While the loving couple shared this sweet moment, The happenings at the school of Emperor Star spread wildly. In a short while, all of Donghai Academy knew of the story. Yi Futian, the disciple of the Guqin devil, brutally defeated the disciple of the art saint, Zhou Mu. Then he crashed the school of the Emperor Star and joined hands with Yu Sheng to defeat 2 8-starred glory-playing cultivators from the school of the Treasury Star. After all that, Yi Futian announced to everyone that Donghai Academy's top beauty, Hua Jieyu, was his girlfriend. The couple revealed their relationship hand in hand. Mu Yunxian, an 8-starred glory-playing cultivator in the school of the Emperor Star, got jealous and insulted Hua Jieyu, angering Yi Futian. Thus, Yi Futian challenged Mu Yunxian to a battle to the death, and eventually defeated him with ease. Finally, with the decree of the minister in hand, Yi Futian slaughtered Mu Yunxian right in front of the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. The 7 schools of Donghai Academy were stirred up in absolute shock. Everyone was in disbelief. They had no idea that boy genius Yi Futian, who made a name in Donghai Academy for himself by fighting, was this powerful. In a couple of years, he may even be more powerful than the Guqin devil was in the past. It was now dusk. Yi Futian's room was quiet and warm. In her sleep, Hua Jieyu had unknowingly turned over to face Yi Futian. Her soft body laid quietly in his arms. At this time she opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she observed Yi Futian. "Aren't you going to get up?" "No, I'm going to continue sleeping until the sun rises tomorrow," Yi Futian said with a smile. "You wish. You rested during the day, so you have to cultivate during the night," said Hua Jieyu, escaping his embrace. She got out from under the covers and sat up on the bed. Her hair was messy, but it only made her more enchanting. She was so beautiful that it hurt to look at her. "Fox, I could just eat you up," Yi Futian muttered. Hua Jieyu blinked and flushed red. Smiling, she said, "You can try." "I'm really going to do it," said Yi Futian. He tried to make a move, his hands ready to grab Hua Jieyu. A slender leg swept toward him and Yi Futian flipped off the bed. "Are you trying to murder your husband?" Yi Futian sat up on the ground and asked her sadly. Hua Jieyu got off the bed and chuckled at him. She seemed proud of her actions. "Yi Futian," called a voice from outside. It was Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian was upset to be interrupted at this moment. "I'm sleeping," he replied. "Yi Futian, hurry out," she continued to shout from outside his room. Yi Futian reluctantly stood up. What did this girl want from him? "Hua Jieyu, are you here?" Another voice rang out from outside. Hua Jieyu froze. Then she began to panic. She looked at Yi Futian and began to straighten out her hair and put on her outerwear. "Who is that?" Yi Futian whispered to Hua Jieyu. "My mother," Hua Jieyu replied in the softest manner. Yi Futian turned to stone and jumped when he processed what she had just said. Oh no, this was bad. Moments later, the two of them left the room. Outside they saw a few people. Headmaster Yixiang was also here. He stood not far away from the rest. Standing in front of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu was a beautiful woman. She looked to be around 30 years old. Her whole being radiated elegance. One look at her and Yi Futian knew who she was. No wonder Hua Jieyu looked the way she did. This woman in front of him must have been an extreme beauty in her youth. Her beauty plus Hua Fengliu's good looks. It was no surprise that their daughter was such a beauty. To this day, Yi Futian had not found a man whose looks could compare to that of Hua Fengliu, other than himself. "Mother," Hua Jieyu spoke softly. Yi Futian glared at Yi Qingxian. Why hadn't she notified him earlier? "Mistress," Yi Futian greeted the beautiful woman in front of him. Nanda Wanyin eyed her daughter's messy hair, then looked at Yi Futian. It was difficult to determine her thoughts through her eyes because they remained emotionless. To Yi Futian it was like waiting to be sentenced. To his master's wife, Fox's mother, Yi Futian could not act out no matter how arrogant he was. "Qingxian, let's go," Yixiang called out to his daughter. Yi Qingxian and Yu Shangbother nodded and left with the headmaster. The only people left standing outside were Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Nanda Wanyin and Nanda Wanshan, who stood behind his sister. "How is your master doing?" Nanda Wanyin suddenly opened her mouth to speak. She didn't question Yi Futian about what happened in the room but instead asked about Hua Fengliu. Her voice was crisp and comfortable. "Master is doing well in the Guqin gardens. He just misses you, Mistress," answered Yi Futian. He has Tang Lan to take care of him. So of course he's doing well, said Nanda Wanine. She sounded so calm. Yi Futian could feel sweat drip down his forehead. Was this how all jealous women acted? Master initially had no intentions of staying, but now that it is inconvenient for him to move around by himself, he needs someone to take care of him. Plus, Miss Tang Lan was very adamant about him staying, so he had no choice but to accept her offer. The first day we arrived in the city of Donghai, Master brought me to the Nanda Palace. He pointed at the inside and told me that Masteress lived there and that he wanted to go in to see you, Yi Futian explained. Nanda Wanine observed Yi Futian for a while, and from the look in his eyes, she decided that he did not seem to be lying. After that, Yi Futian noticed that the look in her eyes had softened. Nanda Wanine looked at Hua Jieyu and asked her, "You like him?" "Yes," nodded Hua Jieyu. "Your father and I were the same in our youth, but you know how that ended. If something happens in the future, will you regret this?" Nanda Wanine asked her daughter. The young woman shook her head. "Silly child." Nanda Wanine's voice was soft and gentle. She sighed and turned to Yi Futian. "You took advantage of the challenge against the school of the Emperor Star to announce your relationship with Hua Jieyu. Did you do it on purpose so the Nanda family would see?" "Masteress, I had no other choice. Even if I didn't admit it, the Nanda family probably already guessed as much," Yi Futian answered. "You're even more arrogant than your master," said Nanda Wanine. "I'm taking Jieyu home." "Mother." Hua Jieyu looked at her mother. Nanda Wanine ignored her and continued to look at Yi Futian. "Come to our place for a visit tomorrow." Yi Futian was frozen in shock upon hearing her words. Quickly he broke out into a smile. "Thank you, Masteress." Hua Jieyu was just as surprised. It seemed like her mother did not object to their relationship. "Hey kid, you're pretty gifted," Nanda Wanshan said suddenly. He walked closer to the three and smiled at Yi Futian. "Senior, was it you who tried to warn me that day at the Luo Palace?" asked Yi Futian. After eliminating the chance that it was Vice Headmaster Han Mo of the Emperor Star School, Yi Futian always wondered who could have possibly warned him that day. Seeing Nanda Wanshan now, he had a realization. "Why? Have you antagonized everyone in the Nanda family?" "I'm Hua Jieyu's blood uncle," Nanda Wanshan said while staring at Yi Futian. "Oh." Yi Futian held in a smile and nodded his head. Then he said rather loudly, "Greetings, uncle." "Shameless." Nanda Wanshan reprimanded him jokingly. Afterward, the Nanda siblings led Hua Jieyu away. As they were leaving, Hua Jieyu kept looking back at Yi Futian. She did not want to leave him. Chapter 82. After Hua Jieyu left, Yi Xiang and the others returned to the yard. After Hua Jieyu left, Yi Xiang and the others returned to the yard. "Going to Nanda tomorrow?" Yi Xiang asked. "Were you eavesdropping?" Yi Futian looked up in shock and asked. "You were speaking so loudly." "There was no need to eavesdrop," Yi Xiang said indifferently. Yi Futian made a face at this. "I'll take you there tomorrow," Yi Xiang said. Yi Futian finally smiled. "Headmaster, you really do see me as a disciple. Don't overthink. Your master stole one of my students who still won't return to the right path. Yu Sheng listens to you too, so you have to live well for now," Yi Xiang said and then left. Yi Futian was speechless. He knew that Yi Xiang thought highly of him but refused to admit it. He had a bad temper as well. Thankfully, Yi Futian was not his son-in-law. "You're really going?" Yi Qingxian asked, looking at him. She felt like it would lead to trouble. "Even Masteress told me to go. She won't try to hurt me. Anyway, I have ministers' was decree too. Even if the Nanda clan wants to kill me, they won't do it inside their home and your father will protect me on the way. Nothing bad will happen." Yi Futian was very clear. Minister Zhua had said that he was favored by the ruler of Nandu Nation. Minister Hua controlled the military but was equal to him. Even though he was kind to Yi Futian, someone so powerful was definitely intimidating. When he came to Donghai Academy last time, the big figures of the 7 schools all had to bow down to him. "Then be careful," Yi Qingxian told him. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. Yu Sheng said, "I'm going with you. I'm going to go see my girl." "What are you going for?" "Stay here and look after your own girl." Yi Futian glared at him. Yu Sheng glanced at Yi Qingxian. He scratched his head and said, Oh! When Yi Futian said girl, Yi Qingxian saw that Yu Sheng glanced at her. She blushed and ran away. Yu Sheng, it seems like you've got everything down. Nice. Yi Futian looked at his friend, laughing. No. Yu Sheng smiled a little and turned away. Looking at his backside, Yi Futian smiled. He couldn't believe this guy knew how to be shy. The next day, he arrived at the Nanda clan. This was a lord mansion with centuries of history. It felt somber. Centuries ago, the pioneer of Nandu nation had walked out of here. He was a true king, but after him, none of the Nanda descendants could rival him in glory, and they finally lost the throne. Two figures appeared outside. Yi Xiang personally saw Yi Futian to the gate and he said, I will wait for you outside. As the headmaster of the school of the finance star, he had nothing to do with the Nanda clan, so he clearly could not go in. He only came because he was worried Yi Futian would run into danger on the way. He no longer had to worry after Yi Futian stepped into Nandu's territory. Yi Futian nodded lightly and walked forward. He gazed at the mansion, feeling butterflies in his stomach. The first day he arrived at Donghai City, his teacher had brought him here and told him he must conquer it in the future. He had to help Hua Fenglu enter confidently to bring his wife out. However, neither of them expected that he would become involved with the clan so early due to his relationship with Hua Jieyu. Smiling, Yi Futian lifted his feet and walked toward the mansion. The guards seemed to know who he was. They let him enter without stopping him. The path led straight into the mansion. Yi Futian advanced forward. Figures flashed in the mansion, seemingly to go report his entrance. After a short while, Yi Futian realized that there were many people around him. They were all young and glared at Yi Futian with animosity. Some were also curious. They all knew that this guy before them was the disciple of the Qin devil. His teacher had snatched Nanda Wanyin. Now he had snatched Hua Jieyu, the most skilled woman of the Nanda clan, unmatchable in both talent and beauty. Under this situation, even if they knew how brilliant Yi Futian was, many of the Nanda clan still hated him. Of course, some girls also thought deep down that he truly was handsome. Hua Jieyu probably didn't like him just for his talent. In the mansion, a beautiful figure ran over. Seeing Yi Futian, her eyes brightened. She stopped before Yi Futian and said softly, You're here. Yeah. Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly as well. She reached out and took Yi Futian's hand. She was telling the Nanda clan her attitude and determination. Yi Futian was touched. He knew how much courage the action required. He grasped the hand tightly and they walked forward together. This scene made many uncomfortable and unhappy. This bastard, they thought, he's holding hands with our most talented woman. It was not just the younger generation either. As they walked forward, many seniors looked unhappy as well. However, no one stopped them. Apparently, they had already walked hand in hand at the school of the Emperor's Star. Stopping them now was meaningless. They would let the clan leader decide. Hua Jieyu brought Yi Futian to a courtyard. Nanda Wanyin and Nanda Wenshan were both there. They had prepared a meal. It was clear that inviting Yi Futian today was Nanda Wanyin's idea. Masterous uncle, Yi Futian greeted them. Come sit down, Nanda Wenshan said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded. He and Hua Jieyu sat before the table. I heard that they all know now? Nanda Wanyin asked Hua Jieyu. Yes. The way here was filled with people. Hua Jieyu nodded lightly. Let's eat, Nanda Wanyin said. Her motive was just that. Invite Yi Futian here to express her attitude. In the past, she had been forcefully separate from Hua Fenglu. Now, her daughter was about to step onto the same path, but she hoped the ending would be different. Hua Jieyu put some food onto Yi Futian's plate. Yi Futian smiled warmly and tasted the food. Then he looked up at Nanda Wanyin and said, Your cooking is so good. Nanda Wanyin glanced at Yi Futian. She said, I heard from Jieyu that her father really likes you. After seeing you, I understand why. You two are the same type of person. Perhaps he sees himself in you. Nanda Wenshan smiled too. He said, Indeed, he and Fenglu both have faces that women can't reject. No wonder both Jieyu and her mother have fallen so hard. Professor is much better than me, Yi Futian said, lying against his conscience. He had to preserve Hua Fenglu's ego before his wife. No, you're wilder than he was, Nanda Wanyin said. The boy was not even 17 years old, and yet, he had already announced to the entire academy that Hua Jieyu was his. This was not something an average person would do. When he knew how talented her daughter was, the average person would be intimidated, but instead, Yi Futian had called her his. He had even killed the prodigy of the school of the Emperor Star in front of everyone. His talent is better too, Nanda Wenshan added. Yi Futian, thank you. Yi Futian glanced up in shock. You don't know how Wenyin had been living these years, Wenshan said with a smile. She's like a zombie every day. When she heard that Hua Fenglu had returned to Donghai City, she finally came back to life. After seeing you at the Luo Palace, I guess that you have a special relationship with Jieyu. I told her and she started paying attention to you. Yesterday was the first time she stepped out of the mansion all these years. Yi Futian gazed at Nandu Wenyin. He could guess how deep her relationship with Hua Fenglu was. Mistress, I'll treat Fox well in the future. I'll have my master come get you too, Yi Futian said. Where did you get the nickname Fox from? Nandu Wenyin glared. Yi Futian chuckled awkwardly. Hua Jieyu also glared at him and said, Mother, the first time this mean guy saw me was when I first entered Qingzhou Academy. He said that this doll looks so sinful at 12 years old that I'll definitely become a fox in a few years. The two Nanda siblings were taken aback. Nanda Wenshan smiled after a while and said, You were already so inappropriate at 12. You truly are better than your professor. I wasn't wrong, Yi Futian muttered awkwardly. He gave Hua Jieyu a look. The girl smiled at him mischievously. Wenyin, I heard you're better now. A voice traveled from outside the courtyard. Then they could hear various footsteps walk toward here. Nanda Wenyin looked in that direction. After a bit, a group of people came in. At the head was the clan leader, Nandu Tai. Nanda Ku stood beside him. He studied Yi Futian with a sharp expression. Uncle. Nanda Wenshan rose and greeted him. Nanda Tai nodded. He scanned Yi Futian and said with a smile, You must be Yi Futian, Hua Fengliu's disciple. Greetings, senior. Yi Futian stood up and said, No matter what, he could not be impolite. The heroes come from the youths. I heard that you are unrivaled at the school of the Emperor Star, and are even favored by Minister Zhua. You have surpassed your master, Nanda Tai said with a smile. Do not mind the grudges of the past generation. I heard that Hua Fenglu isn't well these days. If there's the chance, please tell him to come visit. You and Jieyu are good friends, so you can come visit in the future as well. I'm sure Wenyin will like it. Yi Futian was a little shocked. How could the Nanda clan be so agreeable? But also, what did he mean by saying Yi Futian and Jieyu were good friends? Uncle, Nanda Wenyin stood up and said to Nanda Tai. Jieyu is almost 17 now and has someone she likes. They are both in love. I am planning on betrothing Jieyu to Futian and arranging this marriage. Uncle, what do you think? Chapter 83. Upon hearing these words, Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian both looked at Nanda Wenyin in surprise. Upon hearing these words, Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian both looked at Nanda Wenyin in surprise. Mistress wants to betroth Hua Jieyu to me. Yi Futian's heart warmed at the thought of this. Today was only his second encounter with Nanda Wenyin, but he also understood that the main reasons behind her decision were because of Hua Fenglu as well as Hua Jieyu's feelings for himself. Yi Futian's gifts did not play an important role in Nanda Wenin's decision-making. Nanda Wenshan was also shocked but recovered quickly because he understood that his sister had been living with the regrets of her past and did not wish for her daughter to go down the same path. Now that Yi Futian revealed that he was highly capable and even had Minister Zhua on his side, the Nanda clan would definitely take Yi Futian into consideration for Hua Jieyu. Nanda Wenin wanted to take this opportunity to get their betrothal settled in case anything changed in the future. When she extended her invitation to Yi Futian the day before, she had already made up her mind. Nanda Tai and the rest stared at Nanda Wenin collectively. Someone spoke. Wenin, don't you think you're making a rash decision? It's true that he presented his capabilities at Donghai Academy, but what of it? It could simply mean that the people of the school of the Emperor Star are too weak. There are tons of highly gifted young men within the Nanda clan. Why should we allow Hugh Jieyu to be betrothed to him? Asked another person. Everyone took their turn in making comments on the subject. Many people had a thing or two to say in disapproval of betrothing the most outstanding young woman of the Nanda clan to the disciple of the Guqin devil. Wenin, you heard the people. Jeyu is still young, there is no rush to make such a decision, said Nandutai. I'm simply saying they should be engaged. I wasn't suggesting that they should be married right away, replied Nanda Wenin. She stood firm on her decision. To be honest, it would not be strange for a girl of Hua Jeyu's age to be married anyway. This is still too hasty, said Nandutai, shaking his head. Jeyu's father is Futian's master, so obviously he would not object. I am Jeyu's mother and I also support this. Jeyu and Futian are dedicated to each other and are deeply in love. So why is this a hasty decision? Questioned Nandu Wenin. She did not sound too happy. Nandutai's expression darkened. He stared at Nandu Wenin and said, So what you're saying is, Hua Jeyu's marriage has nothing to do with the Nanda clan? Nandu Wenin retorted. And what uncle is insinuating is that Jeyu's marriage should be decided by the Nanda clan and has nothing to do with me, her own mother? In the past, because my parents have already passed, uncle made decisions for me. Now, even though I'm still well and alive, uncle wants to make decisions for my daughter? Nandu Wenin knew a thing or two about the clan's plan on setting her up in a marriage of convenience all those years ago. She was not going to allow them to do the same to her daughter. Wenin, you're out of line, an elder reprimanded. Is this the attitude you use when speaking to the clan leader? Miss Wenin, is it simply because he is the disciple of the Guqin devil? Asked Nandaku. Are you trying to have your daughter fulfill the dreams you were unable to? Yi Futian looked at Nandaku. This was the man who stalked Hua Jieyu to the Guqin gardens. He had also told Yi Futian that he could not be compared to the art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu. Watch your mouth. This is not a place for you to speak, Nanda Wenin said to Nandaku. I understand that Miss Wenin is of nobility. You carry the blood of your ancestors. You have inherited the royal bloodline. The same can be said for Miss Jieyu. It is because of this that her marriage cannot be determined so hastily. Even though the Guqin devil's disciple is incredibly gifted, it doesn't mean anything. There are tons of genius cultivators out there. There are many just in the Nanda clan, but it seems that Miss Wenin never took that into consideration, said Nandaku. Realization flashed through Yi Futian's eyes. From Nandaku's words, Yi Futian predicted that Nandu Wenin was the direct descendant of the person who established the Nandu nation. To say that they have inherited the royal bloodline meant that Nandu Wenin and Hua Jieyu were actually the princesses of the Nanda clan. What you said is correct. The battle at Donghai Academy doesn't mean anything. I am willing to test his true abilities. At this moment, a member of the Nanda clan stepped forward. The young man looked at Yi Futian. How does a battle sound? Yi Futian glanced at the young man and chose to ignore him. What do you mean by this? The young man glared at Yi Futian. Step down, ordered Nandutai. The young man retreated into the group. Nandutai spoke again. Wenin, it is exactly because your parents left you at an early age that I was forced to take over as the clan leader. I have the responsibility to take care of you guys. I know that you hold a grudge against me for what happened in the past, but we can't change what has already happened. I am willing to let go of the past and might even think about allowing you to reunite with Hua Fenglu in a couple of years. But regarding Jeiyu's marriage, will you allow me to make the decision? You're only now considering Hua Fenglu? Asked Nanda Wenin. Her demeanor was cold. Hua Jieyu was incredibly gifted and carried the hopes and dreams of the entire Nanda clan. Plus, Yi Futian, who was the Guqin devil's disciple, also possessed incredible gifts. He also had ministers to back him up. Nandutai had to know that some things could not be changed. Some things are inevitable. The only way future events could be altered is if Nandutai broke off relations with Hua Jieyu, and at the same time, had Yi Futian killed. However, it was obvious that Nandutai could not do either of these things. I will make the decisions regarding Hua Jieyu's marriage. Nandu Wenin was not going to give up. She was not going to let the clan sacrifice her daughter as they had done to her. How presumptuous! Yelled Nandutai. More and more people of the Nanda clan gathered behind their leader. At this moment, Yi Futian realized how lonely Hua Jieyu and her family were among the huge Nanda clan. Their family used to be the most distinguished bloodline but was now the most isolated. Mistress, Maybe we should give the clan leader a little more time to think about this matter. Jieyu and I aren't in a rush, Yi Futian spoke. In this situation, it was not a good idea for Nandu Wanin to go against the entire clan. What Yi Futian needed was time. Nandu Wanin averted her attention to Yi Futian. He bowed to her and said, Masteress Jieyu, I'm going to leave now. I'll come visit again when I get the chance. He then turned to Nandu Tai and the rest of the group. Excuse me. Yi Futian began to make his way out. The clan made way for him. One of the younger clan members mocked Yi Futian. He's probably just afraid to lose. He won't live up to his reputation. I heard that he does what he wants at the academy, but looking at him now he doesn't look all that mighty, someone else chimed in. Yi Futian smiled but chose to ignore them. Fighting someone from the Nanda clan would only add fuel to the fire. After Yi Futian left, Nandu Wanin and Nandu Tai were still in a standoff. Wanin, I think you should take some time to cool your head, said Nandu Tai. There's no need. This is my final decision. I'm not going to have a change of heart, she replied calmly. Talk some sense into your younger sister, Nandu Tai said to Nandu Wanshan. Then he turned to leave. The crowd dispersed. As Yi Futian made his way to the exit of the Nanda Palace, people either challenged him to battle or insulted him. Everyone had an opinion about Yi Futian. He ignored all of them and left with Yi Xiang. After Nandu Tai led the crowd away, Nandu Wanin frowned and said quietly, In the past, he tried to use me to get close to Minister Hua, but now even though Yi Futian is in Minister's was good graces, he won't let Hua Jiyu marry him. Is it purely because he is Hua Fengliu's disciple? Nandu Wanshan also frowned. There did seem to be some contradicting points in Nandu Tai's decision. Mother, there is something that I forgot to tell you, said Hua Jiyu. The other day, the clan leader invited ministers over to tell me my fortune. The minister agreed to his request and said that I was destined to be an empress. Tell your fortune? Nandu Wanshan was shocked. Minister Zhua is an astrologer? Yes. Hua Jiyu nodded her head. Nandu Wanin stood frozen in place. She then turned to her brother and asked, What do you think of this? So this was the reason why His Majesty has such great trust in Minister Zhua, Nandu Wanshan murmured to himself. I once read an ancient text about astrologers. They are extremely rare and possess the ability to tell a person's fortune. However, this ability is highly dependent on the astrologer's own powers. Based on Minister Zhua's powers by Empress, he could have meant a title of courtesy or a queen. Besides, astrologers can tell fortunes but cannot see the future. A told fortune can be changed. What Nandu Wanshan did not know was that Minister Zhua did have doubts on the day he told Hua Jiu's fortune. However, he only told her that she was destined to be an empress after she had asked about Yi Futian. In reality, the fortune Hua Jiu was told consisted of a biased prediction from Minister Zhua. Hua Jiu nodded. She also believed that her fortune could be changed. After Yi Futian returned to Donghai Academy, he put himself on lockdown to focus on cultivating. Even after he had demonstrated his gifts and also brought out the decree of the minister, the Nandu family clan was still conflicted on allowing him to be with Hua Jiu. Since things have come to this, the only thing Yi Futian could do was to become even stronger. He was going to become so powerful that he wouldn't even need to seek the clan's approval. When spring arrived next year, he would head to Nandu Nation's imperial city and attend the Tingfeng banquet with Hua Jiu. They were going to heal Hua Fenglu. The days passed, but Yi Futian has not set foot outside of the school of the finance star. His powers were increasing day by day. Meanwhile, Donghai Academy had actually become more peaceful since Yi Futian's battle. The schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star stopped picking fights with the school of the Finance Star. That day, the two schools were completely humiliated by Yi Futian. They did not have the nerve to look for trouble at the Finance Star school anymore. However, everyone in Donghai Academy already knew that the school of the Emperor Star was not going to let this go so easily. Perhaps this was the peace before the storm. Countless rumors circulated around the campus. They said that the school of the Emperor Star wanted to control all of Donghai Academy, and that the 7 schools were no longer going to stand together. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. It has almost been 1 year since Yi Futian arrived in the city of Donghai. He has already broken into the 6-starred glory plane in both martial arts and the art of sorcery. But Yi Futian did not slow down his pace in cultivation. The glory plane was still too weak for the Nandu nation standards. He hoped that he would be able to reach the Dharma plane quickly and be able to find his place in the Nandu nation. While Yi Futian cultivated quietly, all officials from the schools of the Emperor Star and the Finance Star arrived at the entrance of Donghai Academy, including the 2 headmasters. Everyone at the academy was frantically trying to guess who they were welcoming. What kind of people would warrant such a big welcome? Finally, a group of people traveling on beasts arrived. This scene was even more powerful and shocking than the time ministers were arrived. Chapter 84. The group of figures who descended in Donghai Academy had a strong presence. At the front were a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man wore a silvery white robe that dazzled. His eyes were spirited and filled with an imposing manner when he scanned the crowd. He was like an important figure who could sentence others to death at a whim. He was awe-inspiring just standing there. The youth had an even more impressive aura. His eyes were like stars and there was a sharpness to him as if no one could get in his way. The group of figures who descended in Donghai Academy had a strong presence. At the front were a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man wore a silvery white robe that dazzled. His eyes were spirited and filled with an imposing manner when he scanned the crowd. He was like an important figure who could sentence others to death at a whim. He was awe-inspiring just standing there. The youth had an even more impressive aura. His eyes were like stars and there was a sharpness to him as if no one could get in his way. Minister Hua. Everyone greeted and bowed. Even the headmasters of the School of the Emperor Star and School of the Treasury Star bowed. The middle-aged man was Minister Hua of the Nanda Kingdom. He looked at everyone with his imposing gaze. Then he pointed at the youth and said, "This is His Highness the Crown Prince." Everyone's heart shuddered. They had felt something when they saw how extraordinary the youth was. Hearing Minister Hua, they realized that this was the legendary Crown Prince of Nanda Kingdom. The emperor had many children but he had chosen his heir early on. No prince could fight with Luo Junlin for the throne. His name was Junlin. It meant that the king would rule over the world. This seemed like a disrespectful name but it had been given by the emperor personally. One could see how much the emperor liked this prince. Everyone in Nanda Kingdom knew that Luo Junlin would be the next ruler. No one doubted this. Crown Prince. Everyone greeted and bowed reverently. No one expected that the Crown Prince would come with Minister Hua. If that was the case, everything was determined already. Luo Junlin nodded casually. He strode forward and the men of the 2 schools made way for him. "Junior, let's go." Minister Hua walked up and said to the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star. "Senior, after you," the headmaster said politely. Then the group entered Donghai Academy. News of Crown Prince Luo Junlin's arrival quickly spread throughout the academy. The powerful students of all 7 schools went to meet him. The School of the Finance Star had conflicts with the Emperor Star but Yixiang went too. He was only a headmaster after all, and had to greet the Crown Prince and Minister Hua. It caused a ripple through Donghai Academy. After the peace and quiet of the past days, had the storm finally come? The School of the Emperor Star and School of the Treasury Star had been low-key these past months. It seemed that they'd been waiting for this step and had planned this early on. All the headmasters left the School of the Emperor Star after bowing to the Crown Prince and returned to their own schools. Then another news spread throughout the academy. Minister Hua had said that he wanted to see the cultivation progress of the students. He ordered Donghai Academy to hold an assembly of the 7 schools 3 days later. He and the Crown Prince would observe it. This news caused an uproar in Donghai Academy. Everyone could feel that there was an ulterior motive behind the assembly. It might have something to do with the recent rumors. The School of the Emperor Star was unsatisfied with all 7 schools being equals. In the School of the Finance Star, Yi Futian was practicing his instrument in his courtyard. Not only would the piece help his musicality, it also cultivated his mind. He had locked himself up these past months to cultivate without disturbances. Now Yixiang came over. When Yi Futian finished the piece, he looked up and saw that Yixiang had furrowed brows. He asked, "Headmaster, did something happen?" "Yes." Yixiang nodded. The school of the finance star might not exist anymore. Yi Futian stared, but the man continued. Minister Hua and the Crown Prince came to Donghai Academy earlier. They went directly to the school of the Emperor's Star and ordered that we hold an assembly in 3 days. With Minister Hua and Luo Junlin's support, no one can stop the changes in the academy. What do you plan to do? Yi Futian didn't try comforting him. Since Yi Xiang said this, it meant that he was powerless. Donghai Academy's 7 schools were created to be different clans, Yi Xiang said. However, this is less and less clear. Now they are all becoming like true schools. The school of the finance star is especially like this, but the school of the Emperor Star seems to want to return to clans. If this is the case, I naturally will not stay. I'm telling you this because if the Emperor Star takes control, you would be unable to stay as well. But if you leave, Han Mo might deal with you. Yi Futian understood this. He'd wanted to cultivate quietly and go to the Imperial City next spring. He didn't expect this sudden change of Donghai Academy. It's okay. I have you and ministers was minister decree. There's nothing to be scared of. As long as I don't look for trouble, Minister Hua can't hurt me himself, right? Yi Futian chuckled. Minister Hua wouldn't ruin the relationship with Minister Zhou without a reason. You're clever. Cultivate here and do not worry about the assembly. Don't participate either, Yi Xiang advised. Yi Futian nodded. He knew that the assembly was not the time for him to show off. News of the assembly of the 7 schools spread throughout Donghai Academy using the shortest time possible. Then it even spread towards Donghai City with terrifying speed. Even many big figures of Donghai City were invited. The school of the Emperor Star stated that they welcomed everyone to come as spectators. This showed the citizens that something big would happen in Donghai Academy. Excitement bubbled through the city. Countless people discussed the event on the streets and in taverns, talking about the legendary Crown Prince. Many wanted to see with their own eyes how amazing the Crown Prince was. Apparently, he had already reached the pinnacle of Dharma and had unparalleled talent. There were also rumors that he had twin spirits and no one in Nandu could beat him. He was born to be king, destined to be king. None of the other princes even had the courage to compete with him. They could only try to become close to him and be a lord in the future. No one dared to have any other thoughts unless they wanted to die. One could imagine the furor if someone like him came to Donghai City. The 3 days passed in a blink. That day the sun shone brightly. Countless people from Donghai City gathered outside the academy to watch the assembly. The big figures had all arrived. Many of them had brought their children too, especially daughters. The reason went without saying. Though the possibility was low, they could become the empress in the future if they caught the crown prince's eyes. He didn't have a wife yet. Lin Xie came too with her father. Stepping into Donghai Academy, she studied the place. He was cultivating here and she wondered how he was doing. Lin Xie didn't know about all the things that had happened. Yi Futian was now infamous in Donghai Academy, but his fame was restricted to the academy. Unless they were like the Nanda clan who knew from paying attention to Hua Jieyu, no one knew what had happened. The important figures of Donghai City wouldn't care about a youth of the academy. Are you thinking of him? Xiaohe smiled and asked. Shut up. Lin Xie glared with her pretty eyes. He was so handsome at the Luo Palace. Xiaohe chuckled while Lin Xie just smiled and nodded. The youth's performance at the Luo Palace was truly eye-catching. Zhou Mu is also cultivating here. I wonder if they'll run into each other, Xiaohe said. Zhou Mu, Lin Xie murmured. She wondered if he could defeat Zhou Mu now. But no matter how they are, they can't be compared to the crown prince. You're so pretty. Do you think he'll notice you? Xiaohe continued. Lin Xie ignored her. She hurried to catch up with her father and continued into the academy. In the other direction, Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi were with their father Mu Hong. The man smiled and said, No wonder Donghai Academy is the home of geniuses and talents. It's filled with vitality. How have you two been performing? Pretty good. We're still working hard, Mu Yunqing answered. Good. Mu Hong nodded. The crown prince himself is here today. If you have the chance, you too must perform well. Yes, Mu Yunyi said. However, the two siblings looked uncomfortable. Their experiences that year had actually been horrible. It was all due to someone, but they were too embarrassed to tell their father. Back in the day, this academy had many impressive figures. The art saint, the Qin devil, and I all came from here. Feeling nostalgic, Mu Hong smiled, saying, the art saint is now renowned in Donghai City while the Qin devil is disabled. I wonder where he is now and how his disciple is. Thinking of how the Qin devil had wanted to bring his disciple to him, he smirked. Today was the gathering of the heroes. People like the art saint were high above while the Qin devil was nowhere to be seen. It was a different scene in the school of the Emperor's Star. Chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Xiaofeng, knelt on the floor while Minister Hua and the Crown Prince sat before him. Usually Xiaofeng would not be like this. However, he was in trouble now and only Minister Hua could save him. Why does ministers will want to kill your son? Minister Hua asked. Because of the Qin devil's disciple, Xiaofeng cried. Back in the day, the art saint had powerfully destroyed the Qin devil's life spirit. Now, his disciple has returned. He is violent and aggressive, looking down on everyone. Ministers will wishes to punish and kill my son Xiaofan, because he has a conflict with Yi Futian. He vaguely knew the relationship between the art saint and Minister Hua, so he knew what to say. Valued by Minister Zhua, possesses the minister decree, and killed a student of the school of the Emperor's Star. I'd like to see him, Crown Prince Luo Junlin said. Minister Hua said, you will see him at the assembly. Yes. Luo Junlin nodded. He stood up and said, let's go. Chapter 85. The halls of the 7 schools emptied as everyone gathered at the central square of the main Donghai Academy campus. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were not among them. They remained in their dorm. The halls of the 7 schools emptied as everyone gathered at the central square of the main Donghai Academy campus. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were not among them. They remained in their dorm. Just then Headmaster Yixiang arrived. He was not alone. Behind him several people followed. Yi Futian was surprised at the sight but quickly recovered. He walked up to the group with a smile. Master Ms. Tang Lan, what are you guys doing here? Tang Wan relayed your message to me. Things are about to change drastically at Donghai Academy. We came because we were curious what will become of the academy, answered Tang Lan. Yi Futian had asked Tang Wan to help relay Headmaster Yixiang's message to Tang Lan. Tang Lan looked over at Yu Sheng. So you're my junior brother now. Yu Sheng smiled shyly and greeted her. Senior sister. Something felt wrong to Yi Futian. Our relationship has gotten so complicated. Doesn't this mean that Yu Sheng is technically my senior? This won't do. Forget about that. Tang Lan stared at Yi Futian. I heard you've been really cocky since you started attending the academy. You crashed the party at the Luo Palace, beat up Zhou as well as students from the Emperor's Star School. You even went to the Nandu Palace. Daring fellow. Yi Futian chuckled. It was only a given that Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan kept tabs on everything that happened at Donghai Academy. Did you see your masteress? Hua Fenglu asked. Yes, I did, master. Masteress hasn't forgotten about you, said Yi Futian. After he replied, he felt a chill. He turned to see Tang Lan smiling at him. He shut his mouth immediately. Life was so hard. I'm going to go see your grandmaster, said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian glanced at Yixiang and heard him say, the assembly of the 7 schools is about to begin. I have to head over now, but I'm sure the school of the Emperor's Star is already empty. You can take your master there. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. He stepped forward to put Hua Fenglu on his back. Wind sorcery surrounded and carried them into the sky. In the air, Hua Fenglu questioned Yi Futian again. Your masteress, is she doing well? Yeah, she just misses you. After meeting me, she said that you have a good eye to pick such an outstanding disciple. Yi Futian replied with a smile. He did not tell Hua Fenglu what Nandu Wenshan had told him. If Hua Fenglu knew that Nandu Wenin spent the past years like a living corpse, he would definitely be very upset. You've become more thick-skinned in our time apart. Your mistress didn't kick you out the door for acting this way? Hua Fenglu made a light-hearted joke. He was already used to Yi Futian's shamelessness. Something like that could never happen. Before I left, Mistress even said she would betroth Hua Jieyu to me, said Yi Futian. Really? Asked Hua Fenglu. Master, do you think I would joke about this matter? Hua Fenglu laughed. I believe you. Love me, love my dog. It seems that her feelings for me have remained unchanged. What do you mean, love me, love my dog? Master's fondness for me has nothing to do with you. It's because I'm such an outstanding man. What a narcissist you are. Yi Futian had no words for how thick-skinned Hua Fenglu was. Love me, love my dog. Oh please. Shouldn't you already know how narcissistic I can get? Asked Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian could only admit defeat. He said, Master, I don't think I can ever surpass you in this aspect. By this aspect Yi Futian meant narcissism. Don't underestimate yourself like this. You were able to defeat Zhou Mu, which means that I made the right choice to take you on as my disciple. I do have a good eye. Hua Fenglu laughed softly. It's not easy to get a compliment out of you. So, does this mean you're happy I beat up Zhou Mu? Chuckled Yi Futian. Very happy, answered Hua Fenglu. A huge smile broke out on Yi Futian's face. Although he has yet to make any progress on healing Hua Fenglu, Yi Futian was happy to do at least this much for his master. When Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu reached Elder Qin's residence within the school of the Emperor Star, they could hear the sound of a guqin. He was playing the guqin by himself. Although all 10 of his fingers were calloused, his movements were accurate and clean. The white-haired elder exuded an elegance. Elder Qin did not seem to have noticed them. He continued to play peacefully, completely immersed in the music. The sound of the guqin was gentle and peaceful. Elder Qin stopped stroking the chords and ended his performance. Only then did he turn his attention over to his visitors. He smiled when he saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Fenglu, you're here, he said. His smile was kind. With Yi Futian supporting him, Hua Fenglu bent his knees and kneeled down on the ground. His began to bow to Elder Qin. His head met the ground harshly. When Hua Fenglu lifted his head, his eyes were red. In a raspy voice he said, I have been unfilial to you, master. It has taken me too long to come see you. Hua Fenglu thought back to when he first met his master. Elder Qin used to be so full of life and energy. Even when he had left, the older male did not look as worn as he did now. Hua Fenglu would never have thought that his master would have aged so much when they met again. It seemed that Elder Qin was closing in on the end of his life. Hua Fenglu, get up. Elder Qin sounded very stern. Hua Fenglu bowed once more before allowing Yi Futian to help him up. Following that, Hua Fenglu said, Master, I have let you down. I am already satisfied to be able to see my disciple again before I die. There is no need to speak of such things, said Elder Qin. He was smiling again. Besides, I am very fond of Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. These two youngsters are both very good. Yi Futian is even more gifted than you. Hua Fenglu laughed. This rascal's gifts are all right, but he is too mischievous. I hope he didn't do anything to offend you, master. There's no way. His personality is better than yours, replied Elder Qin. He looked at Yi Futian and smiled. He continued. He and Hua Jieyu are well matched. You and Nandu Wanin have to support them. Don't let them walk down the same path as you two. I understand, master. Hua Fenglu nodded. He eyed Yi Futian, who stood off to the side. When Yi Futian sent a proud smile his way, Hua Fenglu gave him an icy glare in return. Futian, called Elder Qin, I am so old now. There are many things I am now unable to do. Regarding your master's injury, I can only count on you. Don't worry, Grandmaster. As long as I'm alive, I will find a way to heal master, said Yi Futian seriously. Silly child, don't talk about the negative things. You'll live a long, happy life, Elder Qin said to Yi Futian. Whatever you say, Grandmaster, said Yi Futian with a smile. You also have to take good care of yourself so you can be a witness for the wedding ceremony when Jieyu and I get married. Yes, yes. He could not stop nodding his head. Elder Qin looked extra happy. Master, you've probably suffered here at the school of the Emperor Star all these years. Why don't you leave with me? Hua Fenglu asked. Oh Fenglu, I've spent more than half my life here. No matter how this place changes, I will always be a part of this school. I already have one leg in the coffin, where else would I go? Elder Qin shook his head with a soft smile on his face. Grandmaster, things at Donghai Academy won't be the same after today. Do you really not want to consider leaving? Yi Futian tried to persuade the elder as well. Hearing his words, Elder Qin looked into the distance. Even though he has not stepped foot outside of the school of the Emperor's Star, he knew what was going on in Donghai Academy. He could not help but sigh. At the same time that the three chatted at the school of the Emperor's Star, everyone was gathered at the central square of the Donghai Academy campus. It was extremely packed as the surrounding observation decks filled up with people. Officials from the 7 schools sat at the center in front of their respective groups, where they stood out the most. Besides them, representatives from the clans of the city of Donghai were also present. Anyone qualified to sit up front with them definitely had an extraordinary background. But it did not matter who they were because at this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused elsewhere. In the direction where the officials of the Emperor's Star School were seated, a figure walked up to the main seat of the assembly. He stood there nonchalantly but exuded the gracefulness of royalty. He took one look into the crowd as if he were overlooking the world. Beside him stood Minister Hua, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star, and Chief Xiaofeng of the East Sea Prefectures. Is that the Crown Prince? He looks like an exceptional young man, born to be emperor. Everyone whispered about Luo Junlin. He possessed an extraordinary aura. An aura so strong it would feel burdensome to get close to him. The people got up one after another and bowed in his direction. Greetings, Crown Prince. Greetings, Minister Zhua. Luo Junlin watched this scene calmly and spoke. Sit. He then turned to take his own seat, and only when was he seated everyone took their seats as well. Everyone knew the young man seated at the center of the square was to become the emperor of the Nandu nation. He was going to control the world. Not only was Luo Junlin a person of great importance, his aura, his looks, and his gifts were also outstanding. Many of the young women watched him closely, seeming to all be expecting something outrageous. The Crown Prince's aura is so much stronger than that of Zhou Mu's, muttered Xiao He. She stood beside Lin Xia and the rest of the Lin family. The Art Saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, had been the most outstanding young man she had ever seen. The Art Saint is over there and so is Zhou Mu, Xiao He continued. She was looking in the direction of Vice Headmaster Han Mo. Standing beside him was the Art Saint and Zhou Mu stood behind his master. However, Lin Xia was looking into the crowd, seemingly in search of something. She could not find the young man she was hoping to see. He was a student of the School of the Finance Star but was not amongst the students seated here. At this moment, seated amongst the officials of the School of the Emperor's Star, Vice Headmaster Han Mo stood up. He walked to a spot up ahead and held both of his arms up to the sky. In a split second everything went quiet. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have blessed the Academy with their presence today. Donghai Academy has not experienced such great honor in its 300-some years of history. I am sure that what happens here today will be recorded in the history books for the people even 1,000 years from now, Han Mo said loudly. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have high hoped for our academy. So we would like to take this chance and have students of each school demonstrate their abilities for them here today. During the assembly of the 7 schools, a light flashed through everyone's eyes. They were all conflicted. All those days ago, before Yi Futian defeated the students from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Treasury Star, they constantly picked fights with students of other schools to exert their dominance. But they never thought that their plans could be ruined by Yi Futian. Presently, the School of the Emperor's School used the Crown Prince and Minister Hua as an excuse to hold this assembly. Their intentions were no secret to everyone. However, to be able to prove oneself's worth in front of the Crown Prince was a one-in-a-lifetime chance. Some people began to explore the idea. After all, it didn't really matter to ordinary students whether or not the 7 schools of Donghai Academy were separated or united. Chapter 86. Han Mo gazed at everyone with a smile. After today, he would control Donghai Academy by himself. Han Mo gazed at everyone with a smile. After today, he would control Donghai Academy by himself. He continued, of course, because there are many disciples of the academy, everyone will have a chance to demonstrate their abilities. I hope that in the future, the accomplished students will grasp this chance to express their talents. Also, since we wish to show the Prince and Minister Hua our true bearing, there is no need to hold back. Being hurt in battle is inevitable. If you wish to show off your talents today, you must be willing to take on the risks. Han Mo's words caused many expressions to slack. In the past, the duels in Donghai Academy would all end before it went too far. Dying or becoming fatally wounded was never allowed to happen. According to Han Mo, the disciples would go all out today. This way, uncontrollable situations may happen. I won't say more. Next, let's give our time to the disciples of the 7 schools of Donghai Academy. Han Mo smiled and returned to his seat. The place instantly became quiet. There was an empty area in the center of the square. It would be the stage where the Donghai disciples showed off their talents. It was also a battlefield. All were quiet. Then, everyone saw a figure walk out from the school of the Emperor Star. Seeing him, everyone grew serious. It was Zhuo Qing, number 1 of the Dharma rank in Donghai Academy. He slowly walked to the center and halted. He looked up in the direction of the school of the Finance Star. Zhuo Qing, School of the Emperor Star, 9-star Glory Plane, challenges any willing Glory Plane disciple of the School of the Finance Star, Zhuo Qing said. Many outsiders did not understand the situation, but the people of Donghai Academy understood immediately. He was taking revenge for what Yi Futian had done. However, Yi Futian was not in the School of the Finance Star crowd. He didn't come today. The others looked uncomfortable. Zhuo Qing was at the highest level of the Glory Plane. There was nothing bragworthy of challenging other Glory Plane disciples. However, he'd used the word any willing, which was a blow to their pride. But barely anyone could beat him at this level. Yusheng moved, wanting to go out. He was now in the 6-star Glory Plane and could fight Zhuo Qing. However, Yixiang stopped him. Yusheng's attacks and strength were no competition for anyone in the Glory Plane, but he still had flaws. Unlike Yi Futian, who learned all sorts of abilities, Zhuo Qing specialized in mind spells and was good at controlling. He could also fly. This was fatal to Yusheng. No matter how strong he was, he might not be able to hit the opponent. Once Yusheng reached the Dharma state, his abilities would evolve. At that time, he would be able to fly and also cultivate sorcery. Is no one taking the challenge? Seeing how there was no action, Zhuo Qing smiled. At this time, someone walked out of the crowd and came before him. Yangteng 9-star Glory Plane, the disciple said. After you. Please. Zhuo Qing smirked. He instantly hovered in the air. His eyes became extremely demonic and he flew toward Yangteng. Yangteng stomped on the ground and stepped forward. He rushed toward Zhuo Qing like lightning and sprang into the air. Zhuo Qing's eyes radiated with horrible sharpness. An invisible mind storm fell upon Yangteng's body, rushing into his brain. Then, he was unable to control himself. His hovering body dropped to the ground. The spectators realized that Zhuo Qing could use extremely powerful mind spells to control others' bodies. They shuddered. However, Yangteng was also powerful. He roared and forcefully shook the mind control away. He landed on the ground gracefully. But then Zhuo Qing landed in the air above him. His demonic eyes stared at Yangteng. At the same time, endless vines fell toward Yangteng. This was the wood element spell Yi Futian had used before the School of the Emperor Star, Lock of 1,000 Vines. The spiritual qi on Yangteng burst forward. He wanted to gather his spell, but the mind storm attacked. He discovered that he could not control the spiritual qi around him, and his spell would not form. With a whoosh, the vines locked down around him, immobilizing him. Zhuo Qing descended slowly. He kept his demonic eyes on the struggling Yangteng. Then Yangteng felt the vine's sharp thorns dig into his body. He cried out from the intense pain. With a snap, the vines stiffened. They snapped his joints and Yangteng's body became deformed. Now he was regretting taking up this challenge. Zhuo Qing was more powerful than what the rumors said. Thud! Zhuo Qing's foot fell before him. The next moment, there was a string of noise and the vines tossed Yangteng in the direction of the School of the Finance Star. The people there caught his body but saw that his limbs were all deformed. He was curled up in extreme pain. Take him to get medical treatment, Yixiang said. He studied Zhuo Qing, whose eyes had returned to normal. Zhuo Qing smiled and said, "Sorry." With that, he returned to the School of the Emperor Star crowd. Many people could feel the coldness. Zhuo Qing had directly disabled a disciple of the School of the Finance Star. He was so cruel. The student of the Emperor Star headmaster is as expected, a clan member praised. They had seen situations like this many times before and were used to it. In the future he will definitely be an important figure of Donghai City, many praised. The headmaster of Emperor Star smiled and said, Zhuqing is not just this. Next year, he will attend His Majesty's Tingfeng banquet. Yes, with Zhuqing's talent he will definitely make a show at the Tingfeng banquet, someone said with a laugh. Everyone was praising Zhuqing. No one ever asked about the defeated one. While everyone was talking, Yushang stepped onto the battlefield. He gazed at the school of the Emperor Star and said coldly, Yushang 6-star glory plane challenges everyone from Emperor Star under the 7-star glory plane. The chattering stopped. Countless eyes studied this burly figure. A 6-star glory plane was challenging everyone from Emperor Star under 7-star? Was he crazy? It's him. Lin Xia's eyes brightened. Yushang was so wild but Yi Futian had not appeared. Isn't that the kid who came to our home with the Qin Devil before? Is his brain okay? Mu Hong from the school of the Flirting Star asked his children, the Mu Yunqing siblings. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yenni's eyes flashed. They thought this guy was so messed up. Back when he was a 5-star glory plane, not even those in the 8-star dared to fight directly with him. Now that he was in the 6-star glory plane, those under 7-star probably wouldn't even be able to break through his defenses. He could sweep the battlefield. Father, he is pretty strong, Mu Yunqing said weakly. Mu Hong nodded and looked back at Yushang. If that was the case he would just watch. Presumptuous. One of our students is enough for you, an elder from the school of the Emperor Star said. Then he ordered a student beside him to fight. That student forced himself forward. His eyes were a bit fearful when he looked at Yushang. Many understood that the school had sent the student to be destroyed. Reality proved them right. When Yushang applied his power, his fist sent the boy flying. Then he tossed the boy in the direction of the school of the Emperor Star. With a menacing cold stare he glared and said, Despicable. With that he returned to his school. He does have some skills. Mu Hong was shocked. The scene seemed odd to him. He asked Mu Yunqing, Is the Qin Devil's disciple also cultivating here? Yes. Mu Yunqing nodded. How is he? Mu Hong asked. His cultivation should be equal to me. Mu Yunqing answered, speaking only of cultivation instead of ability. The battles continued. The outstanding students of all 7 schools came out to display their abilities. However, the spectators all realized that the school of the Finance Star had grudges with many people. The schools of Emperor Star, Treasury Star, and Flirting Star all seemed to target them. It was difficult for the students of the Finance Star. They were constantly challenged and constantly lost. They rarely won and many were treated cruelly. When Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint, came up, the atmosphere was pushed to the peak. Zhou Mu's cultivation had improved. He was now in the 7-star glory plane and challenged the 8-star students of the school of the Finance Star. Good, someone praised. As expected of the art saint inheritor. He can summon beasts through his paintings that are stronger than real demons. He does have the style of the past art saint. There is no other like him, many big figures said. But at this time 2 figures walked into the crowd. Yi Futian carried the Qin Devil and found his school. He pushed through the crowd. Yi Futian was not planning on coming but his teacher wanted to have a look. After this, Donghai Academy would no longer be the academy of the past. Many familiar people would be present today too. Cheers exploded. Yi Futian looked up and saw Zhou Mu had summoned a beast to defeat his opponent. Many spectators glanced at the school of the Finance Star. Their disciples had lost horribly today. Brother Fenglu? At this time someone saw Yi Futian carrying Hua Fenglu toward their school, and immediately called out, Hua Fenglu, the Qin Devil, has appeared. Is that his disciple? Many asked. Yi Futian was speechless. He muttered, Professor, you're too out there. I have a reputation, Hua Fenglu replied nonchalantly. Yi Futian could not argue. Haha, today the art saint's disciple had shown his talents. Coincidentally, Brother Fenglu has appeared with his disciple. They should duel so we can see if Brother Fenglu's disciple can be compared to the art saints. A bright voice sounded. It was Mu Hong. As soon as he finished, many eyes from Donghai Academy turned toward him. They were all shocked and stared at him as if looking at an idiot. How much did he hate the art saint that he wanted to humiliate the man this badly? Chapter 87. The events at the school of the Emperor's Star shocked all of Donghai Academy. There wasn't a single person who did not know about it. The events at the school of the Emperor's Star shocked all of Donghai Academy. There wasn't a single person who did not know about it. Zhou Mu was defeated by Yi Futian in such a humiliating way. His defeat was an equivalent to a slap in the face for the art saint and became a taboo topic amongst the art saint's acquaintances. They were all extremely cautious of their words around him. But now this Mu Hong character dared to bring up the subject in front of all these people. It was obvious how the people of Donghai Academy felt about this. Especially when he said, "Let's see if Brother Fengliu's disciple is a fraction as gifted as the art saint's disciple." How was the art saint supposed to feel about this? Many people were afraid to look at him. They were all afraid that they might catch the art saint's eyes. This idiot! The officials of the Emperor's Star School all glared at Mu Hong. The officials of the School of the Flirting Star were also looking at him. This sucker's son and daughter had been beaten up by Yi Futian. Did he not know of this? Mu Hong noticed all the attention he was getting. He thought to himself, who would have thought that the battle between the art saint and the Guqin devil still had this much influence on people? There should be a lot of people who look forward to a battle between their disciples. It was a pity that Hua Fenglu was so inferior now, going around begging others like a stray dog. It was only natural that his disciple would not amount to the brilliant Zhou Mu. "Father!" His children called to him. Standing behind Mu Hong, Mu Yunqing, and Mu Yunyi were going to be sick. They never expected Yi Futian to show up out of the blue. And never in a million years did they think their father would say such things. There was no way that the art saint and the school of the Emperor's Star were not offended by Mu Hong's words. Even Yi Futian was stunned by Mu Hong. Yi Futian remembered this man vividly. After all, he was the first person that Hua Fenglu introduced him to upon their arrival in the city of Donghai. He could not believe that Mu Hong would say these things in this setting. Looking to the Mu siblings who stood behind their father, he gave them a meaningful smile. Just as he thought, the siblings did not have the guts to complain to Mu Hong. It was probably because they were too embarrassed. "Greetings, senior." Yi Futian suddenly greeted Mu Hong with a smile. He continued, "When I met you I thought that you were a brilliant man and that your children were destined to become the best of the best. I only found out that they were students of the Flirting Star School when I entered the academy. Under your guidance, your children must be very talented." Hua Fenglu blinked a couple of times. He looked at his disciple speechless. Could Yi Futian be more brazen? But why did he anticipate what would happen next? Hua Fenglu was not the only one who was shocked by Yi Futian. The students of Donghai Academy all looked dumbfoundedly at Yi Futian. Weren't the Mu siblings the very first people that Yi Futian beat up on his first day at the academy? How deep was this rivalry that Yi Futian had to play with Mu Hong in this way? Although Yunqing and Yunyi can't claim to be geniuses, they are still pretty gifted. "Very talented would be right," Mu Hong said confidently. Mu Yunyi pulled at her father's clothes from behind and whispered, "Father, stop talking already." Mu Hong furrowed his eyebrows. His head tilted in confusion. "Very talented indeed. I have witnessed this firsthand on my first day at the academy. The two of them have inherited your life spirit and possess extraordinary gifts. A chip off the old block if you will," laughed Yi Futian. Everyone's expression darkened. This rascal. The Mu siblings looked extremely awkward. They were so embarrassed. Mu Yunyi glared at Yi Futian. This jerk was doing this on purpose. Observing the looks on his children's faces, Mu Hong began to realize that something wasn't right. He asked, "How did the battle go that day?" Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi lowered their heads. Their hatred for Yi Futian strengthened. There was no chance Mu Hong could stay oblivious at this point. His expression fell immediately when he finally realized that he had fallen into Yi Futian's trap. Turning his attention away from his children, Mu Hong looked at Yi Futian once again. He forced a smile on his face and said, "You are indeed the Guqin devil's disciple. It seems that you are extremely gifted. It is fortunate that these two incompetent rascals know to be embarrassed. They didn't dare to mention the battle to me. Since I've already witnessed the abilities of the art saint's disciple, I am now more interested to know just how outstanding the Guqin devil's disciple is." Yi Futian snickered at the sight of Mu Hong. This guy couldn't seem to get enough of offending others. Father! Mu Yunqing called out to Mu Hong again. Simultaneously, a voice rang out from the direction of the group from the Emperor's Star School. Have you had enough? Mu Hong froze. His gaze shifted in the direction of the voice and saw the icy gazes on himself. Zhou Mu has also been glaring at him coldly from his spot on the battle platform. Even as he returned to his seat with the others from the school of the Emperor's Star, Zhou Mu continued to glare at Mu Hong. His battle with Yi Futian was also the most humiliating for him. What was Mu Hong trying to do, bringing it up again? Mu Hong suddenly felt like the public enemy. He thought to himself, what on earth happened? I admit that my disciple is not on par with Hua Fengliu's disciple. After his defeat last time, I already told Zhou Mu to focus all his energy on cultivation. I don't think that it is necessary for Brother Mu to bring up this topic again, right? Someone said softly. Everyone shivered. It was the art saint who spoke. Mu Hong froze with his eyes on the art saint. His heart pounded rapidly. He finally understood why everyone was looking at him, and why Yi Futian looked at him funny. So the art saint's disciple Zhou Mu already had an exchange with the Guqin devil's disciple. What's more was that he was defeated. His eyes twitched. He turned to glare at his own children. Oh, how he wanted to give them each a slap across the face. These two brats didn't bring him any intel on Yi Futian. Upon having another look at the art saint and the officials of the school of the Emperor's Star, Mu Hong knew exactly what kind of effects his words had. Please forgive me, Brother Hua. I had no idea of any of this. I had no intentions of offending anyone. Mu Hong apologized. The art saint turned his gaze away, not looking at Mu Hong. At this, Mu Hong's lips twitched. His piercing eyes turned to Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt wronged. He was completely clueless when he first arrived at the assembly. Mu Hong was the one who offended everyone with a single sentence. All he could do was to go along with him. At this time, many clueless outsiders observed Yi Futian. The Guqin devil's disciple actually defeated the art saint's disciple? Lin Xia, who had her eyes trained on Yi Futian the whole time, smiled and said, I didn't expect that he would become so powerful after getting into Donghai Academy. He was still slightly inferior back at the Luo Palace, but then he actually defeated Zhou Mu. Xiao He was also shocked. Let's continue, said Han Mo. He did not want to dwell on this topic any longer. Today was the Emperor Star School's day to shine, but Yi Futian has stolen the spotlight. His mere existence was an annoyance. And then, that idiot Mu Hong just had to start a fight with him. Mu Hong's actions just now inadvertently humiliated the school of the Emperor's Star. More disciples from the school stepped out and the assembly of the 7 schools continued. Yi Futian and the Guqin devil sat with the school of the Finance Star. They quietly watched the assembly progress. They deduced that the Emperor's Star School was targeting the Finance Star School. Yi Futian was fuming inwardly. At the same time, he could only sigh because he knew how sly the school of the Emperor's Star was. Even if he stepped up, he could only fight. It would not help the situation at all. As a whole, the school of the Finance Star could not compare to the school of the Emperor's Star. They were completely overpowered. Watching the students of the Emperor's Star School fight, Hua Fenglu reminisced about his days of cultivation there. It was a pity that things were so different now. Everybody has changed. Sitting amongst the group from the Emperor's Star School were many familiar faces, but none of them would even look him in the eye anymore. Their attitude towards him and their attitude towards the person who used to be equally as famous as himself, the art saint, were completely different. Thinking about the past? Tang Wan observed Hua Fengliu's expression from beside him and asked, Don't make fun of me. He smiled bitterly at her. You used to be so famous at the academy. It's normal to think about the past, Tang Wan replied. She turned to look ahead. She also thought of her cultivation days. Hua Fenglu wasn't the only one who was famous at Donghai Academy back then. So was the art saint Nandu Wanyin and herself. They were all extremely gifted. I've always had a regret. Master is a person of such high caliber, but as his disciple, I didn't even get the chance to demonstrate my powers as a musical sorcerer before getting kicked out of the academy, sighed Hua Fenglu. Tang Wan nodded. Elder Qin is indeed very respectable, But Yi Futian was able to prove himself in front of the school of the Emperor Star with one musical piece, the decree of the general. That should make up for at least a part of your regrets, right? She asked. Yeah, Hua Fenglu nodded. Time passed little by little. It was dusk. The sky turned a beautiful red. People from Donghai Academy looked up at the beautiful night sky from time to time. It was almost like the end of an era. Is he really not going to fight? Asked Lin Xia. Her beautiful eyes never left Yi Futian. How could he not fight on a day like this? It was the assembly of the 7 schools for crying aloud. Since he was able to defeat Zhou Mu, it was obvious that he was really capable. Slowly, people stopped stepping onto the battle platform. Everyone began to whisper left and right. Someone laughed as they said, "Today is Donghai Academy's assembly of the even schools. The school of the Emperor Star put on such an impressive performance. They have overshadowed the other 6 schools. The school of the Treasury Star wasn't bad either. They only lacked a little in comparison to the Emperor Star School. They can be considered the second best school of Donghai Academy," someone else commented. From these comments, everyone knew that the agenda of the assembly was just getting started. Amongst the group from the Emperor Star School, Han Mo smiled lightly. He turned to look at the Crown Prince and heard Luo Junlin say to Minister Hua, "The person that Minister Hua favors has not made his move yet." Minister Hua nodded. He then whispered in the ear of the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. The headmaster wore a strange look on his face but nodded anyway. The headmaster stood up and called out, "Hua Fenglu." Hua Fenglu lifted his head in confusion. He looked at the headmaster and smiled. "Greetings, Uncle Master." The headmaster nodded in response and said, "You used to be a student of our school, so why are you sitting with the school of the Finance Star today?" "I am here with my disciple today. He is a student of the Finance Star School, so I sat here with him," Hua Fenglu answered calmly. "Then I have nothing better to say regarding that. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have graced us with their presence today, and would like to witness the powers of the best students of Donghai Academy. Your disciple is extremely gifted but has not stepped up. What is the meaning of that?" The headmaster reprimanded. This was peculiar to everyone watching. Why was the headmaster asking for Yi Futian? However, there were a lot of people who looked forward to witnessing the outstanding gifts of the person who defeated the art saint's disciple. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian felt something was amiss. Was there no other choice but to fight? At this moment, Yi Futian saw Tang Wan walk to the front with the guqin in her hands. "Duyo, I purposely carry it with me. The guqin devil's disciple can't do without a guqin," she said. Yi Futian gave her a smile. She came prepared in hopes that they could take advantage of this event to make sure the Guqin Devil's name wouldn't be forgotten by the citizens of the city of Donghai. Yi Futian nodded with a smile and took over the guqin, named Duyo. "Let's play a piece for Master today." Chapter 88. Yi Futian slowly walked out to the center of the square. Countless gazes fell upon him. The younger generation went without saying. Yi Futian had already proved how powerful he was. The older generation was also paying attention. The Qin Devil had returned to Donghai City as a disabled man. How talented could his disciple be? Yi Futian slowly walked out to the center of the square. Countless gazes fell upon him. The younger generation went without saying. Yi Futian had already proved how powerful he was. The older generation was also paying attention. The Qin Devil had returned to Donghai City as a disabled man. How talented could his disciple be? Yi Futian put the guqin before him and sat down slowly. Clad in a white robe, he looked extremely handsome and regal. Seeing him, Lin Xia gasped and was shocked. She had once thought that he was just an average musician who went to the Luo Palace to learn more about the world. Then, Yi Futian displayed his talent during the battle. Today, she heard that he had defeated Zhou Mu at Donghai Academy. Just how outstanding was this handsome boy? Her father glanced at her. To be honest, he knew about Yi Futian defeating Zhou Mu, but he didn't tell Lin Xia. This girl was interested in the boy, but Yi Futian was the Qin Devil's disciple. He had conflicts with the Art Saint and the school of the Emperor Star. His future would have many obstacles. Plus, he already had a girlfriend, that one from the Nanda clan. He didn't want his daughter to get involved and have her heart broken. Mu Hong studied Yi Futian, but his eyes darkened. Yi Futian looked up at the setting sun. There was a smile in his clear eyes. She said slowly, "This song was composed by myself. It is called Hero." With that he began playing. His fingers slid over the strings and a graceful melody came out. He did not challenge anyone. "He's just playing music," someone said. The spectators were impressed. Today's motive was to see the accomplished students display their talents. They did not necessarily have to challenge others. For the Qin Devil's disciple, music playing was naturally a way to do that. People quickly stopped mulling. The moment the music sounded, they fell into a pleasantly strange artistic conception. At first, the melody was cheerful and fresh. As the music entered their ears, a picture appeared in the audience's minds. They seemed to see a handsome youth earnestly bow to his teacher for the first time. The youth had extraordinary talent. He was well liked by his teacher and was taught true skills, growing even more powerful. The melody gradually became graceful and moving. It made one feel as if they were falling in love. They involuntarily entered this mindset. The student grew up, met a girl and fell in love. His heartbeat seemed to be audible in the music. The moving melody changed again. It became heavy and dark. The relationship was judged and opposed. A few big figures furrowed their brows. Was the meaning behind this song his own story or Hua Fengliu's? The music changed again. The youth had matured and become successful, but he still wanted to be with his loved one. Even if everyone opposed it, even if it was beyond redemption. The music intensified. The main character of the melody seemed to be fighting against fate. He faced everything alone, but in the end he failed. The music grew dreary, like a hero past his prime. Just as everyone thought the song was over, the dreary melody suddenly recovered its vitality. Rather than being spirited again, it was as calm as water, like a change in mindset. Everyone could see that the main character had gone through many hardships and cultivated. But he still could not forget his home and lover. He decided to return and face the changes in the world. Even if he was defeated, he was still a hero. The melody stopped. The music faded slowly. Everyone seemed to be unwilling to return to reality. The young people were especially affected by the attractive force of the music. In the school of the finance star crowd, Tang Lan's eyes welled with tears. She gazed at Hua Fenglu, who was now disabled. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. His disciple was able to compose now and had performed his entire life. Many big figures glanced at Yi Futian. They naturally understood the meaning behind the song. This was a composition for the Qin Devil. Yi Futian used his music to express his teacher's life. Though he didn't fight anyone, this melody was better than the Qin Devil in the past. No one dared to look down on him. Mu Hong narrowed his eyes at Yi Futian. No wonder Hua Fenglu had begged him for this student. He was a second Hua Fenglu. "Who did you play this for?" Luo Junlin, the crown prince, asked from the direction of the school of the Emperor's Star. "Your Highness, I played for my master." Yi Futian set his hands down and looked up at Luo Junlin. "You have enough artistic conception but not enough elan. You did not reveal a true musical spell. Since you are such a good musician, why don't you perform something for me today as well?" Luo Junlin said. Yi Futian gazed at the crown prince. Since he requested it, Yi Futian could not deny him. He nodded and said, "Okay. I am still unable to compose my own musical spell, so I can only perform someone else's." "Sure." Luo Junlin nodded. Yi Futian lowered his head and began playing again. His fingers strummed and the instrument strings vibrated. A note broke through the air like powerful running thunder. "This piece is the world." As he spoke, the music notes danced. The audience instantly felt an extreme power. Many people's eyes flashed. Yi Futian truly was a prodigy. They instantly understood that this melody was created for the crown prince. A terrifying music storm gathered around Yi Futian. It was as powerful as crashing tidal waves. Now, different images flashed past the audience's mind as the music played. Signal smoke rose and the emperor rode onto the battlefield to conquer the lands. Some also saw the king ride a dragon and survey the world. Everyone he passed bowed down. In this melody, the world was like a painting. "Send some men up," Luo Junlin said indifferently. Minister Hua glanced at the school of the Emperor's Star headmaster and uttered a command. Several disciples then walked toward Yi Futian. However, their steps were very difficult. The music constantly entered their ears, making them scared to fight back. Spiritual qi gathered around them and they stepped forward. However, the music was still rising. It seemed to want to break through the clouds. Now Yi Futian was shrouded in a halo of light. He was like a young king. He represented the world. Everyone saw a shocking image. There was a blurry figure up above. He had an emperor's long robe and a crown. He walked toward them, commanding the world, making them voluntarily want to bow down to him. The weaker Emperor Star students going toward Yi Futian had prostrated themselves to the ground, not daring to raise their heads. They seemed to be revering Yi Futian. More and more people knelt down under the music's influence. As if controlled by the musical spell, they worshipped the emperor. Boom! A terrible sharpness flashed past the eyes of the big figures. They felt the youth's talent and shuddered. Something felt wrong. This song was called The World. It was performed for the crown prince, but Yi Futian was the performer. At this moment, he had become the high and mighty emperor and Luo Junlin was before him, face to face. The elegance and grace of the white-clothed youth truly was like an emperor now. Did the musical spell give it to him, or was he born with it? Lin Xia gaped. The present Yi Futian was even more brilliant than that day at the Luo Palace. He was unmatchable. He could even be compared to someone like the crown prince, let alone Zhou Mu. Mu Hong shuddered as well. Hua Fenglu had such a student and had once come to him, but he rejected the man. Can't this guy keep a low profile? Yi Xiang cursed. He didn't want Yi Futian to attend this event. Being too bright was not a good thing. Nowadays, Minister Hua and the crown prince were very close. He hoped Yi Futian would stay low and attend the Tingfeng banquet with Ministers Hua. Some people are born like this, Hua Fenglu said calmly. Not many knew about Yi Futian's secret, but he and Yu Shang knew. The inheritor of Emperor Yi Qing was definitely not an average man. His aura would appear when playing music, which he probably didn't even know himself. When Luo Junlin told Yi Futian to perform something, the world should be the most suitable piece. However, this piece caused Yi Futian to reveal his emperor-like aura. This was neither on purpose nor brought about by the musical spell. It was something he was born with. Hua Fenglu could guess that Yi Futian had a shocking background. At this moment, at the highest seat in the school of the Emperor Star, Luo Junlin slowly stood up. Then, to the surprise of all, he walked down toward the center of the square, toward Yi Futian. People could feel those who were the same. Luo Junlin was destined to be king. Everyone in Nanda knew that he ruled over the world. He could feel something similar coming from Yi Futian. It was the aura of an emperor. The music reached the climax. Then it descended and stopped. Luo Junlin also stopped before Yi Futian. Countless eyes were on them. Yi Xiang and Hua Fenglu were even a bit nervous as they watched. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin shouldn't kill Yi Futian just for a song. He had told the youth to play it after all. Follow me. When I become king, you will be minister, Luo Junlin said, staring at Yi Futian. With that, the world fell into silence. When I become king, you will be minister. Chapter 89. Luo Junlin was the crown prince. What did that mean? It meant that he was going to become the emperor in the future. Luo Junlin was the crown prince. What did that mean? It meant that he was going to become the emperor in the future. The words of an emperor were to be taken seriously. Since Luo Junlin had spoken, it meant that he was serious. So, at the nod of Yi Futian's head, he would be bestowed a title of nobility and become a prime minister. Then, as soon as the throne was passed down to the crown prince, Yi Futian will be a prime minister of the nation. It was an utmost honor for a mere 16-year-old student to be bestowed such a title. This unbelievable ordeal was something you had to see for yourself to believe. Some people were in utter disbelief. This couldn't be real. Had the crown prince gone mad? No matter how gifted Yi Futian was, he was still very young. The future was filled with uncertainty. How could the crown prince promise him the title of prime minister so easily? Minister Hua was frozen in his seat. His eyes sharpened, but he remained silent, not stopping Luo Junlin. Who was he to stop the crown prince? Xia Feng was feeling helpless and miserable at this point. He had just begged Minister Hua and the crown prince to save his son earlier today, but now, the crown prince was recruiting Yi Futian to be the future prime minister. By the looks of this, if Yi Futian was smart, there was no way he would reject this offer. If things proceeded, then his son, Xia Fan, was good as gone. Mu Hong, Lin Xia, powerful cultivators of the Emperor Star School, and officials of Donghai Academy, all failed to comprehend the situation as well. It was true that Yi Futian possessed outstanding gifts, but weren't the Crown Prince's words too rash? Obviously, Luo Junlin hadn't gone mad, nor was he dumb. He felt a familiar aura from Yi Futian. This young man was a person favored by Minister Zhua, and even held the decree of the minister in his hands. Putting the pieces together, Luo Junlin was able to think of a lot of things. Plus, he understood Minister Zhua a little too well, and was well aware of his way of style of doing things. Yi Futian was also very shocked. He did not understand why one piece would cause such a strong reaction from the Crown Prince. Did he want to bestow him the title of Prime Minister? Your Highness, I have too many ties here and is not able to drop everything to leave with you. Can we reconsider this in the future? Yi Futian asked Luo Junlin. Even though he had no intentions of taking the offer, he could not offend royalty in front of everyone. Luo Junlin shook his head. Seeing his expression, Yi Futian bowed. Please forgive me, Your Highness. He rejected. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Yi Futian in immense shock. Yi Futian actually turned down the chance to become minister. The Nandu nation controlled 36 prefectures, and every prefecture contained many cities. Just prefecture chiefs held a lot of power and were big shots in their respective prefectures already, so just imagine the power a minister would have. The Nandu nation had 2 ministers. Minister Zhua, the left minister, controlled the inner workings of the nation, while Minister Hua, the right minister, controlled the army. The power of a prime minister was second only to the emperor himself. Such a great opportunity had been placed in front of Yi Futian's eyes, but he chose to reject. Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. He said, "Do you know the consequences of going against an imperial order? Even though I am not the emperor yet, I will be in the future." At his domineering words, everybody's expressions changed. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin already exuded the intimidating emperor of an emperor. "If it was an imperial order, I would have no way to reject, Your Highness," answered Yi Futian. Luo Junlin was quiet as he looked into Yi Futian's eyes. A wave of pressure washed over Yi Futian. Suddenly, Luo Junlin smiled. He said, "If so, then I won't force it on you. You may be excused." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yi Futian said as he bowed, ready to retreat back to his seat. As Yi Futian walked back to his place beside Hua Fenglu, Luo Junlin stood still, watching his retreating figure. He gave off a murderous vibe as he walked to his seat as well. When their backs turned to each other, Yi Futian and Luo Junlin walked off the battle platform to return to their own seats. Everyone's eyes followed the two figures. One was the powerful young crown prince, who already possessed the attitude of an emperor, and one was a young man, gifted by the heavens. He possessed extraordinary gifts, and his future was unpredictable. Luo Junlin sat down in his seat, and then with a stern look around he said, "I am very disappointed. Today is Donghai Academy's assembly of the 7 schools, but from what I have seen, not too many of its students possess extraordinary gifts. Amongst the 7 schools, only the schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star can be considered competent. So why do you need 7 schools? From this day on, Donghai Academy shall fall under the jurisdiction of the School of the Emperor Star, and the School of the Treasury Star will assist." Silence. These words did not come from the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. Neither did it come from Minister Hua. These words came from the Crown Prince Luo Junlin. He had already been rejected by Yi Futian today. By the stern look on his face, everyone knew that if any single person dared to object against Luo Junlin's decision, they would meet with a frightening ending. The inevitable changes in Donghai Academy had finally come. "Yes, Your Highness." The headmasters of the Emperor Star and the Treasure Star School stood and bowed to receive the order of the Crown Prince. The other 5 headmasters did not say a single word as they too stood up. Looking at the powerful crowned prince, they bowed and said, "As you wish, Your Highness." When the Crown Prince and Minister Hua arrived at Donghai Academy, many people had already predicted something like this would happen. The school of the Emperor Star had gotten too powerful. There was no way to stop them. And now the inevitable had come. You may all be dismissed, Luo Junlin said with a wave of his hand. He then turned to leave. His every word was absolute. Minister Hua got up from his seat to look at everyone once more before following behind Luo Junlin. A whole group of people followed not too closely behind Luo Junlin and Minister Hua as they walked towards the school of the Emperor's Star. What do you think of what happened just now? Luo Junlin asked Minister Hua. Naturally, Minister Hua understood that Luo Junlin was not speaking of the ordeal with the Emperor's Star School but about Yi Futian. Your Highness must have had a reason for doing so, answered Minister Hua. When he was playing the guqin, he exuded the aura of an emperor, said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua looked shocked but said nothing. These words could only be said by the crown prince. He could not repeat them as a minister. When I said that I would give him the title of prime minister, he was not moved. He had no greed. It seemed like he had no interest in the position of minister. Luo Junlin laughed with a cold demeanor. He is indeed a person worthy of being favored by Minister Hua. Minister Hua does have a very good eye, said Minister Hua. Many of our nation's officials were discovered by Minister Hua, said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua's gaze sharpened. He knew what Luo Junlin said was true. Astrologers were a scary bunch. But Minister Hua had never given out the decree of the minister to anyone. This is my reason for coming to the city of Donghai. Yi Futian might be different from the others that Minister Hua had previously discovered, said Luo Junlin. His gaze sharpened as well. What do you mean by this, Your Highness? Asked Minister Hua. Even though I am the future emperor, the person with the most influence in the imperial city, beside my father, is Minister Hua, Luo Junlin said. Your Highness, you will step up to the throne one day. Plus, with your gifts, you will definitely not be any inferior to His Majesty. Power is always in your reach, replied Minister Hua. Luo Junlin snickered and said, That's a given. The throne is not my final goal, but if Minister Hua does anything to get in the way, I will not let him off so easily. Minister Hua was shocked by the crown prince. Your Highness, I don't think Minister Hua will try anything, said Minister Hua. On his trip to the city of Qingzhou, besides bestowing the decree of the minister upon Yi Futian, Minister Hua also accepted a request from the Nanda clan. Why else would they invite Minister Hua to the Nando Palace? Of course it was to get a fortune told. Minister Hua would not have told the fortune of the elders in the clan. The most outstanding person in the Nanda clan right now is a young lady named Hua Jieyu. The day Yi Futian crashed the school of the Emperor's Star, he went there looking for her. They're a couple, explained Luo Junlin. After a while he spoke again. After returning to the imperial city, Minister Hua began to plan for next year's Tingfeng banquet. He also tried to convince father to put the people of Nanda clan in important positions. Who do you think he's paving a road for? Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu? Minister Hua made a realization. He felt a shiver run down his back. The crown prince was way scarier than he had anticipated. That's right. Minister Hua is making the bold move of paving the way for this young couple. Plus, Yi Futian exuded the aura of an emperor today. Do you still think that Minister Hua isn't trying anything? Asked Luo Junlin. Minister Hua was dumbfounded. He knew that everything the crown prince said was true. Minister Hua was an astrologer. He must have told Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's fortune. Furthermore, Yi Futian exuded the aura of an emperor. What were they fated to be? It was a scary thought. Send people to keep an eye on Yi Futian and the Nanda clan. Then we'll head back to the imperial city to see father, said Luo Junlin. There were still some things that he did not tell Minister Hua. In the city of Qingzhou, Minister Hua yelled at Luo Junlin's younger sister for Yi Futian. He made his sister, the princess, apologize to Yi Futian. Did princesses need to apologize to commoners? What was Yi Futian's true identity? What kind of person was worthy enough for Minister Hua to do all this? There was also another thing he held a grudge on. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin had requested for Minister Hua to become his master multiple times but was always rejected. Minister Hua said he didn't dare to be the master of the future emperor. This also meant that Minister Hua was unwilling to be his aide. Not only that, Minister Hua has also refused to tell Luo Junlin's fortune. His reason was an emperor's fortune must not be told. Luo Junlin wasn't going to believe his bullshit reasons. There was only one reason for Minister Zhua, an astrologer, to refuse to aid the crown prince. And that was, the crown prince was not fated to an emperor. It's just that Minister Zhua didn't dare to say these words. Minister Zhua had once said the fortunes told by astrologers were the general flow of events. To go against the flow would only bring harm. But Luo Junlin refused to believe this. He was going to change his own fate. He was born to become emperor. Luo Junlin was going to take life into his own hands. At Donghai Academy, the crowd had yet to depart from the central square. What were they supposed to do now that the 7 schools were to be united? In the direction of the School of the Finance Star, a large group formed around Yixiang. He was explaining something to the crowd and they looked at him, not willing to part. Headmaster Yixiang of the School of the Finance Star was stepping down and turning over his position to someone else. He was planning to leave the academy. I'm so tired after all these years. From now on, all of you should continue to work hard. I'm only in charge of my daughter and my disciple now, joked Yixiang. Headmaster, don't you mean daughter and son-in-law? Teased Yi Futian. Yi Qingxian glared at him but Yixiang laughed and looked at Yu Shang. That's right. Son-in-law works too. Ugh. Yu Shang blinked then looked at Yi Futian, only to see Yi Futian slip him a sly smile. He seemed to be waiting for words of gratitude from Yi Shang. Master, it's almost the end of the year. The Guqin garden is so big, Hua Fenglu, and I feel so lonely there. Why don't you move there to live with us? Tang Wan asked Yixiang. Yixiang looked at her. He couldn't help but smile when he saw how nervous she looked. All right, he replied. Tang Wan's face lit up with a bright smile. Okay, let's be on our way now. Let's go. Yixiang took large steps and walked forward. Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian followed after him. Yi Futian carrying Hua Fenglu, and Tang Wan followed at the back of the group. Yi Futian smiled while watching the group of people ahead of him. This felt like a huge family reunion. It was such a pleasant feeling. If only Fox and Masteress were here too, then it would be perfect. He was going to work hard to make it happen. As the sun set, the group walked out of Donghai Academy. There was no looking back now. Chapter 90. In the Guqin Gardens, a group walked down slowly. It was Tang Lan, Yixiang, and the others. In the Guqin Gardens, a group walked down slowly. It was Tang Lan, Yixiang, and the others. Master, this is where Fenglu used to live. It'll be our home in the future, Tang Lan said to Yixiang. Yes. Yixiang nodded. He looked back at Yi Futian who was carrying Hua Fenglu and said coolly, Don't know where you got the luck. Hua Fenglu smiled wryly. It had been so many years but the grudge was still there. Master, did Senior Yi used to treat you as a son-in-law? Yi Futian mumbled. Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan had feelings for each other before. Yixiang clearly really liked Tang Lan and treated her as a daughter. Yi Futian could imagine his attitude toward Hua Fenglu before. I'm not clear. I just know that if you don't shut up, you won't be my son-in-law, Hua Fenglu said with a smile. Blanching, Yi Futian shut his mouth. Beside them, Tang Wan smiled and looked at Yi Futian, amused at his words. Entering the Guqin Gardens, a breeze welcomed them. The garden had a nice environment. The sun was setting, basking the fallen leaves in a golden glow. It was beautiful. A white-haired old man was sweeping the leaves with a broom. Yi Futian looked at him. The head of white hair and stooped body made him halt his steps. What's wrong? Hua Fenglu asked, confused by the scene. Tang Wan stopped as well. Tang Wan, who is he? Yi Futian asked. The people ahead of them stopped too. Tang Lan followed his eyes and saw the old man. She said, He has ailing health but wanted a job, so I arranged for him to clean up the garden. Is something wrong? Aunt Tang, when was this? Why didn't I know about it? Yi Futian asked. You're always out. How would you know? It should have been after you and your teacher came, Tang Lan answered casually. Oh. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. I was just wondering. With that he continued forward. The others glanced at him in confusion but let it go quickly. Tang Lan helped Yixiang and Yi Qingxian settle in. Yixiang's wife had left him long ago, either because of different viewpoints or Yixiang's temper. Yixiang had raised Yi Qingxian alone in the School of the Finance Star. That was why Tang Lan invited them to treat the Guqin Gardens as their own home. She knew that her teacher lacked the feeling of a family. Afterward, Tang Lan ordered the servants to prepare dinner. Yi Futian helped his teacher into a chair. Seeing Yusheng and Yi Qingxian stuck together, he was forced to say, "Qingxian, can I borrow Yusheng for a moment?" Yi Qingxian glared at Yi Futian. Yusheng asked uncertainly, "What's wrong?" "Come with me," Yi Futian said. Yusheng followed him in confusion and was brought to the entrance of the garden to look at the old man sweeping. "Don't you think he looks familiar?" Yi Futian asked. "You probably miss him." Yusheng naturally understood what Yi Futian meant by familiar. "Maybe." Yi Futian nodded. "I always feel like Godfather is watching us." "Would he?" Yusheng seemed to mutter to himself. "Probably." Yi Futian chuckled and walked over. Seeing them, the old man lowered his head and greeted them. "Young masters. What is your name?" Yi Futian asked. "My surname is Yu. My name is too lowly to mention," the old man said. "You." Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He ordered, "Raise your head." The old man slowly looked up. His cloudy eyes had no spirit in them. He seemed extremely old with white hair and a white beard. Like lightning, Yi Futian tugged his beard. The man cried out in pain. "Young master, have mercy. What did I do wrong?" "It's real," Yi Futian muttered. Then he said, "Grandpa Yu, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone I know." "It's all right." The man waved. "Grandpa Yu, can I come chat with you often in the future?" Yi Futian asked. "I am honored." He nodded with a smile. "Then it's a deal." Yi Futian smiled as well and said, "Then I won't disturb you anymore." He and Yusheng left afterward. "Were my senses wrong?" Yi Futian muttered. He was usually very sensitive and sharp. "Are you overthinking?" Yusheng asked. They had similar body shape and stature, but their appearances were completely different. How could they be the same man? Yi Futian had even tugged the old man's beard. He clearly suspected something. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Had he really been overthinking? The two returned to the garden. The dishes were gradually being brought to the table. The people all sat down. "Senior Yi, when is Yusheng and Qingshuan's wedding?" Yi Futian asked at the table. Yusheng gaped at him. Yi Qingshuan's eyes flashed too, wondering what that guy was worried about. "Stop thinking about them and think about yourself." Yi Xiang gave him a look. "It's just a matter of time for me," Yi Futian said confidently. Then he looked at Hua Fenglu and said, "Master father-in-law, don't you agree?" "I'll consider it," Hua Fenglu answered indifferently. "Ah." Yi Futian looked at Hua Fenglu. "Master, where do you get an in-law as good as me? You still need to consider? Where's your shame?" Tang Lan asked coldly. Everyone stared at this guy, speechless. "Huh, my masteress is better," Yi Futian said. "Then go to your masteress." Tang Lan glared at him. "Ah, Aunt Tang, I'm just kidding. You're just like my masteress," Yi Futian said weakly. The others were still speechless. He was honestly so shameless. However, with his shamelessness, the group started enjoying the meal like a family. No one discussed what happened at the Donghai Academy. The past was like smoke. Once past, there was no need to bring up again. In the cheery atmosphere, the banquet gradually ended. Everyone went back to their rooms. Yi Futian went to the garden to play his guqin. There were some impurities in his timbre. He was clearly distracted. It's almost the end of the year again. Yi Futian looked up at the full moon. He remembered how the fox had gone to the Yi mansion to find him after the New Year dinner, shocking the entire family. Then they held hands awkwardly by the lake. Without realizing, another year had almost passed. So much had happened in this year. As he reminisced, a smile appeared on his face and there was more emotion in his music. He had pushed the frustrations aside. Under the moon, he hid his longing in his music. The second day, a beautiful figure came to the Guqin Gardens. When Yi Futian saw her, he made a face. Did this fox know that he was missing her? He thought of her last night and now she was here. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hua Jieyu raised an eyebrow at Yi Futian's weird expression and stared. Yi Futian smiled. "Because my fox is so pretty. I'm not yours." Hua Jieyu turned away arrogantly. "Masteress already betrothed you to me. You can't run now. All we're missing is a wedding." Yi Futian said with a smile. Don't even think about it. Hua Jieyu smiled and then ran to the Qin devil behind him, calling, Dad! Jieyu, why are you here? The Qin devil asked. Uncle told me about what happened at Donghai Academy. I knew you'd be back here, so I came to look, Hua Jieyu said. That guy's become agreeable? Yi Futian asked, walking forward. I came to tell you all good news. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly. Yi Futian looked at her with suspicion. The old Nanda guy knows that I'm super talented and unmatchable, so he agreed to our wedding? Hua Jieyu pinched Yi Futian's waist hard because he was so shameless. She said, My mom and I wanted you two to come for New Year's and he agreed. A strange glint flashed past the Qin devil's eyes, but seeing the two before him, he understood. Nandatai knew that his disciple and daughter would be more accomplished than him, so now they were trying to resolve grudges. Back in the day, it would be hard to step into Donghai City, let alone the Nanda mansion. Yi Futian understood this too. The Nanda clan had high expectations and wishes for Jieyu. If they didn't want Jieyu to hold grudges after she grew up, they couldn't be too cruel for some things. As for him, they couldn't offend him even if they didn't agree on the wedding. Happy. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with a smile. I thought they would agree to our marriage, Yi Futian said, pouting. Say you're happy, Hua Jieyu said with a grin. Yi Futian looked at her smile and nodded. Of course I'm happy I can spend the new year with Fox. Hua Jieyu's eyes were pleased. Then can I not leave at night? Yi Futian fluttered his lashes. Hua Jieyu's smile froze. Looking at him, she raised a slender leg and kicked him for his unhealthy thoughts. I'm thinking of my master. He hasn't seen Masteress in years. You should go discuss this with that old guy, Yi Futian said seriously. That makes sense. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. Dad can stay but you can't. My wife doesn't listen to me, Yi Futian muttered. What did you say? Hua Jieyu glared again. Nothing. I was thinking if we should go to the Imperial City together afterward, Yi Futian said. I'll consider it, Hua Jieyu said. Master's health is bad. I'm worried I can't care for him, Yi Futian threatened. Hua Jieyu glared. At the side, Hua Fenglu complained. If you want to act lovey-dovey in public, then do it, but stop dragging me in. Dad, what are you saying? Hua Jieyu blushed. Master, you are so wise, Yi Futian praised. At least his master understood them. Chapter 91. In the city of Donghai, Donghai Academy had been turned upside down. The academy was no longer what it once was. Many people left the academy. With their families and their own disciples, even many of the official personnel left. However, there were still those who chose to stay. In the city of Donghai, Donghai Academy had been turned upside down. The academy was no longer what it once was. Many people left the academy. With their families and their own disciples, even many of the official personnel left. However, there were still those who chose to stay. Year 10,000 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was a year of rebirth. The School of the Emperor Star held the power and the School of the Treasury Star assisted. The time when the 7 schools stood equal was a time of the past now. But no one knew whether this rebirth was going to lead the academy to become more powerful, or to its demise. In this year, Donghai Academy was the home of a student who arrived suddenly like a shooting star in the sky. He managed to make himself known to the entire academy in an extremely short time. However, he left the academy along with the headmaster of the Finance Star School and his master Hua Fenglu, before he spent a full year at the academy. Presently, no one at Donghai Academy could imagine what lied in the future of this young man, who shined so brightly at the academy. However, anyone in the audience during the assembly of the 7 schools would have realized that if the young man had continued at the academy, he would have become someone of extreme importance in the Nandu nation. There was no question about this. The new year was nearing, and the Nandu nation was filled with a festive air. Many people returned home for the first time in a long time. Every prefecture and every city became lively as they prepared for the new year. Things were no different in the Imperial City. Many people already began to celebrate. Every house was decked out in New Year's decorations. Inside the most magnificent building in the Imperial City, the Imperial Palace, a festive air also existed. Though in comparison with the outside, the palace still felt cold and uninviting. The aura in the Imperial Palace matched that of the royal family. At this moment, a figure was seated on the throne in a large hall within the imperial palace. He wore a crown on his head and a purple and gold robe on his body. He radiated a domineering aura from head to toe. This person was the most powerful man in all of the Nandu nation. He was the Emperor Luo. Standing in front of him was Minister Zhua. "Do you know why I have summoned you today?" Emperor Luo asked Minister Zhua. "No, Your Majesty." Minister Zhua shook his head. "The Crown Prince heard that you bestowed the decree of the minister upon a young man, and wanted to see this young man for himself. He even personally went to Donghai City. You really do have a sharp eye. Like always, this young man you found is incredibly gifted, the best of the best," said Emperor Luo. Minister Zhua knew that something was wrong. The Crown Prince personally went all the way to Donghai City just because he found out about a young man that he favored? Indeed, he is a brilliant young man. But isn't it too much for His Highness to go all the way to the city of Donghai for such a thing? Your Majesty should persuade the Crown Prince to not to waste his time on this matter, suggested Minister Zhua. He was trying to alleviate the situation. It seems that he has learned some things from this trip. Maybe it's not so bad for him to travel outside. By the way, how is that young man's fortune? Emperor Luo asked nonchalantly. Your Majesty, you should know that I no longer tell the fortune of others casually. Letting people know of their fortunes may influence their actions and in turn, change their fates. That would be going against the will of the heavens and I will be punished for doing so. Minister Zhua bowed apologetically. What he said was not a complete lie. He did not dare to tell the emperor that he had indeed told Yi Futian's fortune. If his fortune was exposed, it would affect Yi Futian's fate and could result in his fate being changed. That would definitely not be good. This was also the reason why astrologers tended not to live long lives. You rascal have so many excuses. Didn't you say before that it'll be fine as long as we go with the flow? Emperor Luo stood and laughed. Then what about the young miss of the Nandu clan? What does her fortune say? After you returned to the imperial city, you seem to be very busy. I know I shouldn't ask, but I can't help my curiosity. Minister's was heart clenched. He never thought that his every move was being monitored by the emperor and the crown prince. At the thought of this, he began to regret agreeing to Nandu Tai's request of telling Hua Jiayu's fortune. Of course, when he agreed, he never expected her fortune to be so shocking, and he would never have guessed she was related to Yi Futian in any way. Your Majesty, Ministers will put his hands together in front of himself and bowed to the emperor. I am grateful to have met you and been allowed to follow under your leadership for all these years. I never dared to slack off and have always done my very best to discover new talent for our nation. Of course I know all of this, you rascal. Watching Minister Zhua, Emperor Luo couldn't help but shake his head and let out a laugh. At this moment, he did not seem like an emperor but an older brother. Over the years, I have been increasingly cautious in the use of my powers as an astrologer, and have explained my reasons for doing so many times. On my most recent trip to the city of Qingzhou, I passed by the East Sea Prefecture and met an interesting young man and also told a fortune for someone. Both of these people are very lucky people and will influence the luck of the nation. This is why I've been busy paving the road for the two, wanting to do something for them, explained Minister Zhua. Emperor Luo lightly nodded his head and smiled. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and have no worries about you. Also, that girl is too naughty, so please be tolerant of her. If she does anything to offend you, don't be afraid to teach her a lesson. There is no need to take it easy on her for my sake. Although the princess is a little willful, her gift and personality are both very good, said Minister Zhua. All right, go on now, said Emperor Luo. He patted Minister Zhua on the shoulder. Minister Zhua put his hands together and started to back out of the hall. Only when he was completely outside did he turn his back to the emperor. Beads of sweat rolled down Minister Zhua's forehead. As an astrologer, he had to act with caution. There were many things he could not say. If he were to expose anything, it would be his demise. For example, Nandu Nation's fate or the Crown Prince's fortune. Minister Zhua hoped that his efforts would bring good results. What Minister Zhua didn't know was, after his departure, two people entered the hall. It was Luo Junlin and Minister Hua. Emperor Luo was writing something at his table. While writing, he spoke. Ministers was said those two were people of great luck and can change the fate of Nandu nation. If so, then I plan on following his wishes. Minister Hua and the Crown Prince did not say anything. They waited quietly. They knew that Emperor Luo was writing an imperial order. Moments later he put down his pen. At the wave of his hand, the golden scroll floated towards Minister Hua. "Take this," Emperor Luo ordered. Minister Hua reached out to receive the scroll. He took one look at the order and was shocked. His Majesty was indeed the emperor of an entire nation. His order was to allow ministers to keep his pride but at the same time, get rid of any worries. Even though I believe in astrology, it can't be fully trusted. Fates can be changed but one thing I'm sure cannot be. Under this sky and in the Nandu nation, my will is the will of the heavens, said Emperor Luo. Minister Hua, go take care of this personally. I know that it's already the end of the year but I'm still going to have to ask you to take this trip. And the Crown Prince, you should stay in the palace and focus on cultivation. One thing that ministers was said was correct. To you besides the throne, nothing is of importance to you. Yes, father, nodded Luo Junlin. I will hurry to Donghai City, but your majesty, what should I do if someone refuses the imperial order? Asked Minister Hua. I have already asked you to do this personally. Is there any need to question further? Asked Emperor Luo. A wave of realization hit Minister Hua. He finally understood what the emperor meant. If it was simply to relay the imperial order, he could have sent anyone. That was the emperor's reason for asking Minister Hua to personally take this trip to Donghai City, to prevent anyone from objecting. Who would dare object the imperial order in the presence of a minister? Under this sky and in the Nandu nation, my will is the will of the heavens. The attitude behind these words was already very clear. I will be excused now, said Minister Hua as he bowed to leave. Yi Futian had no idea what was going on in the imperial palace thousands of miles away. There were only 2 days until the end of the year. He still had no idea where his parents were. Were his aunt and uncle doing well? What about Yi Shaoqin and Yi Mo, were they okay? After the year ended, he would be leaving the city of Donghai and headed for the imperial city. His days wandering the world with Hua Jieyu were going to be very interesting. In the courtyard, Yi Futian watched as Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian stuck to each other like glue. He was hurt. Yu Sheng, he called. Yu Sheng lifted his head with a look of confusion. Cultivate properly. Stop sticking with your girlfriend every day. Yi Futian sounded very serious. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded. Yi Qingxian laughed and said to him, Yu Sheng, someone is being envious because Hua Jieyu isn't here. Yeah. Back in Qingzhou City, I cultivated while he and Hua Jieyu were attached at the hip every single day, and then they became a couple. Yu Sheng nodded. On the side, Yi Futian stood up after being ignored. You two are awful people. He spun around and left. He arrived at another part of the residence. Not far ahead was a white-haired elder, sweeping the courtyard. Grandpa Yu. Yi Futian stepped forward. The elder lifted his head and smiled. Young Master Yi. Grandpa Yu, it's almost the end of the year. Aren't you going home to celebrate? Yi Futian asked. These days he often came to chat with the older male. I don't have a home to return to. The elder shook his head, looking very sad. What do you mean you have no home to return to? Where are you from? Yi Futian continued to ask. I spent some time on an island of the East Sea. You've probably never heard of it before. Then I ended up here in the city of Donghai. I can't go back there anymore, the elder said, feeling melancholy. Grandpa Yu, at your age you must have experienced a lot. Would you mind sharing some of your stories with me? Yi Futian asked with a smile. What kinds of stories would a person like me have? I spent my life serving others. I used to have a master who treated me very well. Then trouble came knocking. But of course, young Master Yi, you treat me very good as well, the elder said to Yi Futian, full of gratitude. Don't mention that. Grandpa Yu, you have to take extra good care of yourself at your age, said Yi Futian. Okay. Young Master Yi, you should go about your own business now. You don't have to stay here with this old man, laughed the elder. All right, then I'll leave now. I will come see you when I have time, Yi Futian said. He turned to leave and his eyes were shifting back and forth as if he were in deep thought. Could it really be his imagination? How come he felt distant but at the same time so familiar every time he got close to the elder? It was so difficult to comprehend these feelings. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. A Bolt from the Blue. Chapter 92. A bolt from the blue. There were only 2 days left of the divine calendar's first millennium. Donghai City grew more and more festive. Many people were in the Guqin Gardens where Hua Fenglu stayed. Yi Futian, Yushang, Yiqingxian, Yixiang, Tanglan, and Tangwan. Tomorrow is the last day of the year. After tomorrow I'll see you all off, Yixiang said. Why the hurry? Yiqingxian asked. Haven't you realized that people are watching the Guqin Gardens these days? Yixiang said. They haven't done anything so I ignored them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more nightmares you may receive. The school of the Emperor Star definitely held grudges against him and Yi Futian but hadn't made any moves. Perhaps they had their own concerns but Yixiang didn't care. The sooner he got Yi Futian to the imperial city the less he worried. Senior Yi, you are right. Sitting on the side, Hua Fenglu nodded. You get to see her tomorrow. Are you excited? Tanglan smiled at Hua Fenglu. Last time, Hua Jieyu had said that Nandu agreed to let Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu spend the new year with Nandu Wanin. It was a concession on the Nandu clan's part. No way. I want to be with you all, Hua Fenglu said, laughing. Really? Then let Futian go by himself, Tanglan smiled and said. Hua Fenglu's expression was a bit awkward. He shot a glance at Yi Futian, seeming to want Yi Futian to help him out. Master, you decide. Yi Futian looked away. He couldn't help his master now. There was no loyalty at times like this. Hua Fenglu glared at Yi Futian. How could his disciple and future son-in-law be like this? Tanglan, I do want to spend it with Jieyu, Hua Fenglu finally said with a wavering smile. Tanglan smiled thinly and said, Fake. With that she turned around. As she left, she said, I'll have the servants prepare the New Year dinner. We'll celebrate beforehand. We can do that? Yi Futian looked at Tanglan's back, impressed at her decisive actions. Come here, said a cool voice. Yi Futian turned to see Hua Fenglu smiling at him. He shuddered at the strange smile and walked over to massage Hua Fenglu. Master, how may I help you? How can I ask you for help? Hua Fenglu said coldly. It's my duty to help my master, Yi Futian said earnestly. Oh right, I recognized Masteress as soon as I saw her last time. Only you can win the heart of someone as beautiful as her. Of course. Hua Fenglu smiled proudly. Back in the day he had so many competitors. The art saint was the strongest one but he still won. Masteress is so beautiful now. I can't imagine what she looked like before. I'm sure your looks were comparable to mine, Yi Futian continued. Hua Fenglu was honestly impressed at how his student had successfully changed the topic. After a while the banquet was ready. Everyone chatted and enjoyed the atmosphere. While they were gathered like a family, a group of powerful men descended from the sky outside the Guqin Gardens gate. The leader was the chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Xia Feng. Xia Fan was beside him. They had come with powerful men and a powerful aura. Xia Fan's eyes flashed dangerously. Enter. Xia Feng waved. The group instantly shot into the sky like heavenly soldiers and stepped into the garden. Inside, Yixiang first felt something wrong. He frowned slightly and looked towards the outside of the garden. Then everyone else followed his gaze. A moment later, they saw the malevolent group appear in the air. Xia Feng, what are you doing? Tanglan scanned Xia Feng coldly and asked. Xia Feng's eyes glinted coldly. The group landed and walked toward the people enjoying the banquet. Beside him, Xia Fan glared coldly at Yi Futian. This was the lowly figure he once thought of as an ant he could play with, but Yi Futian had almost killed him. Now the tides had finally turned a bit. Yi Futian looked at Xia Fan with similar coldness, murderous intent flashing past his eyes. Sorry to disturb everyone. I am here today under an order. It is good news, so let me congratulate you first. Xia Feng smiled, but everyone at the banquet frowned. What order was he talking about? He did not interact with the royalty of Nandu. How could he receive an order? A bad premonition grew within them. Yi Futian. Xia Feng's gaze fell on Yi Futian. Everyone's eyes turned towards him. Had the emperor given Yi Futian an order? The emperor proclaims that due to the extraordinary talent of Yi Futian of the East Sea Prefecture, he is given the title of study attendant of the crown prince. From now on, he will accompany the crown prince in his studies and cultivation. Xiafeng smiled at Yi Futian while speaking. That day at Donghai Academy, Yi Futian had rejected the crown prince's invitation to be the minister. He could have gone straight to the top, but he did not know what was good for himself. Now the crown prince was probably angered. He had the emperor pass the decree and sent Minister Hua to collect him from Donghai City. What this implied went without saying. Yi Futian had to go. It is not the end of the year yet, Xiafeng continued. His Majesty allows him to wait until the year passes. We will embark on the first day of the new year. Everyone at the banquet stared at him. The study attendant of the crown prince was an opportunity that many dreamed of. There was a chance of extreme success. However, it was not a good thing for Yi Futian, especially since he just politely rejected the prince. Now, the emperor had sent this direct order without giving any way to back out of it. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He was angry inside. At the assembly of the 7 schools, the crown prince had asked if he knew the consequences of disobeying the crown's orders. He was not the emperor, but he was the crown prince. The emperor's order was here. For the first time, Yi Futian experienced the power, aggressiveness, and coldness of the crown. There was no respect for him, there was no need to respect him. Ministers had wanted him to attend the Tingfeng banquet in the imperial city. He'd planned on leaving after the new year, but he never thought that a decree would order him to go. The study attendant? Yi Futian asked coldly. They wanted him to accompany the prince? Right now, he was even wondering if there was still a need to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Ministers had thought so highly of him but had probably not thought of this result. Yi Futian could feel that this was not Ministers' idea. Ministers had been very friendly toward him, and would definitely respect his opinion. He would not force him to the imperial city in this way, and would definitely not have Xiafeng do it. Got it, Yi Futian said coolly. Xiafeng's eyes sharpened and focused on Yi Futian. This is the emperor's decree. Yi Futian, watch your attitude, Xiafeng said in a frigid tone. The emperor gave me the title of the crown prince's study attendant. He's not punishing me, so what's with your attitude? Yi Futian sat there staring at Xiafeng. These men had broken into the Guqin gardens to announce this as if he was a criminal. Xiafeng sneered inwardly. He realized that Yi Futian knew he had angered the crown prince and was being taken forcefully. Minister Hua was the one in charge, and Yi Futian obviously knew what this meant. Xiafeng narrowed his eyes and then laughed. He said, "Very good. I'd like to see how much longer you smile for. I forgot to tell you that Minister Hua is going to the Nanda clan today with another decree." The moment he finished, Yi Futian rose. He stared daggers at Xiafeng. What decree? Guess. Xiafeng smiled and said, "It's related to your girlfriend." "Okay, is this your business?" Xiafeng said indifferently. Faced with a group of cold glares, he said, "Sorry for the disruption. I'll be waiting outside and will go as soon as New Year's is over." With that, Xiafeng waved and they sauntered off. Yi Futian and the others stared at the backs of Xiafeng's group. They still had not recovered. The happy atmosphere was completely gone with gray clouds over their heads. Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu were especially unsettled. At the same time that Xiafeng announced the decree, Minister Hua had arrived at the Nanda clan. Nanda Tai, the clan leader, welcomed him personally. Seeing him, Minister Hua smiled and said, "Brother Nanda, congratulations." "What do you mean?" Nanda Tai was confused. "It is great news. His Majesty has a decree. Is Hua Jieyu here?" Nanda Tai's eyes flashed. He didn't understand why Minister Hua would need Hua Jieyu. Was the emperor's decree related to Jieyu? Had ministers said something to the emperor? But then why would Minister Hua be here? "I'll call her over now," Nanda Tai said. "No need. I'll go personally, so please bring me to her," Minister Hua said with a smile. Nanda Tai was even more confused, but he nodded and said, "All right. After you." With that, the group started off and arrived in Nanda Wanin's residence. After hearing the news, she and Hua Jieyu came out and stared at the newcomer in confusion. Minister Hua gazed at Hua Jieyu and smiled. "As expected, you are a beauty." No wonder you have an extraordinary fate. Minister Hua, please enlighten us, Nandatai said. Had ministers were really said something about her fate? But an astrologer always kept fates a secret, especially one like Jieyu's. Nandatai did not dare publicize it, and not even anyone in the clan knew. He was worried that revealing it would affect Jieyu's fate. The emperor has proclaimed Hua Jieyu as the crown princess. She will travel the palace in the year 1000 of the divine calendar for the title ceremony, Minister Hua said. He thought, no wonder the emperor is the emperor. With these two decrees, Minister Zhua isn't put in a difficult position, but the fatal problems are solved. Since these two will influence the nation, then give them riches and keep them where they can be easily controlled. If anyone had any objections, he could make a prompt decision. Fates could be changed, but the royal order could not be disobeyed. To Hua Jieyu, this order was like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. I am fated to be emperor. Chapter 93. I am fated to be emperor in a split second. Hua Jieyu felt completely lifeless. Her face was as pale as a ghost. His Majesty had bestowed the title of the crown princess upon her. She was to leave on the first day of the new year. Just a moment ago, she was chatting with her mother about the events of tomorrow, when her father and Yi Fuqian was to come. Then without warning she was hit with this news. Nanda Wanyin, Nandatai and the rest were all in shock, unable to recover. Is this fate? Nandatai asked himself. To be honest, he did not fully comprehend what Minister Zhua meant when he said that Hua Jieyu was fated to be an empress, mother of the world. But now he knew. Minister Zhua meant empress to an emperor, emperor of the Nandu nation. No, said Hua Jieyu. She had finally pulled herself out of her daze. Her eyes showed determination as she said to Minister Hua, I refuse. Minister Hua frowned. Nonsense, this is an imperial order from His Majesty. I refuse, Hua Jieyu repeated with a cold demeanor. She was still looking at him. Minister Hua's gaze was sharp as a knife, but the girl standing in front of him showed no fear. Brother Nandu, does the Nanda clan plan on going against the imperial order? Minister Hua asked. Please forgive her, Minister Hua. She's just being stubborn. Please allow me to talk some sense into her, said Nandatai. He had a change in expression. The Nanda clan was no longer royal. They were in no position to fight against the imperial power. Fine, I'll give you guys 2 days. During these 2 days I will be staying here, and on the first day of the new year, we will be on our way back to the imperial city, said Minister Hua. As he turned to leave, he sneered. Disobeying the imperial order? Who dared to do so in front of Minister Hua? After Nandatai watched Minister Hua leave, his attention fell on Hua Jieyu. He said, Jieyu, the crown prince was born to become emperor. He is an outstanding young man. He is in his 20s and still unmarried. This tells you a lot about his personality. A chance like this only falls to one person in all of the Nanda nation, and now fate has chosen one. You are to become the mother of the world. I don't need fate like this, Hua Jieyu said to Nandatai. He saw the determination in her eyes and continued to try to persuade her. Jieyu, you're only 17. This thing you have with Yi Fuqian is only temporary. One day when you guys are standing at 2 different levels, you'll forget about all this. As long as you agree to this, I'll send people to bring your father into the Nanda palace, and your family will be united again. Hua Jieyu looked at Nandatai with ice-cold eyes. I'm not going to agree, and neither will my father. Wanyin, talk some sense into her. Nandatai looked at Nanda Wanyin, who stood behind her daughter. Now that there are bigger benefits for you, you're willing to let him come back? Nanda Wanyin sneered at Nandatai. Do you really think we'll be happy with a family reunion brought by the sacrifice of our daughter? I won't agree to this. Nandatai's expression did not look good. Coldly, he said, even if you guys object, this is an imperial order. Who can disobey an imperial order? There is still 1 day for you guys to think this over. After that, Nandatai left with a sunken face. Following immediately after his departure, Hua Jieyu's eyes filled with tears as she turned to look at her mother. Mother! In her voice was a deep melancholy. She seemed so weak at this moment. The usual air that surrounded her was no longer there. My poor child, said Nanda Wanyin. She walked up to her daughter and held Hua Jieyu's tear-stained face in her own hands. Her heart hurt to see her child like this. How could both of their lives turn out this way? Why couldn't they be with the person they loved? Nanda Wanyin was the one person who could truly understand what Hua Jieyu was feeling at the moment because she had also been through this. They didn't care for nobility. All they wanted was to be with the one they loved. Just then a figure came running. It was Nanda Wanshan who had just received the news. Seeing the mother and daughter, his heart was in pain. Hua Jieyu was even more outstanding than her mother. She was destined to be different. Now, she had been given the title of Crown Princess. Was this what Minister Zhua saw in her fortune? Was this her destiny? Mother, I miss him. I want to go see him, Hua Jieyu said while crying. Silly girl, they're not going to let you step outside. Nanda Wanyin shook her head. She had been through all of this before. But Hua Jieyu did not seem to have heard her mother's words. She turned around and attempted to leave. However, at this moment multiple figures appeared in the courtyard. They were all powerful cultivators of the Nanda clan. His Majesty's imperial order has fallen upon the Nanda clan, but Hua Jieyu objected. In a situation like this, how could they let her leave? Even if the people of the clan didn't stop her, Minister Hua would have. There was no way she was stepping foot outside of Nanda Palace. Hua Jieyu looked at the figures in the courtyard and her gaze cooled. She then turned and returned to her residence. Jieyu, sometimes people just can't fight fate, sighed Nanda Wanshan. He was also sad. In this situation there was no solution and no way to fight it. This time it was even harder to fight than with Nanda Wanyin's situation all those years ago. The rival back then was just the art saint. Even though the Nanda clan wanted to create a connection to Minister Hua, who was related to the art saint, the clan still held the power of nobilities due to their background, and there was not an absolute need to set Nanda Wanyin up with the art saint to acquire power. And because of this, the art saint had no right to come and demand Nanda Wanyin to marry him. But things were different now. Now it was the title of Crown Princess. His Majesty wrote the imperial order himself. Nobody, in all of the Nandu nation, could deny the order. No, I've said before, I don't believe in fate. Hua Jieyu looked at her uncle and shook her head. I'm not going to the imperial palace and I'm not going to be the crown princess. Not now, not ever. Jieyu, don't think that way. Nanda Wanshan's expression changed. Hua Jieyu was way too determined, to the point that Nanda Wanshan was afraid. If Hua Jieyu wanted to deny the imperial order, there was only one way. He was not willing to see her go down that road. Uncle, can you stop by the Guqin Gardens for me? Hua Jieyu did not respond to her uncle's previous utterance. Instead, she made a request, tears streaming down her face. What do you want? Asked Nanda Wanshan. Can you tell him not to come tomorrow? Just tell him that the clan won't allow it. Her voice was filled with sadness. Her tears could not be stopped as she spoke. Of course, she wished for him to come, but she knew deep down, there was no way of denying the imperial order. If he came, it would only put him in danger. She did not wish for anything to happen to Yi Futian. What if he finds out what happened? Asked Nanda Wanshan. Then tell him that I have no feelings for him anymore, and that I want to be the crown princess. Tell him to forget about me and never look for me again, said Hua Jieyu. The tears continued to stream down her face and her own words cut into her heart like knives. Hearing her words, Nanda Wanshan also felt pained. His heart clenched for his niece. Are you sure that's what you want to tell him? He asked. Hua Jieyu nodded her head in response. Okay. Nanda Wanshan nodded as well. I'll head over now. He then turned to leave. Watching him leave, Hua Jieyu crouched down on the ground. Her arms hugged her knees as she cried her eyes out. Nanda Wanyin did not know when it happened, but her tears were filled with tears as well. She walked beside Hua Jieyu and hugged her lightly. Mother, I don't know why, but my heart really hurts, Hua Jieyu said. Her tone was heartbreaking to listen to. Mother's heart is also in pain. Nanda Wanyin hated herself for being so useless. Mother, if anything happens to me, you have to take care of yourself, said Hua Jieyu. Silly girl. Nanda Wanyin's heart squeezed at Hua Jieyu's words, but she had no idea how to comfort her daughter. She herself has had this type of thought countless times, but she had Hua Jieyu. She had a child with the man she loved. At the Guqin Gardens, Yi Futian was feeling confused after hearing Xiaofan's words. The happy atmosphere at the residence had been ruined. They were no longer worried about Yi Futian becoming the crown prince's study attendant. They were more worried about what type of order had fallen upon the Nanda clan. Yi Futian had initially wanted to go check things out at the Nanda palace but was stopped by Yi Xiang and Tang Wan. They had yet to straighten things out and Xiaofeng was still watching from the outside. If Yi Futian stepped outside, it could be dangerous for him. Tang Wan ordered her first disciple, Nie Bing, to check outside while they waited inside. But before Nie Bing returned, Nanda Wenshan arrived at the Guqin Gardens. Yi Futian rushed to Nanda Wenshan immediately. His eyes were frozen on the elder male. "What happened here?" asked Nanda Wenshan. He had seen the obvious group of people outside. "His Majesty gave an imperial order. He wants me to be the crown prince's study attendant," answered Yi Futian. Nanda Wenshan's face fell. This young couple, Yi Futian, was bestowed with the title of the crown prince's study attendant, while Hua Jieyu was going to be the crown princess. To outsiders, this might have seemed like a good thing, but anyone who knew of Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian's relationship knew that this was a calamity. "Where's Jieyu?" Yi Futian was looking straight at Nanda Wenshan. "Jieyu wanted me to bring you a message," said Nanda Wenshan. "What is it?" asked Yi Futian. "She says she no longer has feelings for you and that she wants to be the crown princess, so you should forget about her and never look for her again," Nanda Wenshan said while staring into the young man's eyes. He felt so cruel, but he understood why Hua Jieyu would say such hurtful things to Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt like he was hit by lightning. He was frozen in place not because of the cruel words but because of the meaning behind them. In an instant, he figured out what the imperial order for the Nanda clan was. "Dummy!" Yi Futian opened his mouth after a long while. Nanda Wenshan was dumbfounded. Then, he watched as the young man lifted his head towards himself. With red eyes, Yi Futian said, "Did she really think that I would believe those words? Does that dummy think I'm an idiot?" Nanda Wenshan was speechless. "Uncle, tell me, how is she doing now?" asked Yi Futian. Nanda Wenshan's heart clenched when Yi Futian called him that. He said, "I'm really worried about her. She said that she will never step foot in the imperial palace and will never become the crown princess." "Never." "Of course not. She's mine." Yi Futian continued. "Why would that idiot of an emperor give such an order?" "I don't know the specifics, but there is one thing I can tell you," said Nanda Wenshan. "Ministers will once told Jieyu's fortune. He said she was fated to be an empress. Maybe he told the emperor. This must be her destiny." "Ministers what? Empress?" Yi Futian looked at Nanda Wenshan. "Ministers what is an astrologer?" "Yeah," nodded Nanda Wenshan. At this moment, a lot of things suddenly became clear to Yi Futian. "You're wrong, ministers won't tell the emperor," said Yi Futian. Nanda Wenshan lifted his head to look at Yi Futian, confused. "If Fox is fated to be empress, then that means ministers must have looked at my fortune as well," Yi Futian said in all seriousness. "If she is fated to be empress, then I am fated to be emperor." Chapter 94. Nanda Wenshan looked at Yi Futian. This guy was talented, but saying he was fated to be an emperor was a bit too much. However, he didn't doubt it. Ministers had given Yi Futian the minister decree, and probably had really tested Yi Futian's fate. It meant that he couldn't have an average fate. Nanda Wenshan looked at Yi Futian. This guy was talented, but saying he was fated to be an emperor was a bit too much. However, he didn't doubt it. Ministers had given Yi Futian the minister decree, and probably had really tested Yi Futian's fate. It meant that he couldn't have an average fate. Looking at the handsome figure before him, Nanda Wenshan said, "No matter what, do not go to the Nanda clan tomorrow. If it's truly as you said, that ministers didn't tell the emperor, then there's more to the fact that he sent Minister Hua. If you object, he will definitely not treat you nicely." "Uncle, if I have the fate of an emperor and don't mind what happened before, will Nanda support me?" Yi Futian asked instead of replying to what Nanda Wenshan said. The Nanda clan was the previous royalty after all. They had strong foundations and were established in Donghai City. If they could abandon everything of Nanda Kingdom, they might be able to change the situation and fight with Minister Hua. This guy. Nanda Wenshan looked at Yi Futian. It seemed that the youth had lost his cool. It was the emperor's decree for Minister Hua to come and give the title of crown princess. Yi Futian was only 17. No matter how talented he was, it didn't mean anything. The crown prince was more talented. There wasn't even a need to choose. How could Yi Futian prove that he had an emperor's fate? You have to think clearly and not muddle your mind. Would you like me to pass a word on to Jieyu? I'm afraid she'll do something silly, Nanda Wunshan said. Uncle, tell that silly girl to not do anything silly and wait for me. Minister Zhuo was right. She has the fate of an empress and is destined to be the mother of the world, Yi Futian said. He trusted Minister Zhuo's prediction because his godfather and Emperor Yi Qing had said similar things before. Okay. Nanda Wunshan sighed inwardly. He glanced at Hua Fenglu again but left without saying anything more. It had seemed that everything was improving. The clan leader had agreed for Nanda Wenin and Hua Jieyu to come to the Guqin Gardens, but the decree had changed everything. In the garden, everyone stood behind Yi Futian. They didn't know what to say and couldn't comfort him. The mood was repressive. Yi Futian turned. Seeing all the eyes on him, he forced a smile and said, "What are you all looking at me for? It's getting late. Go rest." To Hua Fenglu he said, "Master, let's go back." He carried Hua Fenglu toward his own yard. Yi Xiang looked at their receding backs and sighed inwardly. He had planned on taking this group of extremely talented youths to the imperial city tomorrow for the Tingfeng banquet. With Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's skills, they could definitely surpass the others. They also had Minister Zhuo's help and would have a smooth path to becoming the best of the kingdom. But this decree had destroyed everything. Minister Zhuo's anticipations and their plans. Yi Futian had just called His Majesty of Nandu the idiot king. His mood was clear. Even though he was only 17, the man was not the king in his eyes. The study attendant of the crown prince? In a few years he might become more impressive than the prince. Now he was only worried that he would die young. Just as Yi Futian had guessed, even though Yi Xiang had accepted Yu Sheng as his disciple, he also saw Yi Futian as a disciple but treated them differently. Otherwise, he wouldn't help Yi Futian so much. At night there was music in the garden. Yi Futian sat there playing his guqin. There was a breeze and it was quite cold, but Yi Futian's heart was even colder. He played with his eyes closed. At this moment he thought of many happy memories. A beautiful face appeared in his mind. She was so beautiful but also playful. They had met for the first time when they were 12. The 12-year-old girl already had shocking looks. He said that if she was like this at 12, she'd become a fox when she grew up. At 15, they met again in the Qingzhou Academy. The girl purposely lied to everyone so they would have misunderstandings, making him gain a bunch of enemies. Later, he cultivated with his master. They had months of interactions and play, almost like flirting in hindsight. A warm smile appeared on his face. Later, the girl went to the Yi mansion, shocking everyone there. The two then joined hands by the Qingzhou lake to announce their relationship. Then they separated. After that, something happened in Qingzhou City. He crossed the East Sea and caused a commotion in Donghai Academy so she would know he was there. They met again in the Guqin Gardens and the girl hugged him gently. The two were in love but didn't dare to publicize it until the school of the Emperor Star started suspecting it. When Mu Yunxian spread the rumors, he walked into the school of the Emperor Star. He marked their relationship with a kiss, leading to the battle at the gate of the school. They held hands and smiled, facing the future fearlessly. In the school of the Finance Star, the two slept in each other's arms. The girl was shy but did not stop him. He knew that she was willing to give him everything. He swore in his heart that he would marry her. However, no one expected that fate was a joke. The imperial city's order was so aggressive and merciless, it destroyed everything. The music went from heartwarming to sweet. It seemed to contain deep emotions and gradually grew depressed, furious and hateful, wishing to cut apart the world. With a clang, the string snapped and the music cut off. Yi Futian opened his eyes. He looked at the broken string. His eyes were still sharp. When he looked up, he saw the old man with a broom under the moonlight. The violence in his eyes disappeared. He asked, "Grandpa, why aren't you resting?" "I was attracted by your music," the old man said with a smile. "Young master, your music is a bit chaotic today. Did something happen? Yi Futian glanced at him and felt something affectionate. He said, Grandpa Yu, someone wants to steal the girl I love. How can someone dare to steal young Master Ye's girl? The man asked in confusion. The Emperor of Nandu. He ordered my girl to become the crown princess, Yi Futian said. Grandpa Yu, what should I do? If she's your girl, steal her back. So what if he's the emperor? You said naturally. Hearing his calm voice, Yi Futian's eyes narrowed. The old man's eyes were cloudy, but he seemed to feel nothing wrong with the logic. Yi Futian smiled brightly. Grandpa Yu, you're right. If she's my girl, so what if he's the emperor? Young Master Yi, please rest early. I'll go now. The old man stooped low and left. Looking at his back, Yi Futian's smile grew determined. The night was as still as water. Yi Futian didn't sleep the entire night. Later, a black winged eagle landed soundlessly in the garden. Yi Futian climbed onto it and wind appeared. The eagle flapped its wings and flew. However, the moment the black winged eagle shot into the sky, a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked him. It was Yixiang. Where are you sneaking off to at night? Are you a thief? A cold voice sounded behind him. Yi Futian turned to see Tang Lan there. Senior Aunt Tang. Yi Futian smiled wryly. It seemed that everyone was guarding him instead of sleeping. People appeared one after another down below. Yu Shang, Yi Qingxian, and Tang Wan were all there looking up at him. They had guessed he would run away alone. Whatever you want to do, talk about it after tonight, Yixiang said coldly. Yi Futian knew he couldn't leave now. He just nodded and had the eagle land on the ground. Then he went to his room to rest. The others watched him without leaving. They sat in the garden guarding him. It was the last day of year 10,000 of the divine calendar. In the morning, Yi Futian walked out of his room and saw the people sitting in the courtyard. It made him feel warm inside. These people were all part of his family. Master, you're up so early too, Yi Futian said, walking to Hua Fenglu who was on the bench. Aren't we going to see your mistress and Jieyu today? I'm excited, so I woke up early, Hua Fenglu said with a smile. You're not allowed to go, Tang Lan said, glaring at Hua Fenglu. She's right. Master, you shouldn't go because of your body. I'll bring Mistress and Jieyu here, Yi Futian said. If you dare leave me behind, you can go find another teacher, Hua Fenglu said with a glare. Fine, as if I need you, Yi Futian replied. Everyone listened as they argued, but it felt bittersweet. Hua Fenglu stared at Yi Futian and said, Try me. Aunt Tang, please help me look after him. He's already like this, but he's still conceited, Yi Futian said to Tang Lan almost harshly. You're really going? Yixiang asked Yi Futian. The youth nodded. He had no choice. If he didn't go, there was no saying what that silly girl would do. No matter what the ending was like, he had to go try. Otherwise, he wouldn't admit defeat. What are you looking at me like that for? Yi Futian said, smiling as he looked at everyone. I have an emperor's fate. I won't die so easily, and I'm going to bring Mistress and Fox here. Yu Shang followed him and Yi Qingxian followed Yu Shang. What are you doing? Yi Futian asked Yu Shang. Going with you, he replied. I'm going to see my wife. What are you going for? Your wife is behind you, Yi Futian said, but Yu Shang didn't move. Get the fuck back, Yi Futian yelled. Yu Shang didn't move. Yu Shang, come back, Yixiang said to his disciple. Yu Shang looked back. I'm going with him, Yixiang said. Yu Shang's eyes were red and his fists were clenched tightly. Yi Futian looked up at Yixiang, saying, I'm not your disciple. What are you going for? You're an idiot, Yixiang replied coldly. Yi Futian froze. Looking at the man, he finally smiled and said, You're the real idiot. As he spoke, he started walking out. Yixiang followed behind him, but not without glaring at Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian. Be obedient. Tang Lan, watch them for me. Tang Lan's eyes were red too. Seeing the two leave, she muttered, You're all idiots. Chapter 95. The last day of the Divine Prefecture calendar year 10,000 did not seem like it was going to be a peaceful day. The news of Yi Futian being ordered to become the Crown Prince's study attendant, and Hua Jieyu to be the Crown Princess hit Donghai Academy like a storm. Everybody was in shock. The last day of the Divine Prefecture calendar year 10,000 did not seem like it was going to be a peaceful day. The news of Yi Futian being ordered to become the Crown Prince's study attendant, and Hua Jieyu to be the Crown Princess hit Donghai Academy like a storm. Everybody was in shock. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian were once the most well-known couple on campus, as well as the most gifted. They were a match made in heaven, but with one imperial order from the imperial city, the young couple was destined for a sad ending. Nobody thought that they could go against the imperial order. The only thing left to do was to go where fate takes you. Yi Futian had once rejected the Crown Prince's offer, but now, there was no way out. This was the power of royalty. But of course, if Yi Futian just gave in, he would have the opportunity to climb up the power ladder. However, according to what the people of Donghai Academy knew about Yi Futian, there was no way he would give in. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the Crown Prince's offer during the assembly of the 7 schools. At the school of the Emperor's Star, many people were gathered. Headmaster Yan Xiao, his disciple Zhuo Qing, Vice Headmaster Han Mo, as well as other officials were all present. "Where are Headmaster and the rest going?" asked a student watching the group from afar. "I heard they're going to the Nanda Palace to congratulate Hua Jieyu for being chosen as the Crown Princess," said a knowledgeable student. At the mention of Hua Jieyu's name, many people were feeling conflicted. The young woman once cultivated at the school of the Emperor's Star. She was a goddess to many, the girl of their dreams. She was outstanding and beautiful, but in the end she betrayed their school. And now she was going to be the Crown Princess and the Empress in the future. From now on, they were only worthy of looking up at her. Perhaps only a perfect girl like her was worthy of all this. As for Yi Futian, it was bound to be a tragedy. The large group from the school of the Emperor's Star set off for the Nanda Palace. The people of Donghai Academy were not the only ones who knew of these new developments. The news has spread like wildfire all through the city of Donghai. Many powerful people who found out about the news all headed over to the palace to congratulate the Nanda clan on this last day before the new year. The clan was already powerful because they had a royal background, but now one of their younger members had been bestowed the title of the Crown Princess. This was the perfect chance to establish a great relationship with the clan. Plus, Minister Hua was also at the palace. The Nanda clan, the used-to-be royal family, had become the main focus of everyone once again. Today was definitely not going to be a quiet day. Just as Yi Xiang and Yi Futian stepped out of the Guqin Gardens, Xiafeng, Xiafan, and their people surrounded the two of them. Xiafeng asked Yi Futian, "Where are you going? Does His Majesty's Imperial Order also include restricting my freedom?" asked Yi Futian. "Obviously not, but we're heading to the Imperial City tomorrow, so it's best for you not to go running about." Xiafeng smiled. Yi Futian gave him an icy glance, then picked up his feet to leave. Xiafan smiled and asked, "Can't keep yourself from seeing your lover?" Yi Futian stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xiafan. Xiafan was giving him an evil smile and said, "That's all in the past now. She's going to be the Crown Princess. You better keep yourself in check and know your place. If you keep having these thoughts, I'm afraid." Xiafan laughed but did not continue. The mocking look in his eyes became more obvious. He was provoking Yi Futian on purpose. He actually hoped that Yi Futian would cause a ruckus by disobeying the imperial order. This way it would be a dead end for him. Literally, no one was going to be able to save him. Yi Futian suddenly gave Xiafan a smile before walking towards him. Xiafan watched Yi Futian as he neared. The smug look on his face grew. Did Yi Futian think he was still the genius cultivator that ministers were favored? Things were different now. Only bad things were waiting for Yi Futian. The Crown Prince obviously had it out for him. Yi Futian stopped in front of Xiafan with a charming bright smile. He then took out the decree of the minister and showed it to Xiafan. "Do you know what this is?" The look on Xiafan's face changed a little. Was Yi Futian really threatening him with the decree of the minister at a time like this? Just then, Yi Futian acted at the speed of light. His fist landed right on Xiafan's face. Because Xiafan had no time to react to defend himself, he was knocked down to the ground face first. "How presumptuous!" yelled Xiafeng. The powerful cultivators came in closer. Yi Xiang also came closer behind Yi Futian. His aura was domineering and his long robe blew in the wind. "Even if he doesn't know what this is, you should know, right?" Yi Futian held the decree of the minister up for Xiafeng to see. I was bestowed the title of the Crown Prince's study attendant by His Majesty, and give this decree by Minister Zhua. To insult me in public, is that dissatisfaction with the emperor, or is he looking down on Minister Zhua? Xia Feng's expression darkened at Yi Futian's words. However, he did not dare to lay a hand on Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian was most likely going to end up being very pitiful, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Xia Fan crawled off the ground, blood in the corners of his mouth. A bruise had already formed on his face. He threw Yi Futian a murderous look as he continued to stare. However, he made no moves to get revenge. Instead, he smiled a creepy smile and said, "You're right, my actions were too rash. I apologize." Xia Fan believed that Yi Futian would be dead soon. He'll allow him to be arrogant for a little longer. He would take the punch. Yi Futian saw the creepy smile on Xia Fan's face and returned it with a cold, icy glare. He did nothing to hide his murderous intentions. Turning around, Yi Futian was on his way again. "Follow," ordered Xiaofeng when he saw Yi Xiang and Yi Futian leaving. A large group following obnoxiously after the two and headed in the direction of the Nandu Palace altogether. This day was not a quiet one for the Nandu clan. People kept arriving with congratulatory words. The guests were all powerful people of Donghai City. The large palace was filled with guests for the first time in a long time. At this scene, the people of the clan felt as if they have recovered their glory. Many people were very excited at this and imagined the clan's bright future. The only thing giving the clan a headache was Hua Jieyu's attitude. She still seemed to be very put off by this situation. Many people in the clan could not understand. Was this because of Yi Futian? Everyone knew who to choose between a gifted young man and a gifted crown prince. Why was she still stuck on Yi Futian? It was all because she was still too young. Hua Jieyu was still at the age that her imaginations were more important than reality. At this moment outside the palace, a black winged eagle landed on the ground. Two figures got off of the eagle. It was Yi Xiang and Yi Futian. When Yi Futian saw how lively the palace was, his heart clenched. The two of them stepped to the entrance of the palace. There stood two powerful members of the Nandu clan. They had been welcoming guests. Their face fell as soon as they saw Yi Futian. Coldly they asked, "What are you doing here?" Presently, he was the one person that the whole clan dreaded seeing the most. "I came to look for my mistress and my girlfriend." "Didn't the clan already agree to it?" asked Yi Futian. "Nonsense. There is no one here that can be your girlfriend," a middle-aged man reprimanded. How dare Yi Futian called Hua Jieyu his girlfriend now that she was given the title of the crown princess. "You'll see whether or not my girlfriend is here if you let me in." Yi Futian tried to take a step forward but was blocked by multiple bodies. Yi Xiang stood behind Yi Futian, exuding a powerful aura. The powerful cultivators of the Nandu clan looked at him with different expressions from before. "I think you guys should go and announce his arrival," said Yi Xiang. The leader of the group blocking Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang. Then he gave a command to someone behind him, and that person ran into the palace. Yi Futian and Yi Xiang stood quietly outside the entrance of the palace. Inside the palace, Nandu Tai had set up a huge celebration to receive Minister Hua and the guests. At the party, every table was full and laughter filled the air. Everyone was getting along well, and more arrived. Just then, a person came running and whispered in Nandu Tai's ear. Whatever this person told him caused a change in his facial expression. "What's wrong, brother Nandu?" Beside Nandu Tai, Minister Hua quickly picked up the vibe that something was wrong. "It's nothing, brother Hua. I will take care of it," Nandu Tai answered with a smile. It was as if truly there was nothing wrong. "If he's here, then let him in," said Minister Hua. Yi Futian came at the perfect time. Something flashed through Nandu Tai's eyes and he nodded as he told his subordinate what to do. "Let him in." "Yes, clan leader," said the messenger. Minister Hua picked up his cup for a quick drink, his eyes cold. To dare to show up at a setting like this today, Yi Futian must not be able to let things go. If so, he was going to learn the consequences of being young and stubborn. Death was the only result of defying an imperial order. This was probably part of the reason why Emperor Luo sent Minister Hua. Very quickly, everyone in the clan knew of Yi Futian's arrival. Outside the palace, Yi Futian received his reply. The members of the clan led the way. Yi Futian looked into the spacious palace and turned to Yixiang beside him. Senior, if anything happens, just leave. Forget about me. Can you shut up? Reprimanded Yixiang. Yi Futian did not know what to say and shut his mouth. Taking a step forward, Yi Futian stepped into the Nanda Palace for the second time. Following the main road in the middle, people kept appearing on the sides. They were all glaring at Yi Futian with rage. There were even those who spoke up to tell him off. Jieyu is already the crown princess. How dare you still come here? You didn't even dare to fight last time. How can you be so thick-skinned and show up here again? Similar insults were continuously thrown at Yi Futian. Suddenly, Yi Futian stopped in his tracks. Staring straight ahead, he said, "A family of fallen royals kicked off the throne. To be proud of marrying into the new royal family instead of being ashamed. I can't believe the Nanda family clan has fallen so low. How pitiful." "What did you say?" At Yi Futian's words, a lot of people stepped up, giving off a murderous vibe. "I said that Nanda family clan doesn't know what pride is. I didn't want to battle last time because I wanted to leave you guys with your pride, but since you guys are all so shameless anyway, then today I will let the Nanda clan know just how inferior you guys are," said Yi Futian. Afterward, a pair of beautiful golden wings appeared. The bright rock spirit was released behind Yi Futian. Then he was lifted into the sky. An immensely bright light formed by the gathering of spiritual qi shined all over his body. Yi Futian, 6-starred glory plane cultivator, challenges everyone in the Nanda clan who is in or below the Dharma plane, he said. The Yi Futian at this moment possessed such a powerful aura. He was going to release his full potential. Chapter 96. Yi Futian's words were like a bolt of lightning. It transformed into a terrifying sound wave that swept through the Nanda clan. Various seniors stepped out, glaring furiously at Yi Futian as if they had been utterly humiliated. Yi Futian's words were like a bolt of lightning. It transformed into a terrifying sound wave that swept through the Nanda clan. Various seniors stepped out, glaring furiously at Yi Futian as if they had been utterly humiliated. "Presumptuous. You don't know your place. You're looking for death." The voices kept coming. Yi Futian, 6-star glory plane, dared to challenge everyone in the Nanda clan under the Dharma plane? What did he take the Nanda clan for? They had once been the royal clan. Though they had fallen now, they still had a strong base and were at least the tip of the pyramid in Donghai City. But Yi Futian had spoken as if they were nothing. This was unacceptable. The older generation all stared daggers at him. This kid was too wild. Did he think that no one dared to touch him because he had the minister's decree? If Yi Futian dared to do anything today, he could be counted as dead already. If not for some concerns, some wanted to wipe him out of existence, but they would leave that to Minister Hua. Jieyu already hated the Nanda clan. If they killed Yi Futian too, there would be no reconciliation between them. Though they couldn't kill him, they would still make life difficult for him since he said something so blasphemous. "I am a 7-star glory plane. I'm enough to exterminate you." A younger member of the Nanda clan jumped out. A wind element robe was wrapped around his body and he flashed with golden light. He held a golden spear in his hands. As soon as he spoke, he sprang towards Yi Futian like lightning. The golden spear spun, releasing a golden glow. Unstoppable power brewed in it, and it was about to reach Yi Futian. Green spiritual qi glowed around Yi Futian. The wood element lock of 1,000 vines was released with rustles. They covered the sky and went to enclose the opponent. The Nanda clan member roared, but he didn't dodge it. He had a higher cultivation than Yi Futian, and also had the extremely powerful metal element battle techniques. He would not fear Yi Futian. The spinning golden spear cut through everything. Many vines were destroyed, but Yi Futian's lock of 1,000 vines was too sturdy. The man quickly realized that his spear couldn't keep up with the speed of the vines coming. The vines quickly wrapped around him. Then the thick vines tied him down. His legs, arms, and neck were all tied tightly. The vines cut into his wrist and his spear fell from his hands. His neck was strangled, turning his face beet red. He couldn't move at all, immobilized in midair. Yi Futian stood before him. His wings flapped with a gold halo around him. His eyes were so sharp. "I don't want to fight any more failures like this." Yi Futian flashed and his wings swept over, slapping the man to the ground. Then Yi Futian continued forward arrogantly. A 7-star glory plane man had been defeated by one blow. He couldn't even break through Yi Futian's one spell. Yi Futian continued forward, reducing the Nanda clan to nothing in his eyes. In the near distance, Yi Xiang strolled behind him. Of course, he understood that Yi Futian barely had any chances of surviving here today, but the youth didn't want to give up. What would he do to win a shred of hope for himself? More and more powerful members of the Nanda clan gathered around him. Another figure sprang into the air. It was Nanda Mu, another genius of the clan. He was at the 8-star glory plane and was extremely strong. Nanda Mu had heard of Yi Futian's records in Donghai Academy. He knew that the youth had defeated those over the 8-star glory plane. Therefore, he didn't underestimate Yi Futian. He released his life spirit, a dazzling sword. With a sword as his life spirit, he was covered in horribly strong intent of the sword. He could slice through anything before him and nothing could stop him. Nanda Mu was a powerful swordsman in training. Sorcery was his supplement. When he grasped the sword, it seemed that he was the only one left in the world. He flashed, and countless afterimages appeared in the sky. It was as if he was everywhere. Yi Futian couldn't distinguish between them at all. The lock of 1,000 vines swept toward one direction. Nanda Mu's pupils constricted. The afterimages disappeared and his true body appeared. Was his enhanced agility ineffective before Yi Futian? He had been seen through so easily. Seeing the vines come at him, he pulled his sword out. There was only one sword, but there seemed to be countless ones in the air. There were various snicks and snaps. The vines were cut apart crazily. Nanda Mu's attacks and speed were both much faster than the first opponent. When the endless vines swept toward him, the sword life spirit seemed to hum. As if he was surrounded by a ring of sharp swords, the intent of the sword flew out and cut the vines. After that, the thousands of swords became one and seemed to become a truly sharp blade behind Nanda Mu. It shot out directly towards Yi Futian. In that instant, everything else melted away. The sword's radiance was enough to destroy everything. As expected of Nanda Mu, all members of the Nanda clan stared sharply at the battleground in the sky. Nanda Mu was one of the top younger members of the clan, and he lived up to expectations. This sword would definitely defeat Yi Futian. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian. He stood there without moving, watching the dazzling sword come at him. Boom! Everyone saw a blinding fireball explode around Yi Futian. For that moment, his already brilliant golden body was covered by flames. They burned his body, releasing a scalding fiery red glow like the sun. The fire element. When the crowd saw this, their pupils constricted. Then they saw Yi Futian reach out. There seemed to be a furnace in his hands that could melt everything in the world. It's the tragic melting palm. Behind Yi Futian, something flashed through Yi Xiang's eyes. This was a battle technique from his practice room. It was a fire element technique with extreme explosive force. The cultivation requirements were very strict. The basic requirement was cultivation of both martial arts and sorcery. One also needed enough fire element power. If only semi-cultivated, it was very weak, but once one fully cultivated this technique, it was terrifying. It was also developmental and wasn't restricted to a certain plane. Yi Xiang didn't know Yi Futian had learned this technique. It was his first time seeing Yi Futian use it. Now he was thinking how many secrets this guy really had. Perhaps he could see a glimpse today. He'd already guessed what Yi Futian wanted to do. Now Yi Futian shone like the sun. His body had turned into a furnace too. When Nanda Mu approached him, he could feel the destructive force that wanted to burn his body to ashes. His sword life spirit screamed. The intent of the sword was shocking. With one strike he could defeat thousands of spells. Now it stabbed towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian reached out his hands. It was like a scary furnace had appeared. He grasped the sword directly. Under Nanda Mu's shocked stare, his sword melted bit by bit until it disappeared. A gust of shocking heat appeared. If Nanda Mu continued forward, his body would end up like his sword. How could flesh be compared to a sharp blade? As a skilled man, he was able to stop his charging body. He abandoned his sword and retreated, but it was too late. Yi Futian's wings flashed and his body turned into lightning. Reaching out, he clasped his palms of fire on Nanda Mu's neck. Then his wings flapped and Yi Futian descended quickly. He raised his hand and slammed Nandamu to the ground while he shot into the sky again like a golden streak of lightning. The powerful figures of Nanda clan watched as Nandamu writhed on the ground. He was covered in burns and had been injured gravely. Someone covered with light took him away. More people stared up at Yi Futian with uncomfortable expressions. Yi Futian was so powerful that even someone like Nandamu was crushed, completely not at his level. If this was the case, the Nanda clan would have a hard time finding someone in the 8-star glory plane to fight with him one-on-one. It may work with a 9-star glory plane genius. Where do you get your arrogance from as a fallen clan? Yi Futian said coldly as he advanced. The Nanda clan was so humiliated but they couldn't refute him. Seeing Yi Futian advance step by step toward the location of their banquet, a senior said, "Take him down. I don't want to see him take another step." They hadn't expected Yi Futian would be so powerful. If he was allowed to reach the banquet, it would be a disgrace to the clan. Today there were many big figures of Donghai City at the banquet, including Minister Hua. Hua Jieyu, a member of the clan, was now the crown princess. It was a moment of glory with no time for disturbances. Countless figures came out. Some shot to the sky. Others gathered their spells on the ground. The spiritual qi went crazy in the air. Since Yi Futian wanted to fight everyone under the Dharma plane of the Nanda clan, they would satisfy him. After they take Yi Futian down, it would still be embarrassing, but it was better than being defeated by him one by one. Yi Futian was now surrounded by powerful figures. However, he continued forward as if he didn't see anything. Countless spells were released at once, exploding with shocking might. Spells of various schools swept towards Yi Futian as one. In an instant, the youth was attacked by all these spells, but he continued strolling in the air, seeming even more elegant. Chapter 97. Chapter 97 Shock. Chapter 97. Shock. Yi Futian floated arrogantly in the air. His body was illuminated by both a golden light and the light given off by the flames. Yi Futian shined bright like the sun. The attack spells continued to charge at Yi Futian, but every time they got close, they were destroyed by the flames. His body acted as a giant furnace. This was the frightening point of the palm of melting sadness. In order to cultivate the palm of melting sadness, one needed to cultivate both martial arts and sorcery. They must gather endless amounts of fire spiritual qi to join with the fire spiritual qi within themselves. This would cultivate the body in a fearsome burning furnace, ready to incinerate all in its way. And when the powers erupted, the flames would gather in the palm. If others were struck by the palm, they would be directly cremated into ashes. If Yi Futian hadn't gone easy on Nandamu, he would have been dead, ceasing to exist. When the members of the Nanda clan saw the attacks thrown at Yi Futian being destroyed, the expressions on their faces darkened. What type of battle technique was this? It was just too powerful. They knew ordinary spells were no use on Yi Futian. Whether it be martial arts cultivators or sorcerers, anyone within the 8-starred glory plane was a piece of cake to Yi Futian. More clan members gathered. They all knew of the insulting words Yi Futian said, but all they could do was watch as other members fell victim to his wrath. Just then a golden rod formed by spiritual qi appeared in Yi Futian's hand. The wings on his back fluttered and carried him off like a giant rock at an incredible speed. A sorcerer was casting a spell in the direction Yi Futian was headed in. Upon seeing Yi Futian, who was charging straight for him, the sorcerer turned away hurriedly. However, with the help of wind sorcery, the rock spirit, and his rock form, Yi Futian was unbelievably fast. His rod smashed down on the sorcerer's shoulder. A loud crisp sound was heard. It sounded like the crushing of bones. Following that, the sorcerer's body began to fall from the skies, smashing harshly onto the ground. A giant thunderbird flew towards Yi Futian. The giant bird, enveloped by the lightning, was ready to attack Yi Futian. Yi Futian's golden rod danced in the air around him. Nothing could get through to him. The rod then slipped past the curtain of lightning surrounding the giant thunderbird, then destroyed it. In the next moment, Yi Futian descended on the sorcerer who had cast the spell, and with one smash, this sorcerer ended like the last. He let out a loud scream and his body was thrown off to the side. Another 3 figures charged at Yi Futian simultaneously. Their bodies were surrounded by wind sorcery. They used the power of the wind to get close to Yi Futian and barricade him between the three of them. Then, the three cultivators all released their powers to attack Yi Futian at the same time. There was a sharp halberd aimed for his heart. There was a storm of punches of beast-like strength. Every punch thrown was accompanied by a beastly growl, like that of a lion or tiger. There was also an attack of frost, ready to encapsulate everything in a thick layer of ice. The frightening ice storm moved towards Yi Futian as if it was prepared to bury him in ice. All three of these men were either just martial arts cultivators or cultivators of both martial arts and sorcery. Two of them were in the 8-starred glory plane and one in the 7-starred glory plane. This group of power cultivators ganged up against Yi Futian. The golden rod danced in the air while the aura around Yi Futian became stronger. The wings on his back carried him around. In the blink of an eye and without any hesitation, Yi Futian attacked with the rod quickly. Bang! 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 3 bodies were struck by the rod and thrown back. The 3 cultivators spat up blood in midair. Yi Futian did not stop moving. The golden rock moved quickly and landed on the floor. 2 more people screamed out in pain as the golden rod landed on their bodies. In a flash, Yi Futian charged at another person. Before Yi Futian could even get close, the person attempted to make a run for it, but with a single swipe of the rod, his body was thrown into the air. Following this, the body surrounded by golden light continued to attack. Inside the Nanda Palace, people were being thrown left and right or were smashed into the ground. The whole palace was filled with blood-curdling screams. Countless members of the clan had fallen. It was complete chaos. A strange sight was happening at the Nanda Palace. A 6-starred glory plane cultivator was walking through the palace, and following on both sides of this young man were powerful cultivators in higher planes. However, they could only follow. No one dared to fight him. Even sorcerers were reluctant to cast attack spells on him from afar because people had tried to do so earlier, and were all defeated by the golden rod. Yi Futian continued to advance as members of the Nanda clan followed beside him. The looks on their faces were serious but also filled with embarrassment. They finally knew just how scary Yi Futian was. The elders of the clan had darkened expressions. They couldn't believe that they were going to allow Yi Futian to continue into the palace. No one was able to stop him. One of the elders tried to make a move for Yi Futian but stopped when Yi Xiang spoke up from behind Yi Futian. He said, "The Nanda clan used to be royalty. You guys should stop now and save your pride. It would be truly humiliating if an elder made a move in this situation." Yi Futian had only challenged members of the clan within the Dharma plane. More of the younger clan members had gathered after hearing about the news. Many of them were outstanding cultivators, but they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Yi Futian had challenged everyone within the Dharma plane but defeated everyone with such ease. This was too humiliating. Furthermore, if they did not stop him now, Yi Futian would soon make his way to the party venue. Just then a figure blocked Yi Futian's path. He was strong and powerful, a 9-starred glory plane cultivator. "Stop right there," he said. Immediately after he had spoken, Yi Futian charged forward. He did not want to waste his breath on this guy. Unfaltering, the cultivator let out a scream. Spiritual chi collected for a spell. A golden rounded gear spun quickly, cutting into the air, headed towards Yi Futian. The sharp gear was able to attack from all directions. It was able to block the light of the sun with its large size. If struck with the gear, the body would definitely be cut up into pieces. Boom! Yi Futian put one foot forward, his power building up from within. He swung the golden rod down once, and the large gear in his way was destroyed. Yi Futian charged toward his opponent at the speed of light, only to see that he had formed an even bigger gear with spiritual chi. An ear-splitting sound rang out as the gear spun. It was as if the gear could cut through thin air. Seeing that Yi Futian was racing toward himself at full speed, the cultivator sent the giant gear spinning towards Yi Futian with a wave of his hand. Boom! Another swing. The golden rod struck down on the gear, splitting it apart just as it had to the last. Yi Futian continued to advance. The 9-starred glory plane had a completely different expression on his face now. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something as he looked at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had no time to waste on him. He swung the rod and threw the cultivator to the side. It was as easy as stepping on an ant. A 9-starred glory plane cultivator was no different from the rest. One swing from the golden rod and they were all defeated. Many members of the Nanda clan were shaking in their shoes. The 9-starred glory plane cultivator who was just defeated was a rather well-known member of the Nanda clan, but even he was unable to stop Yifutian. Yifutian sped up. His golden wings spread out to carry him away. "Stop him!" someone screamed in rage. However, Yifutian was no longer going to stay and fight. As he advanced, the golden rod never stopped moving. People were sent flying all along the way. Finally, the party venue could be seen just up ahead. Many partygoers shifted their attention to Yifutian. Nandatai and a group of the most powerful cultivators of the Nanda clan did not know what to do. However, the guests seemed excited to see Yifutian. He truly was powerful. During Donghai Academy's assembly of the 7 schools, everyone was left with a deep impression of Yifutian. They were so taken with that one piece he played, the world. Now he has broken into the Nanda palace, destroying all that got in his way just like a young war god. Such a pity, many of the guests thought to themselves. This brilliant young man was going to end up dead because he chose to break into the Nanda palace and defy the imperial order. Minister Hua held his wine glass and murderous look filled his eyes. It seemed like someone was seeking death, but this was all within his expectations. At this time, 2 people appeared amongst the group of Nanda clan members. It was Hua Jieyu and Nanda Wanin. Hua Jieyu's eyes were trained on the young man headed her way. Tears rolled down her face, her heart in pain. Yifutian floated in the air in front of the main stage of the venue. He looked towards the person seated up in the main seat and then turned to look at Hua Jieyu. The iciness in his eyes melted again and he smiled. "Fox, I'm here." "Dummy," said Hua Jieyu as she cried. Minister Hua had come all this way with the imperial order from the emperor. It was obviously ill-intended. If they tried to defy the order, Minister Hua would definitely not hesitate to kill the both of them. "Restrain him," ordered Nandutai. Many of the most capable younger clan members rushed out and headed for Yifutian. Then the regular young clan members also followed suit. They did not look impressed. How could the others allow Yifutian to make his way all the way here to the venue? Boom! There was an explosion of spiritual chi in the vicinity. The humiliated members of the Nanda clan all released their powers, flooding the venue with an overwhelming storm of spiritual chi. Right now, all cultivators in the Dharma plane and below were prepared to gang up on Yifutian. They were fully enraged now. Noises sounded as a wood elemental spell was cast on Yifutian, the lock of 1,000 vines. Vines came from all directions while other attacks from different elemental sorcery rushed toward Yifutian as well. Boom! A flash of lightning hit Yifutian. In an instant, his body was bathed in the bright light. Meanwhile, his surrounding turned dark and stormy. "Thunder raid," said Yifutian. The world around him was full of lightning and thunder. Then thunder sorcery descended from the sky, striking the crowd down below. The element of thunder. Everyone was shocked as they watched Yifutian intently. Whoosh! Yifutian was now covered in flames. Fire dragons appeared and revolved around Yifutian. Next, they all roared loudly and came rushing down. The elemental of fire. This was another surprise for onlookers. Winding of 1,000 silk strains. Metal sorcery was released formed into endless strains of golden silk strains, cutting through the air. "Weight of earth," Yifutian spoke once again. The area began to fill with earth spiritual chi. A heavy force pushed down on everyone. This type of gravity spell was too scary. It restrained everyone's movements. Those high-level officials were frozen with the wine glasses still in their hands as they stared at Yifutian. He was a full attribute sorcerer. Chapter 98. The people at the banquet were all the big figures of Donghai City, but they were unsettled by a youth. Countless days ago, they had gone to watch the assembly of the 7 schools, attended by the crown prince and minister Hua. Yifutian, the disciple of the Qin devil, had cleared the name of his master. He had dedicated the song hero to his master, and used the world to display his emperor's intent. The students from the school of the Emperor Star, who stepped onto the battleground, all knelt down to him. He was so brilliant that the crown prince wanted to make him minister, but Yifutian refused. The people at the banquet were all the big figures of Donghai City, but they were unsettled by a youth. Countless days ago, they had gone to watch the assembly of the 7 schools, Attended by the crown prince and minister Hua, Yi Futian, the disciple of the Qin devil, had cleared the name of his master. He had dedicated the song hero to his master, and used the world to display his emperor's intent. The students from the school of the Emperor's Star, who stepped onto the battleground, all knelt down to him. He was so brilliant that the crown prince wanted to make him minister, but Yi Futian refused. Countless days later, a decree had fallen upon Donghai City, cutting off the youth's future. They all understood the meaning behind this. There seemed to be only one path waiting for the youth who refused to obey. Even if he agreed to go to the imperial city, the ending would still be the same. Today Yi Futian forced his way into the Nanda clan. He shone brightly, brighter than he had in Donghai Academy. Right now, spiritual qi of various elements wrapped around him. Spells of different schools exploded, instantly defeating countless younger members of the Nanda clan. He was also a musical sorcerer with the elemental talent he revealed now. He was clearly a one-in-a-century full-attribute sorcerer. Minister Hua narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent intensifying. It seemed that the crown prince's guess was logical. Minister Zhua had seen something early on, which meant that he must kill Yi Futian today to remove the threat. Nandatai shuddered inwardly too. Yi Futian's talent was the same as Hua Jieyu. In fact, Jieyu's talent relied more on spirit elemental to guide the other elements, but Yi Futian was different. His full attribute nature was balanced and powerful. The various elemental spells he cast were the best evidence. The power of each spell was way above what was typical of his plane. This meant his elemental strength was very strong, and this applied to every element. The strong of Donghai Academy shuddered too. Han Mo and Zhuoqing all stared at Yi Futian. It seemed that they still didn't witness Yi Futian's full power at the earlier battle. Was this all of his talent now? Even Zhuoqing was a bit jealous. Yi Xiang still stood quietly behind Yi Futian. His heart trembled too. Was this really Yi Futian? The shameless and playful guy had hidden such world-shaking talent. He should have risen to the top, but now he was stuck in the shallow water, struggling in Donghai City. An order from the king forced him into a state of despair. Hua Jieyu kept looking at Yi Futian. Her teary eyes were unblinking and her gaze grew more and more resolute. She took a step, wanting to go to Yi Futian, but Nandaku stopped her. "Miss," he said, "don't make it hard for me." Hua Jieyu looked coldly at the figure. She no longer had any feelings for this family. The moment the Nanda clan accepted the decree, she looked away from Nandaku to Yi Futian. Her eyes were so gentle. If they were not fated to be together in this life, they would go to the afterlife together. At this moment, Yi Futian was in the eye of the storm. As he cast his spells, those with weak cultivation could not withstand the wildness. Many were hit and it was chaos. Yi Futian raised the golden staff again. He twirled it in the air and a tremendous power descended, seeming to break apart the sky. When attacks came, afterimages of the staff appeared all around him. It blocked all attacks outside. Finally he moved, rushing at a 9-star glory plane sorcerer. He moved and performed the first of the 9 heavenly attacks, Genesis. It swept everything down. The spells coming at him were destroyed directly. The sorcerer was shocked and then he was swept by the staff, crashing into the others. Yi Futian didn't stop at all. His wings flapped and he appeared elsewhere. The winding of 1,000 silk strains and the lock of 1,000 vines unfurled. Next was the second of the 9 heavenly attacks. It swept everything before him. Countless bodies were sent flying in all directions. The Nanda clan watched all this, their insides clenching. The younger generation of their family was defeated so easily by Yi Futian. Were they really that weak? Yi Futian had been this wild at the Donghai Academy, but at that time, he didn't release the terrifying talent like today. Of course, some powerful 9-star glory plane figures continued to pursue Yi Futian. Many spells broke through the attacks and defenses, falling upon Yi Futian. He shook as well, but it seemed as if he was invincible and kept fighting crazily. "Zhuoqing, go," Yan Xiao, headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star, said. Zhuoqing's eyes flashed. He nodded and rose, heading toward the battlefield. He'd wanted to teach Yi Futian a lesson, and was once confident he could defeat the youth. But now Yi Futian had become so strong. He wasn't that confident anymore. Now Yi Futian's abilities were too shocking. Zhuo Qing stepped toward the battleground. Seeming to notice him, Yi Futian's wildly fighting body suddenly stopped. Defeated figures were scattered on the ground around him. He welcomed Zhuo Qing with a cold gaze. Hoisting his staff, he walked toward the other. At that moment, a shocking aura appeared around Zhuo Qing. His eyes became demonic and a spiritual wave pierced into Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian felt like he was taken over by a demon. His steps faltered as if it was hard to continue. His hand even twitched involuntarily. It was like Zhuo Qing was about to control his body. His ability was very strange. "You guys go," Zhuo Qing said. Countless men at the pinnacle of the glory plane acted at once, attacking Yi Futian. At the same time, Yi Futian radiated with similarly powerful spiritual strength. He stepped forward and his power intensified again. He twirled his golden staff and it flew out, spinning around him. It defeated the spells coming at him and stopped the incoming enemies. However, the golden staff also extinguished. Zhuo Qing continued forward. His power intensified again, his spiritual power becoming more terrifying. "Earlier, I performed the world at the school of the Emperor Star. Today, I will perform it again for the Nanda clan," Yi Futian said nonchalantly. As he finished speaking, a dazzling light appeared behind him. Countless music notes danced in the air. The shadow of a Guqin appeared behind him. His life spirit. Everyone's heart trembled. They saw how beautiful the golden rock was behind Yi Futian. The Guqin life spirit hovered above him. Crack! Nanditai's hand clenched and broke the cup in his hand. He was clearly shaken. He had two life spirits. He was a full attribute genius with twin spirits. Luo Junlin, Crown Prince of Nanda Kingdom, was known to be born to become king. His talent was twin spirits, but he didn't have the full attribute. Now Yi Futian showed that he had this talent, and no one could beat him in the Nanda Kingdom. The gazes of the big figures were fixated on him. Their insides twisted and they felt numb. It was shocking that there was someone as accomplished as him in Donghai City. The people of Donghai Academy were even more shaken. They stared at Yi Futian. This person had once cultivated in the academy, but sadly, he chose the school of the finance star. Nanda Wenshan stood with his sister Nanda Wenin, behind Hua Jieyu. Seeing Yi Futian like this, he suddenly remembered how Yi Futian once said, "She's the empress and I'm the emperor. Will this be true?" Nanda Wenin watched the boy's extreme talent with teary eyes. This scene was so similar to Hua Fengliu's struggle years ago. Today it was the man Jieyu loved, and he was so much more impressive than his master. He was fighting against the ruler of the Nanda Kingdom, as if fighting against destiny. Yi Futian ignored the shaken people. He sat down with crossed legs. His Guqin life spirit floated before him. It seemed intangible, but when he strummed the strings, music was produced. That moment it felt like he was at the peak of his life. He was alone, above the world like an emperor. The civilians could not meet his eyes. They could only bow down to him. This time Yi Futian's performance was even wilder than at Donghai Academy. His shocking spiritual storm enveloped him under the support of his life spirit, shattering Zhuo Qing's attack. Zhuo Qing was livid. His spiritual strength was unable to pass through the storm. Even more terrifying, Yi Futian's music kept streaming into his ears. The spiritual storm was spreading too. As if the emperor's intent had descended, it wanted to plant the emperor's mark in his mind to make him submit to Yi Futian. The strong men around Yi Futian all saw many scenes in their minds. When they looked at Yi Futian, they no longer saw an ordinary boy. Instead, he was a young emperor. He sat there waiting for them to bow down. The emperor's intent. Everyone focused on Yi Futian because the emperor's intent had appeared in Yi Futian again. He wanted the whole world under him. Last time at Donghai Academy, he had played the world for the crown prince. Today he was playing for himself. Who was the emperor? Who ruled the world? The weaker ones of the Nanda clan really prostrated themselves. They were influenced by the music and couldn't fight back. The stronger ones retreated, fleeing the battleground. Zhuo Qing's face darkened and retreated as well. Only the youth remained in the area, unmatched. Minister Hua set his wine glass down. The will to kill burned in his eyes. This boy must be killed. The music stopped gradually. Yi Futian raised his head and looked in the direction of Nandutai. "You know Hua Jieyu's fate," he said. Then what is my fate? Chapter 99. Nanditai's heart pounded loudly at Yi Futian's question. If Hua Jiyu was fated to be empress, then what was Yi Futian fated to be? He had twin spirits and was a full attribute sorcerer. His power in both martial arts and sorcery were also invincible. Don't even mention same-plane cultivators. As a 6-starred glory-plane cultivator, Yi Futian was even able to defeat those in the Dharma plane. There was probably no one else in all of Nandu Nation that would be able to do what Yi Futian could. Nanditai's heart pounded loudly at Yi Futian's question. If Hua Jiyu was fated to be empress, then what was Yi Futian fated to be? He had twin spirits and was a full attribute sorcerer. His power in both martial arts and sorcery were also invincible. Don't even mention same-plane cultivators. As a 6-starred glory-plane cultivator, Yi Futian was even able to defeat those in the Dharma plane. There was probably no one else in all of Nandu Nation that would be able to do what Yi Futian could. Ministers had looked into Yi Futian's fortune. So what was his fate? Nanditai had previously questioned why Ministers would give Yi Futian the decree of the minister, but after the shocking scene he witnessed today, Nanditai knew there was a meaningful story behind this. If you're willing to believe me, I am willing to let go of the past. When the day comes that I take over the throne, the Nanda clan will regain its glory and be granted royal authority once again, said Yi Futian. After hearing his speech, Ministers jumped up from his seat, his murderous intent stronger than ever before. Yi Futian talked about the day he would take over the throne. His words were arrogant and an act of treason. Not only did he want to defy the imperial order, Yi Futian also planned on overthrowing the royal family. The citizens of the city of Donghai were dumbfounded. The 17-year-old young man had said such a preposterous thing. However, with the gifts he demonstrated, what he said was definitely possible. That is, if he wasn't killed before that day came. Yi Futian revealed his gifts, his identity as a full attribute sorcerer, his twin spirits, and his determination to be emperor through his peace, the world, all to prove a point to Nandutai. Yi Futian knew that as he was now, he had no power to go against the will of the emperor. He could only accept what fate had in store for him. He also knew that once he arrived at the imperial city, only death awaited him. He could not accept this and decided to fight against it to the best of his abilities. The result of that was everything that had happened today. All he wanted was for Nandutai to see him, for the clan to see him. When Yi Futian had spoken, Yi Xiang was standing next to him. He knew that what Yi Futian said was no longer a simple defiance of the will of the emperor. There was no way that Minister Hua would let him go. Yi Futian's words caused Nandutai to waver. It was hard to imagine that the man who controlled the whole Nanda clan would be rendered speechless twice by a single young man. The Nanda family has already fallen, and the younger generation is only mediocre. The clan gets by solely on the title of used to be royals, and are overjoyed because of a marriage ordered by the emperor. If people didn't know, they would have thought that you guys were so happy because you regained royal authority. In reality, the clan is weak like ants. How do you plan on regaining your glory? By relying on Jieyu? Even if she did as you said, don't you think she'll hate the clan for it? Asked Yi Futian when he saw Nandutai wavering. Nandutai couldn't help but turn his attention to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu looked cold and aloof. Naturally, Nandutai knew that everything Yi Futian had said was true. But he also knew that if he acknowledged Yi Futian's words, it would only mean one thing: treason. Ever since the Nanda family clan stepped down from the throne, they had always acted with caution. They were afraid to do anything that may cause suspicion from the new royal family. They did not want to be wiped from history by the Luo family. When they received the news that Hua Jieyu was bestowed the title of crown princess, the clan saw a glimmer of hope. The clan would no longer need to live walking on eggshells. If they were to commit treason for Yi Futian, they would need to be 100% sure of their decision. Even though it was possible for them to regain royal power through Yi Futian, if anything were to go wrong along the way, their entire clan would be doomed. I don't know about your fate, neither do I want to know. Ministers would bestowed you with the decree of the minister, and so the emperor put trust in you and gave you the honor of becoming the crown prince's subordinate, but you are being ungrateful. You are publicly defying the imperial order, and even have these treacherous thoughts. If so, then your life should come to an end today, said Minister Hua. He was ready to rid the world of Yi Futian. This was Yi Futian's death sentence. Minister Hua turned his attention to Nanda Tai and said, "Brother Nandu, don't waste any more time on him. Since this is your palace, your jurisdiction, you should be in charge of ending his life. His Majesty will be able to see your resolution from your actions." It was obvious that Minister Hua also had no idea of Yi Futian's gifts. His purpose of telling Nanda Tai to let Yi Futian in was to see him defy the imperial order. This way there was no need to bring him back to the imperial city, they could kill him on the spot. Even though his fate would be the same even in the imperial city, Minister Zhuo was there. So, it was because to get things taken care of here to prevent any change in plans. But today Yi Futian has actually swayed Nanda Tai. From this point it was easy to tell just how gifted Yi Futian was. Nanda Tai had probably already guessed the fortune that Minister told for Yi Futian. He was fated to do extraordinary things. Nanda Tai saw Minister Hua staring and knew that he was forcing him to make a decision. The Nanda clan was rooted in the city of Donghai and was deeply rooted in society. But this time Minister Hua had brought his people with him. The Emperor Star School officials who now controlled all of Donghai Academy were also here. Plus, Xiaofeng and his people were waiting outside the palace as well. Even if they really wanted to revolt, their chances at victory weren't big. Many people of the Nanda clan would have to die for the cause and they might have to be on the run from the royal family in the future. Was all of this worth it for the words of one teenager? Even if Nanda Tai agreed to revolt with Yi Futian, what would happen if Yi Futian got killed in the end anyway? Uncle, with Futian and Jieyu's gifts, we definitely have a lot to look forward to in the future. All we have to do is ensure their safe escape from the Nandu nation today. Or else, even if we send Jieyu into the imperial palace, she'll continue to hate the clan and we will never regain our glory, said a voice in Nanda Tai's head. It was Nandu Wenshan using spiritual energy to communicate with him. This way no one could listen in on their conversation. The people of Emperor Star School put down their wine glasses, seemingly preparing for battle. If Nanda Tai really decided to revolt, then they would kill Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu first. Getting rid of these two would spare future troubles. If Nanda decided not to revolt, then things would be much easier. They wouldn't even have to make a move. "Brother Nandu, are you wavering?" asked Minister Hua in a cold demeanor. He was putting pressure on Nanda Tai. Nanda Tai observed Minister Hua and his people. He knew that if he had any strange actions, those people who attack immediately. "Yi Futian has gone against the will of the emperor and deserves to die," Nanda Tai said, looking resolute. "Kill him." Finally, Nanda Tai has made his decision. He could not afford to place the entire Nanda clan on the line for Yi Futian. Nanda Tai knew that after he gave this order he was going to lose a lot, but he has already run out of choices. Minister Hua was pressuring him. The only other option was to revolt. Yi Futian has demonstrated just how powerful he was today, so killing him would be sparing future troubles. Nanda Tai had to make this choice even if Hua Jieyu was going to hate him for it. All of this was Yi Futian's fault. If he knew what was good for him, then he shouldn't have come today. Then, Nanda Tai wouldn't have to be the one to order his death. That responsibility would have fallen on Minister Hua. Everyone present let out a sigh for Yi Futian. In the end he had lost. Nanda Tai had decided to kill Yi Futian, and not bet the future of the Nanda clan on him. Hua Jieyu, Nanda Wanin, and Nanda Wenshan gave a look of disappointment. They were very disappointed. Hatred filled Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes. However, Yi Futian let out a sudden laugh while looking at Nanda Tai. He had really failed in the end. He couldn't get Nanda Tai on his side. "You idiot! Are you happy now that you've lost?" Yi Xiang reprimanded Yi Futian in a lower voice. "The planning lies with the man and the outcome with the heavens. How would I know if I don't try?" said Yi Futian. He was very calm. To Yi Xiang he said, "If you already know that I'm an idiot, why aren't you leaving?" "Maybe I'm also an idiot," answered Yi Xiang. He stepped up to stand in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang's back and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Just then, a group of powerful cultivators from the Nanda clan stepped up, all giving off a murderous aura. This time around it wasn't only younger members of the Dharma plane. "Do you want to revolt as well?" Minister Hua eyed Yi Xiang with a murderous look. Just as Yi Xiang was about to speak, Yi Futian stepped out in front of him. Yi Futian pulled on his arm and said, "It's enough that you stayed with me until now. I will take care of my own business. I don't need you butting in. I want you to leave." "Since you guys are already here, then you should all stay," said Minister Hua. "Brother Nandu, I'll leave them both to you." Nandutai nodded and stepped up personally. A forceful aura was released as he charged toward Yixiang and Yi Futian. Boom! Every step Nandutai took shook the ground beneath. To be able to control the entire Nanda clan, one could only imagine just how powerful he was. A single step was sufficient to scare people away. "Looks like you'll have to wish yourself the best of luck," said Yixiang. Then he raced forward. His entire body exuded a wild force of power. Nandutai came at Yixiang with his palm. From his palm radiated a large golden handprint, prepared to crush everything. Yixiang sped up and held out his fist. His fist landed on the large golden handprint and a large gust of wind washed over the entire venue. All the tables were flipped while the plates and cups crashed onto the ground. A storm started in between the two. Headmaster Yixiang of the School of the Finance Star is actually able to go against Nandutai? Many people were surprised. However, the ending was probably going to be just as they expected. In front of Yi Futian, the group of cultivators came closer. He glanced over at Yixiang. He knew that even though Yixiang could manage to battle with Nandutai, Yixiang was probably going to lose in the end. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at the sky. Still looking up, he said, "I know you hoped that I could take care of everything by myself. I've tried my best, but I'm afraid I've let you down." Yi Futian knew that his godfather was watching over him. The conversation from last night. "So what if he's the emperor? Of course you have to take her back," as well as the elder's tone. It brought him back to the Yi family house back in the city of Qingzhou. His godfather had spoken to him just like that before. Yi Futian's senses were very sensitive. There was no mistake, Grandpa Yu was his godfather. Since his godfather told him to come, then he was definitely watching from somewhere. But Yi Futian understood that his godfather could not reveal himself just yet. Senior Snow Ape was a great example. Since Yi Futian was related to Emperor Yi Qing somehow, then his godfather must be linked to him as well. He could not casually expose himself. Therefore, Yi Futian had revealed all his powers in hopes of getting the Nanda clan on his side. So he would have someone to help him. But it was no use. They had chosen to kill him. But now he didn't know what to do anymore. If his godfather did not appear now, then both Yi Futian and Yixiang would be in great danger. Chapter 100. Many people looked at Yi Futian with shock. Who was he talking to? Was someone secretly helping Yi Futian? Many people looked at Yi Futian with shock. Who was he talking to? Was someone secretly helping Yi Futian? Minister Hua frowned as well. He looked into the sky, but there were no changes. The strong men before Yi Futian were confused as well. Was this guy scaring them? Did he think he could still live? Looking up, Yi Futian saw that nothing was happening, but he still didn't doubt anything. He believed his gut feeling and judgment. Would his godfather not come out if he didn't die? Rustles sounded and vines snaked towards Yi Futian. It was the lock of 1,000 vines at the Dharma rank. It covered the sky and was much stronger than his own spell. Yi Futian's wings flashed, dodging like a streak of gold lightning. However, the terribly thick vines hurled at him. With a smack he was hit and fell directly toward the ground. Not only was the opponent at the Dharma rank, he was also at an extremely high plane. How could Yi Futian fight against him? No! Hua Jiyu cried. She and Nandu Wanin behind her tried to go forward but were blocked by all the strong fighters. You'll regret this. Eyes filled with tears, Hua Jiyu glared at the Nanda clan resolutely. Jiyu, we don't want to do this either. The Nanda members sighed inwardly, thinking of how much of a bastard Minister Hua was. He made them do the dirty work. Yi Futian climbed up, but a demon charged at him. With a boom he was forced down again. Even though his physical body was strong, he still spat out blood instantly. The rustles sounded again. The lock of 1,000 vines wrapped around Yi Futian, rolling him up. At the same time, in another direction, a terrifying spiritual storm surrounded Hua Jiyu. Her long black hair flew in the wind and her clothes fluttered. Her spiritual chi was released and slowly solidified. Yi Futian was immobilized in the air. The dagger-like thorns were aimed at him. There seemed to be only one path waiting for him. "Stop," a frigid voice said. "Jieyu, no," someone cried. Many looked over and saw the same wood elemental spiritual chi gather into a wooden thorn. Controlling them, Hua Jieyu stabbed it into her heart. Blood stained her clothing instantly. The attendees of the banquet had already stood up. When they saw this, their hearts clenched. This beautiful girl was so resolute. The Nanda clan looked at Hua Jieyu, their insides twisting. She had just been made the crown princess and their clan had found a shred of their glory from yesteryear. If Hua Jieyu died, everything would fall apart. "I will die." Hua Jieyu stared at the strong fighter who had captured Yi Futian. The dagger-like thorn moved in her body, but she didn't seem to feel anything. She just let the blood stream out. The Nanda member was forced to set Yi Futian down. Now Yi Futian was dazed. His heart twisted painfully as if the dagger was stabbed into his own heart. Hua Jieyu started walking toward Yi Futian, step by step. The Nanda clan tried to stop her, but Hua Jieyu glared at them. "Get out." Seeing the blade still buried in her heart, the Nanda clan trembled inwardly. No one stopped her. Yi Futian, also shaking, walked toward Hua Jieyu. The two lovers walked toward each other step by step as if no one could stop them. Hua Jieyu gazed at Yi Futian. Her eyes no longer had any sadness or pain. Now they were brilliant as if she was at her most beautiful age, blooming with the most perfect smile. But seeing this beauty, Yi Futian only felt pain. "Idiot, why did you do this?" Yi Futian's trembling body walked to Hua Jieyu. He reached out and wiped away her tears. The dagger in her heart transformed into spiritual chi and disappeared. She gazed at Yi Futian and smiled. "You're an idiot too." With that, she leaned against Yi Futian's body lightly. "You still haven't hugged me like a bride," she said gently. Hearing her voice, tears pricked at Yi Futian's eyes. He murmured, "I'll do it now like you're my bride." He lifted Hua Jieyu bridal style. She smiled so brightly. "If I really die, I want to die in your arms." Her voice was still gentle. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. Hua Jieyu smiled and closed her eyes. Embraced by him so quietly was soothing. Yi Futian looked at the serene beauty in his arms with extremely gentle eyes. Then the moment he raised his head, his eyes turned red. "Why?" he roared at the heavens. Everyone thought he was roaring at fate. Seeing the two figures, many felt it was tragic. They were only 17 and loved each other so much they would rather die than surrender to fate. Nanda Wanin's tears rolled down without stop, like a kite with a broken string. Her heart hurt, but she didn't disturb Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Nanda Wanshan was in pain too, but he couldn't change anything. He was powerless and he had a family. Yi Futian looked at Nanda Tai and asked coldly, "Are you satisfied?" Nanda Tai was chilled. He had underestimated Yi Futian's determination, as well as Hua Jieyu's. However, not everything in the world could be predicted. If he could turn back time, he would make the same decision. As the leader of the Nanda clan, everything was done in the best interest of the clan. He didn't regret it, but he was still sad. There was no more hope for a crown princess. Their most successful younger member would be lost forever. "Since they want to die, just let them," Minister Hua said coldly. He saw Hua Jieyu's attitude, and it was not only him. Everyone here had seen it. Despite being crown princess, she wanted to be with Yi Futian even in death. Therefore, there was no reason to bring her to the imperial city. Nanda Tai gazed at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Decisiveness flashed past his eyes. He knew that things could never be fixed from the moment Hua Jieyu stabbed herself. "If I were you, I would object," Yixiang said coolly, retreating to Yi Futian's side. "Even if Hua Jieyu becomes empress, do you think the Luo royalty will allow the Nanda clan to rise? You see a chance for timely help, but dream of returning to your past glory without any sacrifices. All you can do is dream. No wonder the Nanda clan is falling. Nanda Tai, you have no boldness at all." Ignoring him, Nanda Tai walked forward and ordered coldly, "Kill." With that utterance, every member of the Nanda clan shook inwardly. This time not only Yi Futian would be killed. It also included Hua Jieyu, the most talented woman of their clan. Their hope had been on her, so their feelings now went without saying. At this time there was a long cry in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a beast had appeared. It was a crane diving downward. An elder clad in white sat atop the crane. He was covered in white and extremely old. He sat peacefully on the crane until it landed within the Nanda clan. Seeing the old man, Yi Futian was shocked. "Grandmaster," he called out, "why are you here?" "While in the school of the Emperor's Star, I heard some sounds and was worried, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be like this. I came too late." Seeing how Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were now, he was sad. Back in the day, his disciple Hua Fenglu had gone through something similar. Now, his two grand-disciples were the same. "Grandmaster." Hua Jieyu opened her eyes. Seeing the elder, her eyes reddened. He was so old and yet had come personally because he was worried. "Senior, long time no see," Minister Hua said, squinting at the elder. Elder Qin looked at him and sighed. "Do you have to make such a big deal over two youngsters?" "Senior, this is the Emperor's order," Minister Hua said. "What is the meaning behind your arrival?" "To take them away, of course," Elder Qin said calmly. Minister Hua scoffed. "Senior, you couldn't win against me before. Why do you think you can take them away today?" Elder Qin, Minister Hua, and the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star all had the same master. Elder Qin was the eldest, but Minister Hua was the most talented. That was why he could become minister and be trusted by Emperor Luo. "Yes, you are more talented than I, but you are obsessed with power," Elder Qin said. "Every gain comes with a loss. Since you pursue power, your cultivation will take a blow. Senior, would you like to try? At your age, you should be resting peacefully. I think it would be better if you don't try." Minister Hua stepped forward. Elder Qin didn't like to compete with others and Minister Hua didn't like that. Before, he had invited Elder Qin to come out of his hermit lifestyle but was rejected. If he had been willing to ally with Yan Shao, Donghai Academy would have long been controlled by the School of the Emperor's Star. That was why Minister Hua never liked this senior, even though he had higher status and always stayed in the school. But if he still didn't know his place today, Minister Hua would kill him without any concern. "Come," Elder Qin said. Yi Futian knew he was speaking to him. Holding Hua Jieyu, he jumped onto the crane. "Wenyin." Elder Qin gazed at Nanda Wenyin. Her body flashed and she was on the crane as well, beside Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Glowing, Yixiang hovered in the sky beside the crane. Minister Hua waved his hand. Instantly, Headmaster Yan Shao and Vice Headmaster Han Mo of the School of the Emperor's Star all moved, surrounding the crane. Nanda Tai moved as well. Today there was no way back. He couldn't let Yi Futian and the others leave alive. "Futian," Elder Qin said slowly, sitting atop the crane, "I will teach you one last song today." Chapter 101. Listening to Elder Qin's words, Yi Futian felt a wave of sorrow. He made it sound like a farewell. He knew that Elder Qin was already really old and that Minister Hua was right. At this age, he would not be able to withstand a battle of this caliber. But because of him and Hua Jieyu, Elder Qin came running to their aid just because he was worried for them after hearing news from the School of the Emperor's Star. Listening to Elder Qin's words, Yi Futian felt a wave of sorrow. He made it sound like a farewell. He knew that Elder Qin was already really old and that Minister Hua was right. At this age, he would not be able to withstand a battle of this caliber. But because of him and Hua Jieyu, Elder Qin came running to their aid just because he was worried for them after hearing news from the School of the Emperor's Star. "Grandmaster," called Hua Jieyu. In Yi Futian's arms, Hua Jieyu still had tears in her eyes. Deep down, she felt that something bad was going to happen. She never wanted to drag anyone into this situation. She even had her uncle tell Yi Futian not to come to the Nanda Palace today, but he came anyway. Now, even Elder Qin was getting dragged in. Hua Jieyu felt awful. "Senior brother, why are you doing this to yourself?" asked Headmaster Yan Shao of the Emperor's Star School. He sighed inwardly. He did not think that Elder Qin could change the situation in any way. Even with Yixiang, it was impossible. The difference in power between the two parties was too great. Minister Hua came as ordered by the emperor. Everything was already set in stone. There were only two options for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. Have their lives be controlled by the royal family or die. There was not a third option. But Elder Qin did not seem to have heard his words. Gently he said, "Futian, this is a piece that I wrote but have yet to name. Today I'll let you name it for me. Okay, answered Yi Futian. He felt awful but still nodded in agreement. Receiving a reply, Elder Qin smiled. Following that, his life spirit appeared. The Guqin spirit did not seem to be just an image but a real Guqin. It descended in front of Elder Qin. Lifting both hands, he placed his fingers of the cords elegantly. Kill them, Minister Hua spat. Yan Xiao and Han Mo both jumped into action. A frightening storm blew past everything in its way and headed straight for the people on the crane. At the same time, the crane called loudly while Elder Qin began to stroke the cords. The two sounds combined, shaking the earth and destroyed the oncoming storm. The sound had everyone shaking. Yin Xiao looked at Elder Qin. It seemed that despite his old age, Elder Qin had realized the true essence of musical sorcery after many years of quiet cultivation. He had become more fearsome. However, musical sorcery needed to be boosted by spiritual energy, particularly with the stronger spells. At Elder Qin's age and in his condition, how was he going to withstand this battle? Minister Hua's expression remained cold. He reached his hand out into the air and with a single swipe of his palm, a straight line appeared and shot forward, cutting through the air. Elder Qin played the guqin with both hands as the crane flapped its wings to the rhythm. Slowly, the crane was lifted up into mid-air. Its head pointed upward as it called out, again and again, harmonizing with the sound of the guqin. The two sounds traveled far and wide. Elder Qin was always a hermit, but today, his music was going to be known by all of the East Sea. A loud wave of music crept deep into people's ears, piercing their eardrums. In a single moment, they were able to feel the power hidden in the sonorous sounds of the guqin. Every attack aimed at Elder Qin was completely destroyed. With the crane as an epicenter, a crazy storm of music exploded and swept over everything. A storm of ice hit and froze the area over. At the same time, a mystical tree appeared in the sky. Its branches grew in a wild manner and created a canopy cover the area. The branches continued to grow, creeping closer to the crane. All the cultivators around were releasing their powers as they tried everything to prevent the crane from leaving the area. Elder Qin was oblivious to all this. He was still focused on his piece. His fingers moved so fast it was just a blur, but his movements only got quicker. As the music escalated, Elder Qin's frail body released a shocking aura. His white hair blew back and his long robe fluttered in the wind. He now seemed to have returned to his youth. His aura was frightful and reached higher than the sky. The sound of the guqin traveled through the air. Another storm struck and cracked the ice covering the earth below. The vines headed for them were also disturbed. Once this piece was played, there wasn't any that could be done to stop its force. Yi Futian stood behind Elder Qin. He listened and observed quietly. The ever-escalating sounds of the guqin were getting increasingly powerful. It caused his blood to pump in excitement. "Chaos," said someone from below. Every cultivator from the Nandu clan lifted their head to look up at the sky. Their hearts pounded wildly. It was unbelievable that a frail old man could play so swiftly and fiercely. It was an earth-shattering sound. Chaotic. This musical piece was able to destroy any spell, and could throw the spiritual qi into a frenzy. Spells couldn't be formed from spiritual qi, unless the piece was interrupted. "Have you gone mad?" asked Minister Hua. He was now in the air and followed the crane. Naturally, he was also afraid of what Elder Qin could do. Elder Qin kept getting stronger and the sounds of the guqin kept escalating, its effects more powerful. However, Elder Qin did not have spiritual energy strong enough to upkeep this type of musical spell. That was unless he had a death wish. Elder Qin was too immersed in the music, not hearing a thing Minister Hua said. The crane rose higher and higher into the sky. After breaking through the canopy formed by the branches of the mystical tree, the crane headed out of the Nandu Palace. The elder was set on bringing the young couple away from this place. "Chase after them," ordered Minister Hua. The cultivator stepped into the sky and followed after the crane. Did Elder Qin and Yixiang really think they could escape with the couple with a lineup like this? Nandu Tai was also chasing after them. He was shocked to see every attack thrown at Elder Qin repelled by the wave of music. Headmaster Yixiang of the Finance Star School and Elder Qin of the Emperor Star School were two people of the highest status, and they actually put themselves in danger for Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was able to promise Nandu Tai the throne of the Nandu nation, what could he have promised Yi Xiong and Elder Qin? Perhaps nothing at all. Perhaps they simply believed in him. But why did Yi Futian deserve this? Were his extraordinary gifts a good enough reason for these two big shots to risk their lives for him? Nandu Tai tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. He did not want to think of this right now. His first priority was to keep Yi Futian and the others from leaving. Nandu Tai had already made the decision to kill him. If they let Yi Futian go today, it would only mean trouble in the future. The large group headed out of the Nandu Palace. The guests of the party also followed. They wanted to know how this battle was going to end and what the fate of these young lovers was. The sound of the guqin was still escalating. Yi Xiong stood beside Elder Qin and looked at him with great respect. Any person of his level was able to see through this situation. This was probably the last piece Elder Qin would ever play. Yi Futian turned around, his back now towards Elder Qin. He shifted his attention to those chasing after them, and saw every attack being destroyed by the music. He felt calm and at peace. "Grandmaster, the name of this piece is A Chaotic World," said Yi Futian. Yi Xiong's eyes blazed with emotion. Yi Futian named the piece A Chaotic World. The meaning behind the name needed no explanation. If Yi Futian didn't die today, then it was going to get chaotic in the Nandu nation. As the elder continued to play, he smiled and nodded. A chaotic nation. What a fitting name. The crane has finally flown out of the palace property. They watched as another group of people rushed into the skies. It was Xiaofeng and his people who had been waiting outside the palace. They didn't think that Yi Futian and the others would make it out alive. This came as a surprise to Xiaofeng and the people of the East Sea Prefecture. With a sharp sword in his hand, Xiaofeng waved it around in the air. Spiritual qi began to flow around him and formed the intent of sword. As the crane headed in his direction, Xiaofeng raced forward. Following him was the intent of sword. A stream of swords appeared, prepared for mass destruction. The stream of swords swept toward the crane. It seemed that Elder Qin had not yet noticed this. He focused solely on playing the guqin. The music continued to escalate, wanting to break through into the heavens. The scary wave of music cut through the stream of swords and pierced into Xiaofeng's head. His movements ceased, and after a moan of pain, he spat blood. His face paled. However, his sword did not stop advancing. The stream of swords was also still on the move. Yi Xiong took a step closer to the front of the crane. He threw out both fists at an incredible speed. His punches were so quick that it looked like 1,000 punches were being thrown at once. The punches broke through the stream of swords, destroying everything. The crane moved with the punches and flew right through the stream with no problem. They continued on their way. Xiaofeng fell to the ground. He lifted his head to watch the figures above. His expression was not so good. He did not have much spiritual energy to begin with, and musical sorcery was able to attack spiritual energy. With this piece that Elder Qin was playing, if Xiaofeng tried to challenge it head-on, he would die of spiritual energy exhaustion. When he saw Minister Hua, Nandu Tai and the two headmasters of the Emperor Star School chasing behind the group, Xiaofeng knew that they too were unwilling to face the power of the music head-on. "Senior brother, this piece is indeed very powerful, but for how long do you think you'll be able to last?" said Minister Hua. "There is no escape for you guys." The music continued. Elder Qin had no intentions of stopping. Slowly, he lifted his head with a smile. "Yi Xiong, take Futian and Jieyu and leave." Yi Xiong looked at the elder. He made no objections and nodded. "All right. Grandmaster." Yi Futian's heart clenched. He knew what was going to happen next. "Child, don't be sad. I didn't have much time left anyway. If I am able to help you guys escape today, then I can die happy," said Elder Qin. He seemed so at peace. "Grandmaster, didn't you say that you had to see us get married?" Hua Jieyu had tears in her eyes. "Child, I have lived a long life and don't have much time left. Promise me that you two will live a happy life, and like I said before, always love each other," said the elder. He smiled and he turned around abruptly. "Xiaogao, take them away from here and don't come back." Finishing what he had to say, the elder stepped off the crane and headed towards the group chasing them from behind. Tears fell from the crane's big eyes. It flapped its wings quickly and continued to advance, never once stopping. Grandmaster, called Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Yi Xiang watched in silence and told them, "Don't let Elder Qin die in vain. You both must live on." Chapter 102. As Elder Qin played the guqin in the air, a terrible music storm enveloped the vast space, soaring toward the coming army. Seeing him so, Minister Hua sneered. His senior was walking toward a dead end. As Elder Qin played the guqin in the air, a terrible music storm enveloped the vast space, soaring toward the coming army. Seeing him so, Minister Hua sneered. His senior was walking toward a dead end. "You keep chasing. I'll deal with him," said Minister Hua. He moved towards Elder Qin, walking into the horrible music storm step by step. It was difficult for Elder Qin's music to continue rising. It had probably reached the limit. Elder Qin didn't care and continued to play. The music storm swept the sky. Soon, the guqin transformed from the life spirit flew out of Elder Qin's hand. However, something amazing happened. The guqin that floated in the air was still being played as if it was playing by itself. Beams of illusory light projected from Elder Qin. Each beam seemed to be his phantom, constantly blending in with the guqin spirit. That spirit was suspended in the sky. The strings jumped freely. The high-pitched music vibrated between the heaven and earth. The shocking sonic energy enveloped the whole space so that no one could escape from it. Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star, and Han Mo were supposed to keep chasing, but they halted. Looking up to the Elder Qin, they saw the old man with closed eyes. He looked serene while the guqin above was still ringing. The sharp sound constantly beat the eardrum. The music, which shouldn't be able to rise further, rose again, growing more and more frightening. They couldn't continue the chase and had to concentrate on defending themselves. Otherwise, the consequences would be miserable. Even Minister Hua, strong as he was, stopped at this moment. Looking at the spirit of the guqin playing automatically, he finally figured out what the Elder Qin was doing. Between benevolence and survival, he chose to play this last song with his life. Hearing the higher and higher pitched music, some people held their heads in hands in agony. Someone even vomited blood, their faces pale. Those who were not strong enough even fell to the ground, convulsing in pain. Only those strongest could resist the storm. The musical notes created by the spiritual qi were still beating, constantly destroying the strong below, making them unable to fight. Above the guqin spirit, the beating notes shaped the illusory figure of an old man. The man walked towards Minister Hua and Nadu Tai step by step. Many copies of Elder Qin appeared between the guqin spirit and the two people. Accompanied by notes, those figures moved directly toward Minister Hua and Nandu Tai. Minister Hua closed his eyes. A terrible spiritual storm transformed into an indomitable sword aiming to wipe away those illusory figures. However, those images, seemingly embracing the spirit of Elder Qin's whole life, continued to step towards Minister Hua and Nandu Tai. Finally, those figures approached Minister Hua and Nandu Tan. The two's long hair danced crazily. The next moment, those illusory figures walked directly toward their bodies, into their minds. The strings were still jumping violently while Minister Hua and Nandu Tai closed their eyes tightly as if they were resisting something. After what felt like a long time, Nandu Tai vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt powerless and fell to the ground. Soon Minister Hua groaned and vomited blood. His face was pale like paper and he stooped slightly. Although better than Nandu Tai, he was still badly hurt. Bang! Another explosion came. Minister Hua stumbled back and vomited a mouthful of blood again, barely stopping himself from falling. Boom! As if prepared just for Minister Hua, the final sound of the guqin echoed in his brain. His propped body finally sat down on the ground. His clothes dyed red with blood. Despite being minister, he didn't even have the time to display his strength before being forced into such a pathetic state. Elder Qin was playing the guqin with his life. Finally, the jumping strings gradually ceased. The people saw that the guqin spirit disintegrated into beams of light, dispersing between heaven and earth as if it had never existed. The music completely disappeared. Elder Qin was quietly sitting like a statue, calmness and serenity on his face. "He is dead. Keep chasing," Minister Hua ordered coldly. Yin Xiao and Han Mo were slightly wounded, but Elder Qin's final attack wasn't aimed at them. They continued chasing forward. Behind them, Xiafeng arrived with his men but was stunned when seeing the scene. Go! Minister Hua ordered directly. Yes, Minister. Xiafeng nodded and continued their chase. After they left, Minister Hua gazed at the elderly figure with a complex expression. Senior, I do not like you because there seemed to be nothing that you cared about, but I didn't expect you to die so heroically. I will remember the music you played today forever. Minister Hua looked at the old man's figure and said, Unfortunately, your death won't make them survive. They still can't escape from my grasp. Minister Hua sat down to heal. Nandatai sat beside him, his face still pale. The reason why Elder Qin chose to use all the power to attack them before dying was probably because he wanted to buy some time by stopping the two strongest people. But Yan Xiao and Han Mo were not common people, while the regiment led by Xiafeng wasn't hurt either. As Minister Hua thought, since the school of Emperor Star could overwhelm the other 6 schools of Donghai Academy, the headmasters Yan Xiao and Han Mo were definitely very strong. With wind sorcery wrapped around their bodies, the two chased with the fastest speed. They were even faster than the crane. Its cultivation was lower than Yan Xiao's. Standing on the back of the crane and seeing Yan Xiao and Han Mo chasing behind, Yi Xiang vaguely guessed something. He said, Go quickly. Do not think about me. Senior. Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang. Don't be so romantic. I won't die for you. If I can't win, I will run. Take care of yourself, Yi Xiang said. He took a step back directly. Hearing this, Yi Futian was relieved. Though having a bad temper, Yi Xiang was an extremely intelligent person. He always knew how to make the most advantageous choice. Seeing Yi Xiang coming, Yan Xiao and Han Mo separated. They obviously learned from the previous battle with Elder Qin. They walked apart so that Yi Xiang could only stop one person. Yi Xiang cursed at the two cunning guys in his mind. Without hesitating, Yi Xiang walked toward Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the school of Emperor Star. Yan Xiao was stronger and good at the wind element, with which he could improve the speed of both him and Han Mo. Therefore, Yi Xiang chose to fight with Yan Xiao so that it would be more possible for Yi Futian to escape. Yi Xiang, we haven't had a fight for years, right? Asked Yan Xiao, seeing Yi Xiang walking toward him. There is a chance today. Yi Xiang stepped toward Yan Xiao and issued the challenge without any hesitation. As for Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, they could only depend on themselves. If they were intercepted by the two, it would only be more dangerous. Han Mo continued chasing while Xiafeng's group also came. They only glanced at Yan Xiao and Yi Xiang but didn't stop. Who they were heading for was still at the front. I'll go ahead, said Xiafeng. He rode his sword with extreme speed, chasing toward the front. Soon he met up with Han Mo and chased the crane together. The flying crane stopped and turned its head. Seeing Yi Futian and the other two, the crane tweeted. Yi Futian seemed to know what it meant and asked, You want us to leave? The crane nodded. Yi Futian glanced at Nanduwanin, who nodded back at him. Take care, Yi Futian said. Then Nanduwanin, Yi Futian, and Hua Jieyu continued to move forward. As they stepped down, the crane immediately flew toward Han Mo and Xiafeng. The crane's loud voice turned into sonic waves attacking the eardrums of Han Mo and Xiafeng. You go after them, Han Mo said and ran toward the crane. Xiafeng nodded and tried to bypass the crane from the side. However, the crane flapped its wings and the sound was heard again. Flapping the wings, the crane pounced toward them with sharp claws. You evil creature! Xiafeng swung his sword but saw the crane avoid his attack directly and pounced on Han Mo. The crane was trying to stop both of them. Han Mo and Xiafeng both frowned. At this moment, Xiafeng's men caught up with them. Xiafeng ordered, Go catch the three. He and Han Mo surrounded the crane, not letting it rescue Yi Futian and the others. The army moved past. Since only Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Nanduwanin were left, this elite army from the East Sea Prefecture was enough to deal with them easily. Even the slightly threatening Nanduwanin couldn't resist them, so Xiafeng had no worries. As they had expected, the three were soon blocked. They stopped and Nanduwanin looked at Yi Futian. Take Jieyu away. No use. Holding Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian shook his head. They had escaped all this way but they were too weak. The enemy hadn't given up and had finally caught up with them. It was impossible to escape now. Nanduwanin also understood the situation. Would they really die here today? Poor Elder Qin had fought for the last opportunity for them and even sacrificed his life, but still, nothing could be changed. Chapter 103. Minister Hua was sent by Emperor Luo to keep watch at the Nandu Palace and Chief Xiaofeng of the East Prefecture, and his army at the Guqin Gardens. They were prepared for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian's defiance. When it did happen, they were going to kill them on the spot. Minister Hua was sent by Emperor Luo to keep watch at the Nandu Palace and Chief Xiaofeng of the East Prefecture, and his army at the Guqin Gardens. They were prepared for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian's defiance. When it did happen, they were going to kill them on the spot. Then Minister Hua waited for Yi Futian at the Nandu Palace. He ordered Nandu Tai to let Yi Futian enter the palace because he was waiting for Yi Futian fall into his trap. The imperial order was a death sentence for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. Minister Hua was confident that he had everything under his control, and he did. Even if Elder Qin sacrificed himself while playing a chaotic nation, the result would be the same. The only thing Minister Hua never expected was Yi Futian trying to talk Nandu Tai into revolting after demonstrating his extraordinary gifts, and that Nandu Tai would actually be wavered by Yi Futian's words. At this time, the East Sea Prefecture's army arrived. They were all staring at the three figures in front of them. Obviously, Xia Fan was amongst the group. He wanted to watch Yi Futian die. "Kill them, but leave the girl for now," ordered Xia Fan with a wicked smile. The army acted immediately, heading for the three of them. Nandu Wenin stood in front of the two youths. A strong force of spiritual energy was released. Her long hair danced wildly. The spears in the hands of the army began to shake as if trying to break free of their grasp. Some of the weaker cultivators were unable to control the spears and let go of their weapons. The spears then stabbed themselves. "Fight it!" yelled a cultivator in the Arcana plane. He cast a spell aimed at the three. In the air, not far behind the three, came a figure. She witnessed the scene in front of her and rushed forward like a flash of lightning. The spell had reached Nandu Wenin and the others but was destroyed when the figure came crashing down from the skies with a loud bang. A beautiful silhouette appeared next to Nandu Wenin. The strong figure was actually a woman. "Thank you," said Nandu Wenin. "I didn't do it to save you," said Tang Wan. "Let's fight." Nandu Wenin nodded. Even though the two women used to be love rivals, they were going to fight side by side right now. Both of their life spirits were released. Nandu Wenin's life spirit was glamorous but peculiar. It was a crown. When the crown was on her head, she looked majestic like a queen. A powerful of spiritual energy was released, and everyone below the Arcana plane felt their weapons begin to vibrate in their hands. Tang Wan took one look at Nandu Wenin. In her eyes there was jealousy and melancholy. Nandu Wenin was the descendant of royalty, and was definitely more elegant than herself. Tang Wan's life spirit was much more violent. It was a white demon tiger. What was special about her life spirit was that the demon tiger had wings. It was the king of all tigers. "Tang Wan, do you know why Hua Fenglu picked her and not you? Just take a look at your life spirits," mocked an Arcana plane cultivator. "Do you have a death wish?" asked Tang Wan. The one thing she hated most was when people insulted her life spirit. "Is the tigress mad?" laughed the same person. He was provoking Tang Wan on purpose. "Roar!" The tiger called out loudly. Following that, illusory images of tigers pounced at the Arcana plane cultivator. Tang Wan took one step forward, and her body was taken over by the image of a tiger. Her wings glistened in the light, and in a flash, she joined the other images of the tigers into the crowd. In a split second, blood was spilled and many of the people in the prefecture army were sent flying. At the same time, Nandu Wenin controlled from behind. She was a powerful spirit sorcerer and had the gift of telekinesis. She could even control the body of others. Hua Jieyu inherited both her and Hua Fengliu's gifts, and thus had powers that were slightly different. "Surround them," ordered Xia Fan as he hid at the back of the group. The army moved forward. Spells were cast left and right but kept getting destroyed. They were unable to control both of the women at once, so they chose to surround the group instead. Yi Futian watched the scene unfold, and the wings of his back appeared. Turning around, his wings carried him and Hua Jieyu away. He knew that if they stayed, they would only become a burden to the two women. They wouldn't be able to help at all. Xia Fan led a group around those who were surrounding Tang Wan and Nandu Wenin to follow after Yi Futian. Nandu Wanyin and Tangwan were trapped in the middle of the crowd. They wanted to clear an escape route by killing the soldiers surrounding them, but their opponents saw through their plan and attacked Mai vigorously, restraining the women. Xia Fan watched Yi Futian's fleeting back as he chased after the couple. The wicked smile on his face grew wider. Who would have thought, after so many big shots tried to kill Yi Futian, he had been able to escape until now, just to die in Xia Fan's hands. Still trying to escape? Xia Fan was toying with Yi Futian. The Dharma playing cultivators beside Xia Fan sped up and blocked Yi Futian off. As of now, whether it be Elder Qin or the people from the Guqin Gardens, most of them had been pulled into the battle. Only some of the younger members had yet to participate. Who was going to save Yi Futian now? Yi Futian turned around to look at Xia Fan coldly. Back in Qingzhou City, Yi Futian almost died because of Xia Fan. Now, even in the city of Donghai, they had fallen into a similar situation. So beautiful, said Xia Fan as he stared at the beautiful girl in Yi Futian's arms. Hua Jieyu looked at him coldly, then quickly turned her attention away. Kill Yi Futian, ordered Xia Fan. Many arcana playing cultivators charged forwards Yi Futian. A rustling sound emerged. The World Tree Spirit appeared, shining brightly in the sky. Immediately after, the Life Spirit began to absorb spiritual qi greedily. Back at the Nanda Palace, he did not release this Life Spirit because he did not want to expose too much. Also, he believed that his godfather would come out to save him, but he was wrong. His godfather did not show up and Yi Futian did not understand why. Now he was really at a dead end. There was no use in hiding anymore. He wished for a chance to live. Xia Fan was shocked at the appearance of the World Tree Spirit. He had yet another Life Spirit? No wonder ministers would bestow you with the decree of the minister. You really are a genius cultivator. Pity that you won't be able to fulfill your destiny, said Xia Fan. From Yi Futian's body, with spiritual qi flowed crazily, and the lock of 1,000 vines shot towards the Dharma plane cultivators. One of the cultivators' realizations of Dharma was a sea of fire, burning everything. The vines released by the lock of 1,000 vines was burnt to a crisp by the high temperatures. The opponent's palm came towards Yi Futian. Not only was this person a Dharma plane cultivator, but he was one of the strongest in the Dharma plane. He and Yi Futian were too many levels apart. There was no way for Yi Futian to defend himself. The burning palm closed in on Yi Futian, but he used a wind spell to retreat quickly. However, he was not quick enough because he was struck on the shoulder. The clothes covering his shoulder turned to ash, revealing bloody flesh. At the same time, Yi Futian was also thrown back. He managed to stabilize himself, not falling to the ground. He endured the pain as he kept holding Hua Jieyu. I'm sorry, Fox. I wasn't able to marry you. Yi Futian lowered his head to look at Hua Jieyu. I'm happy just being here with you. Hua Jieyu smiled brightly. From the day the imperial order arrived at the Nanda Palace, Hua Jieyu had been prepared. And because of this, even though her fears had come true, she felt calm. Besides, she had Yi Futian by her side. Okay, nodded Yi Futian. He looked up at the Dharma plane cultivators and released all of his life spirits with a smile. The world around them became so magnificent all of a sudden. Upon witnessing this, the Dharma plane cultivators couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They felt shivers run down their back as they stared at Yi Futian. Was he really human? What kind of freak was this person they were sent to kill today? Let's make a deal. You guys let me off the hook and leave with me. I bet it would be better than staying with Xia Fan, said Yi Futian. He looked at the stunned cultivators and chuckled. There was no way back. He had to try everything he could think of. Even though the chances were slim, he still had to give it a shot. In the back, Xia Fan was also frozen in shock. His heart pounded. How could someone like Yi Futian exist? Suddenly, he thought of something. Back then, on Mount Tianyao, Yi Futian fell into the Canyon of 10,000 Beasts and was still able to make it out alive. Now that he had seen all of Yi Futian's life spirits, Xia Fan had a wild thought. Did you survive the fall on Mount Tianyao because you received Emperor Yi Qing's inheritance? Asked Xia Fan. The cultivators who were listening were shocked. The inheritance of Emperor Yi Qing? Yeah, said Yi Futian matter-of-factly. He smiled and looked at the others. Do you guys think you'll be better off with the successor of Emperor Yi Qing? Or with Xia Fan? Don't listen to him. Do you guys really think that he would kill you guys for revenge if you leave with him today? Asked Xia Fan. Kill him immediately, and you guys will be rewarded when we return. The Dharma playing cultivator's eyes lit up in realization. They thought of the rest of the army and the Arcana playing cultivators coming behind them and knew that leaving with Yi Futian was unrealistic. They would never get away. Two figures charged at Yi Futian simultaneously. Even though they were not completely willing now, they knew that they had to kill him if they wanted to live. To have the blood of such an important person on their hands was also something to be proud of. Feeling the two figures getting closer, Yi Futian tried to release his sorcery, but it was no use. His attacks were ignored by his opponents and they continued to come towards him. A spear was headed his way, and Yi Futian spun around abruptly, putting his back to the spear. He looked down and smiled at Hua Jieyu in his arms. He tried really hard, but he couldn't defy the imperial order. Emperor Luo wanted him dead, so that was the only thing he could do in the Nandu nation. He had never even met Emperor Luo. If he had the chance, Yi Futian really wanted to meet him. Dummy! Hua Jieyu reached out her slender fingers and caressed Yi Futian's handsome face. She returned his smile. She knew that even at the last moment, Yi Futian wanted to protect her, taking the blow for her. He really was a dummy. A stabbing sound was heard, and the long spear pierced Yi Futian's body. At this moment, evilness spread across Xia Fan's face. Was he finally dead? What was the use of being so gifted? The cultivator who had stabbed Yi Futian let out a sigh. This unbelievably talented young man had died in his hands. He used force to try to pull the spear out of Yi Futian, but the weapon would not budge. A noise sounded. Sounded like blood pumping. At that moment, the cultivator was astonished to find out that the spear he had stabbed Yi Futian had been reduced to nothing. What's going on? Asked the cultivator. He lifted his head to look at Yi Futian's back. It was as if something had been broken in Yi Futian's body. A blinding light erupted from his body. Then there were 2 rays of light. 2 became 3 and 3 became 4. Countless rays of light were emitted from Yi Futian's body. It was like the light of an emperor. 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet. The rays of light shone into the sky like a fairy tale. Another look at Yi Futian's world tree spirit revealed that it was giving off a golden sheen and had become a mystical tree. Spiritual chi gathered crazily around the tree. The silhouette was no longer that of a teenager, but that of a majestic emperor. Chapter 104. Standing there in the glory, Yi Futian had no idea what happened. Inside his body, the rumbling blood turned into gold. There seemed to be the golden figure of an emperor. This figure was very vague. He was unable to see his face clearly and only sensed his unique temperament, noble and mighty. The endless light of the emperor broke out from here to envelop his body. That figure seemed to be moving in his body, coming closer and closer to his mind. The temperament grew stronger and stronger. Yi Futian wanted to see his face clearly but still couldn't. He wondered who had left the emperor's intent in his body. Standing there in the glory, Yi Futian had no idea what happened. Inside his body, the rumbling blood turned into gold. There seemed to be the golden figure of an emperor. This figure was very vague. He was unable to see his face clearly and only sensed his unique temperament, noble and mighty. The endless light of the emperor broke out from here to envelop his body. That figure seemed to be moving in his body, coming closer and closer to his mind. The temperament grew stronger and stronger. Yi Futian wanted to see his face clearly but still couldn't. He wondered who had left the emperor's intent in his body. Did this have anything to do with his birth? But he had no time to think as the king-like figure was moving. Every punch, strike, and movement the figure made revealed an emperor's imposing manner. Accompanied by the movement of the figure, Yi Futian felt the blood in his body roaring as well as the soul. His whole momentum was in a steep rise. It did not seem like his own power. His spirit devoured the spiritual chi of the world like a sacred tree. With his aura changing, he felt full of endless power. Every action that the figure made in his body seemed to be engraved in his mind. Being held in Yi Futian's arms, Hua Jieyu could naturally sense his transformations. She had been prepared to die but was stunned by the gorgeous light projected from Yi Futian's body. She had never seen Emperor Luo, but she felt that the emperor would never have such temperament. It was as if Yi Futian was an emperor by nature. She suddenly thought of her fate predicted by Minister Zhua and Yi Futian's query to Nandu Tai. At this moment, she finally understood what the Empress's fate meant and why Minister Zhua had laughed when she asked whether Yi Futian would come back from the city of Qingzhou. This was her destiny. They were meant to be together. Thinking of this, Hua Jieyu's eyes grew red. A translucent teardrop slipped down her face. The fate did not cheat her. Her beautiful eyes became more resolved. Since fate was so, what else in the world could prevent them from being together? Her beloved was fated to be a true emperor. Xia Fan was shocked at the sight of all. His hideous smile was frozen. The strange situation completely overturned his thinking. What was this? Why didn't the spear that pierced Yi Futian's body kill him, but instead turn him into an emperor bathed in dazzling emperor's brilliance? Who could tell him what was going on? He had never seen or even heard of such a scene before. This did not make any sense. Cultivation should be done step by step, and a sudden rise in cultivation was impossible. If someone had left something in Yi Futian's body, how strong must that person be? Xia Fan didn't know. With a menacing face, Xia Fan roared at two in the Dharma plane near Yi Futian. Kill him! The two in the Dharma plane were also dazed by the shock at the sight of Yi Futian's changes. Xia Fan's roar triggered their murderous intent. Spears made from spiritual qi and horrible handprints of flames were thrown toward Yi Futian viciously. This time, however, they were not able to hit Yi Futian. The emperor's halo surrounding Yi Futian seemed to be transformed into a blurry figure. The emperor's glory around him blocked the spears and handprints, making them unable to get close to Yi Futian's body. Seeing this, the two fighters, Xia Fan, and the surrounding people all grew pale. They had a bad feeling. Many life spirits disappeared, leaving only the ancient world tree life spirit swaying in the wind like something sacred. Leaves rustling, new vines lashed out from the sacred tree toward the two strong figures behind Yi Futian. The two were shocked. They used spears and flames at the same time, wanting to destroy the vines, but the vines snaking towards their bodies seemed indestructible. They were lifted up in the air in few seconds. Some subtle sounds were heard and the small leaves pierced through their body. Blood rain poured down. Yi Futian slowly turned around. He looked up to Xia Fan with the emperor's gold eyes. You are not Yi Futian. Who are you? Xia Fan felt great panic. It was too strange that every part of Yi Futian's body had the emperor's intent. This did not belong to him at all. What do you think? Yi Futian asked coldly. Gorgeous wings appeared behind him. As the wings flapped, he rose into the air with Hua Jieyu in his arms and flew towards Xia Fan. In his body, the emperor-like figure was still dancing. Every action kept being branded in the mind while urging the power around him, making him more powerful. Yi Futian also understood that this force was not his, but at least at the moment it belonged to him. Kill him. Xia Fan stepped backward but ordered the people next to him. Those people trembled unceasingly, not daring to move forward. Go! Xia Fan thundered while he retreated. He turned and fled toward the battlefield at the back where there were the strong fighters of the Arcana plane. The wings behind Yi Futian unfolded. The terrifying wings seemed to be cutting through the air with shrill sounds. Yi Futian was near the strong figures in an instant. Without stopping, he crossed them like a flash of lightning. Continuous whooshes were heard. Blood kept blooming in the air along constant screams. Uncle! Xia Fan seemed to figure out what had happened behind him. Howling, he ran forward. Help me! A powerful person of the Arcana plane noticed the situation here. He left the battlefield, coming towards Xia Fan. He passed over Xia Fan and pounced toward Yi Futian. This was Xia Feng's junior, a swordsman in training. His sharp sword with dazzling brilliance pierced toward Yi Futian. He had no idea why Yi Futian had such a transformation, but there was no time for him to figure out the reason. What he needed to do was to kill Yi Futian. Rest for a bit, Yi Futian said softly to Hua Jieyu. The vines rolled over to carry Hua Jieyu. Endless vines made a wooden bed as comfortable as possible for her. Then Yi Futian raised his fist and punched the sword coming toward him. This punch was not the battle skill he had practiced, but with the movement in his mind in sync. He just punched naturally, and the momentum of the emperor surrounding him was thrown forward too. A terrible storm formed immediately, wiping out the sword's viciousness. The swordsman in training paled. Yi Futian moved in the air and the second blow was thrown out. The punch seemed simple but contained the momentum of the universe and the emperor. An illusory figure of emperor attached to him. They hurled their fists together. Facing the emperor's power, everyone shall surrender. No one could fight back. That swordsman was frightened. The great momentum contained in the emperor's fist rolled over his body, and then there seemed to be a thunderous exploding. This swordsman in training of the Arcana plane was shattered and nothing was left. No. Xiao Fan was terrified and full of despair that his uncle, a swordsman of the Arcana plane, was killed by just one of Yi Futian's punches. The man's body had collapsed into nothingness. Xiao Fan trembled. The viciousness in his eyes from before was replaced by deep fear. However, Yi Futian felt the emperor's intent reached its pinnacle. The moving figure gradually slowed down as if it was about to end. Yi Futian had a feeling that the emperor's intent was temporary. There was not much time left for him. Moreover, the intent might have appeared to teach him a set of battle methods. Thinking of this, the wings flashed again. With incredible speed, he joined Nanda Wanyin and Tang Lan in the battlefield. With wings cutting through the air, continuous pops were heard. The strong men of the Arcana plane became powerless, slaughtered by Yi Futian. Nanda Wanyin and Tang Lan were also shocked by the changes in Yi Futian, but knew what to do at the moment. They cooperated with Yi Futian to fight. Yi Futian punched continuously. Each fist and handprint contained the powerful momentum of the emperor. The strong were constantly killed and defeated. More and more corpses were piled on the ground. In few minutes, only two strong figures of the Arcana plane were left and they turned to escape. Yi Futian was too strong that they simply couldn't overcome him. Yi Futian flashed, dodged, and punched like lightning. His fist tore through the air and smashed someone. The emperor's intent grew stronger. Looking at the last escaping man, Yi Futian threw out a palm. A handprint of the emperor destroyed everything. It pursued the escaping man and shattered his body. Other than Xiao Fan, all were killed. Nanda Wanyin and Tang Lan looked at Yi Futian with great shock. The emperor's intent soared to the extreme at this moment. Hundreds of meters of the emperor's bright light shone. Yi Futian didn't notice their eyes and walked toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan retreated step by step with great fear in his eyes. "Let me go. I can promise you whatever you want," Xiao Fan begged, staring imploringly at Yi Futian. The subtle sounds came again. The vines rolled over Xiao Fan's body. His limbs and neck were tied and he was suspended in the air. No. Xiao Fan seemed to figure out what was about to happen. He roared in horror and struggled in vain. The vines curled around his body, pulled in different directions. It was like an execution. Chapter 105. In the air, Xiao Fan's body has been stretched out. His arms, his legs, and his head were wrapped with vines coming from different directions. He had already wet himself, the color drained from his face. With his eyes shut, he cried and he begged, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." In the air, Xiao Fan's body has been stretched out. His arms, his legs, and his head were wrapped with vines coming from different directions. He had already wet himself, the color drained from his face. With his eyes shut, he cried and he begged, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Xiao Fan had first seen Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu by the lake in the city of Qingzhou. Back then, the young Yi Futian was just an insignificant plaything to Xiao Fan. On Mount Tianyao, he had played with Yi Futian's life and now, he was receiving his punishment. Yi Futian remained emotionless at Xiao Fan's miserable condition. The vines exerted strength and began to pull. "Ah!" Xiao Fan screamed in pain. There was only one scream. The blood rained down from the sky, but Yi Futian did not stay to watch. He turned to pick up Hua Jieyu, who had been carried to him by the vines, and walked towards Nanda Wanyin and Tang Wan. To them, he said, "Let's return to the Guqin Gardens." The vibrations within his body had stopped. The emperor-like silhouette had faded into just a shadow. The light that radiated from him had also dimmed. Yi Futian withdrew his life spirits. He did not want to think of anything else. There was only one thing on his mind. He must live on. Grandmaster had traded his life for Yi Futian's. Yi Xiang and the crane fought to keep him alive. He had to stay alive. "Let's go," nodded Tang Wan. She had so many questions right now but knew that this was not the time to ask. Their little group rose into the sky and headed in the direction of the Guqin Gardens at top speed. Not long after Yi Futian and the others left, another group of people arrived at the empty field. Leading the group were Chief Xiaofeng of the East Sea Prefecture and Vice Headmaster Han Mo of the School of the Emperor Star. Following behind them were powerful cultivators from the Nanda clan. When Xiaofeng saw the corpses of his people scattered on the ground, his expression darkened. How did things turn out this way? How was Nandu Wanyin capable of this? Where was his son? Xiaofeng looked through the sea of bodies but could not find Xiaofan. Finally, his eyes fell on the sight before him. His heart squeezed violently. Shaking with every step he took, he walked over to the head. On its face was a look of indescribable fear. The intentive sword erupted from Xiaofeng. Han Mo and members of Nanda clan were frozen with shock. What had happened? There shouldn't have been any problems in taking down Nandu Wanyin and Yi Futian with such a powerful lineup. Could someone have come to their aid? My condolences, Brother Xia. What's important now is to find the person who did this and avenge your son, said Han Mo. Xiaofeng tried to contain his pain. With a bloodthirsty look on his face, he felt the fluctuations in the air and said, "The fluctuations of spiritual qi have yet to dissipate. They couldn't have gotten far. They must have gone back to the Guqin Gardens. Let's go after them." Han Mo blinked and realized that Xiaofeng had a point. "All right, we will definitely make them pay for this. An eye for an eye," he said. "When I catch him, I'll definitely kill him and his whole family, everyone related to him," said Xiaofeng. His voice was demon-like and sent shivers down the back of others. Afterward, he was lifted into the air and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the shadow of a sword. Boom! An explosion sounded from afar. In the skies, a golden light approached at an incredible speed. It was impossible to tell what it was. It was just too fast, faster than their perception. "Be careful!" screamed Han Mo. The golden light descended from the skies above. Boom! Another loud noise sounded. The ground cracked open. Han Mo and the others looked down onto the ground, only to see Xiaofan. The man that had just been in the air seconds ago now had a long golden spear stuck in his body. The spear had pierced directly through his body, nailing Xiaofeng into the ground. The powerful Xiaofeng had no idea who had attacked him. Xiaofeng's eyes rounded as he continued to spit up blood. He couldn't move, being nailed into the ground. His hands were still shaking. In the moment, he was no longer thinking of revenge. All he felt was pain and hopelessness. Han Mo and the members of the Nanda clan were shaking in their shoes. What was going on? Not far ahead, there seemed to be a figure coming closer. The figure seemed to be moving very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he had gotten much closer to the group. It was a white-haired elder. His hunched body made him look very old. He came closer with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing the elder, everyone shook with fear. "Did the elder do this? Whose family are you guys trying to kill?" asked the elder. His eyes fell towards Xiaofeng and the group led by Han Mo Sr. "Who are you?" asked Han Mo with a tremor in his voice. "Me." The elder looked at Han Mo and a scary windstorm hit. A dim golden light was hidden in the eye of the storm, moving towards Han Mo and the rest. "Run!" shouted Han Mo. He tried to escape by flying but stopped when he saw the storm form into an all-consuming black hole. It pulled them into the storm. Everything in the area was a mess. The black hole storm kept pulling people in. "Senior, who on earth are you? Why are you doing this?" asked a member of the Nandu clan. The elder stood quietly. He made no movements and just looked at the clan member and said, "The person you are trying is my young master." The clan member was shocked. He shook his head. "That's not possible. If Yi Futian came from such a strong background, why did he come to Donghai City without his family? Why did he want to study at Donghai Academy? Why did he study music from the Guqin Devil?" Han Mo suddenly thought back to when Yi Futian spoke into thin air at the Nanda Palace. At that time, everyone thought his actions were peculiar, but now everything made sense. What the elder said might actually be true. Han Mo's heart was pounding. "Senior, we're just following the Emperor's orders. We don't really want to cause any harm to Yi Futian. Please forgive us," begged Han Mo. He felt desperate. If he had known that such a scary character was protecting Yi Futian, he never would have taken part in any of this. The emperor's order? What's that? Asked the elder. He looked at Hanemo. Hanemo had a feeling that the almighty emperor amounted to nothing in the eyes of the elder. You said that my young master is being chased down and sentenced to death because he defied the emperor's imperial order. So what should be the punishment for killing my young master? The elder continued to ask. Hanmo's face paled. Defying the imperial order was a capital offense, but if Yi Futian was of a higher power than the emperor of the Nandu nation, then what would the punishment for trying to kill Yi Futian be? There could only be death. Can you explain this situation to me before I die? Hanemo had lost all hope. All right, nodded the elder. My young master is. When the elder finished what he had to say, Xiaofeng, Hanemo, and the members of the Nandu clan were all in deep shock. They had just received some inconceivable news. That's impossible, shouted a clan member. How is this possible? How on earth was this even possible? Who had the Nandu clan rejected? You shall all die now, said the elder. The fearsome storm continued to pull everyone in, consuming the group of people from the East Sea Prefecture. They had no way of withstanding its power. The bodies were crushed into ashes. The same went for Xiaofeng, who was still pinned to the ground. The long spear returned to its original form of spiritual qi and disappeared. If things were like this, then why didn't you make your move back at the Nanda Palace? Screamed Hanemo. The elder slowly lifted his head to look at the sky. Then he sighed heavily. The one who wants the crown bears the crown. After these words, the storm washed over everything in the area. Hanemo, Xiaofeng, and the group of Nanda clan members were no more. The only thing that remained was their ashes, becoming one with the dust. The elder spun around and kneeled down facing the direction Yi Futian had departed in. He bowed, his forehead meeting with the ground. Indeed, it was he who told Yi Futian to go to the Nanda Palace. How could Yi Futian allow anyone to touch his woman? But the elder never came out to help Yi Futian. Even when Xiaofeng caught up to him, he did not reveal himself. Unless Yi Futian was actually going to die. He had no plans in doing so. He knew that this resulted in injuries and deaths, but what was a little sacrifice? On the road to greatness, Yi Futian needed to learn what the meaning of courage, responsibility, hardship, pain, and even hopelessness was. He had to understand that he could rely on no one but himself. In order to control everything, he needed the ultimate power. Even if Yi Futian were to hate him for his ruthlessness, the elder would have no regrets. He was willing to be the bad guy and carry the sin. He did all of this because this was his duty. Year 10,000 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was about to end. Yi Futian should have grown up by now. The elder believed that there would be a day that Yi Futian would become the brightest, most outstanding existence in all of the Divine Prefectures of the East. There would be no other like him because he was their child. Slowly, he rose from the ground and in a flash, the elder disappeared from where he once stood. So quick as if he was never there. Not long after his departure, a group of people arrived. Confusion filled their faces as they looked around at the bodies on the ground. They saw people headed in this direction, and then witnessed fog emitting from this area. The fog was so thick, they were unable to see what went on. What on earth had happened here, and who were these corpses on the ground? A group of powerful cultivators arrived at the Nanda Palace, and their leader Minister Zwa. When Minister Zwa saw the condition the celebration venue was in, his expression darkened. To the small group of people who had remained at the venue, Minister Zwa asked, "What happened here? Where are Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu?" The members of the Nanda clan already knew who he was. They bowed and replied, "Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu disobeyed the order of the emperor, so Minister Hua and the members of our clan are hunting them down." Minister's was heart pounded. Was he really too late? Are they hurt? Minister Zwa asked. Yi Futian's injuries were minor, but Hua Jieyu threatened suicide, so her condition can't be too good, answered a clan member. Hearing these words, Minister Zwa knew that things had gotten to the point of no return. He lifted his head to look up at the sky and suddenly burst into laughter. I attempted to change fate, but in the end it was all for nothing. He did his best to aid Emperor Luo, but it was difficult to know what the emperor was truly thinking. Minister Zwa had previously told the fortune of the nation, and it was determined that the nation was destined for failure, and the emperor's position was unstable. Then, after he found out about the emperor's imperial order, he told another fortune and knew that blood would be spilled. Emperor Luo's imperial order had not changed the fate of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, but the fate of Nandu Nation instead. Chapter 106. In the Guqin Gardens, Yu Shang and the others waited anxiously. Right now the car was ready with demons to pull it. Tang Lan had prepared it. After arranging everything here, she went to aid them and coincidentally ran into the three being pursued. In the Guqin Gardens, Yu Shang and the others waited anxiously. Right now the car was ready with demons to pull it. Tang Lan had prepared it. After arranging everything here, she went to aid them and coincidentally ran into the three being pursued. Several figures dropped from the sky. It was Nandu Wanyin, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. When Hua Fenglu saw that his wife and daughter were there, his heart trembled. Holding on to Yu Shang, he tried to get up and walk to them. Jieyu, what's wrong? Hua Fenglu asked when he saw Yi Futian holding her. Dad, I'm okay. Hua Jieyu smiled at Hua Fenglu. Where's my father? Yi Qingxian asked Yi Futian. She didn't see Xiang anywhere. Other than him, everyone else was back. Senior Yi helped me stop the pursuers. He has high cultivation and won't have any problems, Yi Futian said to Yi Qingxian, seeming to comfort himself while comforting her. How can Headmaster Yi stop Minister Hua and the others? How did you all come back? Hua Fenglu asked. Yi Xiang and Yi Futian couldn't bring the women back by themselves. Master, Grandmaster. Yi Futian's eyes were red and he felt depressed. Hua Fenglio's insides trembled. Understanding instantly, he thought of the past and looked up to the heavens, tears in his eyes. His master had used his life to save Hua Fenglio's disciple, wife and daughter. There's no time for tears. Let's go, Tang Lan said. They all knew she was speaking the truth. Hua Fenglu nodded. Pushing aside Yu Shang, he knelt onto the ground and kowtowed to the distance. He hated that he was powerless and that his master had died for him. Yi Futian walked up. He handed Hua Jieyu to Nandu Wanyin and knelt down as well, kowtowing toward where his grandmaster had last been. Grandmaster, I will go to the school of the Emperor Star to find you in the future, Yi Futian said. Then he helped Hua Fenglu up and walked toward the car. After everyone climbed onto the demon and car, Tang Lan asked, Where to now? To the East Sea first, Yi Futian said. The East Sea was boundless and going there was definitely the best choice. What about my father? Yi Qingxuan's eyes were red. She was extremely worried. It's actually easier for Senior Yi to escape alone. He'll be okay, Yi Futian assured her again. Yi Qingxian nodded. She knew they couldn't remain any longer. At this time Yu Shang grasped her hand with his big hand, giving her strength. Then the demon jumped into the air and pulled the car through the clouds. After they left, Minister Hua and Nantu Tai arrived at the Guqin Gardens with their men. Seeing the empty garden, Minister Hua's face darkened. Where's Xiafeng and Han Mo? He asked coldly. They probably continued chasing. Earlier Yi Xiang had stopped me but Han Mo and Xiafeng continued on. I don't think there should be any problems, School of the Emperor Star Headmaster Yan Xiao said. Then what's with all those bodies beside the road? Minister Hua's voice was frigid. He had seen Xiafan's body and Xiafeng's men. There were even people at the Arcana Plain who had died. According to Yan Xiao, Yi Xiang was busy with him. Of those who had continued fleeing, only Nandu Wanyin was at the Arcana Plain. How could they have killed all those men? Furthermore, Han Mo, Xiafeng, and the Nanda clan had all been chasing after them. Unless someone was helping them in the background, we can only wait for Han Mo and Xiafeng's news now, Nanda Tai said. He looked unwell too. If the youth survived, he would definitely take revenge for everything that happened today. In addition, only he knew what Minister's was prediction of Hua Jieyu's fate was. Earlier, when the decree had come, he had mistakenly thought that the Empress' fate meant becoming the queen. When he saw Yi Futian's brilliance, he thought of the Minister's decree given to Yi Futian and realized he was wrong. Go instate citywide control and plant men at all the exits, especially in the sky, Minister Hua ordered. However, he knew deep down that if Xiafeng and Han Mo couldn't keep up, it would be very hard to capture them. If they'd really escaped, he wouldn't be able to answer to Emperor Luo. Minister Hua had come to deal with two youths himself but they'd escaped. He would be too ashamed to report this. They waited for a long time, but Han Emo and Xiaofeng didn't return. The Nanda clan members were gone too, as if they'd vanished. When night fell, Nanda Tai returned to his home. Yin Xiao returned to the Donghai Academy, while Minister Hua went to Xiaofeng's house. Still, there was no news of him. Nanda Tai learned from his clan members that Minister Zhua had visited. After hearing what happened, he had left while laughing wildly. He'd sighed that fate couldn't be changed and took his men back to the imperial city. This made Nanda Tai feel as if a huge boulder was weighing down on his heart. Not only would there be no crown princess, but the Nanda clan had also lost Hua Jieyu. Because of Hua Jieyu's refusal, Emperor Luo would probably be angered by the Nanda clan too. This was why Minister Hua forced him to make a prompt decision. He must do the immoral thing of killing his family so the emperor wouldn't find him disloyal. The big figures who had come to congratulate them had already returned to their houses. They'd also heard that Minister Hua hadn't caught the three and found it odd. How could Yi Futian escape from a group as formidable as Minister Hua's? This was not something that followed logic. On the last day of year 10,000 of the divine calendar, unpredictable events happened in Donghai City. Minister Hua had come with the emperor's decree to the Nanda clan to make Hua Jiyu the crown princess. Everyone had gone to congratulate them. They all thought that the Nanda clan would return to the stage of the Nanda kingdom, rather than being stuck in Donghai City. However, there was a change. A 17-year-old youth broke in, displayed ultimate glory with twin spirits and full elemental talent. Not only did he go against the royal order, he tried to convince the Nanda clan to do the same. The Nanda clan decided to kill him once and for all. He should have died, but he left with his life. Minister Hua couldn't catch him. Finally, he took away Hua Jieyu, who should have become crown princess. No one knew where he would go, but everyone knew that one day, he would return. Year 10001 came. The first day of the new year, countless rumors spread throughout Donghai Academy. Apparently, Crown Princess Hua Jieyu almost committed suicide for Yi Futian. Apparently, the genius who had fought before the school of the Emperor Star had twin spirits and cultivated all elements. He had defeated all the strong figures under the Dharma rank, and even Zhuo Qing couldn't fight him. He'd always been hiding his true abilities in Donghai Academy. They also heard that Elder Qin of the school of the Emperor Star had played his last song to save Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The Emperor Star would no longer Elder Qin. Yi Xiang had gone against the royal order for Yi Futian too. Xia Fan, son of East Sea Prefecture Chief Xiaofeng, had been killed by execution. Xiaofeng was gone, as well as school of the Emperor Star Vice-Headmaster Han Emo and countless strong men of the Nanda clan. Yesterday, it was as if a terrifying storm had swept through Donghai City. This storm ended with Yi Futian and others disappearing. Outside Donghai Academy, two beautiful figures stood there, gazing at the academy. It was Lin Xie and Xiao He. Yesterday, Lin Xie's father had been at the Nanda clan too and witnessed everything. I can't believe his talent is that high. Xiao He sighed. After hearing what had happened, the two girls were all shaken. I plan on attending Donghai Academy's spring quarter examinations and enter to cultivate, Lin Xie said. Why do you suddenly want to go to Donghai Academy? Xiao He asked in confusion. After the spring quarter examinations, the imperial city will hold the Tingfeng banquet, Lin Xie said calmly. The students of Donghai Academy will attend, and I want to go see too. There was another reason she didn't say aloud. If she cultivated at the academy and he returned one day, she would see him. Oh, the Tingfeng banquet. Wouldn't all the geniuses of the 36 academies of Nanda Kingdom go? I wonder how many there will be. Anticipation filled Xiao He's eyes. But if he didn't leave, he would definitely shine the most brilliantly at the banquet. Of course. Lin Xie nodded lightly. Based off of his talent displayed yesterday, it would be hard to find someone who could beat him in the Nanda Kingdom. He had twin spirits, a full elemental talent that included the spiritual element, extremely powerful martial arts cultivation, and was a strong music sorcerer. Lin Xie never thought that the sunshine boy she met on a ship would be so amazing. At the same time, there was another ship in the East Sea. A group stood at the bow. Their clothing fluttered in the sea breeze. This group with an extraordinary presence was Yi Futian and the others. A demon descended from the sky. The black wind eagle landed before Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked forward and said to Yi Qingxian, who was at the front, I sent the Black Wind Eagle to investigate the situation in Donghai City. I'm sure Senior Yi is okay. Don't worry. Okay. Yi Qingxian nodded, though she was still worried. Futian, where do you plan on going to? Tang Lan came up and asked. Yi Futian gazed at the endless sea. Does Nanda have any neighboring rivals? He asked. If you go north from the East Sea, you'll arrive at the border of the East Sea Prefecture, Tang Lan said. That is the border with Kangyi Kingdom. The two kingdoms are rivals with war at year 300. Then let's go north. Yi Futian gazed in that direction and said, We'll go to the imperial city of Kangyi Kingdom. He had planned on attending the Tingfeng banquet of Nandu, but Emperor Luo's decree had ruined everything. Since he could not stay in Nanda Kingdom, he would go to the imperial city of Kangyi Kingdom. Okay. Tang Lan nodded. With the shocking talent Yi Futian had displayed yesterday, there were no worries of finding a place to establish himself. It would be easy to find support if he searched for it. Choosing Kangyi Kingdom, he was obviously going in order to take revenge on Nanda Kingdom. Chapter 107. 1 month later, in the imperial city of the Kangyi Kingdom, the city of Kangyi. The city of Kangyi had no city walls. It centered around the imperial palace and spread out wide and far in all directions. Thus the city was expansive. Presently, on the outskirts of the city, many large beasts soared through the skies. There were also powerful cultivators riding on their swords, and some even had wings on their backs. The sky above Kangyi City was an incredible sight. Countless cultivators had gathered in the city from all over the Kangyi Kingdom. Among the beasts in the skies was a winged demon tiger pulling a carriage. On this white tiger's back stood several figures. The two people at the front were around 17 years of age. One was unbelievably handsome, and one was exceedingly beautiful. These two youngsters were Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, who had traveled a long way. Behind them were Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian. Inside the carriage sat Hua Fenglu, Nanda Wanyin, Tang Lan and Tang Wan. Tang Lan's eldest disciple Niebing had her own home. That day in Donghai City, she left the Guqin Gardens. After all that had happened in the city of Donghai, Yi Futian was no longer the happy-go-lucky young man he once was. And after that day the light of an emperor dawned upon him. His aura had experienced a slight change. Different from before, he had gotten even more handsome and more charismatic. We're finally here, muttered Yi Futian. Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city was massive in comparison to Donghai City. This ancient city had a rich history and majestic architecture. From the exterior of the buildings you could not tell that it had been around for ages. They were ancient but dignified, which made the mood throughout the entire city more solemn. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded in agreement. Once upon a time, when Master Yu Shang and I first arrived at Donghai City standing atop the Black Wind Eagle, I had wanted to conquer the city. But in return, that city has left me with memories I shall never forget. Yi Futian smiled lightly and said in a self-ridiculing way as he observed the vast imperial city ahead. In the time it took the group to arrive in Kangyi City, Hua Jieyu's injuries had healed, but their wounded hearts would never heal from the events in Donghai City. Especially for Yi Futian. Emperor Luo's imperial order, being hunted down by Minister Hua and the school of the Emperor's Star, the Nanda clan's choice and Grandmaster. All of it was deeply engraved into his memory, unable to forget even if he tried. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Hua Jieyu reached out her hand and held tightly onto Yi Futian's. Her eyes remained up ahead and filled with determination. She was not going to forget about anything that happened in Donghai City either. They were able to make it here today because of Grandmaster's sacrifice. Yi Futian could feel the warmth that radiated from Hua Jieyu's hand and tightened his grip on it. He had originally planned to go to the Nanda nation's imperial city, but now, they had arrived at Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city. Yi Futian was not going to allow history to replay itself here. The sharp sword that Hua Jieyu pierced through her own body, Grandmaster's selfless sacrifice, brought him pain to this day. Tang Wan stepped out of the carriage and took a look at the majestic city below. The skies were still crowded. She asked, Futian, where are you planning to go? Kangyi College, Yi Futian said without a hint of hesitation. It was evident that he came with a plan in mind. Kangyi College was similar to the academies in the Nandu nation. Its status was equivalent to Nandu Academy located in the Nandu nation's imperial city. The college was backed by the royal family. Many genius cultivators attended this school. Even disciples of the royal family cultivated at the college. However, Yi Futian was not going there to attend school but for the grand event being held soon in the imperial city. The Fenghua Banquet. The Fenghua Banquet was an imperial banquet. The emperor of the Kangyi kingdom would come personally to examine the abilities of younger generation cultivators. If it had not been for Emperor Luo's imperial order, Yi Futian should have been preparing to attend the Tingfeng banquet in the Nandu nation's imperial city. But life was unpredictable. He was now in the Nandu nation's rival country, the Kangyi kingdom, preparing to attend the Fenghua banquet. Kangyi College was the place to sign up for the Fenghua banquet. Many of the people in the skies right now had younger cultivators with them. They had most definitely came for the same reason as Yi Futian. Hearing that Yi Futian was headed for Kangyi College, Tang Lan understood his intentions. She said, "Are you guys planning on participating? The Fenghua banquet has an age limitation. Participants must be under the age of 20. This means that quite a few young genius cultivators in the Dharma Plain may show up." To travel all the way from Donghai City to the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city, it was obvious that the group knew something. "I know," answered Yi Futian. He continued, "Those picked by the emperor at the banquet will be put on the Fenghua rank. The top 10 people on the list will all be rewarded and the top 3 can request one thing from the emperor. As long as the request is within reason, he usually grants it." "What request do you want to make?" asked Tang Lan. Yi Futian turned back to take a look at Hua Fenglu in the carriage and said, "I want him to restore Master's powers." A spark reached Tang Lan's eyes. If Yi Futian was able to make this request with the Kangyi Emperor's abilities, he would definitely be able to find a way to do it. Even though the list is determined purely based on the Emperor's liking, and has nothing to do with how strong and powerful you are, you won't be able to stand out in the crowd if you don't have extraordinary abilities. It will be difficult to rank in the top 3 unless you're prepared to expose all of your gifts, said Tang Lan. "I must make it into the top 3, Yi Futian said with determination in his eyes. The emperor of the Nandu nation wanted to kill him without reason. But now in the Kangyi kingdom, even if Yi Futian revealed his gifts, the Kangyi emperor would only praise him. Besides, the Fenghua banquet was a place to test the skills of junior cultivators. Elder Qin had already passed and Hua Fenglu was not yet healed. This was a chance he could not give up. "Okay," nodded Tang Lan. Yi Futian looked determined enough to succeed. "I will also participate with you," Hua Jieyu said softly. "Fox, you're too pretty. Isn't it flaunting too much?" Yi Futian examined Hua Jieyu's beauty. At 17, her beauty was in full bloom. "Screw you." Hua Jieyu glared at him. The conversation was so serious before, but Yi Futian turned it into a joke in the span of seconds. However, deep down, Hua Jieyu was glad. On the entire trip, Yi Futian looked so solemn, not like the happy jokester he used to be. It was obvious that he was deeply affected by the things in the city of Donghai. She wanted to see him go back to his true self. Even though he acted shameless at times, she liked him that way. "I want to participate too." Standing in the back, Yusheng finally opened his mouth. "Of course," said Yi Futian. The white tiger demon continued forward. Yi Futian did not land to ask for directions. He simply followed the group in the skies. The direction in which the most people were traveling must be the direction where Kangyi College was located. There was no question about it. Kangyi College was located in the center of the city, near the imperial palace. It could be said to be a true school of nobility. Even princes and princesses cultivated at the college. To be able to attend this school, students had to have gifts out of the ordinary, or else, even if you were a noble, you were not allowed to attend Kangyi College. The school had the royal family backing it and had no reason to care about what others thought. In the skies outside of the Kangyi College, beasts, cultivators riding their swords, and those flying with the help of their own wings were all gathered together. There were so many people. The Fenghua banquet would begin in 3 days, but people were still coming to sign up at Kangyi College. Finally, Yi Futian and his group had also arrived. It was just as he had imagined. A variety of cultivators were present. He had never seen many of the beasts in the sky. They looked fearsome. There were even beasts of the Arcana plane. Yi Futian wanted to wait until he had higher cultivation and use his ability as a beastmaster to control some powerful beasts. The beasts and cultivators finally landed when they had reached Kangyi College. There was no one who dared to enter the school premises by air. Yi Futian and the others also landed. He noticed the thin chiffon Hua Jieyu used to cover her face, hiding her beauty. "Looks like you know just how distracting your looks are," laughed Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu ignored him. Yi Futian turned back to look at Yi Qingxian and Tang Wan. "Qingxian Wan, do you guys want to attend the Fenghua banquet as well?" "No," Yi Qingxian shook her head. "Me neither." Tang Wan smiled. Both girls knew that they were still lacking and nothing would come of attending the banquet. Yi Futian nodded and said, "Then you guys should first find some place to stay nearby. I'll have the Black Wind Eagle go with you guys." "Okay. Be careful, Futian," ordered Nandawanine. "I'll be fine, Masteress." Yi Futian smiled. After he, Hua Jieyu, and Yusheng walked towards Kangyi College. As soon as they set foot on the campus, they saw many people headed in the same direction. In that direction sat a line of elders making records. There were many people in line ahead of the trio waiting to sign up for the banquet. They stepped closer to the lines in front of the tables where the elders sat, and a little while later, it was their turn. They walked up to the empty table. The elder sat at the table. He was still writing. Moments later he lifted his head and said, "Name, age, level of cultivation, occupation, class." "Yi Futian, 17, 7-starred glory plane, musical sorcerer," said Yi Futian. On the day of the battle, he stepped into a new plane. "Hua Jieyu, 17, 7-starred glory plane, spiritual sorcerer," said Hua Jieyu. "Yusheng, 17, 7-starred glory plane, martial arts cultivator." The three of them were all on the same plane now. The elder looked up at the three of them. He was amazed that their age and level of cultivation were all the same. He then handed them each a wooden bookmark. On the bookmark was the information they had just given. From the side came a young lady. She smiled and said, "Come with me." The young lady was wearing a school uniform. Before the Fenghua banquet, the students of Kangyi College were in charge of taking care of everything. "Thank you," said Yi Futian. The trio followed the young lady. She looked to be about 18 years old. She was very pretty. "My name is Xinxia," the girl said. She took a couple of extra glances at Yi Futian. She had seen many handsome males at the college, but it was rare to find someone who looked like Yi Futian. A woman's sixth sense was very accurate. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu took Yi Futian's hand. Xinxia took a quick look and smiled at Hua Jieyu. "This girl is interesting," thought Xinxia. Even though Yi Futian was attractive, as a student of Kangyi College she was not going to fangirl over him. Besides, as a 7-starred glory plane musical sorcerer, Yi Futian could not compare to Bai Qiu of the Qin clan who had entered Kangyi College a short while ago. Chapter 108. In Kangyi Kingdom, other than Kangyi College, there were also a few powerful clans who trained accomplished disciples as well. They definitely would not miss out on the Fenghua banquet. The Qin clan was a force of Kangyi Kingdom known for their studies of the Guqin. There were not many disciples because only musical sorcerers could be accepted. This was also why the strongest musical sorcerers of the kingdom were grouped in the Qin clan. Bai Qiu was the most talented of the Qin clan's younger generation. Apparently, he had already entered the Dharma plane and had an unbeatable talent. Not long ago, Bai Qiu had led the disciples of the Qin clan to the Kangyi College. Xinxia had seen Bai Qiu with her own eyes and saw the youth was extremely handsome. Therefore, someone who was only a 7-star glory plane musical sorcerer, and not from the Qin clan, would only be there to enhance the others at the Fenghua banquet by contrast, even if he could pass the pre-test. Even the other disciples of the Qin clan seemed better than this youth beside him, let alone Bai Qiu. Of course Xinxia wouldn't say all this. She just smiled and led the way, saying, "The pre-test of the Fenghua banquet will be administered by the Kangyi College. I am taking you all to the exam site now." Yi Futian nodded. Since they knew about the Fenghua banquet, they had naturally done some research. The Fenghua banquet was the imperial examination, and it was not open to everyone. After applying, they had to pass the pretest held by the Kangyi College to truly be qualified to attend the Fenghua banquet. The Kangyi College checked the credentials for the emperor. The leaf court of the Kangyi College was now filled with all sorts of talent. They had all applied for the Fenghua banquet. Many were gathered here for the pre-test as it was one of the exam sites. In the center there was a podium. There were 2 figures fighting on it now, both applicants of the banquet. 3 elders of the Kangyi College sat before the podium. "I'll help you hand the bookmark in," Sun Xia said to Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and gave the bookmark to him. Then Yi Futian saw Sun Xia take one out too and put them together. "Sun Xia, 9-star glory plane sorcerer. I will attend the Fenghua banquet too," Sun Xia said. She introduced herself again while eyeing Hua Jieyu, and then walked towards the elders. Hua Jieyu's gaze was calm. She knew Sun Xia told her for a reason, but she didn't care. She had held Yi Futian's hand earlier not because she wasn't confident in herself but because she knew how attractive Yi Futian was to girls. The 2 fighting on the podium were both of the 8-star glory plane. One was a sorcerer while the other was a martial artist. However, Yi Futian discovered something strange. Right now, most of the audience's attention was not on the fighters. Instead, they focused on the other side. There was a group of people dressed in white. They seemed untainted by the world. That's the Qin clan. The strongest musical sorcerers of Kangyi Kingdom are from that clan. Is the middle one Bai Qiu? He truly is handsome. The people around them all discussed the clan. Yi Futian was intrigued that the Kangyi Kingdom had a Qin clan, and apparently produced the best musical sorcerers. He looked over at the handsome and slender young man in the center of the group. He looked around 18 or 19. His aura was extraordinary and he stood out like a stork amongst chickens. At this time someone walked to Bai Qiu. He wore the uniform of the college. The 2 smiled and chatted, seemingly ignoring the fight on the podium. After handing in the bookmark, Sun Xia returned to Yi Futian's group. She saw Yi Futian looking in Bai Qiu's direction and smiled. That's the Qin clan. Bai Qiu is the most accomplished of their younger generation. He's apparently in the Dharma plane now. He's a musical sorcerer like you, and the one beside him is my senior from the college, Yu Jiang. He's also in the Dharma plane. The 2 of them are the most popular candidates for the Fenghua rank. Who else is included? Yi Futian asked. Sun Xia glanced at Yi Futian. She thought that he was probably not from the imperial city. Otherwise, he would definitely know about these things. There are some others. If you can pass the pre-test and attend the Fenghua banquet, you'll meet them, Sun Xia smiled and said without going into detail. Yi Futian was only at the 7-star glory plane. Knowing all that was meaningless because he was nowhere near their level. Oh! Yi Futian knew that Sun Xia wasn't willing to say more. He nodded and stopped talking, watching the fight quietly. People went up continuously. After a long while, Yu Sheng was finally called up. Yu Sheng walked to the podium. Another figure stood before him. He was also a 7-star glory plane, but he was a sorcerer. The fight would display their true abilities clearly. Attack me with your best efforts first, Yu Sheng said. He knew the other was a 7-star glory plane sorcerer. If the opponent was defeated before performing, he would be disqualified no matter how great his talent was. You can go first. The opponent smiled confidently. Hearing this, Yu Sheng didn't hold back. He took a step and the podium shook. His composure changed in an instant, stunning the sorcerer. The sorcerer's spiritual qi began to gather crazily, and the apparition of a golden tiger appeared behind him. Then it roared and ripped toward Yu Sheng with shocking power. Yu Sheng punched forward. There were countless shadows that tore apart the golden tiger's image. The powerful force ripped through everything and landed on the opponent, sending him flying. Seeing this, the Kangyi College elders made a checkmark on Yu Sheng's bookmark and put it to the side. At the same time, one said, Yu Sheng passed. Yu Sheng stepped down. The one who had been forced off the podium climbed up and glared at Yu Sheng. He left with resentment. Clearly, he had lost the ability to attend the Fenghua banquet. Your friend is quite strong, Sun Xiao said to Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian didn't reply. Yu Sheng was way beyond quite strong. This was just the pre-test, so there was no need to show off everything. After that, Hua Jieyu was called up. Her opponent was a warrior of the same plane. Though her face was veiled, her eyes were beautiful, and she had a perfect figure and presence. Many people were attracted immediately, thinking that she was definitely a beauty. After you, Hua Jieyu said to the youth. She didn't say much, but a burst of powerful spiritual energy bloomed. The opponent felt something and moved toward Hua Jieyu quickly. However, at the same time, an invisible power was blocking him. Then what element spiritual qi gathered into a spell and wrapped around him. Boom! Powerful strength burst forth. The opponent burst free from the entanglement like a wild demon. At this time, spears appeared before Hua Jieyu. They kept stabbing toward the opponent, who roared and stopped. His battle intent burst and attacked the spears coming at him. Simultaneously, he stepped forward and flew into the sky. He soared at Hua Jieyu like an eagle. Seriousness flashed past Hua Jieyu's eyes. She stepped forward. It was only one step, but the opponent seemed to stop in midair. Vines curled up toward him and slammed him to the ground. Okay, both pass. The Kangi College elder nodded and put away their bookmarks, meaning both had passed the pretest. The defeated one was upset because he had been confident he could win in the pretest. He hadn't expected to meet someone so extraordinary. May I see your true appearance? He stood up and asked politely. Hua Jieyu glanced at him and turned to leave the podium. She returned to Yi Futian's side. Many looked at Hua Jieyu in shock. She was so arrogant. Yi Futian Mogu. It was Yi Futian's turn now. He walked up to the podium. The one opposite him was clad in white. He was from the Qin clan. Clearly, the Kangi College elder thought that if Yi Futian couldn't even beat a random Qin clan disciple, he had no need to attend the Fenghua banquet. The two sat down with crossed legs and released their Guqin spirits. This attracted many gazes. In the near distance, the Qin clan members looked over with interest. Music sounded at the same time. Gumo's music was wild like a tide of 10,000 beasts. The sound of galloping in the air was terrifying. It was like a wave of demons was charging at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's music was calm, graceful, and lovely. It seemed to be reminiscing someone from the past. As his music flowed out, the formless demons charging at him were gradually tamed. Then Yi Futian's music changed abruptly. It turned sharp like an unsheathed sword. It cut everything and the beasts wailed. Gumo's music was in disarray, no longer strong and wild. His spiritual energy was in a mess and his music was disordered too. With a huff, the Qin spirit disappeared. Yi Futian pass, the elder announced. Guemo was defeated just like that. The Qin clan members were surprised. Their fellow disciple was disqualified from the banquet. Such pure music and extraordinary mindset. This boy is talented, Bai Qiu praised. Then he asked from across the arena. Where do you cultivate? Do you have a clan? Yi Futian looked up at Bai Qiu. He smiled and said, I cultivate with my master and have not entered a clan. The Qin clan is the most prestigious for musical sorcery in Kangi Kingdom. Are you willing to join us? Bai Qiu smiled at Yi Futian. If you are willing, I can recommend you. I am lacking a Guqin student. Everyone present was shocked. It seemed that Bai Qiu thought highly of this musical sorcerer, and had invited him directly into the Qin clan. He was even willing to let the youth study with him. A Guqin student was someone who would follow him and could learn from him at any time. If Yi Futian could follow Bai Qiu, this would be a great advantage for him as a musical sorcerer. Chapter 109. Bai Qiu's words immediately made Yi Futian the center of attention. Even though the two young men were the same, they both came in hopes of attending the Fenghua banquet. However, despite this, many people only signed up to attend the banquet for the experience. How many people could actually display outstanding skills? The Kangi Kingdom had no shortage of genius cultivators, and now they were all gathered here in the imperial city, the city of Kangi. But in the end, only 10 people would be chosen by the emperor to be on the Fenghua rank. Bai Qiu of the Qin clan, Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Zhang of the Kangi College, the incredibly skilled young Lord Yi Wuchen from the Yi Palace, the Hua family's daughter, and Yun Di of the Demon clan. These people were the ones who would stand out the most at the Fenghua banquet. Of course, Kangi Kingdom's #1 beauty could not be forgotten. She was known as the one of peerless beauty. Because of this, when Bai Qiu asked Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, no one thought of it as demeaning. As the Kangi Kingdom's most outstanding young man, Bai Qiu was destined for a bright future. Even his musical attendant would have a chance to be a big shot in the future. This was an opportunity not everyone had. To offer Yi Futian such a position, it was evident that Bai Qiu was impressed by his gifts. Even Xinxia looked at Yi Futian in surprise. Yi Futian and his friends were all 7-starred glory-playing cultivators. They came to sign up for the Fenghua banquet and each showed their impeccable gifts. If Yi Futian was able to follow Bai Qiu into the Qin clan, it would only do him good. However, standing beside Xinxia, Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu did not think this way. They stared at Bai Qiu shocked. To them, who knew Yi Futian, Bai Qiu's words were nothing but a joke. He wanted Yi Futian to be his musical attendant? Where did he get that confidence from? Yu Sheng could not help himself. Xinxia glanced at Yu Sheng but did not say anything. On the battle platform, Yi Futian was taken aback. Xinxia had said that Bai Qiu was a prodigy from the Qin clan, a Dharma-plane musical sorcerer. It was no wonder that he was so confident. Since the Qin clan is so well known in the Kangyi kingdom, then their musical sorcery should not be any less inferior to that of Elder Qin. But this did not mean that he would be willing to join the clan. He had only signed up for the Fenghua banquet as a musical sorcerer because of Elder Qin. He was not going to let the elder down. However, to become Bai Qiu's music attendant, the meaning of these two words should be similar to that of a study attendant, a servant who takes care of others. I don't have such a habit. Yi Futian smiled at Bai Qiu and calmly answered. Your music is pure and you possess an extraordinary mindset, but your music is still not perfect. It is obvious that you don't have a good teacher. Why not try it out? Said Bai Qiu. His gaze was calm. In Bai Qiu's opinion, if Yi Futian could cultivate under his guidance for a couple of years, he was bound to improve. This was his reason for extending such an offer. No need, chuckled Yi Futian. As a prodigy from the Qin clan, Bai Qiu was indeed exceptional. What Yi Futian played on the guqin was not any specific musical piece but something he came up with on the spot. So, of course, it was not perfect. Bai Qiu did not say much else. To him, this was only a small episode before the Fenghua banquet. Many of the females present looked toward Bai Qiu and thought he was indeed a gentleman, just as the rumors had it. Yi Futian returned to stand beside his friends. Just then, Xinxia's name was called. The trio was not in a rush to leave, so they decided to stay behind and watch Xinxia's performance. It was an interesting duel. When Xinxia stepped off the battle platform, Yi Futian gave her a compliment. You're very powerful. You guys are not so bad yourselves, smiled Xinxia. All we have to do now is to show up outside of the Imperial Palace in 3 days to attend the Fenghua banquet, correct? Asked Yi Futian. That's right. In 3 days, everyone will gather for the banquet and the Emperor will grace us with his presence, nodded Xinxia. See you in 3 days. Yi Futian said his goodbye and left. Watching them leave, Xinxia smiled. 3 days later, young cultivators from all over the kingdom would gather outside of the Imperial Palace. Even though Xinxia had incredible gifts, she only wanted to participate in the banquet. She had no hopes of stealing the spotlight. Those 3 were mere 7-starred glory-playing cultivators, so even if they had great gifts, they would only be heads in a crowd. Yi Futian followed the main road out of the Kangyi College campus. Along the way, many more young cultivators arrived. He knew well and clear those who had the courage to sign up for the Fenghua banquet would not be too weak. Stepping out of Kangyi College, there were many elders waiting outside. They had come from all over the kingdom with their juniors. Even if the younger cultivators were unable to become the star of the banquet, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. From the skies, a black wind eagle headed down for landing and stopped in front of Yi Futian and his friends. The 3 of them stepped onto the eagle and the creature lifted them away. Just as they took off, many others did so as well. They were all headed in one direction. There, a group of figures was approaching. They all seemed to be surrounding a single person. That person seemed to steal everyone's attention. Very quickly, the trio also had their attention stolen. Looking over to the crowd in the skies. Far away, a magnificent purple gold rock soared through the sky. It was an arcana plane beast. Its entire body was enveloped in a purple golden light. Its wings spread out wide, creating great winds every time it flapped its wings. Purple gold rock. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. It was an extremely rare beast. The rock possessed powers of 3 elements: thunder and lightning, metal and wind. The beast had great growth potential and fearsome speed, as well as extremely powerful attack abilities. Rumors said that the purple gold rock was a distant relative to the golden rock, and had the blood of the golden rock running through its veins. On the purple gold rock stood a beautiful young woman. She had an alluring body and beautiful skin. A sweet scent radiated from her person, and her eyes were captivating. In addition to the red dot in between her eyebrows, drawn on with cinnabar, she was a beauty only seen in drawings. So beautiful. Who is she? Asked someone in the skies. Kangi Kingdom's #1 beauty Lin Yueyao, answered another, gaze never leaving the young woman. Lin Yueyao, also known as the Kangi Kingdom's #1 beauty, was at the most beautiful age of 18. Such a beautiful girl, Yi Futian complimented the nearing figure. Yeah, you like? Asked a voice beside him. Yi Futian turned his attention over to Hua Jieyu, who was smiling at him. But she's still nowhere as beautiful as my fox. Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu glared at him shyly, feeling satisfied with his answer. Although she had to admit the young woman was indeed very beautiful. The purple gold rock called as it approached. The figure on its back looked towards Yi Futian, and as if she could hear what he had said, she smiled. It was as if her eyes could speak. One look was enough to get one's heart beating. Fortunately, Yi Futian was used to this type of teasing from Hua Jieyu. Lin Yueyao's look had no effect on him. With countless eyes glued on her, Lin Yueyao landed and walked into Kangi College. Many people followed after her. I want that girl as my wife, said a young man. Everyone around him looked at him as if he were an idiot. He wanted to chase Lin Yueyao? What a dreamer. Maybe if he got on the Fenghua rank, Lin Yueyao would spare him a glance. Haven't gotten enough? Hua Jieyu laughed at Yi Futian, whose gaze had followed Lin Yueyao. Fox, why don't you remove the veil? I wonder what kinds of expressions they will make when they find out that my girlfriend is way more beautiful in comparison to their #1 beauty. Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu gave him a light pinch, but on the inside she was melting at his words. He was such a sweet talker. Standing behind the couple, Yu Sheng averted his gaze. Yi Futian was still the same, shameless. The black wind eagle flapped its wings and flew away. Not long after, they arrived at a lodging nearby. In a court within the lodging, Hua Fenglu was basking in the sun. Nanda Wenin was with him. The two of them together was a beautiful sight. You guys came back so quickly. Did it go well? Asked Hua Fenglu. Yes. Now we just have to wait 3 days for the start of the Fenghua banquet, nodded Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin were not surprised. With Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng's gifts, any one of them would be able to make it past the preliminary round without any problems. Mistress, doesn't it feel like we're a family out on vacation? Parents, daughter and son-in-law, smiled Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu laughed. It actually did feel that way. Then what am I? Just then Tang Lan appeared and asked coldly. Yi Futian stood frozen. A concubine? Tang Lan asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not know what to say. Beside him, Yu Sheng threw him a look of pity, and walked over to Yi Qingxian. There was no right answer to her question. Tang Lan, if you're willing, I don't mind, said Nanda Wenin. Yi Futian blinked. Nanda Wenin was actually willing to agree to it? Yi Futian looked at Hua Fenglu and thought, Master's charisma is so much stronger than mine. Do you really think that's what I'm after? Tang Lan asked in a cold demeanor. Hua Fenglu coughed and glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian chuckled and looked at Hua Jieyu. She smiled and asked him, If I also don't mind you taking a concubine, would you want to? No, I only like you, answered Yi Futian. He wasn't stupid. If he had said yes, that would be the end of him. Humph. Hua Jieyu smiled lightly. That's more like it. Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin watched the young couple as they bickered, and a soft smile spread across their faces. After all that had happened in the city of Donghai, they knew how difficult it was for Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu to be together. As parents, they only wished that the young couple could continue to stay by each other's side. Alright, go cultivate now. The Fenghua banquet is only 3 days away. It will be gathering of the best in all of the Kangi Kingdom. It won't be like how it was at Donghai Academy, said Hua Fenglu. Donghai Academy was only a prefecture academy in the Nandu Nation. Okay. Yi Futian nodded his head lightly. Naturally, he also understood that even though both his natural gifts and combat skills were very strong, amongst the people attending the Fenghua banquet, there would be many Dharma-playing cultivators. He had to go above and beyond to get the emperor's attention. It was his only way of getting on the Fenghua rank. Chapter 110. 3 days later, early morning. Yi Futian was practicing a fist form in the courtyard of the inn. His moves were slow, each punch seeming to contain an intriguing charm. His blood was bubbling through his body. One could faintly hear the rumbles, and amongst the rumbling blood, strands of the emperor's mark lit up. It transformed into an air current of the emperor, making his every move contain the emperor's intent. Currently, he was cultivating a set of methods. It was the one given to him by the emperor's will when he was forced into desperation that day. Yi Futian didn't know who created this set of methods or what it was called. Therefore, he named it himself Imperial Tactics. It was a cliché name but very suitable. When he used this method, his blood would change and spread to every part of his body. It even affected his aura, making him imperial. In addition, every time he practiced this set, he would achieve something. Cultivating with Emperor Yi Qing's enhancement method, he could continuously strengthen his body. Even if he didn't use any spells, he would still be an extremely talented warrior. After training for a bit longer, Yi Futian stopped and looked at the sky. When do you plan on setting out? Tang Lan walked over and asked him. I'm going now. Aunt Tang, are you all going? Yi Futian asked. I'm not interested, but your master wants to go. If I'm free, I'll go too, Tang Lan said indifferently. Yi Futian smiled without saying anything. This was how Tang Lan was. Then I'll call master and masteress to get going, Yi Futian said. After a short while, they grouped in the courtyard. Then they got onto the demon, soared into the sky, and left the inn. At the same time of their departure, demons and figures all over Kangyi City shot into the sky. They were all going toward the same place, the palace. It seemed that all of the strong ones in the imperial city were in the sky at once. It was a shocking sight. As Yi Futian's group continued advancing, they could vaguely see the various glamorous buildings. It was the palace of Kangyi Kingdom. They continued, getting closer and closer to the palace. Many others were around them and they all looked excited. Is this the Fenghua banquet? All the young talents of the kingdom are gathered here. I will definitely display my skills at the banquet and have the emperor notice me. I wonder how powerful the talents of the imperial city are like. I really anticipate it. Voices streamed from all directions. Countless people came, some from the imperial city, others from the various cities of the Kangyi Kingdom. They were all the cream of the crop. Otherwise, they wouldn't travel thousands of miles to attend the Fenghua banquet. Yi Futian followed the huge crowd forward. The Fenghua platform outside the palace was already in view. This was where the Fenghua banquet would be held. At this time, a line of figures clad in white floated across the air. They were so handsome. It's the Qin clan. Bai Qiu is there. Many looked over at the Qin clan. They had to see Bai Qiu, who was the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank in the imperial city. The powerful ones of the demon clan are also here. Many others looked to the back. There they saw countless demons striding forward. In the center of the crowd was a youth. He was not yet 17 years old, but his face was filled with arrogance and aggressiveness. This was Yun Di, the most talented of the demon clan's younger generation. Lin Yueyao. At this time, a purple gold rock flew past with a beautiful figure atop it, attracting many gazes instantly. She was extremely talented and was also known as the #1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom. Probably no one was as attractive as her. Even Bai Qiu of the Qin clan and many members of the demon clan couldn't help but look over at Lin Yueyao. Hua Fenglu and the others observed quietly. At the moment, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng were not eye-catching. No one noticed them, but Hua Fenglu knew that at the end of the banquet, they would shine the brightest. They would overwhelm the pride of the Kangyi city. Finally, they arrived at the Fenghua platform. Many guards stood around the majestic platform, keeping the order. This battle platform had a long history. It was where the emperor commanded the generals. It was also where the emperor tested the princes and officials. The emperor's royal seat was at an extremely high place directly before the Fenghua platform. It was very majestic. Nobody who came, whether it be those who rode demons or flew on their swords, dared to be higher than that position. It was where the emperor sat. Who dared to be higher than the emperor? Only the nobles and the most powerful talents of Kangyi City were qualified to sit on either side of the royal seat. They had to be personally given the ability by the emperor to observe the Fenghua banquet with him. There were many outstanding men close to the royal seat. One of them was a youth. He gazed at the swarming crowd around the Fenghua platform. His cool gaze had a slight tinge of arrogance. Many attendees saw him too. "Is that the young Lord Yi Wuqian?" Many people murmured. Yi Wuqian was one of the most popular contenders for this year's Fenghua banquet. He had already entered the second level of the Dharma plane. It was difficult to find an opponent for him under the age of 20. "Wuqian, you are a lord, but you still must display your strongest abilities today. His Majesty will not help you cheat," his father Lord Yi said beside him. "I must win," Yi Wuqian said. Very resolute. Lord Yi smiled and nodded. As more and more people arrived, the sky and ground were all filled with people. The Fenghua banquet was the most important banquet of the Kangyi kingdom. The entire kingdom paid attention to it. The skies outside the palace were not off limits on this day, so more people would witness the banquet. The sun rose and sunlight shone down, falling onto the royal seat. A line of carriages rode out from the palace. The emperor and empress sat in the center. Everyone stared as soon as they appeared. All the nobles besides the royal seat stood up. The figures sitting on their demons in the sky stood up too. They all looked in the direction of the carriage. The emperor, empress, princes and princesses descended from the carriage and walked forward. The emperor sat in the royal seat. The empress, princes and princesses sat behind him. "Greetings, Your Majesty and Your Highness." The nobles all rose and greeted with a bow. After that, everyone else bowed down as well. The sound seemed to shake the world and was extremely spectacular. The emperor of Kangyi Kingdom seemed to be around 30 years old. He was not handsome, but he had the aura of an emperor. Even when he smiled, he still looked distinguished. The empress was extremely beautiful. She was dressed glamorously but looked composed. She seemed to be around 25 years old but was much older than that. Her looks were comparable to Nandu Wanyin. The emperor smiled and waved at everyone. "Today is the Fenghua banquet. The stars are the young talents of our Kangyi kingdom. There is no need for the formalities. Let us be relaxed." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The people bowed once more. When the emperor took his seat, the others sat down as well. The Fenghua banquet is where all the pride of the younger generation is gathered. Here I hope everyone will forget their concerns. No matter who you are, please display your skills to the fullest. I hope to see the most brilliant of the younger generation. If anyone runs into trouble in the imperial city due to their performance here, I will execute the culprit, even if he is a noble or a clan. The emperor spoke coolly, but his words were powerful. There would definitely be many who would display extraordinary talents at the Fenghua banquet. There would also definitely be those who earn hatred due to defeating a genius of a clan. Similarly, others would be invited to join a group because of their amazing ability but reject the invitation, resulting in some consequences. The emperor could not tolerate these. This was the banquet he held personally. Anyone who dared to make trouble would be offending the emperor and must be punished accordingly. All the people from outside the imperial city were reassured by these words. They could display their talents to their fullest at the Fenghua banquet without any concern. The emperor was supporting them. "In addition, I will name 10 people for the Fenghua rank. All will be rewarded. The top 3 can request something from me. Unless it is too harsh, I will fulfill your wishes," the emperor continued. Then he laughed and said, "If you like any of the princes or princesses and wish to marry them, I might agree." With that, all the nobles laughed. Many looked to the princes and princesses beside the emperor. They were all extraordinary figures, especially the 2 beautiful princesses. Many felt ready to try. Maybe they really could become the princess's husband. But remembering that only the top 3 of the Fenghua rank were qualified, they could only smile bitterly. Indeed, those who could enter the top 3 were the best of the best. The emperor would not lose anything if they could marry the princesses. "Should I try marrying a princess?" Yi Futian looked at a princess. She was so beautiful. "Even if I don't make top 3, I can still marry a prince, right?" Hua Jiyu grinned at Yi Futian. "I'm joking." Yi Futian surrendered immediately. Even without looking at her talent, Hua Jieyu was more beautiful than the #1 beauty of Kangyi Kingdom. There was no competition. Alright, those attending the Fenghua banquet, please step forward. Everyone else please step back. Prepare to start, the emperor said. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yusheng quickly got onto the Black Wind Eagle and went forward. Every other attendee also approached the Fenghua platform. The others retreated, making a clear division. The Fenghua banquet was about to start. Chapter 111. On the Fenghua platform, a group of elders clad in Kangyi College uniforms stepped up. They gathered at the front of the platform and split into different sections. After, they placed the stacks of bookmarks in their hands on the platform and organized them. The names on the bookmarks were those of this year's Fenghua banquet participants. Over 10,000 bookmarks meant that there were over 10,000 attendees. One could only imagine how difficult it would be to get picked by the emperor and make it on the Fenghua rank. These elders were all cultivators in the Arcana plane and had extremely high cultivation. Most of them had photographic memory. Wangteng, Zhuofei, Li Yun. At this time the elders began to call out names. People who had their names flew down to land on the stage. There were those who could fly, those who were dropped off by beasts, or even those who jumped off their beasts' backs. All of this commotion caused the platform to shake. 100 bookmarks were withdrawn from the piles, which meant that 100 people had their names called. Very quickly, all these people gathered on the platform. The Fenghua platform was massive and could easily accommodate 100 people. Everyone was able to stand comfortably in a different area. All of these people were in the 6-starred glory plane, which was the minimum allowed to attend the Fenghua banquet. If one was in any plane lower than such, it was unnecessary to participate in the banquet. Amongst these 100 people, only 3 of you will make it to the next round. Of course, it is also completely possible that not a single person makes it. So you may begin to demonstrate your talents now. Remember, you may choose to forfeit. Once someone forfeits, everyone else is forbidden from making further attacks on that participant. Also, no life-threatening injuries are allowed, said an elder from Kangyi College. Choosing 1 out of 100. There were too many people participating in the Fenghua banquet, and thus, it was necessary to quickly filter out the most outstanding people from the beginning. Starting from those of the same plane was the fairest. It was a way for the best talents to stand out from the rest. At least then, they wouldn't be eliminated right off the bat. In a split second, spiritual chi exploded on the platform. It became extremely hectic. Sorcerers immediately put distance between themselves and the rest, while martial arts cultivators were looking for the perfect opportunity. Quickly, someone began to attack those around them. With this one attack, the battle began. In the air and on the ground, countless pairs of eyes focused on the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian was also watching seriously. Only qualified people could participate in the Fenghua banquet. There were no weaklings. Many participants had already revealed their gifts in both martial arts and sorcery. There were also those who were multi-element sorcerers, and of course there were many mandate sorcerers. The battle was fierce. In this messy battle, there were those who were powerful but got surrounded and attacked by multiple people. This type of chaotic battle was truly testing. Just because one was powerful did not mean that they would make it to the end, unless they had an absolute advantage over the rest. However, it was only a battle of 6-starred glory plane cultivators. Many spectators were interested. Those who got the most applause was usually above the 8-starred glory plane. Anyone below that almost never got picked by the emperor. After the first group of talents concluded their battle, an elder from the Kangyi College announced that no one had passed. All of them were eliminated. Even the person who had won the battle. The lower the level, the stronger your gifts have to be. It's the only way to move forward, everyone thought to themselves. Following that, another 100 people were called and another round of chaotic battle ensued. There were not many 6-starred glory plane participants, not even 1,000. After they were all done, the elders began to call on the 7-starred glory plane participants. More people were interested in the 7-starred glory plane battles. It was bound to be fiercer. Finally, Yusheng's name was called out. Yi Futian sent him down to the platform. But at the Fenghua banquet, Yusheng's name did not pique anyone's interest. No one knew who he was or how strong he was. All they knew was that he had an imposing stature. Among the people called on along with Yusheng, Everyone was only interested in one Yundi of the demon clan. He was a young man gifted by the heavens. Not even 17 yet. He had already made it into the 7-starred glory plane. He was also a beast tamer. Yundi was naturally close with the beasts and had the ability to tame them. On top of that, he was also a mandate sorcerer. Yundi's skin was dark, and he had a small stature but exuded a wild aura. As soon as he stepped onto the battle platform, he was the star of the show. This young man who was only in the 7-starred glory plane was said to be qualified to get picked by the emperor. From this it was easy to see just how outstanding he was. These people have the worst luck to be grouped with Yundi. They would have been alright had they been grouped with anyone else in the 7-starred glory plane, but it just had to be Yundi. Many people began to discuss. Yifutian listened in on the discussions going on around him, and was able to figure out what kind of person Yundi was. He looked at Yusheng and let out a smile. Yusheng was able to run into a strong candidate for the Fenghua banquet in his first battle. Yundi was going to make sure Yusheng stood out. They were getting lucky. Besides Yifutian and Hua Jieyu, Sun Xia from Kangyi College was probably the only other person who knew Yusheng. She quietly shook her head. To be in the same battle as Yundi, it looked like Yusheng was going to get eliminated in this first round. On the Fenghua platform, everyone focused their attention on Yundi. They watched as he placed a leaf between his lips and music sounded. The sounds were piercing to the ears. In the skies, many of the beasts became irritable. They were the beasts people were riding on. Whoosh! A glory plane beast abandoned its master and rushed toward Yundi. Its master was another participant of the Fenghua banquet. He fell helplessly from the skies. He did not cultivate in the element of wind, and that was why he had to ride a beast, but now, his beast was being controlled by someone else. This person was not alone. Quickly, more people ended up in a similar situation. All the flying beasts below the Dharma plane had abandoned their masters and headed toward Yundi. Make your move. Many young cultivators charged at Yundi. They were ready to gang up on him. Even though there was still a chance that they might not pass this round, at least their chances would increase if they defeated Yundi. But in this moment, a fearsome monster tide erupted on the Fenghua platform. A horde of beasts attacked. Even, many of participants with higher cultivation could not withstand the attack of the united beasts, and were all thrown onto the ground. Spectators were speechless upon witnessing this scene. The emperor's gaze fell on Yundi, and he let out a look of admiration. Not long after, almost everyone on the platform had fallen. Those who had not fallen chose to forfeit. How were they supposed to battle when Yundi summoned that many demon beasts? No surprise here, laughed bystanders. They pitted those grouped with Yundi. Yundi stopped blowing on the leaf, but the beasts continued to revolve around him. A strange sight indeed. Just then, Yundi noticed there was still one person standing. It looked as if he had not moved an inch from the beginning. Aren't you going to forfeit? Yundi looked at the young man with the large stature and questioned. Thank you for clearing those people out for me, said Yusheng. His words shocked everyone in the audience. Did he just thank Yundi for clearing the way for him? Yifutian blinked. Yusheng had changed a lot since coming with Yifutian. The things he said were well said. Yundi was dumbfounded at first, but a smile spread quickly on his face. He placed the leaf back between his lips and began to blow. Along with the melody, the beasts around Yundi were once again placed in a wild trance and immediately charged towards Yusheng. A fierce golden light enveloped Yusheng's body like the armor of a war god. As a wild falcon rushed toward him, Yusheng reached out his large hand and met with the falcon's talons. In a split second, his hand clasped down and grabbed onto the falcon's sharp talons. Next, Yusheng swung the falcon around with one arm. He flung the beast forward, and with a loud crash, he had downed several beasts with the sheer force of his throw. The people were dumbfounded. After that, the beasts became more crazed. However, Yusheng took one step forward and the whole Fenghua platform began to shake. In this moment, people mistook this young man of imposing stature for a beast in human form. They watched as Yusheng threw a punch toward a beast and it was thrown through the air. Boom! Boom! Yusheng took a couple more steps on the platform and reached out both hands. With his bare hands he caught a red-winged tiger. The beast had tried to charge at Yusheng's neck, but he managed to hold its mouth open with both hands and then rip the beast open from the mouth. Is he really human? Everyone's heart was pounding. They realized that the beasts were no longer listening to Yundi's orders. They no longer dared to attack. Yundi was a beast tamer and not a beast master. He did not have total control over the beasts. Under extreme fear, the beasts would no longer listen to him. Yundi's expression darkened. He removed the leaf from his mouth and released his life spirit. It was a ferocious demon lion. Just the king of the beasts. Yundi's body moved quickly. Just like most demon beasts, he was swift and violent. His movements agile as a monkey. As Yundi got closer to Yushang, he flew into the air, nimble as a leopard. Like a flash of lightning, he appeared in the air above Yushang and the apparition of a lion appeared on his body. His hand morphed into a large paw with sharp claws, ready to claw at Yushang's head at full force. Yushang's reflexes were extremely quick, and his body moved swiftly like a ghost. His hand reached out towards the sky and met with Yundi's sharp claws. A strong force threw Yundi back. Just as Yundi tried to take this opportunity to leave, Yushang took one step into the air and flew towards to grab Yundi by the arm. In the next moment, everyone watched as Yushang picked Yundi up, and then smashed him into the ground. The Fenghua platform shook once again. Around the platform, everyone was in complete silence. When Yushang stood up straight and looked toward the emperor, everyone was shaking in their boots. It seemed that at today's Fenghua banquet, the prodigies that everyone put their money on weren't undefeatable after all. Yundi had already been defeated in battle with someone in the same plane. Chapter 112. Yushang became the center of attention with one battle. Of the most popular contenders for the Fenghua rank, Yundi was the only one in the 7-star glory plane because he had very high demon training talents. He could control all demons under the Dharma plane, and even demons of the Dharma plane would be affected. He was also a mandate sorcerer with high combat abilities. With his first battle, he summoned countless beasts and was brilliant. However, this was all done to make someone else look better in comparison. Everyone thought of the thanks Yushang had said. He was such a jerk. Sun Xia's heart trembled. It seemed that Yushang had only shown the tip of the iceberg at the pretest in the Kangyi College. Was this his true power? This was crazy. The people of the demon clan in the air looked aghast. They had put so much hope in Yundi, but he was defeated in the first round. The opponent was even on the same plane. With this, they knew that Yundi's name would not appear in the Fenghua rank. Someone of the same plane was more outstanding than him. At this moment, the emperor sat in the royal seat. He noticed Yushang look over as if observing him. There was no reverence at all. Yushang seemed to just want to see what the emperor was like. As expected, different from everyone else, the emperor said with a chuckle. He naturally would not be angry at Yushang for a look. He was the emperor and had the tolerance of an emperor. The point of the Fenghua banquet was to find the most impressive of the younger generation in Kangyi Kingdom. This was why he ordered that anyone who hurt the attendees of the Fenghua banquet would be executed. He would not do so either, of course. Otherwise, how would he be able to continue the banquet? The nearby nobles heard the emperor's words and realized that he thought highly of Yushang. From the youth's aggressive performance, they could see that he was practically born for battle. Only Yi Futian was not surprised. How could anyone of the same plane defeat Yushang? Yushang Yundi pass. The elder from Kangyi College announced. He kept the bookmarks with their names and put away all the rest. This was expected. Yundi had lost, but he wouldn't end here. Yushang started back. He looked up into the sky and then pushed off from the Fenghua platform. He shot up into the sky like a sword. Wind. Yi Futian reached out. Wind blew past and wrapped around Yushang. Using this gust of wind, Yushang landed onto the black wind eagle. Many people looked in the direction of the eagle. This way they also saw Yi Futian and the veiled Hua Jieyu. The three all looked familiar. No one knew who they were or where they came from. The dean continued to name people and the battles went on. Outstanding figures continued to appear, but there were no collisions like Yushang and Yundi. As the battles continued, Yi Futian finally heard his name. However, the name after his was Hua Jieyu. He was stunned. They had been put into the same round. The two met eyes and smiled. Then the wind wrapped around them and took them downward. They descended upon the Fenghua platform like a pair of ethereal lovers, instantly attracting the gazes of many. They were with Yushang, and Yushang's battle had been too amazing. In the air, Bai Qiu from the Qin clan looked at Yi Futian. They had met 3 days ago. He had invited Yi Futian to be his musical attendant but was rejected. Now, he realized that Yi Futian had a reason for the confidence. If Yushang was this powerful, Yi Futian couldn't be much worse. Lin Yueyao, known as the #1 beauty of Kangyi, also looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She was also curious because she had heard what Yi Futian had said to Hua Jieyu that day. Though the girl was veiled, her figure and aura were both amazing. Her facial features must be beautiful as well. However, Lin Yueyao didn't believe Hua Jieyu could be prettier than her. The demon clan though did not look friendly. It was clearly because of Yushang. Coincidentally, there were 2 disciples of the demon clan in this round. The emperor had ordered that conflicts from the Fenghua banquet could not be avenged for in private. However, there was no problem in doing so during the banquet. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walked to a place and Yi Futian sat down. His Guqin spirit appeared and fell behind him. Hua Jieyu stood quietly beside him as if she didn't care for the battle. Music rose. The graceful melody traveled from the Guqin spirit behind Yi Futian. It made one feel comfortable as if it wasn't a musical spell for battle. The 2 demon clan disciples walked towards them. One held a flute, which he brought to his lips and played. There was instantly an eerie sound. Glory plane demons rustled in the air again, making all the masters of the demons upset. Did they bring their beasts here just so the demon clan could use them? However, though the demons seemed to riot, they didn't leave. Spiritual qi gathered before the flutist and transformed into a vague demon. It charged toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. His tactics were similar to a conjurer's, but were not as powerful as the demon a conjurer could draw. Hua Jieyu reached out. An invisible spiritual storm appeared instantly, stopping the demon created by spiritual qi. Then she clenched a fist and the demon scattered into the spiritual qi again. "You fight and I'll support," Yi Futian murmured. One needed to show their talents to pass the Fenghua banquet, so avoiding the fight was unrealistic. Yi Futian couldn't perform by himself either. That way Hua Jieyu would be unnecessary. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded lightly. Music flowed into her ears endlessly, but they were not offensive spells. They were supplementary spells. Hua Jieyu felt her spiritual energy increase at that moment. She walked before Yi Futian, a glint appearing in her pretty eyes. Following that, there was a shocking amount of spiritual qi around her. Boom! The 2 demon clan members felt their bodies stiffen. A gust of huge power dropped directly onto them, forcing their bodies to fly up involuntarily. The others preparing to fight on the platform were shocked. They all looked at the demon clan members. Then they saw what elemental spiritual qi turn into vines that swept toward the 2, hurling them into the air. "Deal with these 2 first," someone on the Fenghua platform murmured. Everyone looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Then, aggressive auras exploded towards the 2. The strong figures of the Fenghua platform vaguely surrounded them. But Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu didn't seem to notice. Yi Futian continued to play his Guqin. The wood elemental spiritual qi around Hua Jieyu grew more violent until it was about to turn into a storm. The next moment, she released the lock of 1,000 vines. Endless vines swept in all directions from Hua Jieyu's side. The lock of 1,000 vines was a pretty powerful controlling spell of the wood elemental sorcery. Many people would cultivate it, but different people had different power. Hua Jieyu's spiritual energy was terrifying. With this, she was able to control the spiritual qi of all elements. Thus, she could naturally release spells of any type of element. Many of those who saw the incoming vines flashed or used spells and martial arts techniques to hack at the vines. However, with Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's teamwork, the lock of 1,000 vines became extremely strong. Many people were curled up and thrown into the distance. However, some powerful figures also used extremely strong momentum to rush up for close-range fighting. Long-distance fighting was definitely a disaster when faced with two spiritual sorcerers. When two figures approached, Hua Jieyu reached out her slender hands and they were instantly immobilized. She slowly floated up, shining like a fairy. The two powerful cultivators were unable to break free from the invisible strength. With rustles, the vines snaked toward them and tossed them out. "I don't want to hurt anyone," Just surrender, Hua Jieyu said softly, still hovering in the air. Another sharp metal elemental storm burst around her. It gathered into swords and spears dancing around her. Everyone understood that Hua Jieyu had not shown her true powers yet. If she used an offensive spell after releasing the Lock of 1,000 Vines, it would be a catastrophe for many. They all felt despair. The power of a musical sorcerer and an offensive spiritual sorcerer working together was terrifying. Her spiritual energy seems powerful, many murmured as they gazed at Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's musical spell had also increased her power, resulting in the current situation. Many people began to give up and leave depressed. They used to say they were geniuses and were the strong ones in their planes. Now they knew they were just a big fish in a small pond. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu pass, the Kangyi College elder announced. Yi Futian did not fight, but it was clear from how he helped Hua Jieyu that he could do much more. Yi Futian bowed slightly to the emperor and prepared to leave with Hua Jieyu. You should join the Qin clan, someone in the air said. Yi Futian looked up and saw Bai Qiu. I had misunderstood you before, and wanted you to be my musical attendant. I realize you're more talented than I had imagined. I doubt you would be satisfied with being a musical attendant. With your current attainments, you might be equal to me after 1 or 2 years in the Qin clan, Bai Qiu said. Many people looked over at him. It seemed that Yi Futian's musical sorcery had impressed Bai Qiu and made him want to have Yi Futian for himself. He even said that Yi Futian might be equal to him in 1 or 2 years. That was an extremely high praise for Yi Futian. Chapter 113. Bai Qiu was already a musical sorcerer in the Dharma plane, and Yi Futian was only in the 7-starred glory plane. It would be difficult enough to just catch up to Bai Qiu's current level in the span of 1 or 2 years. Musical sorcerers should indeed enter the Qin clan for cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Bai Qiu with a peculiar expression. This was his second offer to Yi Futian. The first was to offer him a position as his musical attendant. This second time, even though he now had a better impression of Yi Futian, one could still hear from his tone of voice that Bai Qiu still felt superior to Yi Futian. With your current attainments, you might be equal to me after 1 or 2 years in the Qin clan? Did Yi Futian need 1 or 2 years? And must he enter the Qin clan in order to do so? Just as he was about to reject the offer, a rough, irritated voice said, Will you shut up? Everyone turned their eyes over to the origin of the voice, and saw Yu Shang standing atop the black winged eagle in the skies. He looked at Bai Qiu with an icy expression. Last time when Bai Qiu had asked Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, Yu Shang was already pissed. Now that Bai Qiu was showing his superiority over Yi Futian once again, Yu Shang could not hold back anymore. To others, Bai Qiu's offer might have been a sign of his approval towards Yi Futian. The basis of that assumption was that even they thought Bai Qiu was better than Yi Futian. However, Yu Shang had the exact opposite opinion. To Yu Shang, Bai Qiu's offer was a blatant insult to Yi Futian, and the reason why he was so irritated. Many people gave Yu Shang strange looks. On the other hand, members of the Qin clan did not have a good expression on their faces. Bai Qiu was a representative of the younger generation members of the Qin clan. Outside of the clan, Bai Qiu was a representative of the clan's reputation. In their eyes, Bai Qiu admired Yi Futian's abilities and thus invited him to join the Qin clan, but was berated by Yu Shang. Even though your talents are impressive and is incredibly strong, to speak like that is still a little out of line. Bai Qiu did not say anything in reply to Yu Shang's outburst. It was another member of the Qin clan who spoke. Scram! Yu Shang said nothing else. He did not want to waste his breath. You! The young clan member glared at Yu Shang. How could he be so rude? The things he says are just as crazy as the way he fights. Everyone looked at Yu Shang. He was talking to members of the Qin clan and particularly, at the clan's Dharma plane prodigy Bai Qiu. He really did not show them any respect. Bai Qiu did a once-over of Yu Shang and smiled. Then he turned to say to Yi Futian, I extended an offer to you out of the kindness of my heart. If you were not interested, then so be it. However, we are at the Fenghua banquet in the presence of the emperor. Your friend is truly lacking proper etiquette. Yi Futian's pupils contracted slightly. Bai Qiu was insinuating that Yu Shang had no respect for the emperor. Lifting his head to look at Bai Qiu, Yi Futian smiled and said, Will you shut up? The same question Yu Shang asked. Yu Shang was only enraged because it regarded Yi Futian. Even if he was in the wrong, Yi Futian would not take any other side in front of outsiders. Besides, Yi Futian also did not like Bai Qiu much. In the huge venue, many people watched Yi Futian. These people were really interesting. Bai Qiu and the members of the Qin clan were rendered speechless by Yi Futian utterance. Although Bai Qiu still had a smile on his face, everyone could tell that it was an awkward smile. "I'll see you on the Fenghua platform," said Bai Qiu coldly. He said nothing more after that. Yi Futian did not care. A gust of wind brushed over Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The two of them were lifted into the air and onto the back of the black winged eagle. Yi Futian glared quickly at Yu Shang. Does this guy know how to keep a low profile? Yu Shang gave him a carefree smile. It was a good-natured smile, unlike his ferocious self a while ago. The battles continued and participants joined non-stop. There were indeed many prodigies in the crowd. After the 7-starred glory plane cultivators were done, it was time for the higher-level cultivators. 8-starred glory plane, 9-starred glory plane, the battles were getting more and more intense. More and more extremely talented people emerged. Disregarding natural gifts and talents, if one was in a higher plane, it would be easier to get noticed by the emperor. Yi Futian and the rest stayed on the black winged eagle's back as they continued to observe the battles. Inwardly they thought, the Fenghua banquet is indeed a gathering of talents in the Kangyi kingdom. Some participants were indeed very outstanding. Yi Futian took notice of an 8-starred glory plane participant. It was a girl beautiful and pure. She was not lacking in comparison to Kangyi kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao. The reason why she stood out to Yi Futian was her occupation class. She was a conjurer but also an inscriber. During the battle, she was able to simultaneously display her talents in both classes through drawing. Her name was Hua Zhixin. As soon as she appeared on the battle platform, she was the center of attention. Spectators began to discuss about. It seemed that she was pretty well known. Of course, the Kangyi kingdom's number beauty, Lin Yueyao, received more attention when she appeared because she was more attractive. Besides these two participants, there were others in the glory plane who stood out from the rest, but none that attracted as much attention as the two beauties. After everyone in the glory plane was finished, it was already almost dusk. Next, it was time for the Dharma plane cultivators. There was nowhere as many Dharma plane participants as there was in the glory plane. There were only a couple hundred people, and most of them were first-level Dharma plane cultivators. The battle between Dharma plane cultivators was far more ferocious than that of the glory plane cultivators. When all participants began to release their realization of Dharma, everything became a blur for the audience. Especially because it was a chaotic battle between so many people. It was a truly thrilling scene. Every individual battle was enough to get people's hearts racing. Yi Futian paid close attention to the Dharma plane battles. He also took notice of Bai Qiu's battle. Bai Qiu was arrogant, and rightfully so, because he did possess the gifts and talents. During the battle, he stayed to one side and played a piece. No one was able to even get close to him, and this was what made him stand out amongst everyone else. Besides Bai Qiu, several of the Dharma plane students from Kangyi College were also very powerful. There was also a young man who people called Young Lord. His sword skills were eye-opening. Yi Futian had his name memorized. Yi Wuqian. They shared a surname. Finally, after all battles had ceased, only a little over 200 of the initial 10,000-plus participants had passed. They were allowed to continue competing in this year's Fenghua banquet. The night had fallen and the skies were now pitch black, but outside the imperial palace, the lights illuminated the Fenghua platform. The emperor stood from his throne and everyone followed suit immediately. A figure walked out from beside the emperor and said with a smile, "His Majesty has set up a feast in the imperial palace. All participants who have passed today may follow His Majesty into the palace." Everyone nodded lightly. It was a banquet after all, there must be a feast. Besides, during the battles, those of true talent were able to share a meal with the emperor. It would be a formal and official meeting with the emperor. That was why they must filter out only the best of the best in this first round, and why there were only 200 some people left from over 10,000 participants. Yi Futian and his friends traveled to the back of the crowd and arrived in front of Hua Fenglu and the rest. He said, "Master, we're going to head into the imperial palace. Once the dinner is over, we'll head back to the inn." Go, smiled Hua Fenglu. There was no need to worry. The emperor of the Kangyi kingdom seemed to be an open-minded person. His reason for holding the Fenghua banquet was to search for talented cultivators. Naturally, there was no need for Hua Fenglu to worry about anything happening to the trio in the palace. Yi Futian turned back and the three youngsters walked towards the imperial palace. The emperor left first in his carriage. The participants had others to lead the way. Passing the Fenghua platform was the Fenghua gate. After that was a straight road to the imperial palace. The palace architecture had its own unique style. The large group was led into the royal garden. The environment was extremely beautiful, extravagant but not lacking elegance. The emperor and empress were already waiting in the garden. Everyone approached to bow and make their greetings. No need to be too formal, just treat this as a regular family dinner. Sit as you please, smiled the emperor. Then, he took his own seat with the empress. Only then did everyone take a seat. Everyone had their own small table. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu and Yu Sheng all sat at their own tables. Today was the beginning of the Fenghua banquet. Everyone present now is the pride of the younger generation in the Kangyi kingdom. You guys are the future of our country. The empress and I toast to you all. The emperor lifted his wine glass and everyone followed right after. When the Fenghua banquet comes to an end, I know that not everyone will be pleased with the results. However, to have reached this point you already proved your talent. Even if you are unable to advance after tomorrow, please do not be discouraged, said the emperor. Everyone seated below was of the younger generation and not suited to have conversation with the emperor, so they just sat and listened. The emperor continued with a smile. I know that you guys won't be able to let loose with me here. I will let these youngsters stay to socialize with you guys and I'll take my leave now. No one is allowed to leave too early today or else it will hurt my pride. After he finished, the emperor left with a smile, the empress following alongside him. However, the two princes and the two princesses stayed behind. The people present today could very well become important people in the Kangyi kingdom. It would not hurt for the princes and princesses to become acquainted with them early on. This was another purpose of tonight's feast. Alright, now that father has left, you guys can let loose, laughed a prince. Everyone laughed as well and there was a change in the atmosphere. The princes and princesses were of a similar age as everyone seated at the dinner. There was no need to be overly formal amongst a group of all youths. After all, they were all cultivators with outstanding gifts and talents, so compared to ordinary people, they were not as awestruck by royalty. This is my first time to see goddess Lin Yueyao at such close proximity. You are indeed a beauty previously only seen in paintings. The prince complimented Lin Yueyao. She is indeed the #1 beauty of Kangyi kingdom. It's not just rumors, said a person in the crowd. It's simply a title others have given me as a joke. Your Highness had overpraised me, Lin Yueyao replied with a hint of a smile. In a moment like this, how can we not have some music? Asked a gentle voice. It was one of the princesses. She looked towards Bai Qiu and Yi Futian. Both musical sorcerers were extremely handsome, gentlemanly, and talented. The music of the Qin clan is not suited for this atmosphere. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, princess, smiled Bai Qiu. However, during today's Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian played and Hua Jiyu danced. They complemented each other so well, truly a match made in heaven. Why don't you guys take this chance to impress everyone with your performance? Everyone at the venue smiled at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. Earlier today, the trio really did steal the show with their abilities. Furthermore, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu were obviously a couple. Their collaborative performance during the Fenghua banquet was just too pleasing. Chapter 114. Bai Qiu smiled while looking in Yi Futian's direction, but it faded quickly. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, and Yu Sheng were enjoying the food and hadn't even glanced at him. The emperor's banquet is so nice with great food and wine. Fox, eat your fill, Yi Futian said to Hua Jiyu with a smile. Okay. Hua Jiyu smiled back while Yu Sheng stared at them in annoyance. Bai Qiu's smile froze on his face. Was he ignored just like this? Princess Yilingxi was around the same age as Yi Futian. She gazed at Yi Futian's handsome side profile, her lips seeming to curl into a smile. This guy is too bad, she thought. She obviously knew that Bai Qiu was trying to make things difficult for Yi Futian, but what was more embarrassing than being ignored? It was even worse for someone of Bai Qiu's status. Everyone else looked over. Some were looking for the drama. Others thought that Bai Qiu was looking for trouble for himself. After all, they had already had conflicts at today's Fenghua banquet. If he targeted Yi Futian now, the youth obviously would not treat him with respect. However, Yi Futian's response was a bit special. Or rather, he didn't respond at all. Of course, some others thought that Yi Futian was too conceited. After all, Bai Qiu was at the Dharma plane and was the representative of the Qin clan. He had been taunted by Yu Shang and Yi Futian for his invitation earlier. Now he spoke but was ignored. Furthermore, it was the princess who spoke first. If someone asks a question, you should reply no matter what your answer is, a voice said. The speaker was one of the Kangyi College students. There were many talented students of Kangyi College. 8 were present at the banquet. Sun Xia, whom Yi Futian knew, was here too, but she wasn't the one who spoke. Instead, it was the even more talented Yu Jiang. He was one of those who didn't like Yi Futian. After all, Bai Qiu was someone at his level. Yi Futian put down his wine and looked around. His gaze landed in the direction of the Kangyi College. He had met Yu Jiang at the college. The day of the pretest, Sun Xia had pointed out Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu, saying that they were popular contenders of the Fenghua banquet. Yi Futian looked directly at Yu Jiang. He watched as the other lifted his glass and sipped it without breaking the eye contact. In Yu Jiang's eyes, Yi Futian's group was talented, but they were too arrogant. Are we close? Yi Futian's smile was more like a smirk. Of course not, and I don't wish to be either. Yu Jiang set down his wine. But since the princess invited you, shouldn't you respond? It's all right. It was just the spur of the moment, Yi Lingxi said, seeing that the mood was off. Her beautiful smile was like a spring breeze that blew away a bit of the awkwardness. Princess, your tolerance is impressive, but some people think too highly of themselves, Yu Jiang continued. This is the banquet held by the emperor, but some come with veiled faces. This is too self-conceited. Even Lin Yueyao, the top beauty of Kangyi, is not like this. He was obviously targeting Hua Jieyu. My father said earlier that this is just like a family banquet. There is no need to feel restricted and there is no need to push others, Prince Yi Danshan said. Seeing that Yu Jiang still wouldn't let the matter go. They were all proud people and rivals at the Fenghua banquet. It was natural that there would be some conflicts. This further tested their reactions and processing abilities. Seeing that both a princess and prince had spoken, Yi Futian couldn't be too disrespectful. He smiled at Princess Yi Lingxi and said, Indeed, I know a court dance and I am willing to play it for you. With that, Yi Futian walked out alone. He came to the peach trees behind the banquet and sat down with crossed legs. As for Bai Qiu's suggestion of having Hua Jieyu dance and what Yu Jiang said about the veil, he ignored both of them. He respected the princess but not those two. His Guqin spirit appeared. A graceful melody traveled into everyone's ears, pulling everyone into the artistic conception of the song. The melody of the White Feathers Garment was a superb court dance song and suited the current atmosphere. As the music played, the mood became more natural. Drinking under the festive atmosphere, many people were involuntarily influenced. This piece makes me feel that all the court dance songs from the past were nothing, Yi Danshan praised. However, it feels like something is missing. This is a dance song. It is naturally missing a beauty, Bai Qiu said with a smile as he glanced at Hua Jieyu again. But the beauty refuses to entertain us. Yu Shang stood up, his expression extremely cold. Bai Qiu was stirring trouble. The music was affected as well, growing cooler. Seeing this situation, Princess Yi Lingxi smiled and said, If there are no complaints, I can embarrass myself a little. Shock flashed past everyone's eyes at these words. Would the princess dance personally? Princess, no, Yu Jiang said. How could a princess dance for Yi Futian? I was just joking. The princess mustn't take it seriously, Bai Qiu said. I am suddenly in the mood to do so. The music is so beautiful that someone must dance for it. Why can't I? As Yi Lingxi spoke, she walked up to Yi Futian. Her long dress fluttered as she danced. Beautiful, Yi Danshan praised while everyone was still shocked. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the dancing princess Yi Lingxi and the music performer Yi Futian. Under the moonlight, peach blossoms covered the ground around them like a painting. If news of today's banquet spreads, it will become a beautiful legend, someone said. Many nodded in agreement. Before, they'd thought that the princess would be lowering herself by dancing. Now they realized that it was a type of grace and this performance was indeed beautiful. Miss Jixin, would you be able to add some color to this scene? Yi Danshan asked Hua Jixin. Hua Jixin smiled and walked to the peach trees. Using her hand as a brush, she gathered the spiritual qi into various spiritual birds. Cuckoos, cranes, and phoenixes flew in the air. They circled Yi Futian and Yi Lingxi, instantly making one feel that they were looking at a painting of fairies. This should not exist in the human world. So beautiful. Lin Yueyao could not help but praise this either. Yi Futian was extremely handsome and seemed to glow while playing the guqin. With the princess dancing for him in Jixin's painting, the sight was mesmerizing. At this moment, Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang looked uncomfortable. They didn't like Yi Futian, so they had him perform. They didn't expect for this to become something beautiful. Bai Qiu especially was thinking that if he were the one playing right now, it would be a gorgeous sight. When the song ended, everyone was still intoxicated by the melody. Yi Futian's guqin spirit disappeared. Yi Lingxi looked at him, her eyes sparkling. The music was stunning. Princess, your dancing was beautiful as well, Yi Futian said with a smile. I must have you teach me this song in the future, Yi Lingxi replied and then walked into the crowd. Hua Jixin nodded lightly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled in reply and returned to his spot. He gazed at the crowd and saw Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang staring at him coldly. His lips curled into a smirk. He had performed well at the Fenghua banquet and both Yu Shang and Hua Jieyu were outstanding. But Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang still wanted to trouble him. They probably thought that the trio was in a lower plane and still looked down on them. Hopefully, this sense of superiority would survive until after the Fenghua banquet. Your Highness, Yi Futian called. Everyone looked over at him and he smiled. There are seniors at home waiting for us to return. I have played a piece, so now I must excuse myself. All right. Yi Danshan smiled and nodded rather than stopping him. If Yi Futian stayed, there might be more conflicts. It would be better if he left. See you tomorrow, Yi Lingxi added. Yi Futian nodded subtly and said, see you at the Fenghua platform. No one knew if he said this to the princess or someone else. After that, the three rose and left. Someone helped them out of the palace. Under the moonlight, the three climbed onto the black-winged eagle to return. Was it nice to have the princess dance for you? Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. When we get back, I'll play a piece and you dance for me. It'll be prettier, Yi Futian said, laughing. Sure. Hua Jieyu smiled, but Yi Futian got a bad feeling from her smile. The next morning, countless people gathered around the Fenghua platform. Yesterday, the Fenghua banquet had started. Thousands upon thousands of strong talents came from all over the Kangyi kingdom. Now, only 200 some were left, but they made the spectators much more excited. When Yi Futian's group arrived, many people were already there. The Qin clan, the Kangyi college students, the demon clan, and various forces and nobles were all present. As if sensing something, Yi Futian glanced over and saw Bai Qiu smiling at him. He knew what the smile meant. Yi Futian looked away, ignoring Bai Qiu. The three continued forward, approaching the Fenghua platform to prepare for the battles. Carriages came from the direction of the palace. The emperor and empress came with the princes and princesses. They all sat in their seats. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi were there too, naturally. Yi Lingxi scanned the crowd and smiled at Yi Futian when she saw him. Yi Futian returned the smile and glanced at Hua Jieyu nervously. I'm being polite. What happened after they returned to the inn last night was unforgettable. I don't mind, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Yes, I know, Yi Futian answered. Seeing Hua Jieyu's gentle smile, he almost believed her. At this time, many people rose to bow to the emperor, but he waved his hand. No need for the customs. Please continue. The elder from the Kangyi college walked onto the Fenghua platform. He put the remaining bookmarks into a line. Next, a minority of these names would shine on the Fenghua platform and be known throughout the kingdom. Chapter 115. An elder from Kangyi College organized the bookmarks and pushed a line of them forward. Then, he looked up at the participants waiting in the skies above. Today's portion of the Fenghua banquet will be slightly different from yesterday's. The names I call now will be all those majoring in martial arts cultivation within the glory plane. When you step onto the Fenghua platform, you will do your best to demonstrate your true abilities. Even if you lose, there is still a chance that you might make it into the next round. Naturally, everyone understood what he meant. They were trying to filter out the best martial arts cultivator, using gifts and true abilities as determining factors. After that, the elder began to read names off of the bookmarks. One by one, participants headed for the platform. Of course, Yushang's name was also within the ones called. Yi Futian used wind sorcery to send Yushang on to the platform. In the group of over 200 people, there were 40 who were glory plane martial arts cultivators, and amongst them, a majority of them were either 8-starred or 9-starred glory plane cultivators. This was a large disadvantage for those in the 6-starred and 7-starred glory plane. After Yushang stepped onto the battle platform, many participants turned to look at him. It was obvious that they saw Yushang as a dangerous character. "You guys fight first," said Yushang. He then turned and walked to stand quietly at a side of the platform. The air of superiority he gave off rendered everyone speechless. He was too arrogant. To make it to the second day, everyone must possess extraordinary talents. Even though Yushang had an explosive amount of strength, there were still some powerful 9-starred glory plane cultivators present. How dare he be so conceited? Yi Futian blinked and smacked himself in the head. "It's my fault," he grumbled. In the air surrounding the Fenghua platform, everyone watched Yushang speechlessly. On the throne, even Emperor Yi could not help but chuckle as he looked at Yushang. This young man was indeed a little reckless, but then again, with abilities like Yushang's, what he did should not be considered reckless. The emperor looked forward to his performance. Yunzhua was a student of Kangyi College. He was actually a mandate sorcerer, but instead, he chose to major in martial arts cultivation. It was because his life spirit was a bit peculiar. It was a pair of golden wings. His life spirit gave him powers in 2 elements, metal and wind. He was prepared to gather Dharma realization of the wings because he couldn't take the sorcerer route. He was going to focus on martial arts and use sorcery as a supplement. Yunzhua of Kangyi College was also a strong contender for the Fenghua rank. However, there were still 2 of his senior brothers from Kangyi College present. They were both in the Dharma plane, which caused the spotlight on Yunzhua to dim considerably. Besides Yunzhua, Wu Quangren of the Demon Clan was also present. He was also a mandate sorcerer, but because his life spirit was a demon ape, it had immense strength. So, he chose to major in martial arts cultivation. Both Yunzhua and Wu Quangren were in the 9-starred glory plane. With them present, no matter how explosive Yushang's performance was yesterday, as a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator, it seemed that he had no right to be so arrogant. After all, the opponents he faced the previous day were all in the 7-starred glory plane. Boom! Wu Quangren took a step forward, headed straight for Yushang. Everyone concentrated on this scene. In yesterday's battle, Yushang beat up the Demon Clan's young prodigy, Yun Di. Was Wu Quangren going to get revenge on Yushang today? Wu Quangren released his life spirit, and a fearsome silhouette of a demon ape appeared behind him. He clenched his fists and his body was immediately encapsulated by stone. With every step he took, it gave off a feeling of great pressure. Is Wu Quangren going to directly challenge Yushang? Everyone thought and stared at the large figure headed toward Yushang. Some of them shifted their attention to Yushang. What was his life spirit? With such explosive strength, it was only natural that people did not suspect that Yushang had no life spirit. To their disappointment, Yushang did not release a life spirit. He watched as Wu Quangren approached, and a golden light surrounded his body like a deity. A roar came from the platform. Wu Quangren acted as if he were possessed by the demon ape. He lifted his large hand to slap down at Yushang. Wu Quangren wanted to see for himself just how strong Yushang was. Yushang's hand formed into a golden fist which seemed to have grown sharp thorns. The platform shook as he took a step and threw a punch at Wu Quangren. There was nothing flashy about their movements as they attacked. Everything was simple, direct, and violent. With a loud bang, the two crashed into each other. In that moment, a frightening flow of air appeared around them, accompanied by the sound of whistling. The 2 young men stopped moving momentarily while the demon ape roared. Suddenly, Yushang threw his fists forward and broke past his opponent's palm, landing a punch on Wu Quangren's chest. With a crackle, Wu Quanren's defense was destroyed. He groaned in pain, backing up slightly but not letting himself fall. Boom! Yu Sheng's foot stomped down on the ground. Both of his hands reached out to grab his opponent. At the same time, Wu Quanren also threw both fists at Yu Sheng. However, everyone witnessed Yu Sheng stop his advance by grabbing his arm with one hand, while the other hand pushed down on Wu Quanren's shoulder. Yu Sheng had perfectly blocked his attack. In the next moment, spectators watched as Yu Sheng lifted Wu Quanren into midair. He was swung around then flung off the Fenghua platform. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's true that Yu Sheng was arrogant because he was impossibly strong, but what of it? The battles that ensued after that were strange in comparison. Yu Sheng stood to one side, resting his eyes. The other participants fought their individual battles, not disturbing Yu Sheng. That was until only Yunzhua of Kangyi College was left standing on the Fenghua platform. Behind Yunzhua, his golden wings appeared. The majestic wings carried him off the ground, into the air overlooking Yu Sheng. Yunzhua had noticed that every time Yu Sheng stepped onto the platform, he was sent down with the aid of Yi Futian's wind sorcery. This meant that Yu Sheng did have a weakness. His strength could overpower everything. Even Wu Quanren, a 9-starred glory plane cultivator, was brutally defeated by Yu Sheng in a battle of strength. This guy was born with superhuman strength. A row of golden spears formed in the air and charged toward Yu Sheng on the platform. With one swipe of his arm, a flash of golden light appeared and blocked off the spears. Yunzhua raced toward Yu Sheng like a flash of lightning. Yu Sheng had hunched down and charged forward at an incredible speed. Everyone was frozen. Has he gone mad? Why was he running across the Fenghua platform so crazily? Just then they saw Yu Sheng's right foot stomp down on the platform, and at the speed of light, he was propelled upward at Yunzhua, who was headed for him. Yunzhua is done for was the only thing that crossed everyone's minds. Everything happened too quickly. A second later, the sound of an explosion erupted in mid-air. Even though Yunzhua's wings were good for speed, there was no way he could avoid Yu Sheng's attack. The audience watched as Yunzhua was thrown backwards by a single punch from Yu Sheng. He was thrown so high into the air. His body was at a height greater than the emperor's throne. Boom! Yu Sheng landed heavily on the platform. Countless pairs of eyes fell on him. Speechless. This freak. Sun Xia witnessed the brutal defeat of Yunzhua, a talented senior brother from Kangyi College, and stared at Yu Sheng in utter confusion. How can a human body be capable of exerting such strength? The elder from Kangyi College were also speechless. After a slight delay he said, Yu Sheng, pass. Only Yu Sheng. There were no other names announced. Not even Yunzhua of Kangyi College. With an outstanding martial arts cultivator like Yu Sheng, the emperor would not need to consider any other martial arts cultivators in the glory plane. No one could compete with him. Everyone already had a feeling that Yu Sheng had a very high chance of being picked by the emperor to enter the Fenghua rank. Yu Sheng stepped off the platform. Next was the competition between glory plane sorcerers. Sorcerers of the 7 elements, as well as some spiritual sorcerers, were called to the platform. Hua Jieyu was one of them. However, Yi Futian was not called. Even though musical sorcerers were a type of spiritual sorcerer, they were still different. Yi Futian noticed that several musical sorcerers from the Qin clan as well as beast tamer Yun Di were not called either. There must a third category of cultivators for the next round. Similar to the first, this second round consisted of some extremely talented people. Among them, 2 young women stole the spotlight, Lin Yueyao and Hua Jieyu. On the Fenghua platform, the 2 beauties stood opposite of each other. Although Hua Jieyu's full appearance had not yet been revealed, her aura and her eyes could not hide her beauty. Hua Jieyu and Hua Zhixin are probably the only 2 who can compare to Lin Yueyao, said someone in the crowd of onlookers. Yes, Hua Jieyu's talents are truly impressive. It must be a reflection of her looks. She must be a beauty. Another person agreed with him. It's a shame that we already have Lin Yueyao in the Kangyi kingdom. No one can steal her spotlight. You are very gifted, Lin Yueyao said to Hua Jieyu with a smile. It would be better if your level of cultivation was a little higher. Hua Jieyu looked at her calmly, spiritual qi whistling in the wind around her. Lin Yueyao. Hua Jieyu. Pass, shouted the Kangyi College elder. Everyone was shocked. They had both passed. It was as if the elders wanted to prevent the two ladies from a duel. Hua Jieyu was gifted but had a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. Perhaps the elders wanted to give her a chance to prove herself, so they kept her from battling Lin Yueyao for now. Lin Yueyao smiled and said, "I'm really curious what you look like." As soon as she was done speaking, she lifted into the air and departed. Hua Jieyu did the same. Now it was time for the final battle of Glory Plain cultivators. The Kangyi College elder called out the names one by one. Musical sorcerers of the Qing clan, beast tamer Yundi of the Demon clan, Yi Futian and conjurer Hua Zhixin stepped onto the Fenghua platform. They were all cultivators with specialties. Thus they were placed in battle with each other. As Yi Futian stepped onto the platform, he immediately noticed the looks of malice he received from the musical sorcerers of the Qing clan. After his little clash with Bai Qiu at last night's dinner, it was only natural that the clan members would not take it easy on Yi Futian on the Fenghua platform. Musical sorcerer in the 7-starred Glory Plane? Snickered a Qing clan member. He looked at Yi Futian and continued, "Musical sorcerers are very knowledgeable, especially those of the Qing clan. Even though we already know how this battle will end, as a musical sorcerer yourself, it would be an honor for you to get a taste of the Qing clan's musical sorcery. You won't have wasted the trip here." Yi Futian dumbfounded. He looked up at the clan member and smiled. "I look forward to getting a taste of the Qing clan's musical sorcery, and to make an exchange with prodigy musical sorcerers as well." Chapter 116. Yi Futian wasn't lying. He truly was anticipating, but as to what he was anticipating, only he knew. "He's still smiling," many people murmured. Seeing his smile, they all thought he was confident. This time Hua Jieyu couldn't fight with him. Yi Futian needed to face the opponent alone. As a musical sorcerer facing another musical sorcerer from the Qing clan, no one knew where Yi Futian's confidence came from. Earlier, Bai Qiu had thought highly of Yi Futian's talent in the Guqin studies, and invited him into the Qing clan, but it was only due to his talent. With the difference in planes, even if one's talent wasn't as high as Yi Futian, one could still defeat him easily. After all, the Qing clan's musical sorcery was the most orthodox in the Kangyi kingdom. There were not many people on the Fenghua platform. The earlier fight between the martial artists and sorcerers had ended, leaving only the ones with exceptional cultivation. There were 7 musical sorcerers from the Qing clan, 3 members of the Demon clan, the conjurer Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian. The last battle had the biggest number of people. After all, sorcerers from the 7 elements, as well as the spirit elemental, were all there. The 12 strong figures stood in the 4 corners of the Fenghua platform. They were respectively the Qing clan, the Demon clan, Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian. When they stood in their positions, everyone realized that the Qing clan was not the only ones who felt animosity towards Yi Futian. The Demon clan also did. Yesterday Yu Shang had defeated Yundi, and today, he threw Wu Quangren off the Fenghua platform. They would have Yi Futian pay for this because they couldn't fight Yu Shang. Hua Zhixin felt this subtle feeling. She slowly walked over to Yi Futian and said softly, "Shall we team up?" Yi Futian looked at the beautiful girl beside him. They had worked together yesterday, but that time, Yi Futian was playing the Guqin, Princess Yi Lingxi was dancing, and Hua Zhixin was painting. Today they would have to fight. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Seeming to feel something, he looked up at the black-winged eagle in the air. As expected, he saw a pair of smiling eyes. He felt wronged. This beauty had come to him. It wasn't his fault. Thinking of what happened last night, Yi Futian instantly felt unsettled. How could she leave halfway through? Thinking of Fox's sexy moves yesterday, Yi Futian was very depressed. Hua Jieyu was so cruel, and he must not fall for that trick again. "Miss Zhixin, this is not needed. We don't want to fight against you," the Qing clan youth from before said. His name was Su Mu and was a 9-star Glory Plane musical sorcerer. He was very talented. Other than Bai Qiu, no other Qing clan youth had a higher talent than him. "It's all right. We are here to fight, so there's no need for politeness." Hua Zhixin's voice was so soft and she felt so weak that no one could bear fighting her. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry." Su Mu didn't say anything more. Hua Zhixin was in the 8-star Glory Plane. She looked weak, but she was one of the popular contestants of the Fenghua banquet. How could she be weak? If they fought one-on-one, Sumu didn't have the confidence to easily win against Hua Zixin. Despite being in a higher plane, Guqin spirits appeared with a flash. The various musical sorcerers began playing at the same time. Two types of melodies streamed out instantly. Yi Futian playing one, the Qin clan playing another song. Hua Zixin knelt on the ground and used her hand as a brush. She began drawing on the ground with great focus. There was a unique charm to her when she was focused on it. At the same time, Yundi of the demon clan took out a leaf and blew with it. Some of the others whistled or played the flute. The sounds were very strange and demons began rustling in the air again. Hua Zixin drew very quickly, much faster than Zhou Mu, whom Yi Futian had dealt with before. Her drawings were more realistic too, with heavier spiritual qi. Very soon, countless birds flew out of the ground. Some circled around her while others flew to Yi Futian, seeming to protect him. This made Yi Futian want to laugh and cry. Since when did he need a girl's protection? I don't need it. Yi Futian smiled and glanced at Hua Zixin. The cacophonous sounds came out of his Guqin spirit. It was like a battlefield. Aren't we working together? Hua Zixin looked up and smiled too. Then she lowered her head and continued drawing. At the same time, a continuous stream of demons flew to the Fenghua platform, charging toward Hua Zixin and Yi Futian. The birds circling Hua Zixin went to attack the demons while she continued drawing as if these things had nothing to do with her. A strange light shone in Yi Futian's eyes. His head was lowered so no one could see the terrifying storm brewing in his eyes. A strange spiritual energy poured into his music. When the wild demons attacked, the strange spiritual mark accompanied the music and rushed into the demons' minds. Something odd happened. When the demons approached Yi Futian, they just stopped. The violent demons became tame and sprawled on the ground quietly as if listening to his music. Many people froze. Yi Futian's music was so powerful and aggressive like a battlefield. How could it tame the demons? Of course, they had no way of knowing that Yi Futian had two spiritual elemental life spirits. Other than being a musical sorcerer, he was also a beast master, rather than a beast tamer. Hua Zixin's gaze went slack too, but then she continued drawing. Knowing that Yi Futian was okay, she summoned the birds back to her side and focused on the demon clan. Su Mu and the Qin clan were playing quietly. What had just happened was a bit odd, but this didn't disrupt their playing. Their music gradually intensified. The artistic conception was similar to Yi Futian's, and could bring people into a battlefield. Following that, there seemed to be arrows whizzing across the battlefield. They shot toward Yi Futian with amazing power as if it could pierce one's mind. This time only Su Mu attacked. Though the others were playing, they didn't seem to want to attack Yi Futian together. Yi Futian played by himself. On the battlefield, soldiers with shields blocked the arrows. The spectators around the Fenghua platform listened to the music and had an extraordinary feeling. They seemed to be on a battlefield while two armies faced each other before them. Yi Futian's melody was the decree of the general. The melody played by Su Mu's group was Kill the Wolf. This song radiated with the intent to kill. Su Mu's song was highly aggressive. Thousands of arrows shot out at once to tear through everything. On the other hand, Yi Futian's song was like a general holding his ground. It was stable as a mountain. No matter how the enemy attacked, he would not move. Su Mu's song intensified. After the thousands of arrows, the soldiers began marching. Their spears pierced everything. Yi Futian's song was still on the defensive. If soldiers came, his would block them. He had a reaction for every action. The general was level-headed and the military was organized. No matter how Su Mu's song attacked, it could not break through Yi Futian's spiritual barrier. The two were at a stalemate. Su Mu's melody became a bit chaotic. In the artistic conception, the thousands of soldiers fought wildly, attacking without order. Yi Futian was still unmoved. When Su Mu's song became more and more chaotic, Yi Futian's song finally changed. It went from steady to resounding in an instant. The song of bloodshed shook the earth. Thousands of soldiers and horses charged like a flood. Everyone was immersed in the artistic conception instantly. Su Mu's presence was completely covered, and he seemed to be defeated. On the Fenghua platform, a terrifying gust of musical storm swept through, pressing toward Su Mu. It was about to sweep his body away. But at that moment the other Qin clan disciples acted. Their music seemed to resonate with Sumu's and erupted instantly. At that moment, the song Kill the Wolf exploded with shocking power. The restrained presence suddenly seemed to turn the tide. Many people's expressions changed. They could clearly see that Sumu was not fighting Yifutian alone anymore. The Qin clan was now working together. Sumu was a musical sorcerer at such a high plane, but he was defeated by Yifutian. Is there an advantage in numbers? Yifutian smirked slightly and he stood up slowly. The Guqin spirit followed and floated before him. Yifutian began walking forward. The music still grew stronger, wildly pressing forward. Everyone watched in shock as Yifutian began walking toward the Qin clan. With each step, his imposing manner strengthened a bit more. The general had given the decree and now he would face the enemy. The Qin clan strummed the instrument strings wildly to resist the storm-like strength, but Yifutian had gathered his strength. The decree of the general grew more powerful as it progressed. He had gathered his strength for so long, always on the defense. When the general gave the decree, everything was already set and could not be turned back. On the contrary, Sumu had been attacking for so long to no success and his power weakened. Yifutian obviously wouldn't give him the chance for a breather. Everyone watched as Yifutian walked toward the Qin clan. He was so wildly arrogant, seeing no one at his level. One 8-star glory plane disciple of the Qin clan couldn't stand it anymore. He spat out blood and collapsed. With one down, the music grew more chaotic. After that, a second person, a third. They continued to collapse until only Sumu was still holding on. Finally, Yifutian waved his arm like the general giving the last decree to wrap up the tragedy. A storm swept by, injuring Sumu's spiritual mind. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his power instantly weakened. The music stopped instantly. Yifutian's Guqin spirit disappeared. He stood before the Qin clan disciples with a smile. The Qin clan's musical sorcery and disciples are just as the rumors say, he said lightly. Advice taken. Chapter 117. After hearing Yifutian's words, everyone from the Qin clan had a darkened expression on their face. They were utterly humiliated. The spectators in the air looked at the handsome young man in shock. Yifutian only had to play one piece to wipe out 7 powerful cultivators from the Qin clan. It was already humiliating enough that the highest level cultivator was in the 9-starred glory plane. The Qin clan's musical sorcery and disciples are just as the rumors say. How were the Qin clan members supposed to feel after Yifutian said that? The worst thing was the way he said it. Yifutian's tone was calm and peaceful. A smile was spread across his face. He made it look like he really meant what he said. A silent killer. Crawling up from the ground, Sumu just wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He knew everyone was staring at him. From this point on, whenever anybody would look at him, they would probably think of this battle. It was not hard to tell how Sumu felt at this moment. Although you have won, there is no need to insult others. I admit that I still have a lot to learn, but you're not going to make it past this round either, said Sumu, not forgetting to jinx Yifutian. That's all right. To have been able to get a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery, I haven't wasted the trip here, smiled Yifutian. Sumu wanted to find a hole and hide. His expression darkened. This was a direct quote of what he had said to Yifutian before the battle. A final jab. No one in the audience had anything to say, neither did Sumu and the others. Actually, they were too humiliated to say anything else. In a gray mood, they all clumsily scattered off the Fenghua platform. To be honest, Sumu had it coming. When they had first set foot on the platform, he first provoked Yifutian. Yifutian had not yet opened his mouth before Sumu ran his. Sumu was so sure that he would win. No one expected the battle to end this way. It was all because Sumu was overly confident. As an occupation class, musical sorcery was different from the rest. It was much harder to make up for a difference in the level of cultivation. Plus, the Qin clan's musical sorcery was the most orthodox in the Kangyi kingdom. Sumu was very confident that his musical sorcery was stronger than that of Yifutian. Unfortunately, it was all a delusion. From in the air, Bai Qiu kept his eyes on Yifutian. Yifutian had defeated 7 of the Qin clan's best in this battle, hurting the clan's pride. Everyone else was thinking back at yesterday's conversation between Bai Qiu and Yifutian. So this was the reason why Yi Futian rejected the offer to enter the Qin clan. If he was already able to defeat the members of the Qin clan, what was there to learn from them? At the thought of this, many people turned to look at Bai Qiu. If Yi Futian got the chance to battle against him, Bai Qiu would definitely try violently to get revenge on Yi Futian to reclaim the pride lost in this battle. Not far from Yi Futian, the battle between Hua Zhixin and the demon clan had also come to an end. The delicate figure remained quietly standing while the 3 cultivators from the demon clan, Yun Di included, had been defeated. Hua Zhixin and Yun Di were both named as strong contenders for the Fenghua rank. Both of them were extremely gifted. However, Hua Zhixin was of a higher cultivation level than Yun Di. Thus, the audience was not too surprised at this result, but it did give them a strange feeling that Yun Di had lost in both battles. In the first round of battles he met the freak Yu Shang and now Hua Zhixin. All they could say was that this young prodigy from the demon clan was simply too unlucky. Yi Futian, Hua Zhixin, pass. The elder announced the results. Prodigy Yun Di had been eliminated quicker than anticipated. To this, spectators could only let out a sigh. Yun Di had not even gotten the chance to be considered by the emperor. Yi Futian and Hua Zhixin met eyes and shared a smile. Then they left the Fenghua platform separately. The battle between those in the glory plane had concluded. Only 5 people had passed and received candidacy to be considered by the emperor for the Fenghua rank. These 5 were Yu Shang, Lin Yueyao, Hua Jieyu, Hua Zhixin, and Yi Futian. Unexpectedly, there were 3 beauties among them. People had also noticed that Yu Shang, Yi Futian, and Hua Jieyu were a group. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu seemed to be a couple, while Yu Shang and Yi Futian seemed to be extremely close as well. They were just like brothers. Yu Shang had previously yelled at Bai Qiu in anger for Yi Futian, telling him to shut up. Now all 3 of them have become a candidate for the Fenghua rank. It was pretty difficult not to take notice of them. It did not seem like they were from the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city because otherwise, they would have received lots of attention early on. So, which prefecture of the Kangyi Kingdom were they from? Quickly, the people threw their questions aside. The battles between the Dharma Plane participants had begun. Only 5 people in the Glory Plane had passed, but there should be more to do so in the Dharma Plane. After all, they were in a higher plane, so they should higher cultivation. The battle between the Dharma Plane cultivators was extra thrilling. The more heated the battle got, the more certain people began to stand out. For example, young Lord Yi Wuxian. With an arrogant, cold demeanor, no one could get past the sword in his hand. What's more, he had not yet released his life spirit. Otherwise, he would have been even more frightening. Not even the prodigy-level Dharma Plane cultivators could withstand his sword. Besides Yi Wuxian, there was also Zhou Qianfan and Yu Jiang from Kangyi College, as well as Bai Qiu from the Qin clan. All of them were strong contenders for the Fenghua rank. Naturally, their performance would not be too shabby. They were all very outstanding and all passed, receiving candidacy for the Fenghua rank. In addition to these participants, others that had passed included 1 person from the Demon Clan, 2 nobles, and 3 people who have come a long way outside of Kangyi City. All of them had put on a show-stealing performance. 5 from the Glory Plane and 10 from the Dharma Plane. The candidates for the Fenghua rank consists of a total of 15 cultivators. Among this group, 10 of them would enter the actual rank. The chances were high for everyone now, but it was also more difficult now. In this group of 15, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Shang had the lowest level of cultivation. They were all 7-starred Glory Plane cultivators. People were amazed at this. If they weren't incredibly gifted, this would not have been possible. Out of the 3, Yu Shang was the strongest contender for the Fenghua rank. The emperor picked people not solely based on abilities but also gifts. From the group of 15 people, Yu Shang's gifts in martial arts stood out the most because it was different from the rest. People with special gifts like him were usually favored. On the other hand, people did not have high hopes for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu's opponent might end up being Lin Yueyao. As the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao was the best, regardless of looks or gifts and talents. With her shining so brightly, it was going to be difficult for Hua Jieyu to outdo her. The reason why Yi Futian wasn't favored was simple. Although he had outstanding gifts, he was a musical sorcerer. Amongst the cultivators in the same occupation class, there was Dharma Plane musical sorcerer Bai Qiu present. Yi Futian may very well be suppressed by him. There was no way the emperor would pick 2 musical sorcerers for the Fenghua rank. Because of this, the possibility that Yi Futian would be eliminated instead of Bai Qiu was very high. Besides, Yi Futian had previously insulted members of the Qin clan. Bai Qiu was going to pick on him for sure. After 6 battles, not too much time had passed. Emperor Yi looked up at the sky and then at the crowd. With a smile he said, "After all that bustling, why don't we all take a rest? You guys can take this time to think about what request you want to make. Some of you need to be prepared when the time comes later today." Many people began to laugh. The top 3 on the Fenghua rank would get to make a request to the emperor. There was no way anyone would let go of an opportunity like this. They must try their best to fight for it. However, the chances of getting into top 3 would be much harder than getting into the top 10 out of the 15. Although these 15 were all the best of the best, not too many of them had absolute confidence they would make it to the top. After Emperor Yi finished speaking, he left in his carriage. The crowd remained outside of the imperial palace. It was not too long before noon. They were willing to wait where they were. Who would be picked by the emperor? Who would make it into the top 3, the place above all? Everyone started discussing. The skies about the platform became extra loud. Yi Futian and his friends arrived to join Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin. "Master, you will be healed very soon." Yi Futian smiled at Hua Fenglu. It seemed like he was sure that had top 3 in the bag. To heal Hua Fenglu had been Yi Futian's biggest wish. After the death of Elder Qin, his will to accomplish this wish became stronger. So when he heard that the Kangyi Kingdom was holding the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian did not hesitate in his decision to participate. With a chance to request something from the emperor, it would be a waste to ask for my injuries to be healed. Hua Fenglu looked at his disciple. He obviously had no doubts about Yi Futian's abilities. If he really wanted to get into the top 3, he was for sure going to get in. The question was how much of his gifts was going to be exposed. Simply revealing his gifts as a musical sorcerer was enough to get him candidacy for the Fenghua rank. If Yi Futian revealed any more gifts, he would be a shoo-in for the rank. Top 3 would depend on the circumstances when the time comes. "Yeah, it would be a waste, but it's because you're lucky enough to have a good disciple like me," said Yi Futian. "Where are your limits?" Hua Fenglu asked with a darkened expression. He was just having a touching moment, but hearing Yi Futian's words rendered him speechless. "I only speak the truth," Yi Futian said nonchalantly. "Futian is right. You should be happy to have such a disciple," Nandu Wenin said with a smile. "Mistress, you're the best." Yi Futian gave her a big charming smile. Hua Fenglu looked at his wife, then at Hua Jieyu who was standing beside Hua Jieyu. A wave of sadness washed over him. Just then, a large crowd headed in their direction. Yi Futian turned to look at them and heard what one of them said. "Yi Futian, have you thought about joining a clan for cultivation?" Yi Futian looked at the people who had approached. They were separate groups and have seemingly come to recruit new members. "No need. I haven't thought about it." Yi Futian shook his head and smiled. He continued, "Thank you for asking." Yi Futian thought it was strange. Why did they only invite him and not Yushang? "All right." Everyone smiled and nodded. Then they looked to Yushang. A person in the crowd said with a smile, "Yushang, I would like to say congratulations in advance. If you get picked by the emperor, please don't let the opportunity go to waste." Yushang looked at him calmly and made no attempts to reply, so the people said their goodbyes and left. Yi Futian finally understood. The reason why they did not invite Yushang was that they knew they weren't worthy. So, did that mean that Yi Futian was looked down on? He suddenly felt very depressed. They had just come to extend an invitation to him, but who would have thought it was because in their opinion, Yi Futian would not make it into the Fenghua rank? Everyone chit-chatted away. Many of them discussed the candidates of the Fenghua rank. Yushang was a popular choice. However, Yi Futian's name was rarely mentioned. Yi Futian glared at Yushang. Yushang looked back at him feeling wronged. "It's not my fault." Chapter 118. Time went by bit. It was getting close to noon. There were countless people in the vast space surrounding the Fenghua platform. They were all discussing the Fenghua rank. Soon the Fenghua banquet would enter the most critical moment, when the emperor decided the candidates of the Fenghua rank. Everyone was waiting for this to happen. Young Lord Yi Wuchen was the cream of the crop with amazing swordsmanship. Swo fan of the Kangyi College was incontestably talented. They were both in the second Dharma plane. How amazing would their fight be? Wang Yu, the pride of the Wang family, had always been pursuing Lin Yueyao, the number one beauty of Kangyi Kingdom. Would he be able to display his brilliance today and win the lady's heart? Yu Shang seemed undefeatable in the glory plane. Would he or Lin Yueyao be stronger? How would the three beauties of the glory plane, Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Hua Jiyu, fare against each other? Yi Futian had defeated 7 strong opponents of the Qin clan. Next, there was a high possibility that he would face Bai Qiu's revenge. With Yi Futian's skills in the 7-star glory plane, would he be a threat to Bai Qiu, or would he be humiliated? Would the talents from outside the imperial city be able to shake the brilliant geniuses of the city? All of this would be revealed shortly after. As time passed, the 15 people came to the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian gazed at the crowd, eyes sweeping past Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang, the genius of Kangyi College. He hadn't forgotten about what happened at the banquet last night. The nobles and lords returned to their seats beside the emperor's seat. They looked to the 15 figures, also anticipating what was to come. Lord Wuchen's talent is unparalleled. He will definitely be part of the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. A clan member said to Lord Yi. Your Wang Yu is highly talented as well. He may have a chance. Lord Yi chuckled. The Wang clan elder smiled. Glancing at a youth beside the Fenghua platform, he said, that boy's cultivation is unorganized. I don't know what he's thinking every day, and he's chatting even now. At the moment, Wang Yu was standing next to the beautiful Lin Yueyao while saying something. They seemed to be chatting and attracted many jealous gazes. Perhaps only someone like Wang Yu was qualified to approach Lin Yueyao. Clan leader Wang, you must be lying. If he gets the Lin family girl, you'll probably dislocate your jaw from laughing, someone else said. The Wang elder laughed as well. If Wang Yu really could win Lin Yueyao, it would definitely be a great thing. While they were conversing, the royals arrived and sat in their seats. Looking at the sun, the emperor announced, let us begin. The Kangyi College elder walked onto the Fenghua platform. There were no bookmarks this time. Instead, the elder gazed at the 15 stars in the air and said, listen carefully. The people nodded. 15 gazes fell upon the elder. There are no rules in the final round, the elder said. Anyone who wishes to perform can step onto the Fenghua platform. You can display your talents however you wish. Everything will end when no one else wishes to continue. In the end, the emperor will personally name who will enter the Fenghua rank, depending on your performance. After the elder finished, he stepped off the platform. Everything hereafter was for the 15. They could do whatever they wanted without any restrictions. Many looked to the 5 in the glory plane. Of them, Yi Futian's trio wouldn't fight against each other. This way there was no more leeway. Would they challenge those of the Dharma plane? Those who remained until now were all abnormally talented. Even Lin Yueyao probably had no confidence against the Dharma plane. Lin Yueyao's gaze fell upon Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian's group. She was the highest of the glory plane, but challenging those below her was not as impressive. The atmosphere was strange and no one stepped onto the Fenghua platform. I'll fight the first battle, Hua Jiyu whispered to Yi Futian. Okay. Yi Futian smiled gently. He and Hua Jiyu were both unpopular, but he believed in Hua Jiyu. As a full elemental spiritual sorcerer, her talent was much better than what others imagined. Otherwise, the Nanda clan wouldn't have put all their hope on her. Ministers hadn't predicted her fate yet at that time. They had chosen her purely for her talent. Hua Jiyu's body flashed. She descended onto the Fenghua platform like a fairy. She looked up into the air and everyone's gazes sharpened. She was looking at the number 1 beauty of Kangyi Lin Yueyao. Everyone thought that the emperor didn't name Hua Jiyu, because she was overshadowed by Lin Yueyao. However, the one she wanted to challenge first happened to be Lin Yueyao. Hua Jiyu didn't speak, but Lin Yueyao seemed to understand. Her clothes fluttering, she flew down and landed on the platform. The 2 beauties wanted to complete the battle they didn't have the chance to before. Your plane is a disadvantage, Lin Yueyao murmured. She was at the 9-star glory plane while Hua Jiyu was 2 planes lower. Let's start, Hua Jiyu said softly. After that, light flashed behind her. She had released her life spirit. This was Hua Jieyu's first time releasing her life spirit. She had inherited her mother's, but it was even more beautiful. It was a crown, elegant and holy. It radiated with dazzling light. When the crown rested on Hua Jieyu's head, there seemed to be invisible spiritual ripples all around her. Even Lin Yueyao, standing far away from her, could feel her own spiritual strength tremble. The spiritual qi around Hua Jieyu seemed to erupt. Wind wrapped around her, and the wood elemental spiritual qi transformed into the lock of 1,000 vines. It covered the sky and extended forward. She instantly glowed with holy light like a fairy. When they saw this, everyone realized that they'd underestimated Hua Jieyu's talent. She was stronger than what they'd thought. Lin Yueyao felt threatened too. A similarly beautiful glow appeared behind her. She released her life spirit. It was a beautiful demon, the purple gold rock. Lin Yueyao's mount was a purple gold rock as well. The elders of her clan had captured an arcana-level purple gold rock for her, so she could understand her life spirit better. That was how powerful a big clan was. Beautiful golden feathers appeared on Lin Yueyao's body. A similar wind wrapped around her body. She also knew wind sorcery. 2 beautiful figures shot into the air. They hovered above the Fenghua platform, captivating everyone. The lock of 1,000 vines curled toward Lin Yueyao. Her golden wings flashed sharply like daggers. They flapped, continuously slicing the vines curling at her. Boom! The wings shook and Lin Yueyao flew toward Hua Jieyu at an extreme speed. She also cultivated martial arts. Her life spirit gave her amazing power and speed. Hua Jieyu mainly cultivated spiritual sorcery and didn't study martial arts. Fighting Hua Jieyu from the distance was not a smart choice. Seeing Lin Yueyao approach, Hua Jieyu remained calm. Water elemental spiritual qi gathered around her. Poof poof, golden blades continuously popped out of Lin Yueyao's wings. With the wind spell's help, she charged at Hua Jieyu. A dazzling light flashed past Hua Jieyu's eyes. An invisible spiritual strength burst forth. The golden dagger slowed down and exploded into spiritual qi before Hua Jieyu. At the same time, Lin Yueyao used the attack's protection to approach Hua Jieyu. Her wings really transformed into blades now. Once she got close, Hua Jieyu would be in trouble. Hua Jieyu reached forward. A terrifying spiritual wave rippled out like a storm sweeping forward. Lin Yueyao's terrible speed reduced too, and even paused temporarily in the sky. Her life spirit seemed to shake violently. Golden lightning tore through everything. The purple gold rock's shadow appeared on her body. She broke free from the restraint and continued forward. There was rumbling, and a water spell suddenly erupted before Lin Yueyao. It instantly swept toward her body. This spell wasn't offensive, but it seemed to stick to her, making it impossible for her to advance. Powerful attacks were useless against water spells. Her wings and lightning beat upon the watery prison and just passed right through. Ice seal. Hua Jieyu's powerful spiritual strength erupted again, and the watery prison turned into ice. Lin Yueyao was instantly frozen inside. There were rustles again. The lock of 1,000 vines swept toward Lin Yueyao's ice-sealed body and buried her within. But things didn't stop here. Countless golden swords appeared in the air. Supported by the wind spell, they hovered quietly in the air, aimed at Lin Yueyao. With a loud boom, the ice seal and lock of 1,000 vines all exploded. Lin Yueyao burst free with a beautiful flash. But at the same time, a gust of strong spiritual strength fell onto her, making her stop again. The golden blades transformed into real lightning. They descended in an instant, landing before Lin Yueyao's beautiful figure. But then they stopped without stabbing down. Lin Yueyao's eyes went blank. The countless hovering daggers right before her eyes felt unreal. Then she looked up at Hua Jieyu. "You lost," Hua Jieyu said softly. Her voice was still calm and indifferent, but all the strong talents around the Fenghua platform were frozen on her. She had used the spiritual power to guide all the elements. As a spiritual sorcerer, Hua Jieyu had made everyone overlook her terrifying talent of the other elements. Now she displayed her talent in wind, metal, water, and wood. The first battle of the Fenghua banquet's last round had shaken everyone. Lin Yueyao, number 1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom, was defeated. Chapter 119. It was yet another battle full of surprises. Number 1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom, Lin Yueyao, was thought to be a shoo-in for the Fenghua rank. When she entered battle with Hua Jieyu, who was at a lower level, everyone thought it was going to be a no-brainer. But things never turn out as expected. Hua Jieyu revealed her outstanding gift. As a spiritual sorcerer, she incorporated the use of sorcery of various elements and defeated Lin Yueyao, blow by blow. She was so quick, Lin Yueyao did not even have time to demonstrate her powers. Just like that, the person who was a shoo-in for the Fenghua rank was now Hua Jieyu, not Lin Yueyao. Yi Futian watched the beautiful figure on the Fenghua platform. A smile reached his eyes. At age 12, the young girl entered Qingzhou Academy and revealed her shocking talents. 3 years later, she became a female legend at the academy. After arriving in the city of Donghai, she entered Donghai Academy and became a legend there as well. Today, she was finally able to shine at her brightest. Although it was not in the Nandu Nation but at the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet, many important figures gave Hua Jieyu a look of admiration. Under the calm and collected use of sorcery, Hua Jieyu was able to defeat Lin Yueyao without giving her a chance to prove her worth. Appearance aside, this girl was way more cultivated in terms of combat than Lin Yueyao. The sharp golden swords turned into spiritual qi and dissipated. Lin Yueyao blinked a couple of times. It seemed that she had only just broken out of her daze. She actually lost to Hua Jieyu, a lower-level cultivator. I have been defeated. Lin Yueyao smiled bitterly and flew away from the battle platform. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yueyao calmed herself. This defeat made her more clear-headed. She had always been the center of attention with countless people praising her into the skies. She had finally been defeated. However, the Fenghua banquet had not yet ended. She still had a chance to redeem herself. This round was a free-for-all. No rules. Even if you lost a battle, you still had a chance to prove yourself. Yueyao, you were just a little careless. Don't take this defeat to heart. Wang Yu yelled from the skies above. His voice was anything but quiet. Everyone heard him. Many have thought that Wang Yu was only saying that because he was chasing Lin Yueyao. Although it was true that Lin Yueyao had underestimated her opponent, but the reason for her defeat was far more complicated than simple underestimation. Lin Yueyao did not reply. Wang Yu saw that he had been ignored and turned his attention below to Hua Jieyu, who was getting ready to depart. Wait, a voice said coldly. Wang Yu began to descend onto the Fenghua platform. Hua Jieyu lifted her head to look at Wang Yu with her beautiful eyes. Still in the air, Wang Yu's body became enveloped in flames. He looked extremely domineering. The high temperatures radiating off of him seemed to be able to turn his surroundings into ash. Step by step, he made his way down from the skies. Everyone looked at Wang Yu strangely. At his level of cultivation as a first-level Dharma Plane cultivator, he was not supposed to make a move on a mere 7-star Glory Plane cultivator like Hua Jieyu. However, it was obvious that he was not doing so to prove his worth. He was doing so purely because he wanted to get even for what happened to Lin Yueyao. First-level Dharma Plane cultivator Wang Yu. Even if he was victorious in his battle with Hua Jieyu, it would not be representative of his talents. He was fighting for the damsel. Lin Yueyao's was dumbfounded. She took a glance at Wang Yu. She did not have any special relationship with him. Neither had she accepted his feelings. However, she also did not do anything to stop Wang Yu. On the other side, Yi Futian was frowning. A cold expression washed over his face. His attention turned toward Hua Jieyu once again. Although there were no rules in this round, it was still possible to forfeit. At Hua Jieyu's level of cultivation, no one would think any less of her if she rejected this battle. But Hua Jieyu did not want to admit defeat before trying. She looked at the approaching figure. He was like a god of fire. Wang Yu was still slowly making his way down. Before he even landed, Hua Jieyu already felt the burning heat on her body. Her life spirit appeared once again. A wave of spiritual qi erupted around Hua Jieyu. Even though he was in the Dharma plane, she wanted to give it a try. The lock of 1,000 vines shot towards Wang Yu. With one step forward, the flame spread through the air and turned all the attacking vines into ash. Whoosh! A majestic image appeared in the skies. A pair of flame wings appeared on Wang Yu's back. Every flap was accompanied by a gust of hot air. The temperature was extremely high. Hua Jieyu was located right under the flames and felt like she was about to be set ablaze. Realization of Dharma. Everyone was entranced by the large pair of flame wings. It was Wang Yu's realization of Dharma. He continued to descend it, getting closer and closer to Hua Jieyu. It was as if he were doing this on purpose. In order to get even for Lin Yueyao, he was going to make things difficult from Hua Jieyu. Fox forfeit. Yi Futian took a step forward and screamed to Hua Jieyu standing in the Fenghua platform below. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. She knew that there was no way she could win this battle. It was pointless to continue. Just as Hua Jieyu was about to open her mouth, Wang Yu flapped his enormous wings and he was carried straight towards Hua Jieyu, getting extremely close to her body. I admit defeat, Hua Jieyu said calmly. Whoosh! The frightening flame wings brushed right above her head. The hot air rushed across her face, burning the chiffon veil, dissipating into nothing. Right away, her beautiful face filled everyone's vision. Everyone focused in on her face. Seeing her beauty, their eyes were frozen on Hua Jieyu. No one knew how to describe this face. Her face that was once veiled was perfect, flawless. Even Wang Yu was dumbfounded. This was obviously not what he had expected. Even though everyone already knew that Hua Jieyu was a beauty, no one expected it to be of this caliber. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Many people turned to look at Lin Yueyao, and they realized that even the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty was lacking in comparison to Hua Jieyu. This meant that Hua Jieyu had defeated Lin Yueyao in terms of talents and looks. Then, could Lin Yueyao still be considered the #1 beauty? Lin Yueyao was also looking at Hua Jieyu. For the first time, she realized that even she could be inferior to another female. Even she had to admit that there was nothing to be said about Hua Jieyu's beauty. Lin Yueyao suddenly remembered what she overheard Yi Futian say to Hua Jieyu as they brushed shoulders outside Kangyi College. At the time, she thought it was simply something Yi Futian said to make his girlfriend happy. It was not until now that she realized that he was serious about what he had said. Princess Yilingxi and Hua Zhixin were feeling troubled. They could not believe that another girl more beautiful than themselves had appeared. On top of that, her talents were outstanding. Sorry about that, Wang Yu said. Withdrawing his proud attitude, he gave Hua Jieyu a quick nod. Hua Jieyu stared at him with a cold demeanor. Her gaze was cold and icy. Fox, come back. A voice called out to her. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Yi Futian. Nodding her head lightly, her body lifted into the skies in a flash. Back on the Black Wind Eagle's back, Hua Jieyu walked up to Yi Futian. Disappointment filled her beautiful eyes. Her head hung low as if she had done something wrong. It's fine. Yi Futian petted her head lightly. Hua Jieyu looked up at Yi Futian with puppy dog eyes. Seeing how close the two were, dozens of jealous gazes were immediately directed at Yi Futian. Even Bai Qiu's cold eyes carried a bit of jealousy. Who was Yi Futian to deserve this? Such a brilliant young woman listened to every word he said and acted like a little girl in front of him. That look that she gave Yi Futian could melt the hearts of everyone present. In the Kangyi Kingdom, many talented young men had pursued the #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, but none of them were successful. Now, someone who outshined Lin Yueyao had appeared, but she was already Yi Futian's girlfriend. On top of that, they were being all lovey-dovey in front of everyone. It was clear how everyone felt about this. Naturally, Yi Futian did not care about how the others were feeling. All he knew was that he wasn't feeling too swell. He was in an extremely bad mood. Hua Jieyu defeated Lin Yueyao. And someone actually tried to make a move on Hua Jieyu to get even for Lin Yueyao. Even her veil was burned. Obviously, Yi Futian was in a horrible mood. After consoling Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian stepped forward with his fists clenched. A loud sound was emitted. His attention turned to Wang Yu, who had returned into the skies. Yi Futian's gaze was cold. You have a death wish, said Yi Futian. Without using wind sorcery, Yi Futian descended straight down from the sky onto the Fenghua platform in a flash. The platform shook as he landed. Another one in anger for a damsel? Everyone looked at Yi Futian. Trying to mimic Wang Yu? Did Yi Futian have the abilities to do so? They watched as Yi Futian's gaze focused on someone in the sky. His eyes shot daggers at Wang Yu. With a cold demeanor, he ordered, "Get your ass down here. Now." Everyone was shocked. This guy really was crazy. Yi Futian was only in the 7-starred glory plane. Wang Yu was a cultivator in the Dharma plane. No matter how you looked at it, they were people of different levels. Wang Yu frowned, his eyes cold as well. Then he let out a smirk. Trying to mimic him? Was Yi Futian even worthy of doing so? Wang Yu walked forward, ready to head down when a figure stepped out in front of him. It was the musical sorcerer prodigy of the Qin clan, Bai Qiu. Our problems have yet to be settled, said Bai Qiu. He was afraid that once Yi Futian and Wang Yu battled, Yi Futian wouldn't have the guts to step onto the Fenghua platform again. If so, how was he supposed to get revenge for what Yi Futian did to the members of the clan yesterday? Yi Futian looked at Wang Yu, then at Bai Qiu. Then let's go. One at a time. Chapter 120. Around the Fenghua platform, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian, a bit shocked at his confidence. Wang Yu, the pride of the kingdom and in the Dharma plane. Bai Qiu, the most talented of the Qin clan's younger generation, and a musical sorcerer in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian, a musical sorcerer in the 7-star glory plane. Compared like this, there was no way for Yi Futian to sway the other two. No matter how talented he was, the difference in plane was too much. He had to cross into the Dharma plane. Those in the Dharma plane could realize the Dharma, and were frighteningly powerful. Their abilities had a qualitative change from the glory plane. Just then Bai Qiu descended slowly onto the Fenghua platform. There was still a cool smile on his handsome face. Even though it's not impressive for me to defeat you, we have to settle the matter from before, Bai Qiu said to Yi Futian. Of course. Yi Futian smiled, he completely agreed. Then let us begin. Bai Qiu sat down with crossed legs, extremely charismatic. His Guqin spirit appeared and hovered before him. It was considerably more realistic than Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. It was like a real Guqin. The life spirit developed as the cultivator grew stronger. Yi Futian sat across from Bai Qiu, and his Guqin spirit also appeared. His aura had changed from before as well. His handsome face was calm and solemn. It was as if only the Guqin was in his eyes at the moment. Some girls looked at Yi Futian, and they had to admit that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu matched in terms of looks. Even the handsome and charismatic Bai Qiu wasn't as attractive as him. A string of notes sounded. Bai Qiu played first. It was just a note, but everyone could feel a shocking boom on the Fenghua platform. They all looked over. Bai Qiu's movements were graceful. His fingers flitted over the instrument strings gently. As the music entered the audience's ears, they were brought into the artistic conception. It was as if the sky was about to change. Wind rose on the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian was solemn. He also strummed the strings and there was another boom. His music was resonant like thunder. He closed his eyes and his memories went back to the Nanda clan. He was on the crane and his grandmaster played the Guqin. The pair of calloused hands flew wildly over the strings and the song shook one's heart. Another musical spell sounded on the Fenghua platform. It accompanied Bai Qiu's playing like screaming wind and booming thunder. The crowd discovered with a shock that lightning continuously flashed in the sky above the platform. The sunny day had changed under the music, turning into bad weather. Even the talented ones spectating were dragged into the artistic conception of the storm. There was no more sunlight. Dark clouds covered the sky. No wonder he is the best of the Qin clan's younger generation. Everyone gazed at Bai Qiu, playing his Guqin on the Fenghua platform. He hadn't displayed his true ability in the earlier fights. Now he didn't play casually when faced with Yi Futian, who was in a lower plane. Instead, he used his absolute power to obliterate the opponent, letting everyone see the true musical sorcery of the Qin clan to redeem his honor. The Qin clan members all smirked when they saw this scene. There was no place for Yi Futian if Bai Qiu was there. Above Yi Futian, dark clouds covered the sky and the wind howled. The lightning was terrifying. Crack! A dazzling bolt of lightning streaked directly toward Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts trembled. Could Yi Futian, playing his Guqin with his eyes closed, withstand this attack? His fingers quickly strummed the strings. The music intensified continuously like a sharp sword in the thunderstorm, wanting to slice through all restraints. Then there was a terrifying streak of purple light. The lightning above Yi Futian's head disappeared as if shattered by the invisible power in Yi Futian's melody. Many people now gazed at him a bit impressed. For Yi Futian, a 7-star glory plane sorcerer, It was good enough to be able to withstand Bai Qiu's violent musical spell like this. However, this didn't seem enough to change the result. The air currents went wild above Yi Futian's head. His spiritual qi erupted and lightning kept flashing as if a terrible storm was brewing. It felt as if Yi Futian was a small boat in the thunderstorm. He could run into danger at any time and be crushed to bits. Yi Futian didn't seem to feel this. His eyes were still closed, unaffected by the opponent's music. His melody continued to rise and a storm rose around him, going against the current. When lightning struck, it would be swallowed by this windstorm. However, Yi Futian knew that there was still a big difference between his spiritual energy and Bai Qiu's. In his life palace, the life spirit eye of the storm released terrifying spiritual energy. This power slowly seeped into Yi Futian's mind, transforming into his own spiritual energy. This allowed his music to carry a terrifying artistic conception. The eye of the storm was the life spirit given by Emperor Yi Qing. The spiritual storm it contained was very frightening, but he couldn't use much of the power. At this moment, a destructive windstorm erupted from the void to shatter Yi Futian. His hands moved even faster. The spiritual energy kept blooming, rising with the intensifying melody. His own spiritual energy seemed to want to empty itself into the music. Thus, a frightening sight appeared above Yi Futian. There was a burst of music that seemed ready to destroy the world, but another gust of power swept through. The two powers clashed and the entire Fenghua platform was enveloped by the destructive windstorm. Many people shuddered inwardly. They stared at the seated Yi Futian in shock. How could he withstand this strength? Another burst of resonant music sounded. It wanted to pierce through the storm, not bowing down to fate. This music! Many people trembled when hearing Yi Futian's music. He was far from Bai Qiu's plane and was repressed, but the power his music displayed and his past determination gave many an indescribable feeling. Bai Qiu's brows knitted. He'd wanted to use his absolute advantage to crush Yi Futian, but it wasn't working. His fingers flew across the strings and the storm grew even more terrifying. It seemed to want to flatten the world. Attacks swept through continuously, destroying everything and out to kill Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian was completely immersed in his music. This scene was reminiscent of what happened at the Nanda clan. He thought of his grandmaster's tragic but powerful performance. In his life palace, the spiritual energy of the Eye of the Storm continuously transformed into Yi Futian's consciousness. It increased his spiritual energy, and there seemed to be no limit for his song. It kept rising. The unparalleled power destroyed everything. The crowd realized with a shock that the increasingly wild thunderstorm in the sky wasn't defeating Yi Futian. Instead, it showed signs of breaking down. Above Yi Futian, a corner of the chaotic music windstorm scattered. As if sunlight shone down, there was light. Is this why he was confident? The spectators were shocked. Earlier, they had thought that there was no way for Yi Futian to be named by the emperor. Now they weren't so sure. The emperor might take note of him just for this melody and add him to the Fenghua rank. However, this was unbearable for Bai Qiu. Countless gyukins hovered around him. They seemed to be playing in unison, and the light of the musical spells endlessly fell upon his guqin spirit. In an instant, an even more terrifying musical windstorm pressed toward Yi Futian. At the same time, he rose to the air and floated toward Yi Futian. In a moment he was above Yi Futian. He sat in the air as if he was high and mighty. Bai Qiu's hands flew furiously over the strings. The windstorm covered the sun and endless lightning bolted toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian's fingers moved just as fast, almost at his limit. A bright sound pierced through everything and went toward Bai Qiu, hovering above him. The two faced each other directly and clashed violently. The audience only felt that both of them were swallowed by the windstorm. The unstoppable power swept toward Yi Futian's body. With a boom, Yi Futian's music stopped. His body continued to be forced backward. However, at the same time, another beam of music charged into Bai Qiu's mind. He shook and his music stopped abruptly too. The windstorm above the Fenghua platform disappeared. Sunlight shone down and everything went back to normal, but the results were clear. Yi Futian had still lost, though no one could blame him. This battle was impressive enough. Many gazes fell upon Yi Futian's handsome face. His eyes opened slowly. The black eyes were clear and bright, not frustrated at all by his defeat. His bright smile was like sunlight, nothing like the repressiveness and chaos from earlier. This Yi Futian was a completely different person from before. He had wanted to try with his grandmaster's piece, but the difference in playing was still too much. They were both musical sorcerers and it was difficult to cross such a wide gap. However, he wasn't disappointed. In his last battle with Zhou Mu, his musical spell wasn't enough to defeat him. Now, he could use his music to cross 3 planes into the Dharma plane and still force Bai Qiu to this extent. He had improved a lot. You should be proud that I treat you so, Bai Qiu said nonchalantly, though his heart was pounding. Yi Futian smiled subtly at Bai Qiu. Then he stood up and smirked. He turned around and gazed in the emperor's direction. Bowing, he said, Your Majesty, when I registered at the Kangyi College, I wrote that my occupation is a musical sorcerer. In actuality, I only cultivate musical sorcery to better myself. It is not my expertise. Please forgive me. Chapter 121. After Yi Futian had spoken, many people were dumbfounded. Their gazes were frozen on the handsome young man. He only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself? In the battle just now, Yi Futian's musical sorcery was able to push the Qin clan's brightest pupil, Dharma plane prodigy, Bai Qiu, to such limits. Now, he was telling the emperor that he only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself, and that it was not his expertise. Bai Qiu's expression darkened. Up to this point in the battle, there was nothing he could say he was proud of. He wanted to get sweet revenge on Yi Futian for what he had done, but by the looks of it, his efforts were nowhere near good enough. What was the meaning of what Yi Futian had just said? From far up in the skies, Hua Fenglu dry coughed. On the black wind eagle, Hua Jieyu sat there just blinking her eyes, while Yu Sheng sat wide-eyed. He looked at Bai Qiu with pity. But forget about everyone else, even the emperor was not prepared for Yi Futian's utterance. He faltered momentarily and then looked at the handsome young man on the Fenghua platform. With a smile he said, That's fine. Then you may battle with the skill of your expertise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Futian bowed to the emperor. After that, he turned to look at Bai Qiu with a smile. I would also like to see what your expertise is, said Bai Qiu said with a darkened expression. He placed his hands on the guqin and the music started once again. If he couldn't defeat Yi Futian, then all pride would be lost. The moment Bai Qiu's fingertips met the guqin, thunder and lightning filled the sky. The winds and the clouds shifted. He was playing the same piece as before. Yi Futian stepped forward. A majestic bright light accompanied the release of his golden rock spirit. In a split second, everyone's eyes were drawn back onto Yi Futian as they watched in shock while the life spirit appeared behind him. Twin spirits. A shiver went down everyone's spine. Yi Futian previously battled as a musical sorcerer and revealed his guqin spirit. Now his golden rock spirit has also been unveiled. Twin spirits. The audience finally understood. Not only had they underestimated Hua Jieyu, they had also underestimated Yi Futian. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu. The 7-starred Glory Plane trio were mysterious newcomers. It seemed like they were destined to stir up trouble at the Fenghua banquet. Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu had already revealed their true talents. Now it was Yi Futian's turn. His musical sorcery was able to force Bai Qiu to attack at full power, but he told the emperor that he only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself. He wasn't solely a musical sorcerer. After that, he released a second life spirit. Bai Qiu, who had already begun to play, was also shocked. His cold eyes swept over to Yi Futian. Bai Qiu was supposed to have the advantage, fighting Yi Futian as a Dharma plane cultivator, but Yi Futian had stolen his spotlight from the very start. Thinking about this, Bai Qiu released his realization of Dharma. Gyukins appeared in the air and when he played, all the gyukins harmonized. A wave of frightening energy washed over the platform. The airflow became wild. The sound of the gyukins metamorphosed into sorcery. Lightning struck down on where Yi Futian was, but he ducked quickly and it struck onto empty space. He's so fast. Everyone looked towards the figure in the sky. Yi Futian's wings fluttered behind him. Wind sorcery wrapped around his body, making he even faster. He reached out his hand and the metal spiritual qi immediately formed into a golden rod which Yi Futian wrapped his hand around. Yi Futian took one step forward, and a force of invisible energy erupted from him. More flashes of lightning struck at him, but this time, Yi Futian did not duck to avoid it. Instead, he waved the rod forward and the bolts of lightning disappeared with a loud bang. Yi Futian stood stable like a mountain, his aura growing stronger by the moment. The music continued frantically. The storm was taking form. At the same time, the sound of the guqin continuously crept into Yi Futian's ear, wanting to drag him into the mood of the music. The sky was dark, but lightning lit it up intermittently. Bai Qiu's music contained the double attack abilities of spirit and sorcery. With a peculiar look in his eyes, Yi Futian took advantage of the large force of spiritual energy from the eye of the storm to reject the influence of the music. In a flash, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and struck toward his opponent. As a musical sorcerer, it was only natural for Yi Futian to understand the weakness of musical sorcerers. Musical sorcerers were able to completely overpower powerful cultivators who cultivated only martial arts, and not the element of spirit. More powerful musical sorcerers were also able to utilize their music to release attacks with sorcery. However, their weakness was very obvious. Close-range combat. What would happen if someone got too close to a musical sorcerer during battle? But of course, it was not an easy task to get close to a musical sorcerer. Seeing that Yi Futian was closing in, Bai Qiu continued to play. The music formed a storm and headed for Yi Futian, wanting to destroy everything in its target location. However, Yi Futian moved in a curved line, perfectly dodging the attack. He did not try to meet the storm head-on. Bai Qiu's fingers moved unbelievably fast. They moved across the guqin wildly. The attack of sorcery formed by the music suddenly changed directions. Attacks of the spirit element were able to cover all directions, but those of sorcery were not. Everyone watched as the attack continuously changed directions. Yi Futian, who was zipping through the air with the help of his large golden rock wings, kept waving the long golden rod around. There was an odd rhythm to his movements. Around him, a large force of power seemed to be gathering slowly. He is collecting power. The spectators watched Yi Futian's every action. While dodging Bai Qiu's attacks, he was simultaneously collecting power. His shining figure in the skies gave off a mystical feel. The force around him was getting stronger by the minute. Naturally, Bai Qiu had also taken notice. But what of it? Under the continuous spiritual attacks from his music, how much longer was Yi Futian going to last? Just then, Yi Futian's soaring body halted. The storm charging at him was destroyed, stricken by the rod. Yi Futian floated over Bai Qiu arrogantly. The frightening force of power revolved above Yi Futian, causing him to look majestic and imposing despite his not quite large physique. Clouds filled the skies while thunder and lightning harmonized. Crazy winds turned into sharp blades that cut through the air and flew towards Yi Futian. The rod in his hand danced. The incredible force of power destroyed the incoming storms without rest. His wings fluttered and with a step forward, the rod swung down hard, splitting the storm in two. The power in his attacks. This scene sent shivers down everyone's back. The storm had been destroyed by single swing of the rod. It was as if all the power in the world belonged to Yi Futian. His golden body shined bright. Instead of moving forward, Yi Futian traveled downward towards Bai Qiu, following the way created by the rod. This time there was no more dodging, no more changing directions. Yi Futian was going to face Bai Qiu's attacks head-on. He had gathered enough power for genesis of the 9 heavenly attacks. Anyone who got in his way would die. Wild winds roared in the skies as the thunder dragon spirit growled. Its power was shocking and powerful that it would be enough to collapse the sky. The long rod danced and the force got stronger. Everything on earth was at the mercy of Yi Futian. Using the force of power, the second attack of the 9 heavenly attacks was administered. The skies were undisturbed as Yi Futian wiped out the storm. Once again he descended, getting closer to Bai Qiu. The look in Yi Futian's eyes was extremely odd. The spiritual energy in his mind kept getting disturbed. However, with the help of the strong spiritual energy and will, he was able to control the force. When he attacked with the 9 heavenly attacks, there was an explosion of spiritual energy. His spiritual will had also leveled up. Bai Qiu's expression changed. His music revealed a hint of distress. How was it that such powerful musical sorcery still could not stop Yi Futian's advance? Bai Qiu watched the figure approaching himself slowly. His expression did not look too good. The force of power gathered around Yi Futian grew stronger. In fact, it was so strong that it could crush everything in its way. Bai Qiu's fingers danced across the guqin and a wave of spiritual qi exploded. But at the same time Yi Futian moved. With the help of the incredible force, the rod swung down once again, wiping out everything. The air was about to explode. The long rod struck down towards Bai Qiu's attack spell without any obstacles. Wind sorcery enveloped Bai Qiu and carried him away in retreat. His music lost its flow. As Bai Qiu retreated, the golden rod escaped from Yi Futian's hands and bolted towards him in a flash. Seeing this, Bai Qiu withdrew his guqin spirit immediately and sped up his retreat with wind sorcery. At the same time he had to create a defense spell. The golden flash zipped through the air, and though its power was slightly diminished by Bai Qiu's defense, the rod still landed an attack on him. With a scream, Bai Qiu spat a mouthful of fresh blood. He lost color in his face in an instant. His body was thrown back and landed at the edge of the Fenghua platform. The crazy storms dissipated slowly. On the battle platform, Yi Futian stood arrogantly. His gifts were like no other. Right now, everything was silent, but deep down, everyone was shaking in disbelief. Yi Futian, a 7-starred glory plane cultivator, had defeated Dharma plane prodigy Bai Qiu. His ferocious silhouette and domineering aura had been imprinted in everyone's mind. The members of the Qin clan looked pale. Bai Qiu was the representative of the Qin clan's young generation, but he was just defeated by Yi Futian, who was in a plane 3 levels lower than himself. Oh, the humiliation. Prodigy, number 1 of the younger generation Qin clan members? Candidate for the Fenghua rank? Sun Xia from Kangyi College watched everything unfold from up in the skies. Her heart was anything but at ease. She thought back to when she had guided Yi Futian to the pretest site. At the time, she had pointed to Bai Qiu and told Yi Futian that he was a Dharma plane prodigy from the Qin clan and one of the top contenders for the Fenghua rank. When Bai Qiu had asked for Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, her opinion was that Yi Futian was extremely lucky to be thought of so highly by him. She had even purposely revealed her own level of cultivation with hidden pride. It was hilarious to think back at everything in the past now. Sun Xia had already been eliminated while the 3 of them shined the brightest. No one felt at peace. Just then, everyone saw Yi Futian watch Bai Qiu. As he climbed up from the side of the Fenghua platform, Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Do you still want me to be your musical attendant?" Hearing his question, many people looked over at Bai Qiu. Had he actually asked for Yi Futian to be his musical attendant? This was just too. Bai Qiu stared at Yi Futian coldly, only to see Yi Futian's carefree smile. To Bai Qiu he said, "There's no need to look at me like that. Even if you continue to cultivate in the Qin clan for another 1 or 2 years, you won't be able to surpass me." Spectators were reminded of what Bai Qiu had said after Yi Futian's battle yesterday, and the arrogance in his eyes when he said it. Looking at him now, all they felt for him was pity. The happenings of this year's Fenghua banquet was probably going to be something Bai Qiu would remember for the rest of his life. Chapter 122. It was indeed unforgettable. Bai Qiu was the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank. He was proud and confident. Seeing that Yi Futian was talented, he wanted the youth to become his musical attendant. In his opinion, Yi Futian should have taken this chance. Later, they continuously clashed, and he wanted to solve it all at the Fenghua platform. He stopped Wang Yu from going against Yi Futian because he wanted to personally humiliate him. In the end, Bai Qiu was defeated. The Dharma plane genius of the Qin clan, the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank, had lost to someone in the 7-star glory plane. Tragic wasn't even enough to describe it. Can Bai Qiu still enter the Fenghua rank? Many of the spectators thought. Then they looked towards Yi Futian. They'd all underestimated him, but he had his eyes on the Fenghua rank. They even felt that it was very possible for Yi Futian to enter the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. This battle had been too shocking. "This guy is crazy," Princess Yilingxi said beside the throne. She smiled at Yi Futian. She couldn't believe that the youth who had played the guqin with her that night was actually so powerful. "This is confidence." Emperor Yi chuckled, a pleased look flashing past his eyes. Everyone knew that Yi Futian had been right. If nothing extraordinary happened, Bai Qiu would never be able to surpass Yi Futian, let alone in 1 or 2 years. He'd never be able to erase this humiliation. Dragging his injured body, Bai Qiu took a step toward the sky. His entire presence felt decadent. The pride of the kingdom, so arrogant and confident before, had lost all spirit after this fight. Yi Futian looked up at the sky to Wang Yu. His eyes glinted and he said coldly, "Get down here." Wang Yu from the Dharma plane dared to take revenge on Hua Jieyu. Because she defeated Lin Yueyao? He was flirting with death. He wants to challenge Wang Yu after defeating Bai Qiu? The spectators shuddered. He really was taking them on one by one. He was at the 7-star glory plane, but he looked down on all these geniuses from the Dharma plane. Wang Yu's brows furrowed. He had seen Yi Futian and Bai Qiu's fight, and he was surprised by how strong Yi Futian was. If Bai Qiu hadn't stopped him, he would have been the one down there. He would have underestimated Yi Futian. Now, he had witnessed Yi Futian's aggression and he became more serious. Blazing wings spread open, filled with the wild aura of fire. Wang Yu sped down and hovered in the air before Yi Futian. Yi Futian opened his arms. The metal elemental spiritual qi gathered once again, transforming into a golden staff. He stepped forward, instantly creating an explosive burst of power. Boom! Fire ignited in Wang Yu's body. He was bathed in the firelight and the Dharma wings flapped. Wild wind blew as he pounced at Yi Futian, not giving him time to gather his power. He'd witnessed the earlier fight, so he knew that Yi Futian's battle technique grew stronger as time went on. He must defeat Yi Futian before he gathered his power. The golden wings of the rock glowed behind Yi Futian. With the help of the wind spell, he rose up and spun in the air. Wind kept beating down as invisible power gathered and strengthened around him. Below him, countless flame dragons snapped at Yi Futian, wanting to seal off the air. They curled toward Yi Futian's flying body, the blazing heat burning him. Yi Futian's spinning body sped up. His power was shocking and everyone watched as the two kept rising upward. Just as the flame dragons were about to catch up to Yi Futian, a beautiful arc streaked past. Rather than rising, he smashed downward with his staff, Genesis. With one hit, the flame dragons were all destroyed. The staff also continued rumbling toward Wang Yu. The man didn't dodge. He released his life spirit, a terrifying flame bird. His body seemed to burn. Countless flame bird apparitions charged at Yi Futian with horribly hot flames. The golden staff swept through everything and crashed into Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu transformed into a frightening flame bird. His hands were like sharp claws breaking the staff directly. There was a burst of horrifying power. The fire swept up and burned towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian used the powerful reverberations to bounce back and soar in the air. Everyone watched as a shocking strength coursed through him and he dove down again. However, Wang Yu was the pride of the Dharma plane, and he was skilled in close-contact fighting. He didn't fear this at all. His giant wings flashed and countless flame birds circled around him. The rich flames swept through the air. His wings flapped and all the flame birds seemed to charge at Yi Futian. They collided again. Everyone watched the two figures in the air with terror. Flames filled the void and Yi Futian's body seemed to burn. Wang Yu was skilled at close-contact combat and didn't fear Yi Futian's power. The spectators shuddered. Yi Futian might not win this fight. At this moment, Yi Futian grew stronger. He cast down the third strike of the 9 heavenly attacks. The moment the two collided, a terrifying gust of air currents spread in all directions. The two came to a deadlock and then separated. Yi Futian was still higher up. He stabilized himself and the strong power around him was still terrifying. This power is too much, the spectators thought. They stared at the two figures in the air, their hearts trembling. Yi Futian was too powerful to be able to fight in close contact with a Dharma plane mandate sorcerer skilled in combat. Wang Yu stared at Yi Futian. "What other tricks do you have?" he asked coldly. Yi Futian looked down on him. Inside, his blood began rumbling as the imperial tactics was activated. Rays of dazzling light streamed out of every part of his body. Then the majestic power grew stronger. It even showed signs of an emperor's power. The frightening intent burst out. Then his staff began spinning again. He went through each of the 9 heavenly attacks. Each one required extreme cooperation of his spiritual intent to display the true power of 9 heavenly attacks. Yi Futian used to only be able to perform the first 3. But after the fight in Donghai City, the mysterious emperor's intent passed a special technique to him, changing his body. With the cooperation of the imperial tactics, the 9 heavenly attacks could shine even brighter. Everyone witnessed as his grandeur intensified. The power of the 3 earlier hits was amplified on his body. A gust of animosity burst forth and Wang Yu's expression changed. Boom! Brilliant fiery wings flapped. Wang Yu moved up, charging at Yi Futian. He had felt danger. However, the moment he charged, Yi Futian looked over. His wings flapped and there was a burst of sound. Yi Futian rushed toward Wang Yu in a shockingly imposing manner. The 4th strike of 9 heavenly attacks swept through, creating a flurry of afterimages in the air and flattening everything. The flame bird charging at Yi Futian was all shattered. Wang Yu's expression turned more uncomfortable, but his eyes shone with terrifying sharpness. He continued charging at Yi Futian. The various afterimages of the staff transformed into one. It became a staff that struck down. Wang Yu felt the unstoppable strength come down on him and his face paled. Then the spectators heard a pained cry. The golden staff had broken through everything and crashed against Wang Yu, smashing him to the ground. However, it was not over. Yi Futian's wings flapped and he followed. The golden staff continued striking, each one beating Wang Yu's body. He cried out continuously as he was forced down from the sky. After suffering countless hits, Wang Yu crashed onto the Fenghua platform with a loud boom. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face had lost all color. There wasn't an ounce of strength in his body. Everyone was dazed. They looked from Wang Yu's fallen body to Yi Futian, still standing in the air above him. They could sense that Wang Yu would be unable to participate in the later fights. Yi Futian couldn't truly disable him, but, at the very least, he was unqualified for the Fenghua rank now. Does it feel good to take revenge for others? Yi Futian asked coldly. Wang Yu had bullied Fox because of Lin Yueyao. Since this was the case, Yi Futian would follow his lead. Everyone was speechless. Wang Yu had used his Dharma plane to bully Hua Jieyu for Lin Yueyao. They couldn't say anything against Yi Futian, who challenged him for his girlfriend Hua Jieyu. Plus, Yi Futian had used his 7-star glory plane abilities to challenge a Dharma plane and make him lose completely. In the air, Lin Yueyao looked down at Yi Futian, feeling unsettled. Yi Futian had already defeated the 2 strong cultivators of the Dharma plane. He was practically unmatched and unbeatable, even overshadowing Yushang's earlier performance. Everyone could practically see his name in the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. They looked toward the emperor and saw that he was smiling. The emperor's eyes were calm and no one knew what he was thinking, but he must appreciate this kind of talent. Take him away. The strong cultivators of the Wang family looked uncomfortable. One waved his hand and people walked onto the Fenghua platform to help Wang Yu down. They'd thought that he would shine brightly today, but unexpectedly, he disgraced them. There was nothing wrong with pursuing girls or being furious about love. However, it was embarrassing to lose to the boyfriend of the one he bullied. Many looked to Yi Futian. He didn't seem ready to back down. At this time, he raised his head slowly and looked toward the Kangyi College students. His gaze fell upon Yu Zhang. Smiling brightly, Yi Futian said, "Your turn." As soon as he spoke, Yu Zhang's gaze hardened, but it was not only him. All the strong cultivators in the air focused their gazes there. Was he going to challenge all the strong ones in the Dharma plane? Chapter 123. Of course, Yi Futian had no intentions of fighting every single Dharma plane participant, but if he wanted to get into the top 3, he had to demonstrate the best of his talents for the emperor. In all honesty, revealing his twin spirits and defeating 2 Dharma plane cultivators was already enough, but Yi Futian did not want to risk anything. Because of this, it was better to defeat one more person in the Dharma plane as a safety measure. If he must defeat one more person, then Yu Zhang was naturally the best target. Yu Zhang did not look too good. He watched as Yi Futian stood in the air, looking at him with a smile. At last night's dinner, Yu Zhang had stepped in with a couple words of his own, when Yi Futian ignored Bai Qiu's suggestion of a collaborative performance from Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. This must have been Yi Futian's revenge. At the time, Yu Zhang thought that a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator had no right to be pretentious and arrogant in front of Bai Qiu. But after the 2 battles just now, Yi Futian's power and strength made Yu Jiang realize how right it was for him to be arrogant. If Bai Qiu did not want to perform, what gave him the right to request that Yi Futian played and for Hua Jieyu to dance along? Stepping forward, Yu Jiang's eyes did not display much confidence. Neither Bai Qiu nor Wang Yu was any weaker than Yu Jiang, but they had both been defeated. The difference between the three was that Bai Qiu majored in musical sorcery, Wang Yu in martial arts, and Yu Jiang in sorcery. Walking up to Yi Futian, Yu Jiang did not say anything. His life spirit released the realization of Dharma. Both of them were released at the same time, forming a tree. The tree grew taller and taller, seeming to have been formed by spiritual qi. The branches and leaves extended outward non-stop, and Yu Jiang stood at the center of the tree. Yu Jiang was a wood elemental sorcerer. He only cultivated in one element, but because he was a mandate sorcerer, he was able to cultivate this one element to its greatest potential. His powers were just as frightening as the rest. The giant tree's branches rustled toward Yi Futian. Gathering the spiritual qi around him, he was able to release the lock of 1,000 vines. In a split second, the vines blocked the sky and tried to encapsulate Yi Futian. Because of his life spirit and the realization of Dharma, the wood elemental sorcery that Yu Jiang used was much more powerful than that of other wood sorcerers. In a flash, Yi Futian moved backwards. At the same time, a fire dragon appeared. Growling, it raced towards the vines ahead. Fire sorcery was able to affect wood sorcery to a certain extent. But this was also true vice versa. Yu Jiang's sorcery was far more powerful than Yi Futian's. The vines brushed over the fire dragon and continued to travel towards Yi Futian. He can also use fire sorcery. He cultivates in sorcery. Everyone watching Yi Futian was speechless. Once again, they thought back to what he said. I only cultivated musical sorcery to better myself. Boom! A wild flame erupted from Yi Futian. Unless amounts of fire spiritual qi rushed into his body. Very quickly, Yi Futian was bathing in the burning flames. His body was like an incinerator, ready to turn everything into ash. Even the long golden rod in his hand was enveloped in flames. The colors of the gold and the flames together were captivating. Of course, Yi Futian knew that he couldn't go up against a powerful cultivator in the Dharma plane with just sorcery. Although his sorcery was pretty powerful, it was visibly much weaker than his abilities in martial arts. He cultivated the enhancement methods passed down from Emperor Yi Qing, and then later acquired the imperial tactics. Every fiber of his body incredibly powerful. With just pure strength, he would have been able to defeat everyone below the Dharma plane. However, those in the Dharma plane were able to release the realization of Dharma. It was necessary to use tactics never seen before, like the 9 heavenly attacks, to bridge the gap in planes. It was the only way to defeat an opponent in a much higher plane. Even though it was true that Yi Futian was a full attribute mandate sorcerer and was highly gifted, because he cultivated in battle tactics, he was still stronger in martial arts under comparison with sorcery. When the vines came closer, his body soared through the air. His rod danced and a great force of power collected. The vines kept chasing after Yi Futian like there was no limit to where they could go. Yi Futian ignored the vines and continued to fly in the sky. He then swung his rod downward and a fearsome burst of flames rushed to engulf the vines. An apparition of the rod appeared and attacked Yu Jiang. Yu Jiang's face was emotionless. Countless vines appeared in front of him and blocked off the attack. However, that could not be considered a real attack. Yi Futian's rod swung down once again. His movements in the sky were not those of a battle. It looked more like he was practicing using the rod. This guy. Many people watched Yi Futian as he waved the golden rod enveloped in flames around in the sky. They began to realize that he was indeed practicing. To practice while in combat with Yu Jiang. What did Yi Futian take him for? Yu Jiang had realized as well. His expression was not too good. He moved up along the tree and straight for Yi Futian. The tree rustled loudly as wood spiritual qi exploded in the air. Behind Yu Jiang, the giant tree shined brightly and began to grow outward continuously. It blocked the sky like a mystical tree. The giant tree vine curling toward Yi Futian looked like a coiling black dragon. The binding of the black dragon was a wood elemental spell, and needed to be initiated with the strong force of wood spiritual qi. Yi Futian continued to mess with the rod. It was as if he could not see what was going on. When the vine got closer, He struck down for the third time and the wood elemental black dragon was destroyed. Yu Zhang's expression fell. Watching Yi Futian wave the rod around, collecting more power, he knew that things were taking a turn for the worst. Yi Futian destroyed Wang Yu with 4 strikes during the previous battle. Now he was collecting power in preparation for his 4th strike at Yu Zhang. Just as everyone thought, Yi Futian was indeed cultivating. Previously, he made it to the 4th attack of the 9 heavenly attacks because of the imperial tactics. Now, he wanted to accomplish the same thing with his own powers. His will was strong. Right now, Yi Futian had no other thoughts. Everything around him had nothing to do with him. A large force of power gathered around him. It felt heavy. The 9 heavenly attacks were aggressive but hard to control. Strong willpower was needed to initiate it. Yi Futian's movements seemed to have slowed. Just then, the binding of the black dragon descended upon him once again. The vines came with frighteningly sharp thorns. They moved toward Yi Futian. Boom! Yi Futian emitted a shocking force of power. Next, the rod swung down and the black dragon exploded into pieces. Flames lit up the sky. Yi Futian followed the motion of the rod and descended like a burning man. Everything he passed turned into ash. This continued until the rod finally met with Yu Zhang's body. The hit smashed Yu Zhang down onto the Fenghua platform. Everywhere around the platform was extremely quiet. Their eyes went to the handsome figure in the sky. Yi Futian had defeated 3 Dharma plane cultivators in a row. He was good at musical sorcery, martial arts, sorcery, and was gifted in multiple elements, such as the element of spirit, metal, wind, and fire. Just as Yi Futian had predicted with his gifts, he was most definitely going to be in the top 3 on the Fenghua rank. He was only in the 7-star glory plane but was already one of the best among the group of 15 just in terms of combat skills. Besides the couple people in the 2nd level Dharma plane, who would be able to touch him? Yi Futian did not spare a second glance at Yu Zhang who had fallen to the ground. His wild aura disappeared and in a flash, he was back on the Black Wind Eagle. Many people continued to stare at Yi Futian. He was handsome and had a bright personality. He always had a light smile on his face, giving others a very comfortable feeling. But this handsome young man who didn't look like could hurt a fly, had just brutally defeated 3 extremely talented Dharma plane cultivators. Then their attention shifted to Hua Jieyu, who was beside him. Presently, there was no one else who thought it was unfitting for the two to be together. They were the perfect couple, a match made in heaven. They were both unbelievably gifted and incredibly good-looking. When they stood together, Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, as well as the pride of all clans could not hold a candle to them. Furthermore, there was still Yu Shang, standing behind the couple. He was also so talented it was unnatural. People thought, what kind of group is this? After the shock had passed, the battles continued. Participants in the Dharma plane made exchanges on the platform. Young Lord Yi Wuchen and Kangyi College's Wu Qianfan could be described as invincible. There was no one who could lay a hand on them. Without incident, these two would be the 2 most powerful people at the Fenghua banquet. Besides them, there was a prodigy-level person who was not from the Kangyi Kingdom. He was also very powerful. After they were defeated by Yi Futian, Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang continued to battle. However, they had lost their air of arrogance. They had been taught a lesson by a 7-starred glory plane cultivator, and no longer had the right to be arrogant. But to be honest, they were not weak at all. They were victorious battle after battle against those in the same plane. This helped everyone understand. The 2 of them weren't weak. Yi Futian was simply way too powerful. Even if it had been someone else in the 1st-level Dharma plane who fought against Yi Futian, the results would be the same. If that's how it was, Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang still had a chance to enter the Fenghua rank. Wang Yu was the most pitiful. He was beat until he lost his power to battle. He didn't even get a chance to demonstrate his talents. There was no reason for the emperor to pick him. In the glory plane, Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin battled. Both beauties were talented, but with the advantage of being in a higher plane, Lin Yueyao won. Despite that, Hua Zhixin perfectly displayed her combat skills in this battle. In terms of gifts and talents, Hua Zhixin wouldn't have lost to Lin Yueyao. After the 2 of them fought, there was no one else to compete. In the glory plane there was also Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Hua Jieyu, but who would they fight? They might as well challenge those in the Dharma plane. This saddened the 2 young women. Today on the Fenghua platform, the one who shined the brightest would have, without a doubt, been Hua Jieyu. She stole Lin Yueyao's spotlight. Yu Sheng fought another battle with someone in the Dharma plane. However, he did not win. The reason for that was simple. The opponent could fly and Yu Sheng couldn't, so he could take the attacks. This pissed off Yu Sheng big time. In the end, even though Yu Sheng hadn't been beat into the ground, he still stepped off the Fenghua platform feeling very melancholic. Although he did not win, no one dared to underestimate Yu Sheng's gifts. This guy was also able to fight Dharma plane cultivators. If only he could fly, then he would have had a chance of defeating those in the Dharma plane. As the battles came and went, the Fenghua banquet was getting closer to the end. No one would have ever expected for 3 7-starred glory plane cultivators to come out of nowhere and display such talents at the Fenghua banquet. Chapter 124. It was a little bit quiet since there were fewer people went to battle on the Fenghua platform. Only the strongest were left. They were the young Lord Yi Wuqian, Zhou Qianfan from Kangyi College, and Li Yi. Other than Yi Futian's trio, Li Yi was the other dark horse. No one knew him before and he was not from this kingdom either. Among the talents from the other nations, Li Yi would be the most outstanding if Yi Futian's trio wasn't there. His life spirit was the sunbird, a 3-foot golden bird with the attributes of both wind and fire. He cultivated both sorcery and martial arts at the same time, and his martial arts techniques were peculiar. When fighting, the fire inside him seemed to come not only from the spiritual qi of the world. It was more frightening than it. At this moment, Li Yi came out and looked at Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian had shone so brightly on the Fenghua platform, but he still wanted to try. Yi Wuqian landed on the platform quickly. He looked calm as usual, his body standing there like a sword. Such temperament became especially obvious when he was about to fight. It was as if the intent of the sword surrounded him. Li Yi also reached the realization of Dharma through his life spirit. He turned into a huge golden bird. The flames could burn everything, and were far stronger than Wang Yu's. You still won't release the Dharma? Li Yi asked. No need. Yi Wuqian was still calm, his tone full of confidence. The illusions of golden birds pounced toward Yi Wuqian with monstrous flames. For a moment, Yi Wuqian's body was set on fire. But he stood still with sword's light swirling around in a storm. They slashed through the illusions of the golden birds. What strong sword intent! People felt their hearts fluttering. The sword intent around Yi Wuqian seemed to turn into a substantive sword moving around his body. It was amazing. Before the Fenghua banquet started, Yi Wuqian had been cheered the most. Everyone took him as the strongest and Yi Wuqian didn't disappoint them. Li Yi moved quickly toward Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian stepped forward only one step and the sword intent swept as if it gathered an endless amount into one sword. He was that one sword. Li Yi halted. Yi Wuqian seemed to be a real sword to him instead of a man. The flames went out. Li Yi turned and flew away. I was defeated. Hearing Li Yi's voice, the people felt somewhat confused. In the beginning, Li Yi chose to challenge Yi Wuqian even when knowing his mightiness. Why did he concede before the fight? They didn't understand, but for Li Yi, he knew he was defeated as soon as Yi Wuqian stepped forward. He hadn't reached the other state, not only technically but also spiritually. Yi Wuqian drew back his foot and returned to the air. Many eyes fell upon Zhou Qianfan, who was the only one left who was considered a threat to Yi Wuqian. However, Zhou Qianfan was not going to fight. Perhaps he was not confident enough. Of course, as long as he didn't fight, no one would know who was stronger. Yi Wuqian didn't have the desire to challenge him. He was confident enough to believe that there were no rivals on the Fenghua banquet, and there was no need to challenge anyone. The Fenghua platform became quiet again. It seemed that no one continued to fight. An elder of Kangyi College went on the platform and said, "Anyone else? Otherwise this is the end." No one responded. The elder looked at the emperor. Emperor Yi nodded slightly. The disciples from the Kangyi College bowed and departed. People all looked at those young people in the void. 10 of them would be called out by the emperor and shine brightly. There were many guesses about the ranking. Go up to the platform, the emperor said, smiling. Everyone went to the stage, including Yi Futian's trio. Only Wang Yu was lifted up pathetically. The pitiful Wang Yu glared at Yi Futian. He didn't want to come since it was impossible for him to be on the list. However, this is the rule of the Fenghua banquet. His father orders some people to carry him to the platform. Yi Futian didn't look at Wang Yu. Wang Yu definitely hadn't expected to have such consequences when he was fighting for Lin Yueyao. The 15 people all appeared on the platform. Yi Wuchen still looked calm as if he didn't care about anything while Zhuo Qianfan smiled handsomely. Lin Yueyao looked around with a complex expression. Her beautiful eyes flitted between Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She had never thought that there could be another woman who shone brighter than her. Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu had lost their previous arrogance because of that man on the platform, Yi Futian. Although they performed well in the later rounds, people would only remember the round with Yi Futian. The youth was too talented that they could only serve to make him look better in comparison. Gradually, they looked up at the throne in front. The emperor smiled at them and said, "Number 10 on the Fenghua list, Lin Yueyao." The emperor's voice made people's hearts tremble. Lin Yueyao, the first beauty of Kangyi Kingdom, was very talented. She had been renowned even before the Fenghua banquet. Now, she was indeed on the Fenghua list but in last place. To appear on the list was unattainable for most people. However, there was nothing to be proud of for Lin Yueyao. In her 2 fights she was defeated by Hua Jieyu and won Hua Zhixin slightly. No one could complain about the emperor's ranking. It was reasonable. Number 9 Yu Jiang. The emperor continued to announce. The hero of the Kangyi College was 9th. Although he was defeated by Yi Futian, he still performed outstandingly. He deserved the 9th place. Number 8 Bai Qiu. The emperor went on. Many people also guessed this outcome. Yu Jiang, Bai Qiu, and Wang Yu were the 3 talents in realization of Dharma, but they were all defeated by Yi Futian. However, it was proved later that Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu were not weaker than the others in the Dharma plane. It was just because Yi Futian was too monstrous. Therefore, Yi Futian must be one of the top 3. It was absolutely a miracle that a man from the 7-star glory plane could be one of the top 3. Number 7 Hua Zhixin. Hua Zhixin, another beauty, was the 7th. Hua Zhixin herself felt a little bit surprised. She looked at the emperor with puzzlement. She had only fought with Lin Yueyao and she was defeated. Why would the emperor put her in 7th place? It was unexpected not only for Hua Zhixin but also for many other people. However, they knew that it couldn't call a defeat since Hua Zhixin had used the 8-star glory plane to fight with Lin Yueyao to that extent. If she was on the same plane as Lin Yueyao, it was quite possible for her to win. Lin Yueyao was also stunned. She had battled twice, defeated by Hua Jieyu but victorious over Hua Zhixin. However, the emperor ranked her at the last and set Hua Zhixin at the 7th place. It was natural to be upset. Number 6 Li Yi. The emperor continued. Li Yi, a strong cultivator in the Dharma plane, was 6. There were 5 people left. Yi Futian's trio were all in the top 5. Other than them, there was also Yi Wuchen and Zhuo Qianfan. These 2 hadn't been defeated yet. In fact, Yu Sheng was just like Hua Zhixin. He had only fought once and was defeated. So what? Who was Yu Sheng's competitor? It was the genius in the Dharma plane and it shouldn't be counted as a defeat. He had left because he couldn't hit the other. As for Hua Zhixin and Lin Yueyao, Yu Sheng just didn't want to fight with them, which made sense to everyone. No one was surprised by the result. There was another man who was defeated in his only fight but was also strong. It was Wang Yu, but he was different. His rival was Yi Futian, who was only at the 7-star glory plane. They were on the same plane but different levels. However, he was defeated to a miserable extent as everyone could see. After that, he had no chance to prove himself as Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang did. He could blame no one. It was destined that his name couldn't appear on the list. Next was the top 5. Everyone was looking forward to the result. Emperor Yi looked at those people on the platform. Everyone tensed. The remaining people were really difficult to rank. Of Zhuo Qianfan, Hua Jieyu and Yu Sheng, who would be the 5th? Zhuo Qianfan hadn't been defeated yet, while what he had showed was just as powerful as Yi Wuchen. Therefore, Zhuo Qianfan and Yi Wuchen must be the 2 strongest. Some people wondered whether Zhuo Qianfan didn't challenge Yi Wuchen to deliberately avoid him. As for Hua Jieyu, she had only fought once and defeated Lin Yueyao, crossing 2 planes. Yu Sheng was also strong. There would be dispute no matter who was the 5th. Do you have anything to say? The emperor smiled and asked. Everyone's expressions grew complex. Zhuo Qianfan smiled and said, "Your Highness, though I haven't fought with Yi Wuqian, there is a greater possibility for me to be defeated if we battle. From Yi Wuqian's matchless demeanor, he must be the top one. As for me, just take me as I was defeated." Many people looked at Zhuo Qianfan in surprise. He seemed to be uninterested in the ranking. Many people admired his attitude, for he took the initiative to admit that he would be defeated and recommended Yi Wuqian to be the top one. But Yu Sheng glanced at Zhuo Qianfan coolly. For him, the first place should be Yi Futian. Zhuo Qianfan didn't have the right to judge and disturb the emperor's decision. Yu Sheng knew that Yi Futian might not be so interested in the rank either. He didn't challenge anyone else after defeating the 3 talents in the Dharma plane. This meant his goal was only the top 3. He attended the Fenghua banquet only for his teacher's injury. Whether it was first or third place was not so important to him. However, Yu Sheng cared about this. Zhuo Qianfan was from the Kangyi College, while Yi Futian had humiliated Yu Jiang, who was from Kangyi College too. Chapter 125. Although Yu Sheng had a bad temper, he was definitely not dumb. On the contrary, he was very smart in certain aspects. Zhuo Qianfan's words made him some generous, but in reality, they carried a hidden meaning. He said it on purpose. Any place in the top 3 was honorable, and could make a request to the emperor, but first place and the 2 places afterward were still different. Many times, people only ever remembered those in first place. Plus, if Yi Wuqian was first, that meant the determining factor was ability, then it would be only fair to give Zhuo Qianfan second place. "I only had 1 battle and was defeated, I should be in 5th place, said Yu Sheng. He suddenly looked in the emperor's direction and said, "Zhuo Qianfan and Yi Wuqian are both second-level Dharma plane cultivators. Yi Wuqian being the stronger of the 2. Although Zhuo Qianfan was not actually defeated in battle, he did not battle with Yi Wuqian and has admitted that he is lacking in comparison. Zhuo Qianfan did not fully prove his worth. He should be 4th place." Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang were dumbfounded by Yu Sheng's words. Especially Zhuo Qianfan. His gaze turned sharp as a knife. Yu Sheng had pointed out in front of everyone that Zhuo Qianfan had not proved his worth. "That makes sense." The emperor smiled and nodded. "Even though you only fought 1 battle, it was with a Dharma plane cultivator. Had it been anyone in planes lower than the Dharma plane, you would have easily won," he said to Yu Sheng. "As for Zhuo Qianfan, you have incredible abilities and is obviously very generous. You are indeed a student of Kangyi College." Emperor Yi announced with a smile on his face. 5th place on Fenghua rank goes to Zhuo Qianfan. Hearing Emperor Ye's compliment, Zhuo Qianfan let out a small smile, but that smile froze on his face when he heard the second half of the sentence. However, he recovered quickly. In the air above the Fenghua platform, many people had their attention trained in their direction. The conversation between Yu Sheng, Zhuo Qianfan, and the emperor was full of hidden meanings. In the end, Emperor Yi had placed Zhuo Qianfan in 5th. Kangyi College was the most well-known place of cultivation in the imperial city, but although they had 2 students on the Fenghua rank, none of them made it to top 3. Hua Jieyu 4th. The audience did not think much of it. Emperor Yi continued to announce the results, and in 4th place was Hua Jieyu, not Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng had asked to be placed 5th, but now, the emperor had left him for the top 3. Yu Sheng actually made it into the top 3 despite his loss in the only battle he fought. This seemed senseless but right at the same time. The Fenghua rank did not only look at wins or losses, but combat power and abilities as well. When making a decision, it was only natural that the emperor also took gifts, talents, and potential into consideration. For example, even though it was Hua Jieyu who defeated Lin Yueyao, Yu Sheng would have been able to as well. Hua Jieyu also battled with Wang Yu but was unable to contend against him. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, was able to face his opponent's realization of Dharma. The ranking between the 2 was clear. And that was why Yu Sheng placed before Hua Jieyu. Yu Sheng felt surprised himself and looked strangely at the emperor. It seemed Emperor Yi felt his gaze because he chuckled before saying, "Yu Sheng 3rd. Hearing that Yu Sheng was placed 3rd in the end, many people looked at the emperor in admiration. The rankings from 3rd to 10th place looked simple but was actually very complicated. Yi Wuqian was the most powerful cultivator at the Fenghua banquet, and Yi Futian was the most fearsome. He was able to defeat people in planes much higher. The 2 of them were rightfully in the top 2. Next, it was time to see who got 1st place. At this moment, everyone stared closely at Emperor Yi, awaiting his answer. However, what he did was turn his gaze over to the last two participants. He smiled and asked them, "What do you guys think about this?" Yi Wuqian's gaze fell on Yi Futian. He said, "I am a second-level Dharma plane cultivator, and you, a 7-starred glory plane cultivator. In the battles before, I didn't challenge you to a battle because it would put you at too much of a disadvantage. But since His Majesty has asked, I really want to experience the tactics you used with the rod. I'll only defend, no attacks. How does that sound?" The 9 heavenly attacks was truly a majestic sight, but at Yi Wuqian's level of cultivation, it would be too much for him to initiate a challenge with Yi Futian. Yi Futian gave him an odd look but nodded anyway. All right. Having arrived at an agreement, the two stepped on to the center of the Fenghua platform. They stood opposite of each other. Yi Wuqian stood there exuding the intention of sword. He seemed sharp as a sword. In Yi Futian's hand, the long rod appeared. Boom! Yi Futian took a step forward. An invisible force suddenly exploded. Boom! He took another step, this time stronger than the last. Step by step, Yi Futian walked closer to Yi Wuqian. With every step, the force of power escalated until a powerful storm began to revolve around Yi Futian's body. Yi Wuqian remained standing quietly. No matter what Yi Futian did, he remained stationary. When the force escalated all the way to the top, Yi Futian's wings appeared and took him up in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, the long golden rod struck down and in the air, a bright light flashed by. Just then Yi Wuqian took a small step forward. Only one step. A wave of sword intent charged towards the rod, striking down at him. A loud crash. He was not able to destroy the golden rod. Instead, the intent of sword was repelled back at Yi Wuqian. Yi Futian used the force of repulsion to his advantage. He soared through the sky, his force even stronger now. The rod struck down a second time, stronger than the first. Yi Wuqian reached out his hand to point into the air. The intent of sword filled the air and raced into the sky. Yi Futian could feel an invisible storm of swords hitting the long rod. Even though Yi Futian had a great force behind him, he was still unable to advance forward. He soared through the air once again and administered the third attack of the 9 heavenly attacks. Yi Wuqian lifted his head to look up at the sky, and the intent of 1,000 swords gathered by him. All of them rushed towards the rod coming down at him. The third attack had also been blocked. Having been fended off once again, Yi Futian stood arrogantly in the air. The force of power flowed around his body. His gaze sharpened and fell on Yi Wuqian below. Unknowingly, an intent to battle brewed in Yi Futian. Compared to Wang Yu, Bai Qiu, and the rest, Yi Wuqian's abilities were much stronger. He was on a different level from everyone else. The long rod danced in the air and its apparitions appeared. A large wave of intent of battle washed downward and an explosion sounded. With the great force of power pushing forward, the rod struck for the 4th time. The tens of thousands of apparitions combined into one. The intent of sword rushed towards the rod once again, but this time, it was destroyed. At this sight, Yi Wuqian moved quickly. With a step, he lifted into the air. His body morphed into a sword. The intent of sword joined his body and charged at the long rod. Finally, when the rod struck again, the endless amount of sword intent filled the finger that Yi Wuqian pointed out with, and a large sword appeared. When the two weapons meet, they were both destroyed, dissipating into nothing. Yi Futian stood in the air and looked at Yi Wuqian. With a smile, he complimented. Incredible! Yi Futian did not care too much about wins and losses. Although Yi Wuqian was in the second-level Dharma plane, he was incredibly gifted to begin with. So, even though he was in the same plane as Bai Qiu and others, they could not be compared. This gap between Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian was too large for Yi Futian to overcome. Yi Wuqian nodded and returned to his original position. Yi Futian also returned to stand beside Yu Shang and Hua Jieyu. The results of this round were not as surprising to everyone. The gap was too great. Emperor Yi looked at the two of them, and then his gaze settled on Yi Wuqian. Wuqian, how would you feel if I placed you first? Everyone's heart began to race. Had the emperor already decided who was going to be first place on the Fenghua rank? Yi Wuqian was invincible during this year's Fenghua banquet, and was definitely qualified to be first. Yi Wuqian lifted his head to look at Emperor Yi. Under the gaze of all spectators, he opened his mouth slowly and said, Yi Futian is more qualified than I am. His words dumbfounded everyone. They all looked at him in shock. But Emperor Yi only smiled, seemingly very satisfied at Yi Wuqian's reply. He looked at Yi Wuqian and smiled. Then as you wish. Second on the Fenghua rank, Yi Wuqian. At this announcement everyone was shaken. They were surprised by the emperor's decision. The emperor had asked Yi Wuqian what he thought of being first. This made everyone think that he was going to be in first place. But now, countless pairs of eyes landed on the Fenghua platform, right at the handsome figure standing between Hua Jieyu and Yu Shang. They all knew that after today, Yi Futian would be famous throughout the entire Kangyi kingdom. Beside Emperor Yi Lingxi smiled at Yi Futian. He was finally receiving the honor he deserved for his gifts. He defeated 3 Dharma-playing cultivators in a row, and was destined to shine brighter than others. First place on the Fenghua rank, Yi Futian, said Emperor Yi with a smile. Everyone was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were focused on a single person, truly the center of attention. Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang of the Kangyi College stood frozen. Yi Futian? First place? While Zhuo Qianfan was placed 5th. Bai Qiu and Wang Yu looked coldly at Yi Futian. Hua Zhixin hid a smile. She was happy for him. Lin Yueyao looked conflicted. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. He had been chased from the Nandu nation. Carrying rage and hate, he had come a long way to arrive at the Kangyi kingdom. He never expected to stand out so much in this country. This was the kind of person Yi Futian was. No matter where he went, he would always be the most outstanding, the brightest existence. No one could go above him. Yu Shang burst into laughter. His smile was silly, making him look like a completely different person than the wild fighter from before. He was so happy it was like he had gotten first place. It was possible that Yu Shang wouldn't even be this happy had he actually gotten first place himself. Far away, Hua Fenglu, Nanda Wenin, Tang Wan, Tang Lan, and Yi Qingxian were all looking at Yi Futian. A great big smile met all of their eyes. The young man already stood out from the rest in the city of Donghai. It was Emperor Luo's imperial order that ended his journey in the Nandu nation abruptly. It was fortunate that the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom appreciated Yi Futian's gifts and gave him the honor he deserved. Out of all the gifted and talented young cultivators in the Kangyi kingdom who had gathered for the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian was first. Emperor Yi smiled at Yu Shang and asked, Yu Shang, have you thought about what request you would like to make? Yu Shang lifted his head, and his eyes met with Emperor Yi. He scratched his head. He actually hadn't thought of any request he would like to make because he never thought he would make it into the top 3. Your Majesty, you seem like a pretty nice guy, so I won't ask you for anything, Yu Shang said with an honest smile. To him, Yi Futian's honor was more important than everything else. The sight of Emperor Yi was a lot more pleasing to Yu Shang now. Everyone was shocked by Yu Shang's utterance. A pretty nice guy? Even Emperor Yi was dumbfounded. He then let out a light-hearted laugh. To Yu Shang, he said, no one has ever said that to me before. I'll remember what you said. Chapter 126. The nobles around Emperor Yi also laughed. His Majesty seemed to really appreciate Yu Shang. But everyone was surprised to find him, a humanoid monster when fighting, so simple and honest. No one expected that Yu Shang would give up such an opportunity which many people longed for. Emperor Yi even joked that he had the chance to marry the princess with this opportunity. You idiot! Yi Futian scolded under his breath while still smiling. He looked toward the emperor. Yu Shang, there is no jesting in His Majesty's words. Since you get the top 3, you should ask for something or you are looking down upon His Majesty. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, everyone looked at him startled. That handsome figure, standing there quietly, looked to the emperor straightforwardly and sincerely as if he was really thinking for the emperor's good. Even Emperor Yi was astonished. His words seemed to be quite reasonable. That's right. Yu Shang, if you don't ask for a reward, you are looking down upon me. Think about it again. The emperor smiled at Yi Futian and Yu Shang. These 2 little kids are really interesting. Yu Shang was bewildered. He looked at the emperor and then looked at Yi Futian. Hua Jiyu chuckled. He was the same as before. Wuqian, what's your request? The emperor looked at Yi Wuqian, smiling. Your Highness, I would like to pay a visit to the palace's library, Yi Wuqian answered. The emperor's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "You make some good requests. Pay, I promise you." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yi Wuqian said. The emperor finally looked to Yi Futian and asked, "Yi Futian, what do you want?" "Your Highness, I want to have my teacher cured," Yi Futian said with anticipation in his eyes. This was the reason why he attended the Fenghua banquet. Many people were somewhat surprised. Since Yi Futian was so talented, who would his teacher be? And this person seemed to have been injured. So Yi Futian asked for the emperor's help. "Where is your teacher and how was he injured?" the emperor asked. Yi Futian looked back to the crowd's direction and shouted, "Masteress!" Hearing Yi Futian, Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan walked out from the crowd. They helped Hua Fenglu to the Fenghua platform. Many people were shocked at the trio. Without mentioning their talent, this group was just too good-looking. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's good looks went without saying. Now among these three people, Hua Fenglu was handsome with a gentle demeanor while Nandu Wanyin next to him was so elegant, noble, and as beautiful as the queen beside the emperor. Tang Lan was also very attractive. "Father, mother." Hua Jieyu went forward. People suddenly understood their relationships. No wonder Hua Jieyu had such charming features. Then people looked at Yi Futian. This guy had snatched his teacher's daughter. Amazing. At the same time, they also vaguely guessed the reason why Yi Futian attended Fenghua banquet to show his talent. He attended it for his teacher. "My teacher's life spirit has been destroyed." Later he forced his life spirit to fight, which caused great trauma to his spiritual force. Yi Futian explained, "I heard that only sorcerers from spiritual elemental can cure my teacher's injury. Please help me, Your Majesty." "Can you still release your life spirit?" the emperor asked, looking at Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu nodded slightly. Then a light shone as if his life spirit appeared, but instead of it, the people saw broken fragments of a guqin. People inferred that Hua Fenglu must be a music sorcerer from Yi Futian's music spell. Emperor Yi also figured out this fact and nodded. "No problem. His injury can be cured." Yi Futian expected this but was still very comforted to hear this from the emperor. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Weren't you the one who said that a man would never go against his words? Since I've promised you, I will definitely meet my words," the emperor said, smiling. Yi Futian smiled too. The emperor had seen through him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hua Jieyu expressed her thanks too. Would her father's injury finally be cured? Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan looked at Hua Fenglu and smiled. They then looked at Yi Futian gratified. Hua Fenglu was very calm but felt warm inside too. Although this disciple was sometimes shameless, he was still fond of the youth since Yi Futian was very like him. "Yusheng, are you ready?" the emperor once again asked Yusheng. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and said, "I want to find my teacher." Yi Futian immediately understood him. Thinking of Yixiang, Yi Futian also missed him. That old man must be safe. "Let me explain," Yi Futian said. From the emperor's attitude today, Yi Futian thought it would be proper to tell their true identity since the two countries were rivals. "Okay." Yusheng nodded. Yi Futian looked to the emperor and said, "I want to ask Your Majesty's forgiveness first." The emperor looked at him in puzzlement. "Another forgiveness? These guys seem to have some secrets. Say it." "I will not punish you," the emperor said. "We are not from the Kangyi kingdom," Yi Futian said. Hearing this, many cheery people became silent and studied Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian, Yusheng, and Hua Jieyu had displayed amazing talent at this banquet. Now they said they were not the people of this kingdom. They took 2 of the top 3 places. This was a slap to the talents of Kangyi kingdom. The emperor was slightly stunned but recovered instantly. They were so gifted but not the people of this kingdom. They must have attended the Fenghua banquet for an ulterior motive. "Go on," the emperor said. "We come from East Sea Prefecture of the Nandu nation." Yi Futian's words raised an uproar in the surrounding crowd. The Nandu nation was the enemy of Kangyi kingdom. People from the enemy nation came to their Fenghua banquet and shone so brightly. "I cultivated in Donghai Academy, but on the last day of the divine calendar," Yi Futian continued, "Emperor Luo suddenly ordered to execute us. Thanks to the elders' fight to the death to protect us, we escaped safely to the Kangyi kingdom." Emperor Yi nodded lightly. He looked at Hua Jieyu, smiled and said, "No wonder I am familiar with her life spirit. She must have an uncommon identity, right? My mistress comes from the Nandu clan, the past noble family of Nandu Nation, but the Nandu family was also ordered to kill us. Yi Futian did not conceal anything since the emperor had guessed it. The East Sea Prefecture was in such unrest. If Emperor Yi wanted to investigate, it was very easy to find out. It would be better for him to tell everything straightforwardly. The past royal family, so she was a former princess. Emperor Yi smiled and continued. What does this have to do with Yu Shang's request? Yu Shang's teacher was also one of the elders, Yi Xiang, the former headmaster of the School of Finance Star in East Sea Prefecture. Yi Futian answered. In order to help us escape, he left to fight the pursuers. Yu Shang naturally worries about him. He wants to ask whether your majesty could help find his teacher. Emperor Yi looked at Yu Shang and the youth nodded. In the distance, Yi Qingshuan's eyes reddened. She had been worried about her father all these days. She hoped Emperor Yi could agree. Countless eyes fell upon Emperor Yi, including Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Although they were from Nandu Nation, they were being chased by the killers from Nandu. Therefore, Emperor Yi could not blame them. Yi Futian guessed that the emperor might agree, but before the emperor did so, he was still unsure about it. Emperor Yi looked at the people in front of him. Geniuses from Nandu and members of the old royal family. Why did Emperor Luo want to kill them? Emperor Yi could guess a few reasons why an emperor would order to kill these young people. They threatened the royal power. A cultivator's nationality should not restrict them. Though you are from the Nandu nation, now that you have come to my kingdom, you are my citizen. Emperor Yi said. It's their loss to expel you. Hearing the emperor's words, Yi Futian and the others felt reassured. Emperor Yi looked to Yi Futian again and smiled. What you and Yu Sheng asked is not a big deal. Promise you. In addition, the three of you are in the top 5. You deserve the reward. You and Yu Shang made requests, so I will give Hua Jieyu the reward. She is the descendant of the old royal family, a former princess. Now that she has come to the Kangyi kingdom, I shall confer her the title of a non-family princess and give her the freedom to enter the palace. What say you? Emperor Yi had figured out Yi Futian's importance in this group. Hua Jieyu was his girlfriend, while Yu Shang was willing to listen to him. Even his master and masteress trusted him very much. This was why Emperor Yi was talking to Yi Futian. The surrounding people were shocked that the emperor wanted to make Hua Jieyu a princess. According to the emperor, Hu Jieyu was rewarded for the 3 of them. The reward of the title of princess was reasonable as a combination of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th place rewards. After a while, many people recovered from the shock. They immediately understood the emperor's intention, and their eyes were full of admiration. The group was wanted for death in the Nandu nation, but Kangyi Kingdom's emperor rewarded them heavily, even conferring Hua Jieyu the title of princess. Not only did he strengthen ties, this action also represented Emperor Ye's generosity. Yi Futian naturally understood this. He wasn't hung up on Nandu nation's status. Hua Jieyu's title of princess was just a title, but it represented Emperor Ye's attitude and required a response. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yi Futian said without any hesitation. Everyone was stunned by this. What a surprise for today's Fenghua banquet. Hua Jieyu was conferred the title of non-family princess. Chapter 127. Hua Jieyu was still in a daze. How did she suddenly become a princess of the Kangyi kingdom? Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenyin also froze momentarily. Then they broke out into a smile. This way, it could be said that they had gained a footing in the Kangyi kingdom. This would solve many of the worries they had. Many nobles stood to bow at Hu Jieyu. Greetings, Princess Jieyu. Even though Hua Jieyu was an outsider given the title of princess and did not equal a real princess, everyone understood the emperor's intentions. From now on, Yi Futian's trio was definitely going to be of an extraordinary status. The people must show respect to the emperor's decisions. Besides, it was very logical for Emperor Yi to confer the title upon Hua Jieyu. Conferring her was equal to conferring Yi Futian. The man a princess was in love with would naturally become a prince in the future. What should Jieyu call Your Majesty? Yi Futian asked the emperor. It's just a title, not of importance. For now, she can call me however she pleases. When she gets used to this title, she may even call me godfather if she is willing, smiled Emperor Yi. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian and then at her parents. She was not perfect without proper etiquette. Emperor Yi was so nice to her, and had agreed to heal her father. How could she be casual with what she called him? She looked at Emperor and bowed. Greetings to Godfather from Jeju. Emperor Yi smiled brightly. He went on to say, talented young men and women have demonstrated their gifts at the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. Hua Jieyu has proven herself to be beautiful and capable like no other. I am very happy to have her as my goddaughter. Congratulations, father, said the princes and princesses beside him. Congratulations, your majesty. The nobles congratulated once again. They stood and held out both hands while they bowed to the emperor. Some people in the crowd looked toward Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, who was still standing on the Fenghua platform. Emperor Yi had said that Hua Jieyu was beautiful like no other. There was no need for explanation. Hua Jieyu was indeed more beautiful than Lin Yueyao. Now, Hua Jieyu had been bestowed the title of princess, and was the recipient of everyone's and less praises. It seemed like the title of Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty was going to have to transfer over to someone else. Jieyu, I don't have a welcoming gift prepared at hand, but I will personally make a request to the imperial advisor for him to help your father, Emperor Yi said, smiling. Many people looked at Hua Fenglu enviously. He must have been so proud to have such a disciple and such a daughter. Thank you, godfather. The smile on Hua Jieyu's face was big and bright. The imperial advisor must have been a person of great power, seeing how the emperor said he would make a request. As for everyone else's rewards, I have already prepared them in the Kangyi Kingdom library. According to your placing on the Fenghua rank, you may choose one out of 3 things: a treasure, a spell book, or battle tactic book. You may all follow me into the imperial palace. Emperor Yi stood up and continued. The Fenghua banquet is now officially over. After he was done speaking, he turned to guide the empress onto the carriage. The princes and princesses followed after them. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked at each other and smiled. The Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet had finally come to an end with great results. They hadn't wasted a trip. Master, let's head into the palace, Yi Futian said to Hua Fenglu. Let's go. Nandu Wanin sighed loudly and said, do you think there's a chance they could repair your life spirit as well? My life spirit was shattered into pieces. It's not that easy, said Hua Fenglu. He did not have high hopes. As long as they were able to heal his injuries so that he could live like a normal person, he was happy. A large group of people followed the emperor into the imperial palace. However, there were still some people who remained standing around the Fenghua platform, not wanting to leave. The Fenghua banquet was a gathering of cultivators in the Kangyi Kingdom, but instead, the spotlight had been stolen by the trio from the Nandu nation. The 3 of them did not seem to be of any special background, but they were all incredibly powerful. At the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian got first place, Hua Jieyu was given the title of princess, and Yu Sheng received high regards from the emperor. They 3 of them were destined for greatness. Besides that, everyone witnessed just how powerful Yi Wuchen was. He was invincible on the Fenghua platform. However, Lin Yueyao, who was the center of attention and the most outstanding female in Kangyi Kingdom before the Fenghua banquet, was completely outshined by Hua Jieyu. She had received a mere last place on the Fenghua rank. Even Hua Zhixin had placed higher than her. Only when they saw the large group of figures disappear slowly, did the people around the platform go their separate ways. Afterward, the news spread rapidly all over the imperial Kangyi city. In the imperial palace, the carriage was moving forward. Just then, an imperial bodyguard beside the carriage came to Yi Futian. His Majesty has requested you. Yi Futian nodded and headed for the carriage ahead. Lin Yueyao by Qiu Zhuo Qianfan, and the others watched Yi Futian's silhouette with a mix of emotions. They were all thinking something different. Yi Futian arrived next to the carriage. Your Majesty, he greeted the emperor seated in the carriage. There are still many things you have yet to explain. As talented as you are, what is the royal Luo family's reason for wanting you dead? Asked Emperor Luo. Your Majesty, it might have had something to do with a prophecy told by the Nandu nation's left minister, Minister Zhua, answered Yi Futian. I know that Minister Zhua is an astrologer. Explain, said Emperor Luo. I once traveled with Minister Zhua. It was then that he might have told my fortune. He bestowed the decree of the minister upon me afterward. Then by chance he also told Jeeyu's fortune. Because of this, the crown prince became aware of us. He went all the way to Donghai Academy to see me. He asked for me to follow under his leadership, and told me that he would make me his minister once he became the emperor, but I rejected. Then came an imperial order from Emperor Luo. He made me the crown prince's study attendant and Jeeyu the crown princess. Our only choice was to defy the order and flee for our lives. Yi Futian did not keep anything from Emperor Yi because he could easily find out the truth by sending someone to Donghai City. The emperor's eyes brightened. Based on what Yi Futian had said, many things became clear. It was obvious that Emperor Luo gave such an order on purpose as an excuse to get rid of Yi Futian and Hua Jeeyu. Looks like you and Jeeyu were destined to become emperor and empress. Emperor Yi laughed at Yi Futian. But I've never even thought about becoming emperor. I had no intentions of stealing the Nandu nation throne, said Yi Futian. He did not mention that he indeed was fated to be emperor but not the emperor of a country. You didn't think of it before, but after what happened, there's a chance of it happening. This is probably what they call fate, smiled Emperor Yi. Yi Futian did not say anything. He was not going to become the emperor of a country. Those were not his intentions, but the royal family of the Nandu nation must be eliminated. He was willing to do anything to make sure this happened. The Luos found an excuse to kill you, and yet you were able to escape? Emperor Luo was curious. If Emperor Luo gave out such an order, then it would only make sense that he would have made sure that there was no way Yi Futian could make it out alive. We barely made it, said Yi Futian. My grandmaster sacrificed his life to make sure we survived, and Yushang's master, Senior Yixiang, is still missing. He did not tell the emperor that even though such grave sacrifices were made, they never would have made it out of Donghai City alive if it hadn't been for the emperor's will in his body. What Yi Futian didn't know was that even with the emperor's will, he almost didn't make it out of Donghai City. Your grandmaster is very respectable. As for Yixiang, I will send people to find him, but since he is on the run, he may be in hiding. It won't be easy to find him, unless you are able to let him know that you're here, said Emperor Yi. Yi Futian nodded. He understood what the emperor was trying to say. They continued through the imperial palace. The empress and others left first. Emperor Yi ordered someone to lead Yi Wuqian and others on the Fenghua rank to the imperial library, while he personally led Yi Futian's group to another place in the palace. Accompanying them was Princess Yi Lingxi. Deep within the imperial palace was a mountain. It was quiet on the mountain. The only things on the mountain were the ancient trees and a single residence. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Emperor Yi personally guided Yi Futian and the rest on to the mountain. As soon as they entered the residence, an elder came out to welcome them. The elder had white hair and a white beard. He looked wise like a sage. However, his eyes were shut tight, even in the presence of the emperor. On the way up, Yi Lingxi had told them that the imperial advisor could not see. "You're here, your majesty," greeted the imperial advisor. Even though he was blind, it was like he could see who had arrived. He walked directly towards the emperor. "Teacher, it's been a while since I came to bother you," said Emperor Yi. Yi Futian and the others had a look of surprise on their faces. The imperial advisor was Emperor Ye's teacher. "Your Majesty, have you come because of him?" The imperial advisor turned in Hua Fengliu's direction. "That's correct. Teacher, the Fenghua banquet ended today. This is Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu and Yu Sheng. The three of them are unbelievably gifted and have a lot of potential. They may even surpass me in the future." Yi Futian ranked first, and his request was for his master's injuries to be healed. "Originally, I did not want to disturb you, but then I took Jieyu as my goddaughter. So the only thing I could do was to ask you to help heal her father," explained Emperor Yi. "They are extraordinary indeed," nodded the imperial advisor. He turned to Hua Fenglu and asked, "How are your injuries?" Hua Fenglu released his broken life spirit once again, then leaned against Nandu Wanyin fatigued. He didn't even have energy to speak. Yi Futian spoke for him. Master forcefully summoned his life spirit in a battle after it was disabled. "I can heal him, but it's not something I can do in a day, especially since his life spirit is shattered. It will take a long time to recover fully," said the imperial advisor. "You can repair his life spirit?" asked Yi Futian with a shaking voice. Even Hua Fengliu's heart skipped a beat. He had never even dared to dream of it. There's nothing surprising about teacher being able to do what others can't, chuckled Emperor Yi. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and happy. All of them bowed to Emperor again. Thank you, Your Highness. You guys should be thanking my teacher, laughed Emperor Yi. The imperial advisor waved his hand. Since His Majesty has requested, it is only right for me to oblige. He will need to stay here for treatment. As for the rest of you, if you don't mind that there isn't much to offer here, you guys can stay here as well. Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian put his hands together and bowed at the elder with great gratitude. Hua Jieyu was excited. Her father's life spirit could actually be healed. Nanda Wenin's eyes were getting red. All these years she'd never had any high hopes. Then you guys shall stay here with teacher. If anything happens, you go down the mountains and find someone to report directly to me. Emperor Yi instructed the group and then departed with Princess Yi Lingxi. Just when the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet ended, in the Nandu Nation's imperial city, cultivators gathered for their countrywide event. The Nandu Nation's Tingfeng banquet was about to begin. Chapter 128. Countless strong cultivators gathered here in the magnificent imperial city of Nandu Nation. There were 36 prefectures in the Nandu Nation, with many cities in each prefecture and academies in each city. At this time, the younger generation of talents from all the cities gathered here in Nandu City for the Tingfeng banquet held by the Nandu Nation. Different from the Fenghua banquet of Kangyi Kingdom, the Tingfeng banquet had no preliminary test. Any young person could participate and show their talents. The Fenghua banquet was held every 3 years in Kangyi Kingdom, so efficiency was highlighted and it was fast-paced. As for the Tingfeng banquet, held every 10 years, it was grander. People from the East Sea Prefecture gradually arrived at the imperial city. Not only young participants came but also those strong cultivators who wanted to witness the grand banquet. The strong cultivators from Donghai Academy of the East Sea Prefecture definitely would not miss such a grand banquet. Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the School of Emperor Star, led his excellent disciples together with the other headmasters. Stepping into the city, a group of demon beasts flew in the sky. The disciples looked over the magnificent ancient city below, feeling slight butterflies. They wondered whether they would stand out in this Tingfeng banquet. Amongst the crowd was Zhuoqing, who was thought the most highly by Yan Xiao, the headmaster. Standing on a beast, Zhuoqing looked over at the capital, full of ambition. Talented as he was, there was a big possibility for him to win a place for himself even though there were countless talents gathered at this banquet. However, Zhuoqing was not completely confident. No one knew how many powerful figures were born during the past 10 years. Nobody dared claim that he could stand out. At this time a figure appeared in Zhuoqing's mind. If that talented youth was here, he must be the winner. However, it had been only about 1 month since the Donghai City event. He was probably still on the run. Zhou Mu was also with the group of people, as well as his teacher, the art saint. Lin Xia was also here. She had matured from when she met Yi Futian on the ship in the East Sea. 17-year-old Lin Xia was now more beautiful, and her body more curved. At the beginning of this year, she attended the spring quarter examination held by the Donghai Academy and passed. Hearing that the Tingfeng banquet was to be held, she wanted to have a look too. In the distance, another line of figures descended. Someone called out, "Headmaster Yan." Yan Xiao turned to look and smiled. The disciples from the Nanda clan are going to attend this banquet too? These people arriving were from the Nanda clan. Yes. One of the strong cultivators from the Nanda clan nodded slightly with complex feelings. What happened to the Nanda clan on the last day of the divine calendar changed a lot of things. They had to show more reliance on the royal authority in order to survive. Therefore, they came to the Tingfeng banquet. The 2 lines moved on silently. Above them were countless other strong cultivators. As they advanced, they could make out the grand palace before them. It was even more solemn and sacred under the sunlight. At this time, Emperor Luo stood in the main hall of the palace, reading a message from his guard. The message was about the Fenghua banquet held in Kangyi Kingdom. It was held every 3 years and many outstanding persons would emerge. Nandu Nation would naturally pay attention to such news. However, Emperor Luo generally wouldn't care about such things. Countless talents emerged every 3 years. How could he, the emperor of the Nandu nation, have enough energy to care about these trivial matters? But this message was sent to his hands because several names that should not have appeared were on the Fenghua rank. First place was Yi Futian. What a familiar name. As the emperor, he should not pay attention to a youth. However, Minister Zhua, Minister Hua, and the prince all showed a great interest in him. Therefore, 1 month ago, the Emperor Luo had sent a decree that everybody in Nandu nation shall listen to him, for he stood for God. However, Yi Futian still escaped from Nandu nation. The emperor didn't expect that he would next see Yi Futian's name on the Fenghua rank of the Kangyi kingdom, joining the Fenghua banquet as a full attribute genius with twin spirits. Of course he would win. Emperor Luo laughed. Yi Futian had displayed his horrible talent at the Nanda clan, so the emperor was not surprised that Yi Futian was the winner. Once he attended, he would definitely win the first place. The fourth was Hua Jieyu. This name was also quite familiar to him. She should have been the crown princess of Nandu nation. Declare my will. Emperor Luo raised his head and delivered an order again. Just like last month, it was still about Yi Futian. He knew this decree was even more impossible to complete, but he still sent it. Oh! In the Kangyi kingdom's palace, Yi Futian and Yu Shang were cultivating in tranquility on a hill while waiting for their teacher to recover. They didn't go out. Yi Futian knew that since he had won the first place on the banquet and revealed the Nandu event in public, he must be more careful. Master! When practicing the music, Yi Futian saw a figure coming. He stopped playing and smiled. It was Hua Fenglu. He walked alone and looked more energetic than before. He would recover completely soon. Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan had been by his side all these days. Sometimes, Yi Futian knew that Aunt Tang still wanted to be with Hua Fenglu, despite her words. Even the masteress had accepted her dedication to Hua Fenglu. When Hua Fenglu first returned to Donghai City, it was Tang Lan who took care of him. How do you feel? At this time, a wise imperial advisor came near and asked Hua Fenglu. I feel much better. Thank you for these past few days. Hua Fenglu responded. Take a good rest. Don't use your strength over the next few days. You still have to wait for a long time before the life spirit's complete recovery. You'd better not leave the mountain these days, the imperial advisor told him. I know. Hua Fenglu nodded. The imperial advisor looked at Hua Jieyu and asked, I sensed your cultivation yesterday. Can I have a look at your life spirit? Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded slightly and moved forward a step. She released her gorgeous life spirit like a noble queen with a crown. The imperial advisor stood still, but his body shivered involuntarily. He turned to Nandu Wanyin and asked, How about yours? Nandu Wanyin felt puzzled but still released her life spirit. Her life spirit was not as gorgeous as Hua Jieyu's, but it was still extraordinary. The imperial advisor trembled. He slowly knelt and prostrated on the ground to pay his respect. Greetings, my princess. The group's expression changed. Yi Futian stood up and looked at this scene with some astonishment. I was the imperial sorcerer of Nandu Nation Mo He, the old man said with a trembling voice. I never thought there would be a day where I could see His Majesty's descendants. Senior, please rise. Nandu Wanyin was shocked. No one here had expected that the imperial advisor of Kangyi Kingdom used to be the imperial sorcerer of the Nandu Nation. Of course, he was from the previous Nandu Nation, not the present one. Are you the descendant of the Emperor Ju? The old man stood up slowly and asked with a trembling voice. Yes, he is my grandfather. It is said that he escaped to the Nanda clan in the Donghai city after the Luos took the power. Nandu Wanyin nodded. His Highness did the right thing. If he did not leave, he would only die in the end. Luo Tianyin would not let him go. The old man's voice was tinged with hatred. What happened in those years? Why did my grandfather and parents leave Nanda clan and never come back? What does this have to do with Emperor Luo? Nandu Wanyin asked. Luo Tianyin was Emperor Luo's real name. She only knew that 300 years ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing unified the divine prefectures of the East. Forces in the world were in unrest. The emperor of the Nandu nation ran into an accident and the whole nation was in a chaos. Countless forces fought for the throne. The Nanda clan had lost too many strong cultivators for this. And at that time Luo Tianyin turned out to win with his noble plane and ascended the throne. Since then the Luos replaced Nanda royalty. After Emperor Luo took power, panic rose through the nation. In order to show the emperor's bearing, Emperor Luo ordered a nationwide amnesty. He forgave his rivals. Soon the whole nation bowed down to him and the Nanda nation was stabilized. The Nanda clan returned to Donghai City and survived this crisis. Luo Tianyin, that bastard, used to be His Majesty's personal bodyguard. Because of his great talent, His Majesty treated him as a disciple. During a turbulent time, His Majesty left the nation for the pursuit of stronger power. Luo Tianyin and I followed. However, Luo Tianyin was wildly ambitious. Taking advantage of His Majesty's crisis, he made his move when His Majesty let down his guard. His Majesty's fate was taken and I lost my eyes. Perhaps even Luo Tianyin thinks that I died. The old man shook and said, Luo Tianyin went against the heavens and changed fate to ascend the throne and replace Nandu's royalty. In order not to be despised by the world, he did not hurt the Nanda clan but still had dirty underhand tricks. Princess, you said His Majesty and your father disappeared. I am afraid they were investigating the things of that year and had misfortunes. Why don't you announce his evil deeds to the world? Hearing about the past events, Nanda Wanin was furious. If I do so, the Nanda clan will perish completely. The old man sighed. I settled in Kangyi Kingdom with a disguised identity for so many years. I taught the emperor how to cultivate so the Kangyi Kingdom can become stronger and one day overthrow the Luo reign. Yi Futian didn't expect this secret, and suddenly understood many things. The reason why Emperor Luo declared in Donghai City to confer Hua Jieyu with the title of Crown Princess was not only because of ministers was augury. The poor Nanda clan didn't know that the emperor would definitely not let Hua Jieyu rise, unless she became subordinate to him, and became the crown princess. Moreover, Emperor Luo had once gone against fate. He was not afraid of fate at all. Now he'd become stronger. As the emperor, how would he fear the two fated youths? When they were discussing this issue, a messenger from the Nanda nation came to visit the emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom. Chapter 129. In the main hall of the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial palace, an ambassador from the Nanda nation had arrived. Emperor Yi met him seated on his throne. Greetings, Emperor Yi, said the ambassador. He knelt down on the floor in a deep bow. Rise, said Emperor Yi. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ambassador rose from the ground and looked at Emperor Yi. I have come under the order of His Majesty of the Nandu nation. We heard that traitors of our country, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, were here at the Kangyi Palace. His Majesty has sent me in a request that they be returned to the Nandu nation for punishment. They are already citizens of the Kangyi Kingdom. Furthermore, I have already conferred the title of princess upon Hua Jieyu, and she is now my goddaughter. Relay the message to your emperor. They no longer have anything to do with your country. Do not use the term traitor in reference to them anymore, Emperor Yi said with a cold demeanor. He was dignified and stern. They were once citizens of the Nandu nation's East Sea Prefecture, and have defied the orders of the emperor. They are traitors and deserve capital punishment. Is it really proper for Emperor Yi to handle things this way? The ambassador asked the emperor without fear. How preposterous, said someone on the sideline. They stared at the ambassador with cold eyes, but he only lifted his head to look at Emperor Yi calmly, neither haughty nor humble. I will repeat myself once more. They are now part of the Kangyi Kingdom. Hua Jieyu is a princess and in the future, Yi Futian will be a prince. Did you hear me clearly? Said with a natural sternness. Noble will befell the ambassador, and he could feel an invisible force pushing down on his head. Our country is willing to trade a city for each of them. The ambassador bowed his head. If I want one your cities, I will fight for it myself. You may head back to answer to your emperor now, said Emperor Yi. Battles always happened at the borders of the two countries. One day the border cities belonged to the Nandu nation, the next to the Kangyi Kingdom. It changed hands every couple of days. To an emperor of an entire country, of what use was one city? The ambassador reached both hands out, bowed down and said, The Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet is about to begin. We are inviting emperors of each country to attend. Our emperor has sent me here with an invitation. inviting Emperor Yi to attend. He fished out an invitation and submitted it with both hands. Someone took the invitation and then handed it to Emperor Yi. He read it over and smiled. Very well. Tell your emperor that I will be attending the banquet. The Nandu nation awaits Emperor Ye's presence. I will excuse myself now. The ambassador bowed his head and retreated backward. He continued out of the hall before bowing once again, and only then did he turn his back to leave. After he left, Emperor Yi put down the invitation in his hand and went into deep thought. Emperor Luo is actually inviting emperors of different countries to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Was he that confident in this year's banquet? Standing up, Emperor Yi walked out of the main hall. Yi Futian had no idea of this. Although he knew that the results of the Fenghua banquet might attract attention from the Nandu nation, he never thought they would send someone so quickly. On the mountain, Imperial Advisor Mo He said to Hua Jieyu, Princess Jieyu's life spirit seems to have evolved. Back in the old Nandu nation, I used to follow His Majesty around and have a pretty good understanding of this life spirit. Princess Jieyu, you can continue to cultivate here and I can teach you what I know. Hua Jieyu's eyes sparkled and she quickly nodded. Thank you, Senior. I have hidden my name for so long, not even His Majesty Emperor Yi knows my true identity. In public, you can continue to call me Imperial Advisor, said Mo He. Okay. Everyone nodded. Yi Futian was moved. Who would have thought that in a foreign land, they would be able to meet the imperial sorcerer of the Nandu nation's previous royal family? Years ago, the royal Nandu family was stripped of their title and moved out of the East Sea Prefecture to avoid danger. They did not dare to even think of revolting because they were afraid that Emperor Luo might try to kill them. Once an imperial bodyguard, Luo Tianyin, had become emperor. One imperial order from him was able to scare the wits out of the entire clan. What a joke. Someone's here, said the imperial advisor. He walked outside and moments later, Prince Yi Danshan and Princess Yilingxi arrived. Greetings, imperial advisor. The two of them bowed at the elder in respect. No need for formalities, your highness, said Mo He. Imperial advisor, we are here for Yi Futian and the others, said Yi Danshan. Mo He nodded. Yi Futian walked over and asked, What is it, your highness? Not long ago, an ambassador of the Nandu nation came to see father, asking him to hand you two over, Yi Danshan explained. Yi Futian's eyes faltered. That was quick. Father rejected, of course. However, the ambassador then brought out an invitation, inviting father to the Tingfeng banquet. Father wants to bring all 10 of the cultivators on the Fenghua rank along with him, and wants to know if you guys would be willing to do so. Yi Danshan asked Yi Futian. The Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian was frozen. It was a familiar name. Once upon a time, back in the Nandu nation, ministers had wanted him to head to the imperial city in the spring to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian had the same idea himself and prepared to make the trip. But in the span of a mere month, which seemed like such a long time, hearing about the banquet it seemed so foreign. Was the Tingfeng banquet about to begin? We'll go. Yi Futian nodded without hesitation. He wanted to see Emperor Luo for himself, the man who ruined his life with one imperial order. As for his safety, Yi Futian was not worried. Even though the Kangyi kingdom and the Nandu nation had been rivals for hundreds of years, there had never been any battles significant enough to ruin either country. Even when there were more serious battles, both countries knew their limits. There was a strange equilibrium in the relationship between both countries. It was something that no one would destroy. The reason was simple. Both emperors were powerful cultivators in the noble plane. Neither person had an advantage over the other. What truly determined the fate of a country was not the strength of its army but the ability of its leader, the ability of the emperor. For example, in the old Nandu nation, the emperor had fallen and led to the entire family being overthrown, becoming history. If Yi Futian attended the banquet with Emperor Yi, Emperor Luo wouldn't kill him even if he wanted to, because what would happen if Emperor Yi charged into the Nandu nation's imperial palace in a fit of rage? Fighting with a person in the noble plane would only mean death. Even between rival countries there was a mutual understanding. No one was allowed to cross the line and break equilibrium, or else there would be heavy consequences. That was, unless one of the emperors was already strong enough to kill the other on the spot. In the world of cultivation, personal abilities were more important than anything else. Even royal power was the result of a person's abilities. Since Emperor Yi had Yi Danshan come to ask Yi Futian to attend, it was obvious that he had also realized this point. Emperor Luo wouldn't dare to touch Yi Futian, especially not in his own country. Are you all going? Yi Lingxi asked, looking at Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu. Jieyu shouldn't go. She should stay to take care of master, said Yi Futian. In reality, Hua Fenglu was fine under the care of Nanda Wanyin and Tang Lan. Besides, his injuries had already gotten a lot better. But Hua Jieyu had to stay and cultivate with the imperial advisor. It had to do with her future in cultivation. All right, nodded Yi Danshan. I'll go ask the others now. I'll come find you again when it's time to go. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Futian nodded in response. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi left afterward. Are you really going to the Nandu Nation's imperial city? Hua Fenglu asked Yi Futian. Yeah, I had already planned to do so. This is the perfect opportunity. Yi Futian smiled. Be careful, warned Hua Fenglu. Master, don't worry and focus on your treatment. You have to repair your life spirit, or else it'll be really embarrassing for you when I surpass you in a couple of years, laughed Yi Futian. Okay, when I'm fully healed, I can guide your cultivation properly. Hua Fenglu smiled at his disciple. Yi Futian shivered at the fake smile on his face. Master, your gifts are peerless. When you're fully healed, you'll definitely do great things. I cannot compare. Only then did Hua Fenglu nod in satisfaction. Deep down, Yi Futian was cursing him for being so shameless. He's such a bully to his disciple. The next morning, a group had gathered outside the imperial palace. They were the brilliant cultivators from the Fenghua banquet. Their attention fell on Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Danshan when they stepped out. Everyone had a different look on their faces. Wasn't Yi Futian from the Nandu Nation? Going to attend the Tingfeng banquet was the perfect chance for them to check out just how powerful the cultivators in the Nandu Nation were. Where's Hua Jieyu? Lin Yueyao could not help but ask when she noticed that Hu Jieyu was missing. She has other business to attend to and won't be coming with us, Yi Futian answered. He was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Yueyao would ask about Jieyu. Lin Yueyao nodded her head lightly and didn't say anything else. Moments later, a group of people came out from the palace. It was Emperor Yi and his people. Besides the emperor, there were a few very dignified-looking individuals. They must have been people of very high cultivation. A loud roar came from within the imperial palace. Everyone looked up and saw a fearsome creature headed toward them. The scary beast was a flood dragon. The flood dragon approached and moved to stay near Emperor Yi. Let's head out since we're all here. I wanted to bring you guys on this trip to show you guys cultivators of other countries. Do not limit yourselves to the Kangyi kingdom. There may be a day when you will leave here. Emperor Yi smiled and walked to the flood dragon. Everyone followed the emperor onto the dragon's back. With a loud roar and a huge gust of wind, the flood dragon lifted into the air, rising higher and higher. It broke through the clouds at an alarming speed, headed in the direction of the Nandu Nation. The Kangyi kingdom was over 100 kilometers away from the Nandu Nation. However, because of the flood dragon's high cultivation, it moved with the wind and they arrived in the Nandu Nation's imperial city in a single day. Presently, powerful cultivators from all around the country had gathered in the imperial city. Emperor Luo had also invited emperors from other countries to attend the banquet. Countless beasts soared through the skies, filling the air with their cries. But when the flood dragon flew by, everyone stared from far away. They looked at the line of people mounted on the dragon as they tried to guess their identity. The flood dragon was a ferocious beast like no other. It must be a powerful demon beast. What kind of person would be able to control such a beast? Emperor Yi stood on the dragon's back quietly, allowing the wind to blow freely on him. His long hair blew in the wind. Beside him stood Yi Futian, who was looking down on the imperial city. What are you thinking? Asked Emperor Yi with a smile. Yi Futian must have been experiencing a wave of emotions coming back here. I was thinking about when I can finally wipe out the imperial Nanda palace, Yi Futian replied as he looked out far ahead. A light smile crossed his face, his tone calm. Chapter 130. As the dragon came closer to the palace of the Nandu Nation, A line of figures flew over. The dragon roared ferociously. "Stop!" Emperor Yi said. Then the dragon halted. Those comers bowed and said, "Your Majesty." "What's the matter?" the emperor asked. "We were ordered by our emperor to welcome you. The accommodation has been arranged for you," the man said. "Lead the way," Emperor Yi said lightly. The other nodded and walked in front, leading the way. Soon they arrived at a giant palace near the imperial palace. Though the two nations were rivals, courtesy was necessary since the emperor was invited here. Everything in the palace for the stay had been arranged well for them. Since Emperor Yi was the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom, only people from the Kangyi kingdom could share the palace with him. "Yi Futian, come with me. Emperor Luo won't hurt you, but don't leave the palace for safety reasons. If you really have to go out for some reason, let Jingyu go with you," Emperor Yi warned Yi Futian. Jingyu was the emperor's bodyguard. The emperor had assigned Jingyu many things in his daily life. "I'll be careful." Yi Futian nodded. Although Emperor Luo wouldn't hurt him in public, there was still the possibility for him to arrange an assassination or kill him by another's hand without any evidence left. Emperor Yi couldn't blame it on him then. The group settled down in the palace while the outside world was stirred up. The Tingfeng banquet was to be held the next day. The decennial banquet was more magnificent than the Fenghua banquet of the Kangyi kingdom. The whole nation paid great attention to it and all the heroes would attend. A sensation was inevitable. Everyone was looking forward to the opening of the Tingfeng banquet the next day. 1 hour later outside the palace, a row of figures strode over and went directly into the palace. The leader was a beautiful woman. She seemed like an unordinary person. Following behind her were her strong bodyguards. Jingyu stood before her and said, "This is the Emperor Ye's palace. Any intruders will be killed without pardon. I'm looking for Yi Futian." The woman looked up to Jingyu and Jingyu suddenly grew hesitant. "Since this is Emperor Ye's palace, what do you think we can do?" the woman continued. Jingyu thought for a while then said, "Follow me." He led the way and the woman's people followed behind. They came to a place in the palace where Yi Futian's group lived. Seeing many people coming over, Lin Yueyao and the others went to Yi Futian's room out of curiosity. Yi Futian sat in the courtyard. When he saw the newcomer, he was stunned. "Yi Futian, why did you join the Kangyi kingdom?" the woman asked angrily. She seemed to come here for an explanation. Yi Futian looked up to this beautiful but capricious woman and said indifferently, "Are you talking to me?" This woman turned out to be the princess of the Nandu nation, the daughter of Emperor Luo and the sister of the crown prince. "My teacher gave you the minister's decree and my brother let you be minister but you rejected him," Luo Mengyan said. "My father even conferred you with the study attendant of the crown prince. What did we do to you? Is it just because of Hua Jieyu? Is Hua Jieyu the reason why you joined the Kangyi kingdom? Get out." Yi Futian looked at her coldly. Was this girl stupid? What did they do to him? "You." Luo Mengyan pointed at Yi Futian and shouted, "You are a jerk. I'll kill you." She pounced forward. Yi Futian stood up and stepped forward too. As if remembering something bad, Luo Mengyan froze in place. "I'm here to accompany His Majesty, not for recalling past days. Princess, please leave." Yi Futian responded nonchalantly. Only then did people know that this woman was the princess of the Nandu nation. Many people looked at Yi Futian curiously. What did this guy do to the princess? "It's your own choice to betray Nandu nation, but you shouldn't trouble my teacher. Because of you, my teacher doesn't pay attention to the outside world anymore and even neglects me. It's all because of you." Luo Mengyan's eyes grew red. Yi Futian was surprised. He didn't mean to trouble Minister Zhua. It could be said that this whole thing was triggered by Minister Zhua, but he knew that Minister Zhua was thinking for his good. The emperor's decree should have nothing to do with Minister Zhua. Did the astrologist minister not care about anything anymore? Yi Futian took out the decree of the minister and threw it to Luo Mengyan. "Return it to Minister Zhua and tell him that I won't blame him." "You won't blame him?" Luo Mengyan took the token and asked indignantly in return. "You can leave now." Yi Futian was kicking them out. Luo Mengyan looked at Yi Futian coldly and turned away. People around the court moved aside but Luo Mengyan stopped and turned around. She asked, "You said that your girlfriend is more beautiful than me? How beautiful is she that you could betray the Nandu nation for her? You don't deserve to be compared with her, Yi Futian answered indifferently. Luo Mingyan is so naive. Does she really think that Emperor Luo and the Crown Prince were thinking for his good? Or maybe it's just hard for her to think of her father and brother as bad people. Luo Mingyan looked coldly at Yi Futian and left. After she left, Lin Yueyao asked Yi Futian in confusion, "What have you done to the princess of the Nandu nation?" Yi Futian looked at Lin Yueyao and smiled slightly. "Do you want to try?" Seeing Yi Futian's mean smirk, Lin Yueyao said, "No thank you." With that she left. Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang watched the whole thing silently. As the top beauty of the Kangyi kingdom, Lin Yueyao was always very aloof, but she had struck up a conversation with Yi Futian several times. However, Yi Futian just directly ignored this beauty, which annoyed the onlookers very much. The difference between them. But Yi Futian's girlfriend was indeed more beautiful than Lin Yueyao. "Let's go out for a walk," Sui Qianfan suggested. All the strong cultivators gathered here in the Nandu nation. They could go take a look. Since the emperor of the Nandu nation invited them, he wouldn't stoop so low as to play tricks on them. Good idea. Yu Jiang nodded and went out. Yi Futian didn't go with them but continued his cultivation. The next morning, people from the Nandu nation came to the palace and visited Emperor Yi. He went to greet them and Yi Futian's group also showed up. The people from Nandu nation bowed and said, "My Majesty ordered me to invite Your Highness to the Imperial Palace so that all their majesties can attend the Tingfeng banquet together." "What about them?" Emperor Yi asked, looking to Yi Futian's and others. "Only the emperors have been invited. The rest shall go separately. They can meet Your Majesty in the Imperial Palace," the man answered and smiled. Emperor Yi didn't respond but turned to Jingyu. "You take them there." "Yes, Your Majesty." Jingyu nodded. Emperor Yi followed the people and left. "Let's go," Jingyu said. Other than him, there were many other strong cultivators of the Kangyi kingdom. The group of people went out and walked directly toward the Imperial Palace. Outside the palace, there were people from other kingdoms also moving toward the Imperial Palace. The Tingfeng banquet was held outside the north gate of the Imperial Palace where there was already a sea of people. The number of the attendees of the Tingfeng banquet was bigger than that of the Fenghua banquet. When Yi Futian's people arrived, they were almost submerged by the sea of people. Outside the north gate, there were 9 tall platforms erected in a row which was surrounded by a vast open space. The throne and the stands were set opposite the platforms. Ordinary people would not be allowed to enter that area. People from all over the Nandu nation were gathered here, naturally including the people from the East Sea Prefecture. The Nandu clan stood in the crowd and watched the throne and the stands in front of platforms where the royal families sat. The Nandu clan could sit there before, but at this time, they could only stand in the crowd. 1 month ago, if that thing did not happen, Jieyu would be the crown princess now, a Nandu youth said. Then we could also sit over there. All of this was destroyed by Yi Futian. "Don't think about it anymore and don't mention Hua Jieyu again," an elder reprimanded. Hua Jieyu was a sinner of the Nandu nation. They had to cut all ties with her. "Okay." That youth nodded and looked at the crowd. The youth would participate in this banquet so every strong cultivator here might be his opponent. He continued to observe and stopped when somewhere. He frowned, looked backward and found a line of figures. "Yi Futian," the youth called. People from the Nandu clan all turned to him. An elder said, "Nonsense. How could Yi Futian appear at the Tingfeng banquet?" "He is there." The youth pointed somewhere with great shock in his eyes. He didn't believe it either, but he definitely had seen Yi Futian. The Nandu clan all looked toward the direction he pointed in and their eyes fell on a handsome figure. Every cultivator of the Nandu clan was stunned and their eyes flashed. Yi Futian dared to attend the Tingfeng banquet? Did he want to die? Go take him down. The strong cultivators from the Nandu clan immediately bolted in that direction. They had never forgotten what had taken place in Donghai City a while ago. Hua Jieyu was taken away, and a group of strong cultivators of Nandu clan also disappeared. And Yi Futian was the reason. "Don't let him go!" a youth shouted, worrying that Yi Futian would mingle within the crowd. "This guy is really bold. How dare he come back to where the Tingfeng banquet is held? Take him and give him to the emperor," someone said. He'd even planned how to execute Yi Futian. Yi Futian went against Emperor's order. He was a criminal and must be handed over to Emperor Luo. Chapter 131. Yi Futian's group headed closer to the battle platforms. Just then a harsh voice shouted, "Yi Futian!" The surrounding area was crowded and in disarray. Because of this, Yi Futian did not notice the members of the Nandu clan. It was not until he heard the shout that he turned his attention over and saw them. Nandu Ku was among the group. The look in his eyes was ice-cold, ready for blood. Whoosh! The members of the Nandu clan did not waste any words and released all types of spells at Yi Futian. A figure stepped out from beside Yi Futian. With a slight step forward, just one step, the wood sorcery targeted at Yi Futian was destroyed. At the same time, a fearsome force of sword intent filled the air. The temperature dropped and every member of the Nandu clan was encapsulated by the force. They could not help but shiver at the drop in temperature. The small area in which they occupied seemed to have been frozen. The members of the clan stared at the figure that appeared in front of Yi Futian. Shock filled their eyes. They could not believe there was such a powerful individual by Yi Futian's side, protecting him. Did the disappearance of their fellow clan members in Donghai City have something to do with this person? When Yi Futian had appeared in front of their very eyes just a moment ago, they had no other thoughts but to capture him. But seeing this powerful individual, the clan members seemed to have broken out of their daze. Why had Yi Futian shown up at the Tingfeng banquet? There's no need for you guys to be in such a rush. I will pay a visit to the Nandu clan in Donghai City sooner or later. Yi Futian quickly glanced at the clan members and continued on his way. He did not want to get pulled into this situation with them right now, and obviously, Jingyu could not start a massacre at the Tingfeng banquet. Jingyu and the others moved forward together, leaving the members of the Nandu clan to stand in place, watching Yi Futian as he walked away. No one chased after him. They were all intimidated by the powerful feel Jingyu gave off. What on earth was going on? It was true, everyone thought it was odd that Yi Futian had the guts to show up at the Tingfeng banquet, an imperial event held by the emperor. Jingyu was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not go up against the emperor of the Nandu nation. Emperor Luo was a cultivator in the noble plane. He was the only one in all of the Nandu nation. The Nandu clan could not even take care of themselves as of late, so of course, they did not know what had happened in the Kangi kingdom. To be honest, only the royal Luo family would care about what happened in the neighboring countries. Thus, never in a million years would the Nandu clan members guess that Yi Futian came with the emperor of another country. Many imperial bodyguards appeared to maintain order. They stood around the 9 battle platforms. Up ahead, a crowd of powerful cultivators had arrived. Some of the guards cleared the road for them while royals, nobles, and clans stood on the sides to welcome them. From the imperial palace, a group of figures headed their way. The 4 people at the front of the group seemed to be chatting happily, as if they were the best of friends. The 4 of them had a certain aura around them. In the blink of an eye, the noisy area quieted down and everyone paid undivided attention to the group approaching. They knew that Emperor Luo was in the group, but who were the other 3? The 4 figures arrived at the platforms and sat down in their own respective seats. Their status seemed to higher than people expected. Today is the beginning of the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet. I have specially invited the emperors of the Kangi kingdom, the Yunchu nation, and the Yin kingdom to come watch the competitions. We shall enjoy the performances put on by the youths of the Nandu nation. They are our future, and I hope that our younger generation cultivators will not disappoint our 3 guests from afar," smiled Emperor Luo as he introduced his fellow emperors. Immediately, the area was filled with discussion. Besides the one side of the country that was bordered by the sea, the other 3 sides were joined with bordering countries. Today, the emperors of those 3 countries had come to attend the Tingfeng banquet. This year's Tingfeng banquet was graced with the presence of 4 emperors, the 4 strongest cultivators in the noble plane. Below where the 4 emperors sat, everyone began to sit down. Beside Emperor Luo, Crown Prince Luo Junlin as well as other princes and princesses had arrived, but only Luo Junlin could sit next to the emperor. This was the obvious difference in status among the children of the emperor. Below the throne were the left and right ministers. Minister Zhou no longer had the same energy in his eyes as he once did. It seemed like he was no longer interested in anything. On the other hand, Minister Hua looked fresh and energetic. Even though things in Donghai City were not as success as planned, to see Ministers Wu fail was the best thing for him. Jingyu Yi Futian and the others headed to where Emperor Yi was. As citizens of the Kangyi Kingdom, it was only natural that they stayed by the emperor's side. The Nanda clan members kept eyes on Yi Futian. When they saw that not only was Yi Futian not avoiding being seen by Emperor Luo, and was even headed in his direction, some of them had already made predictions. They shivered at the thought. Isn't that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng? Among the large audience, there were some people who came from Donghai City. They froze at the sight of Yi Futian. Naturally, the people of Donghai Academy also took notice. Yin Xiao frowned. What's going on? His gaze shifted to Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. They did not seem to care at all, as if they already knew Yi Futian would be here. Zhuoqing and other students of Donghai Academy were all confused at the sight of Yi Futian. Lin Xia had obviously seen him as well. Her beautiful eyes froze on him. She never imagined she would see Yi Futian at the Tingfeng banquet. One step at a time, Yi Futian's group arrived at the very front of the area. Right below where Emperor Yi was seated. The members of the Nanda clan felt their hearts skip a beat. Seemed they finally understood. The reason why Yi Futian dared to show up in the Nanda nation was because he had royalty backing him. The emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom. Those from Donghai Academy looked very interested. Their mouths hung open as they watched Yi Futian take his seat slowly. Yi Futian went to the Kangyi Kingdom? In a little over a month, Yi Futian had escaped from the Nandu nation to its rival country, the Kangyi Kingdom. Furthermore, he had been recognized for his talents by Emperor Yi. Now, he had returned on the day the Tingfeng banquet began. However, he was not a participant of the banquet but one of the audience. Zhuoqing felt disheartened immediately after seeing Yi Futian. Zhuoqing was here to participate in the banquet and did not even know if he would even be able to impress with his performance, but then there was Yi Futian. He was already seated by the emperor, though not Emperor Luo. Yin Xiao glanced at Zhuoqing who was beside him. Then he turned to another person and said, Tianhao, that's the person you've always wanted to meet. Full attribute genius with twin spirits, Yi Futian. Do you think you can defeat him? Yin Tianhao stared at Yi Futian. In reality, he had taken notice of Yi Futian very early on. It was because they knew each other, but that was when they were younger. They battled once at Qingzhou Academy. As a top student of Haiyan Academy, Yun Tianhao lost to Yi Futian. After that, Yun Tianhao left Qingzhou City in pursuit of experience and better education. So, at the beginning of this year, he was admitted into Donghai Academy. His arrival shook up the whole school. Then he heard of another person who left a deep impression on the students of Donghai Academy. Yi Futian, a name that he kept engraved in his brain. I will defeat him, said Yun Tianhao. Full attribute in twin spirits? So this was his true gift. Seated below Emperor Luo, Ministers Wu first stared at Yi Futian and then at Emperor Yi. He felt disappointed. After their trip to Qingzhou City together, Ministers Wu showed great interest in Yi Futian. It was not only for himself but for the royal Luo family as well. However, it was impossible to know what the emperor was thinking. The royal family actually got the idea that Ministers Wu wanted to revolt against them. They believed that Yi Futian was fated to become emperor of the country, and was a threat to their family. Thus, an imperial order was sent to Donghai City. None of these events could be undone. As for Ministers Wu himself, the emperor lost trust in him because he insisted on rushing to help Yi Futian in Donghai City. If Ministers Wu was Emperor Luo, he would do anything to kill Yi Futian right now. Even if Emperor Yi would get mad and kill a lot of people, it would still be better than the downfall of the royal family. But Emperor Luo would never do that. Although Emperor Luo believed in fate and Ministers Wu's prophecies, he would not trust them fully. Emperor Luo was very headstrong and believed that as an emperor and a powerful cultivator in the noble plane, he could easily change fate. Obviously, Ministers Wu was not going to attempt to persuade Emperor Luo. He wouldn't do it even if he could. He was not going to come up with any more plans for Emperor Luo. Despite this, Ministers Wu knew he would never be able to leave. Even if the emperor was not going to give him anything to do anymore, he would also never let him go. The reason the emperor has not yet killed Ministers Wu was because he did not have a crime to accuse him of. The minister had recruited and bred many talented officers for Emperor Luo. If he killed Minister Zhuo without reason, it would be poorly received by the emperor's subordinates. I heard that the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet ended not too long ago. These should be the ones from the Fenghua rank, correct? Emperor Chu of the Yunchu nation asked with a smile as he looked at Yi Futian and the group. They are the top 10. My goddaughter had other business and could not join us, answered Emperor Yi. He returned a smile. In my Yin kingdom, all those with outstanding gifts and high cultivation have the chance of being recognized by me. Some are even made lords or ministers. It has been like that for generations now. This is a policy that everyone agrees on. My people have the utmost trust in our royal family. To this day, as long as there is a brilliant person, they would make themselves known to me. There is no need for us to hold some boring banquet. I've always been curious. Your countries hold these events once every couple of years. Does it actually help to pick out brilliant individuals? Said the emperor of the Yin kingdom. He looked at the group of people seated below Emperor Yi. His words also included Emperor Luo, who was holding the Tingfeng banquet, but it did not seem like Emperor Luo minded. He smiled lightly and replied, "Every country has their own way of doing things. What matters is that we all do it for the same reason. I invited you all here today, so we'll just have to wait and see if some outstanding young cultivators will appear today. And all of you have brought some younger generation cultivators along. If interested, you can tell them to give it a try as well." "I don't mind," Emperor Luo continued. The people that the emperors of the Yunchu nation and the Yin kingdom brought along were indeed younger generation cultivators. They were all people their country had high hopes in. They had been brought to attend the Tingfeng banquet to check out the genius cultivators of other countries. As of now, the Tingfeng banquet had not begun. Nobody knew what kinds of outstanding individuals would appear. But Yi Futian and the others had already piqued the interest of the cultivators from the two other foreign countries. From time to time, they would turn their gazes over to the group from the Kangyi kingdom. Just then Emperor Luo stood up. To everyone in the large area he said, "Today is the start of the Tingfeng banquet. For emperors have gathered to observe the event. Starting from now the stage is yours. I look forward to all your performances." Chapter 132. After Emperor Luo spoke, people walked onto the 9 battle platforms to organize the matters of the banquet. The Tingfeng banquet was different from the Fenghua banquet. The 9 battle platforms would have fights at the same time. Because it was only held once per decade, the requirements of the Tingfeng banquet were looser. Divided by plane, each of the 8 planes from the 5 glory planes and 3 dharma ranks had a battle platform. They could only fight within the plane to find the strongest of each plane. The center platform was for those of even higher planes. Those under 25 years of age and higher than the 3rd level dharma rank could go there to display their radiance. This way, the age range was 10 years from 16 to 25. The Tingfeng banquet was held once every 10 years, so all the talents created during that time could have this opportunity. The rules were simple and straightforward. It wasn't as efficient as the Fenghua banquet, but it was easier to see what level the talents were at. Yi Futian sat quietly in the stands. He obviously wouldn't demand anything from Emperor Luo right outside the Nanda Palace. In fact, he hadn't even looked at Emperor Luo. The Emperor and Crown Prince hadn't looked at him either. Both parties had forgotten about the Donghai City event in mutual agreement. No one would bring it up. Today was the Tingfeng banquet and Yi Futian was a guest who had come with Emperor Yi. Seeing the people walk to and fro, and the endless crowds before the 9 battle platforms, Yi Futian realized that the Tingfeng banquet was on a much larger scale than the Fenghua banquet. It spanned 10 years and he was sure there were many monstrously talented people born in those years. However, this didn't make him feel anything. Monstrous? So what? Battles erupted on the platforms and the atmosphere rose instantly. Countless eyes stared at the 9 platforms. The young talents' eyes all burned with competitiveness. They were ready to go up and perform at any time. "Emperor Yi, how do you think our Tingfeng banquet is compared to your Fenghua banquet?" Emperor Luo gazed over at Emperor Yi and smiled while asking. "It's much larger and there are more participants, however, the efficiency is too low. The final winner, the pride of the kingdom, might not be comparable to my Fenghua banquet," Emperor Yi said, smiling. "You are confident." Emperor Luo laughed. Nandu Nation's Tingfeng banquet is held once per decade. You think that the talents from a decade can't be compared to the 3 years of your kingdom? You must understand that the top talents can't be discussed with time as the basis. Regardless of Nandu or Kangi, how many years must pass before there is a noble plain cultivator? Emperor Yi said calmly. The emperors of the 4 nations all nodded at that. Someone of the noble plain could become an emperor, and was difficult to come by. Those who had a noble talent were too rare. In addition, it wasn't enough to only have the talent. Too many talents died before they matured. They also needed to have a noble fate. This type of person had definitely appeared in the 4 nations' hundreds of years of history. It wasn't just one person either. However, the emperors might not be able to discover and use them. Emperor Luo, your fate isn't enough. Emperor Yi smiled while Emperor Luo's eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning behind these words. Since Emperor Yi had adopted Hua Jieyu, this meant he would protect Yi Futian. Naturally, he knew many things. There was someone with a noble talent had appeared in Nandu, more than one, in fact. Minister Zhou had personally tested his fate. Since he was fated to be emperor, he would definitely have the talent of a noble. It was undeniable that one must be a noble to become emperor. Unfortunately, this person with the aura of an emperor had fallen for Hua Jieyu, the descendant of the former Nandu royalty. Their fates were possibly emperor and empress. This way, even if they had the noble talent, Emperor Luo couldn't use them for himself or keep them. If Hua Jieyu had agreed to become crown princess, her fate could be used for Luo Junlin, but it was just a pity now. Oh! Emperor Luo smiled thinly. The noble talent is rare, but it appears occasionally. Most die during the process of strengthening though. How many can truly become a noble? There was murderous intent in those words. Emperor Luo is right, Emperor Yi said. I heard that your crown prince Luo Junlin is also believed to have the noble talent, right? I wonder if he'll have to chance to grow into someone of the noble plane. He smiled. Their conversation was tit for tat. Emperor Luo had said that someone with the noble talent could also die, hinting that he wanted to kill Yi Futian. Emperor Yi had counterattacked. Luo Junlin also had the noble talent. Would he die as well? In actuality, he was warning Emperor Luo, try and harm my people. Emperor Luo's lips curled into a sneer sharper than a blade. Yi Futian naturally overheard their conversation. There were hidden meanings behind their words. He understood that Emperor Yi would protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been brought here. Are you two speaking in riddles? The emperor of the Yunchu nation said. They seemed to be fighting with their words, but he didn't understand. The nations all paid attention to the important events of their neighbors, such as the Tingfeng banquet and Fenghua banquet. They would also know who the most brilliant figures of the Fenghua banquet were. However, Donghai City was just a small city of Nandu Nation. They wouldn't pay much attention to it. Especially for emperors, they didn't have the time to care about that. It was already a feat if they glanced at the names of the talents at the Fenghua banquet. In the world of the cultivators, the most important thing for an emperor was just cultivating and becoming stronger. Therefore, the emperor of the Yunchu nation only slightly understood their conversation. He guessed that it had something to do with the Fenghua banquet participant, who called himself the talent of the Nandu nation. The Yunchu nation also brought some younger talents this time. There were some very talented people earlier from Kangi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. If there's a chance, you all can mingle, Emperor Luo said with a smile. The Yunchu nation emperor also smiled. He glanced at the talents of his nation and asked, "Did you hear that?" They smiled and looked over at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's group. One of them, dressed in glamorous clothing, asked, "I heard some news from the Fenghua banquet. Apparently, the winner is from the 7-star glory plane. It's quite interesting. A 7-star glory plane genius who defeated the Dharma rank might really have a superpower," someone joked. Then what kind of Dharma cultivator can be defeated? Apparently he entered the Fenghua rank too. As the Yunchu nation talents chatted, Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu's faces darkened. They obviously understood the jabs in those words. Naturally, it's a Dharma cultivator who can defeat you, a voice said indifferently. Unlike the Yunchu youths who had hidden meanings, he responded straightforwardly. The speaker was Yi Wuchen. He acted just as he fought. He didn't often make actions, but they always hit their mark. Really? I hope I'll have to chance to experience it, the Yunchu youth said with a smile. He wasn't angered. As the pride of their kingdoms, they were rivals. Some remarks couldn't affect his mood. I'll take you all around the imperial city after today's event. Now let us watch quietly, Crown Prince Luo Junlin said. Many looked over at him. He was popular. He was known as the future emperor of the Nanda nation at such a young age, and no one could move him. One must enter the noble plane to become the emperor. Therefore, Luo Junlin was a future noble cultivator. I'm sure today's Tingfeng banquet will be boring, a youth from the Yin kingdom said. He wasn't very excited. The Tingfeng banquet had such a large scale, and all the talents would come to battle. Many were just here for fun and to test their skills. They were easily defeated. Occasionally, someone would be eye-catching, but it wasn't enough. Unless the genius talents were chosen today, the current battles were uninteresting to them. Really? What do you think about that one? Luo Junlin smiled and pointed at a battle platform. It was where the 7-star glory plane cultivators were. At the moment there was a battle. A very young talent stood there, having won many rounds continuously. He was skilled in matrices. He could create one per step and use these arrays to fight without using up any time. He'd been fighting and continuously defeated strong cultivators from everywhere. No one was his match. In fact, they were defeated instantly. The matrices he carved could collect spiritual chi from every element and transform into an impossibly strong spell. The power was horrible. I'm afraid no one in the glory plane can defeat him, Minister Hua said. This must be Yun Tianhao, the talent that Yin Xiao had told him to keep note of. Yin Xiao had said that his life spirit was the matrix. He could use full elemental spiritual chi to carve matrices and had limitless potential. If he had a good teacher, he could wow the world. Yi Futian also gazed at the battle platform. He was shocked when he saw the youth because he knew him. It was the one Yi Futian had fought with when the Haiyan Academy came to challenge the Qingzhou Academy. He'd used tactics of the inscriber to defeat others. Compared to then, Yun Tianhao was much more mature now. He won many more rounds before stopping. His gaze moved to the emperor's stand. Yi Futian realized that Yun Tianhao was looking at him. It seemed that Yun Tianhao still hadn't moved on from that fight. Yi Futian smiled and watched Yun Tianhao walk toward somewhere in the crowd. Following his direction, Yi Futian saw Yan Xiao and the strong cultivators of Donghai Academy. He even saw Lin Xia, looking at him with her pretty eyes. The Donghai Academy. Yi Futian's eyes scanned Yan Xiao and they flashed coldly. The place he had once cultivated at was very memorable. Chapter 133. Many students from Donghai Academy were participating in the Tingfeng banquet. After seeing Yun Tianhao, Yi Futian also saw Zhuoqing and Zhou Mu arrive at the platform to defeat their opponents. Zhuoqing and Zhou Mu were in the same plane and can both be considered geniuses. Zhou Mu was the disciple of the art saint and Zhuoqing was known as best of everyone below the Dharma plane. However, during the battle at the school of the Emperor's Star, while Yi Futian and Yu Shang shined above the rest, many of the school's best lost their confidence. There was even less to be said after the battle at the Nanda clan palace on the last day of divine calendar year 10,000. After that day, no one in Donghai City dared to claim to have unparalleled gifts. Time passed little by little. The Tingfeng banquet continued battle after battle. So many things happened at once it was impossible for the audience to take in everything. The four emperors chatted about nothing in particular, but each word from their mouths carried hidden meanings. It was their own secret battle. Yi Futian was looking at the battle platforms but he was not watching. His heart was elsewhere. Emperor Yi had already sent people to look from Yixiang, but since he had defied the emperor's order for Yi Futian, it was not safe for him to easily reveal himself. How was Yi Futian going to let Yixiang know that he was now following under the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom? A burst of cheers would come from the audience every once in a while. As the Tingfeng banquet proceeded, many cultivators began to stand out from the rest. But Yi Futian did not seem to be interested. Slowly, the first day was coming to an end, but the audience did not seem to have gotten enough. They were still just as enthusiastic as before. At dawn, the sky was turning red. The MCs of the banquet exchanged a look, nodded, and waited for the current round of battles to end before announcing that the first day of the Tingfeng banquet was officially over and battles would continue the following day. Many audience members had not gotten enough. But they knew that this was only the beginning to the multi-day event only held once every 10 years. It was only going to get more interesting. The thought of this had them anticipating the events to come. Many people looked towards where the emperors were seated. For emperors had gathered here today. To everyone, it was hard enough to catch a glimpse of one emperor on a normal day. It was only possible during special events, like the Tingfeng banquet. Now that they were able to see 4 emperors at once, many people were going to be bragging about it for a long time. Where the emperors sat, Emperor Yan spoke up. Is the Tingfeng banquet the only reason you have invited us to the Nandu nation, Emperor Luo? Emperor Chu and Emperor Ye's eyes fell on Emperor Luo. They saw him smile before saying, Brother Yan, are you getting impatient already? What's so bad about watching the battles between younger generation cultivators in our free time? Besides, it's rare for all of us to be gathered like this. Later we can talk about cultivation and check up on each other to see what we can improve on. It'll be better than cultivating on our own, right? Well, he isn't wrong, chuckled Emperor Chu. Then let's go, said Emperor Luo. What about them? Emperor Yi asked, looking at the people behind him. Crown Prince Luo Junlin will show them around. Just let the youngsters wander freely. They won't be comfortable with us around, Emperor Luo said. Emperor Yi did not say anything else. The 4 of them walked away alone, not bringing anyone with them. After all, they were the strongest, most powerful cultivators across 4 countries. There was no need for them to bring bodyguards. After the 4 emperors left, Crown Prince Luo Junlin smiled at the others. He said, Everyone has come a long way. I have set up a dinner at the Qixing Lake to welcome you all. We'll be able to walk around the city, and I can show you the beautiful sights of the Nandu nation's imperial city. This way, please. He led the young people from the 3 countries forward. Yi Futian followed along as well. Yu Shang stared coldly at Luo Junlin's back. It was after his visit to Donghai Academy that the imperial order was given. On the other hand, nothing seemed to have affected Yi Futian. It was almost as if he didn't know Luo Junlin. Yi Futian walked quietly. Behind the 2, many powerful cultivators followed. There were some from each country. Among the people walking up in the front were not only the top talents of the different countries but princes and princesses as well. More powerful cultivators, such as Jingyu from the Kangyi kingdom, followed behind the group. They stayed far away as to not disturb the group. The Qixing Lake was not far from the imperial palace. It was located at the center of the imperial city. Night had come, and the waters of the lake looked extra beautiful in the moonlight. The moonlight reflecting off the surface of the lake made it look like there were many lights floating on the water, providing an indescribable mood. Presently there were quite a few people visiting the lake. In the Qixing Lake were 7 ayats. These islands weren't big and there wasn't much to see. The 7 ayats lined up like the Big Dipper. And it was on this strip of small islands that the famous Qixing restaurant was located. On the island at the very center, a feast had already been set up. Many beautiful servants were waiting there. This dinner was obviously prepared far in advance. The venue was set up along 4 sides. The people of the 4 countries sat in their own sections. The Nandu nation's crown prince, Luo Junlin, walked over to the main section and said, Please sit, everyone. Yi Futian's group walked over to one of the sides and took their seats. Everyone else in the venue did the same. In the center of the room was an empty space. Seemed to be a stage. A young woman with a veiled face played the guqin. The beautiful, moving sound of the music started, and provided an incredible atmosphere under the moonlight. Then, a line of dancers entered, dancing around the young lady playing her instrument. In Qixing Lake, people traveling past the restaurant by boat looked in on this scene. Knowing who these people were, many boats came this way, but no one dared to get too close. They all just watched from afar. It was the first night of the Tingfeng banquet. Crown Prince Luo Junlin had set up a feast to welcome the cultivators of the 3 neighboring countries. The onlookers were secretly anticipating for something to happen. Everyone has traveled from far away. Please forgive me if something is not to your liking. I do apologize for not being a good host, said Luo Junlin. Beautiful people, beautiful view, and this moving music. There is nothing not to our liking, said the extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation. And he wasn't saying so, brown-nosed the crown prince. This setting was truly perfect. Whether it be music or beauties, there are better among our guests from the Kangi kingdom, chuckled Luo Junlin. Many people turned their attention over to look at the three beauties from the Kangi kingdom, Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Yi Lingxi. They were all beautiful, especially Lin Yueyao. Her looks were too outstanding. Many people had taken notice of her very early on. There were also females amongst the cultivators from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom, but their appearance could not hold a candle to the three Kangi beauties. In the past, the one piece you played for me at Donghai Academy is still fresh in my mind. The world. Luo Junlin smiled and then turned to look in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian put down the wine glass in his hand and lifted his head to look at the crown prince. Luo Junlin was still as he used to be. A face of arrogance. Even today he still gave Yi Futian looks of superiority. He still thought Yi Futian was inferior in a joke. I take back what I said in the past. The piece is not suitable for you. Yi Futian smiled. It doesn't matter to me. The world known as the Nanda nation is too small for me, said Luo Junlin. It seemed that this was not where his heart was. His target was a world larger than just the Nandu nation. But let's talk about you. I offered you a great opportunity. If you had taken it and aided me, the things that followed would have never happened. Perhaps that's just your fate, Yi Futian replied calmly. They both spoke sharp words. Luo Junlin thought that Yi Futian should regret the things that happened, but Yi Futian said perhaps that was Luo Junlin's fate, insinuating he should be the one who regrets what happened. The people from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom all looked extremely interested in the exchange between the two young men. Who would have thought things would get so interesting right from the beginning? Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. He then smiled and asked, "How about you play another piece today?" Yi Futian glanced at him once and picked up his wine glass for a drink. Ignored. Just then, several figures approached. Luo Junlin looked over and saw Minister Hua, who greeted, "Your Highness." "Minister Hua, is something wrong?" asked Luo Junlin. "No. We saw your Highness here, so I came to greet you on their behalf," said Minister Hua as he pointed in the direction of the neighboring ayat. Luo Junlin looked over to see Yan Xiao leading a group from Donghai Academy, as well as members of the Nanda clan. They all stood there and bowed to him. Yan Xiao and Minister Hua were senior and junior brothers, so there was nothing to say about that. But the Nanda clan was just trying to get on Minister Hua's good side. "All right, I understand. Minister Hua should go attend to your own business. No need to worry about what happens here," said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua excused himself and took a look at Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian returned the gesture and his eyes followed Minister Hua all the way to the next ayat. There was something Yi Futian wanted to ask those people. "So you're the one emperor you picked for first place at the Fenghua banquet?" asked a young man from the Yan kingdom. Yi Futian looked at him and smiled casually. "I'm very curious as to how a 7-starred glory-playing cultivator got first place at the Fenghua banquet," said a powerful cultivator from the Yan kingdom. "Guess I was lucky and looked pleasing to the emperor's eyes," said Yi Futian. "Do you guys believe him?" the young man from the Yan kingdom asked the Yunchu group. The extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation smiled. "Can't we just battle him to find out?" "Yin Zhan, didn't you want to test out the abilities of first place on the Fenghua rank?" asked the Yan cultivator. Yin Zhan stood up. Luo Junlin waved his hands and the dancers stepped down. "I am also a 7-starred glory-playing cultivator," said Yin Zhan. He stood there, his large body exuding an invisible force, staring at Yi Futian. "I have stuff to do, so count me out," Yi Futian said. He put down his wine glass and stood up. He stepped out, away from his table, but he did not walk towards Yin Zhan. Instead, he headed out of the dinner venue. "What do you mean by this?" a person from the Yin kingdom asked. "Not interested." Yi Futian did not turn back to answer. "Is this how bad Emperor Ye's judgment is?" Yin Zhan asked. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi were enraged. How dare he question their father's judgment? Yi Futian did not stop. He continued on his way out. It was as if nothing here had anything to do with him. Many people narrowed their eyes at his silhouette. Was he hiding from battle or did he feel he was too good to battle? He was first place on the Fenghua ranks, so there should be no need for him to hide from battle. But to say he felt that he was too good to battle, wouldn't that make him really conceited? "Yu Sheng!" From far away, Yi Futian called out, "Do what you see fit." "Okay," Yu Sheng replied. Chapter 134. Yu Sheng walked out from the Kangyi Kingdom group. Everyone instantly looked away from Yi Futian. Yin Zhan from the Yin Kingdom was very burly and filled with explosive strength, but when Yu Sheng walked out, Yin Zhan seemed to shrink instantly. His presence was overshadowed. Many people were shocked. Were these two blokes going to fight? "Emperor Yi is a nice person with a nice eye to match," Yu Sheng said, looking at Yin Zhan. Yin Zhan looked at this guy and smirked. There was a crack. He'd made a sound when clenching his fist, so it was obvious how strong he was. There was a low roar. A terrifying demon ox appeared on Yin Zhan. It was enormous, and his life spirit appeared behind him. It was a huge black ox. Yin Zhan was confident, but he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. "Where's your life spirit?" he asked. "For you." Yu Sheng scanned Yin Zhan. He hadn't released his life spirit for anyone yet, let alone Yin Zhan, who was on the same plane. Feeling the disdain in the word "you," Yin Zhan stepped forward. The entire ayat seemed to tremble. Everyone felt something like a herd of demon oxen stampeding. Pound, pound, pound. The earth shook. Everyone's wine glasses trembled violently. The powerful aura shocked everyone. This level of strength made one think that even if there was a mountain before him, he could still smash through it. Yu Sheng stood there without moving. Then a gust of wild aura erupted from his body. He saw Yin Zhan advance and punch. It felt like a herd of demon oxen crashing into his body. Yu Sheng stepped forward. There was a loud boom and then he punched forward too. There was nothing frivolous. Their strengths collided directly because they could feel that they were the same type of person. Boom! With the crash, there was no more suspense. Yu Sheng's fist smashed into Yin Zhan and crushed in his chest. The next instant, everyone saw Yin Zhan's burly body fly back, crashing into the crowd of people from the Yin Kingdom. Yu Sheng took a step. He crossed the space and grabbed Yin Zhan back. Hooking onto his chest, he raised Yin Zhan up with one hand. Everyone who saw this was shocked. His power was on another level. Don't overestimate yourself. You're all nothing. Yu Sheng scanned the Yin Kingdom's group and then hurled Yin Zhan into them. Yin Zhan flew and crashed into the banquet table. Some powerful cultivators tried to catch him and they all toppled over together. They were a bit dumbfounded. They were familiar with Yin Zhan's power, but he'd been defeated so badly now. It was humiliating. They could sense the 7-star glory plane aura from Yu Sheng. This was a battle of the same plane. Too weak, Yu Sheng said, a bit disappointed. Then he returned to his spot. The strong cultivators of the Yin Kingdom had dark expressions. It was the first time someone mocked Yin Zhan for being weak, but they couldn't say anything back. The people of the Kangyi Kingdom didn't find anything strange. They'd witnessed Yu Sheng's strength at the Fenghua banquet. Even people of the Dharma rank had to avoid him, let alone someone in the same plane. He could shake the Dharma but couldn't fly, and this was all done without releasing his life spirit. They didn't believe that someone as crazy as Yu Sheng wouldn't have a life spirit. He was just hiding his true abilities. As for Yi Futian, he didn't look back once he left. No matter if it was the Yin Kingdom or the Yunchu nation, no one on the same plane could beat Yu Sheng. It was impossible. On another ayat, Yi Futian walked toward the table in the front. The people there were chatting happily. The atmosphere was much merrier than the strong cultivators of the 4 nations. After all, this group was different. Everyone was here to appeal to Minister Hua. However, once Yi Futian approached, the atmosphere froze and silence came. Their gazes fell on Yi Futian. They all knew who he was. They were Minister Hua, some people from Donghai Academy School of the Emperor Star, and the Nanda clan. Not only did they know Yi Futian, but they were enemies. If possible, they would definitely want to wipe Yi Futian out of existence. However, he'd come with the Emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom. If he could be killed, Emperor Luo would have done so long ago. It wasn't up to them. Furthermore, the strong cultivators of the Kangyi Kingdom were watching them. We haven't seen each other in 1 month. Seniors, you all look great, Yi Futian suddenly said. Seeing everyone looking at him, the people all froze. He really had a high tolerance. No, because you're not dead, Minister Hua said straightforwardly without holding back. When Yi Futian escaped, he'd been terrified to report to the emperor. He was given a hard time despite being the minister of the nation. "Oh, I'm sorry," Yi Futian said, smiling. Then he looked toward the Nanda clan and Yan Xiao's group. "Where is Jieyu?" a Nanda clan member suddenly asked. "Didn't Minister Hua tell you all?" Yi Futian asked curiously. Other people might not know, but Minister Hua should know. He was always by the emperor's side and interacted with the crown prince often. He was an insider. The Nanda clan looked to Minister Hua, who looked back coldly. "What, you still care about that genius descendant of yours?" "Minister Hua, of course not. We wish she could be arrested immediately," the Nanda clan member quickly said. "Arrested? Hua Jieyu is in the Kangyi Kingdom's palace now, given the title of princess by Emperor Yi," Minister Hua said. The Nanda clan's expressions changed fascinatingly. Hua Jieyu had become a princess of the Kangyi Kingdom? 1 month ago, the emperor had sent the decree to the Nanda clan, and they wished Hua Jieyu would enter the palace as the crown princess. However, Hua Jieyu was in love with Yi Futian and escaped with him. To the Nanda clan, Hua Jieyu was obsessed with an immature relationship. But 1 short month later, Hua Jieyu had become the princess of Kangyi instead of the crown princess of Nandu. The Nanda clan's position in the Nandu nation had become even more awkward. They were still jittery and timid to this day. How they felt went without saying. "You're not here to chat, right?" Minister Hua asked coldly. Yi Futian obviously wasn't here to chat. He studied Minister Hua and asked, "Where is my grandmaster buried?" Minister Hua looked at Yi Futian in shock. He didn't expect Yi Futian to come to ask him about a dead man. "I guess my senior didn't waste his life in exchange for yours," Minister Hua said indifferently. He glanced at Yan Xiao. This task had been given to him. "There's no need for you to know," Yan Xiao answered coldly. Yi Futian looked at him and then said, "Grandmaster liked the school of the Emperor's Star. He said that that's his home even after death. He should be buried there." "Blasphemy," Yan Xiao said coldly. "The school of the Emperor's Star wasn't a cemetery. It's okay even if you didn't do it. I'll settle the score for Grandmaster later, and let him return to the school of the Emperor's Star. If I can't find him, I'll just have to let the school of the Emperor's Star accompany him," Yi Futian said. With that he turned and left. Yan Xiao stared at his back, extreme murderous intent in his eyes. He just wanted to kill Yi Futian then and there. Yi Futian knew this because the feeling was mutual. However, they couldn't kill each other now. "Wait," a voice suddenly said. Yi Futian stopped and turned to see someone looking at him. It was Yun Tianhao. "I want to see your true abilities," Yun Tianhao said coolly. Yan Xiao didn't say anything. Ever since Yun Tianhao entered the Donghai Academy, he knew that the youth would become the most talented one of the academy. He was a talent blessed by the gods. He would definitely snatch the spotlight during this Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian looked toward Yan Xiao and the school of the Emperor's Star. They seemed to anticipate their battle. "Yi Futian, Tianhao's talent is at your level," Yan Xiao said somewhat proudly. His eyes smiling slightly, Yi Futian looked at Yan Xiao and said, "Oh? Ask him how much of my true abilities he saw when he lost to me back then." Back then, he'd only revealed his talent as an inscriber. He didn't even reveal his mandate sorcerer talent. Yan Xiao gazed blankly at Yun Tianhao. He didn't know about this because the youth hadn't told him. That was before. The present is different. Yun Tianhao's eyes were cold. "I don't have time to play. If you want to fight, then are you ready to die?" Yi Futian asked coldly. Yun Tianhao's eyes sharpened. The strong cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star glared at Yi Futian as well. He was way too arrogant. "Seems like you're not as confident as you thought." Yi Futian smirked and turned to leave. Countless eyes watched his receding figure, their eyes frigid. Yun Tianhao clenched his fists tightly. He'd lost to Yi Futian once at the Qingzhou Academy. Then, he thought that he could surpass the other. When he came to Donghai City, he realized that Yi Futian's name was known throughout the city. He had twin life spirits and was full elemental. Though Yun Tianhao was proud, he wasn't completely confident. "Don't mind him. He won't live for long," Minister Hua said, raising his wine. Yan Xiao and the others looked at him and nodded lightly. However, they knew that if an emperor wanted to protect Yi Futian, it would be difficult to kill him. Even if he was outside like today, there were many powerful figures protecting him. A sneak attack was difficult. Chapter 135. Yi Futian returned to the venue. The people from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom were all looking at him. They had wanted to test out the abilities of the Fenghua rank's first place. However, Yi Futian did not want to. It was Yushang who stepped out and threw a punch. This made it clear to them. Yi Futian was not hiding from battle. He thought he was too good for a battle. Yushang and Yi Futian were on the same plane, but in first place was Yi Futian, not Yushang. If Yan Zhan was defeated by Yushang, what level was Yi Futian on? It was safe to say that it would be difficult for anyone in the 7-starred glory plane to win against him. At today's event, the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom said boring events like the Fenghua banquet could not help pick out truly brilliant people. But that doesn't seem to be true. What just happened is a perfect example. Do the others from the Yan Kingdom want to give it a try? The extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation opened his mouth again. Well, of course. Not only that, we also want to know how strong Chu Kuangren of the Yunchu nation is, said a young man from the Yan Kingdom, looking at the person who had just spoken. The young man was Yan Qi, and the extravagantly dressed young man he was speaking to was Chu Kuangren. Even back in the Yunchu nation, I have heard of Yan Qi's knives. In the 2nd-level Dharma plane, Yan Qi's knives were able to execute a person in the 4th-level Dharma plane. He even became the godson of Emperor Yan, and was given the family name, Yan, said Chu Kuangren with a smile. The two young men were attacking each other with their words. Chu Kuangren and Yan Qi were both the leaders of the young cultivators from their respective countries. One was an actual prince and one was bestowed the title of prince. Just as Emperor Yan had said, the Yan kingdom was in need of talent, so anyone with extraordinary gifts had a chance at high-status positions. It was even possible to become a prince. Chu Kuangren and Yan Qi met eyes. Both of their gazes were sharp like knives. An invisible force spread throughout the venue. Just then, Chu Kuangren laughed and the force disappeared immediately. The Tingfeng banquet has only just begun. Brother Yan, there is no need to rush. The time will come, said Chu Kuangren. It is such a shame that the cultivation of the Fenghua rank's first place is so low. That's no fun at all. If he were in the Dharma plane, then things would be so much more interesting. Even though they had all heard that Yi Futian defeated Dharma plane cultivators during the Fenghua banquet, they would not accept this as proof of Yi Futian's powers. Realization of Dharma that could be defeated by a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator was definitely looked down upon. Chu Kuangren and Yan Qi's gifts were able to overpower every one of the younger generation cultivators in their respective countries, so there was no need to question just how strong and powerful their gifts were. But it's a relief that Yi Wuchen is also on the Fenghua rank, said Chu Kuangren. A moment later, he looked at the figure seated quietly across from him and said, Yi Wuchen, you were the most powerful participant of the Fenghua banquet and is 2nd place on the Fenghua rank. If Yi Futian did not defeat people levels above him, you would have been in 1st place. You know quite a lot, said Yi Wuchen. He put down his wine glass and finally looked up at Chu Kuangren, breaking his silence. It's not hard to find out about these things. After all, the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet isn't exactly a small event, answered Chu Kuangren. News circulated in the imperial palace, and as a prince, it was not difficult for him to find out about every battle that went on during the banquet. Even though Chu Kuangren was not present at the event, 2 people made an impression on him purely based on the reports he received. One was Yi Futian, who battled across plains, and the other was the invincible Yi Wuchen. Between these 2 people, Yi Futian's level of cultivation was much too low to pique his interest. Chu Kuangren was very obviously more interested in Yi Wuchen. But I don't know anything about you, Yi Wuchen said nonchalantly. An awkward smile was frozen on Chu Kuangren's face. Yi Futian chuckled. Yi Wuchen was indeed an interesting person. Chu Kuangren, it seems you're not as popular as you had thought, laughed Yan Qi. You're just the same. Yi Wuchen opened his mouth once again. Yan Qi gave him a strange look. Yan Qi knew that Chu Kuangren was extremely insolent, but he would never have imagined that he would meet someone even more arrogant today. Yi Wuchen was not being arrogant. In his opinion, cultivation was not an easy task. Swordsmanship required a lot of time for exploration and refinement. Where would he find the time to inquire about cultivators of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom? To Yi Wuchen, if he wanted to find out about someone's abilities, one duel was all it took. Why complicate something that could be taken care of so easily? That's okay. You'll get to know us eventually. Chu Kuangren smiled at Yi Wuchen. Then, to the people seated beside him, he said, "Didn't you guys want to see what kind of realization of Dharma the Dharma-playing cultivators defeated by a glory-playing cultivator possessed? This is your time." As soon as he finished speaking, a person from the Yunchu nation walked out, looking toward the group from the Kangyi kingdom. He said, "Would you guys mind enlightening me with your skills through a battle?" Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang's expression darkened. They knew when they lost to Yi Futian that the news would spread all over the Kangyi kingdom and become history that could never be erased. But they never thought the news would travel so far that even neighboring countries would know about their defeat. Now they were even being taunted about it. Bai Qiu walked out. Although he was defeated by Yi Futian, he was still the #1 student of the Qin clan. His abilities were definitely not weak, or else he would not have made it on the Fenghua rank at all. After his defeat by Yi Futian, Bai Qiu defeated many other opponents and was picked by the emperor to enter the rank. The two cultivators walked to the side. The area in the center of the venue was obviously not spacious enough. Very quickly a guqin sounded. As a musical sorcerer prodigy of the Qin clan, Bai Qiu's musical sorcery was very powerful. The Qin clan was the guqin orthodoxy of the Kangyi kingdom. They were definitely deserving of this reputation. However, in the end Bai Qiu was defeated. Everyone present from the Yunchu nation was also the best of the younger generation cultivators. The Yan kingdom was humiliated a while ago, when they were immediately defeated in battle with Yushang. There was no way the Yunchu nation would make the same mistake. So, the person who fought Bai Qiu was actually extremely powerful. Amongst the younger generation cultivators from their country, he was one of the most gifted. But Bai Qiu had no prior knowledge of this. All he knew was that he was insulted and then was defeated once again. The high-spirited prodigy of the Qin clan had lost his elan. Afterwards, the people of the Yan kingdom joined in on the fun and challenged Yu Jiang. Just the same, Yu Jiang was also defeated. The Yan kingdom's victory made up for the humiliation they received after the previous battle. The defeat of Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang answered the Yunchu nation's question. What kind of realization of Dharma could be defeated by a glory-playing cultivator? By the looks of it, it's not as difficult as we thought to rank first on the Fenghua rank. Chu Kuangren laughed and looked at Yi Futian. Prince Yi Danshan, Princess Yi Lingxi, and others looked to Yi Futian. They couldn't just sit and swallow the insults. The Kangyi kingdom had already lost twice. Even Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang had turned their eyes to Yi Futian. If he made a move, then maybe they could prove themselves to the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom. Yi Futian acted as if he did not hear anything Chu Kuangren had said. "Yushang," he called. No one said a thing. Was he going to make Yushang fight again? "Here," answered Yushang. Yi Futian looked towards him and stood. Smiling, he said, "I'm full. Let's go." Yushang blinked and replied, "Okay." Just like that, the two of them disregarded everyone at the venue and walked out. The people of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom watched them dumbfounded. How can they be so arrogant and disrespectful? Chu Kuangren was very arrogant, as was Yan Qi. Yi Wuchen did not lose to them in this department either. But there was no one like Yi Futian. He did not say anything insulting, nor was he presumptuous or sarcastic. He simply ignored your existence. Wine glass in hand, Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian's back. It was impossible to hide the intent to kill in his eyes. Twin spirits and gifts in all elements, Yi Futian was freakishly talented. But these talents still needed time to mature. Luo Junlin was not going to give him the chance to do so. "I'm also full," said Yi Wuchen and rose from his seat. "If so, then we will take our leave now," Yi Danshan said to Luo Junlin. The group from the Kangyi kingdom stood one by one and exited the venue. Everyone from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom watched coldly as they departed. Powerful cultivators from our 3 countries have gathered for the Tingfeng banquet. By the end of this event, we will know who's the strongest, Chu Kuangren said with a cold demeanor. Following that, he continued to drink. He had no intentions of leaving. Luo Junlin heard what he had said and smiled meaningfully. He had other thoughts in mind. As Yi Futian and the others walked further away from the venue, Lin Yueyao chased after him and arrived by his side. Do you really not care? She asked as she stared at Yi Futian. She was getting more and more curious about this guy. Yi Futian looked over at Lin Yueyao. She was indeed the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty. Even though she could not compare to Hua Jieyu, Lin Yueyao was still captivatingly beautiful up close. Why don't you take a guess? Yi Futian chuckled. I'm very curious as to what goes on in that head of yours. Lin Yueyao gave him a beautiful smile. She continued. Why don't you just tell me? Seeing her enchanting smile, Yi Futian smiled. Your beauty has no effect me. After all, your looks cannot compare to my fox. Lin Yueyao slowed down and looked dumbfounded as Yi Futian walked past her. She glared at him. Passing by Chiu and others saw the anger in her eyes. They felt a twinge of jealousy in their hearts. Was this the same cold and indifferent girl? Between her and Yi Futian, who was more indifferent? The group headed back to the palace and split up. Upon arriving at the palace, Yi Futian saw a familiar silhouette waiting outside. When she saw Yi Futian, she headed for him with sparkling eyes. You're back, she said loudly. Yi Futian walked toward the smiling girl. The people behind Yi Futian gave strange looks when they saw the beautiful girl. They remembered when they had arrived at the palace yesterday. A beautiful had come by. What's more, she was the princess of the Nandu nation. Tonight was their second night, and yet another beautiful girl had come for Yi Futian. Had he really escaped to the Kangyi Kingdom from the Nandu nation as a fugitive? Lin Yueyao looked at the two figures and was speechless. Isn't his luck with women too ridiculously good? Yi Danshan, on the other hand, looked at Yi Futian with worship in his eyes. Impressive, he muttered. Everyone returned to within the palace. Only Yu Sheng remained waiting for Yi Futian on the side. Lin Xia, didn't you come with the people from Donghai Academy? What are you doing here? Yi Futian asked. In the day, he saw her amongst the Donghai Academy crowd. His guess was that Lin Xia was cultivating at Donghai Academy. Chapter 136. Lin Xia's pretty eyes focused on Yi Futian. From the close distance, she could see that he'd matured a lot since their first meeting on the ship in the East Sea. He'd become even more handsome and was no longer the youth from before. Yes, I'm cultivating at Donghai Academy. You aren't mad, are you? Lin Xia asked with a smile. Why would I be mad? Yi Futian shook his head. He wasn't that close-minded. He would remember the people from the school of the Emperor Star, but the conflict had nothing to do with Donghai Academy, let alone a regular disciple from that academy. You still didn't tell me why you're here. Is there something wrong? Yi Futian asked. Can't I come to see a friend? Lin Xia smiled gently. Seeing her like that, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Of course. There's nothing much, Lin Xia said. I just saw you at the Tingfeng banquet and wanted to come see you. I was worried for you after what happened at Donghai City. I can't believe you found your place in the Kangyi Kingdom so quickly, and are even appreciated by the Emperor. I worried for nothing. She was natural and poised. Thanks, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Did you hear about Yi Xiang, headmaster of the School of the Finance Star, in Donghai City? Lin Xia smiled. Don't worry, Signory should be fine. I asked my father about him. He was hurt after helping you delay the strong cultivators that day but retreated safely. He wasn't Minister Hua's main target, and there wasn't any news afterward, so I'm sure he's fine. Yi Futian was reassured. He knew the old fox wouldn't run into trouble so easily. All right, I said hi to you and now I'm leaving. Lin Xia gave a small smile. Yi Futian nodded. Go back safely. Okay. Lin Xia nodded lightly and turned to leave. Yi Futian watched her receding backside and then walked toward the pavilion. Yu Sheng walked beside him and muttered. How many girls are you gonna ruin? It's not my fault I'm attractive. Yi Futian laughed and glanced at his friend with a smug expression as if saying, Do you see the difference between us? Yu Sheng rolled his eyes and strode off. He didn't want to give Yi Futian the chance to be cocky. Yi Futian blinked and stared at Yu Sheng's back. This wasn't right. Shouldn't he be the one to walk away proudly? You've turned bad, Yi Futian muttered. When he returned to the courtyard, he practiced the guqin to raise his spiritual power rather than rest. Ever since he began cultivating, His experiences and changes in his mind made him desire more and more to advance in planes. Back in Qingzhou City, his godfather's expectations for him to become emperor had seemed like a fantasy. Now he was truly working toward it. Time passed bit by bit. Late at night, Yi Futian was still playing. Many emotions seemed to be hidden in the song. Returning to the Nanda nation, his home country, this time his identity had changed. He had come with Emperor Yi to attend the banquet. Everything was like a dream. As the music streamed into the silent air, there was a violent surge of spiritual qi in the air. They rushed into Yi Futian's body, but he didn't seem to feel anything. He continued playing and the melody gradually rose from the low tone. There was a feeling of throwing the past behind. The spiritual qi grew more furious, dancing with the song. This persisted for a long while. When the last note sounded, there was sudden silence and the spiritual qi was sucked into his body. His eyes flew open, sparkling. Then Yi Futian smiled. He'd had a breakthrough and entered the 8-star glory plane. After the breakthrough, he still didn't rest and continued to cultivate his martial arts. The strengthening of his spiritual energy could raise his tenacity, and was also helpful in cultivating martial arts. Wind came from his punches. Yi Futian activated the imperial tactics and the blood inside him seemed to rumble. He seemed to have the emperor's intent. After the spiritual energy breakthrough, his martial arts cultivation was smoother too. His body was constantly changing. When the first sliver of light appeared at the horizon, shining onto Yi Futian, he raised his head and roared. He punched forward and there was an explosion. The air seemed to tremble. An incomparable power burst from his body. Shadows of dragons and rocks were released from his fist. A terrifying apparition of the ape seemed to appear on him. He was covered entirely with the will of the martial arts. His strength was to the extreme. Martial arts breakthrough. Yi Futian smiled. He had broken through in both sorcery and martial arts in one night. Yi Futian gathered his aura and stopped cultivating. Afterward, he went to wash up and the sky lightened gradually. Today would be the second day of the Tingfeng banquet. Countless people gathered toward the south gate of the palace in the imperial city. Yi Futian traveled with Emperor Ye's group today. On the way there, Emperor Yi called Yi Futian over. Yesterday in the palace, Emperor Luo asked me for you again, Emperor Yi said. Hearing this, Yi Futian was very calm. If Emperor Yi wanted to hand him over, he would have done so long ago. Even if Emperor Yi didn't think highly of him, the two nations were rivals. If Emperor Luo asked him for Yi Futian, he definitely wouldn't agree. How would the world see him then? He knew it was impossible, but he still mentioned it. In addition, I could feel his confidence in his voice. It's as if something will happen at the Tingfeng banquet, Emperor Yi continued. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. Even without him, it was a bit odd that Emperor Luo would invite the emperors of the three nations to watch. Are there possibilities that Emperor Luo forged alliances with Yunchu nation and the Yin kingdom? Yi Futian asked softly. Impossible. Emperor Yi shook his head. The four nations have a profound relationship. There's no reason for them to ally with him. Though they had constant conflicts, the countries still had their bottom lines. The emperors wouldn't take action against each other for no reason unless something truly big caused a war. A war between the emperors was not a trivial matter. Once it went full out, no one could withstand it. Guessing is probably useless. Let's wait and see just how emboldened Emperor Luo is. Emperor Yi smiled and shook his head. The group gradually arrived at the location of the Tingfeng banquet. At the moment, it had already been drowned by the endless crowd. However, when they saw Emperor Ye's group, the people in the sky all opened up a path. Many studied Emperor Yi from the close distance. They didn't know how strong the ruler of the Kangyi kingdom was. If the four emperors fought, it would definitely be spectacular, but they knew this was quite impossible. Those girls are so pretty. Someone saw Lin Yueyao and the others behind the emperor. They looked like fairies and many people gasped involuntarily. That's Yi Futian. He's from the East Prefecture of our country, but he betrayed us and went to the Kangyi kingdom. I heard he's extremely talented, someone whispered, pointing at Yi Futian. Yesterday, the three emperors had come to watch and many people asked about the people they brought. They'd also heard some news. The people from the Yunchu nation and Yin kingdom had already arrived. When Emperor Ye's group came, Chu Kuangren, Yan Qi, and many others gazed at Yi Futian. Yesterday, the number 1 talent of Kangyi's Fenghua rank had stayed away from battle, but was still memorable. Emperor Luo had come too. The 4 emperors were all present and the Tingfeng banquet began again. Yesterday, Junlin invited everyone. Did the prides of all the nations interact with each other? Emperor Luo asked with a smile. The other emperors looked a bit curious. They didn't specifically ask about what happened yesterday. We battled with some from the Fenghua rank, Chu Kuangren said. Just as we predicted, those in the Dharma rank who can be defeated by the glory plane really aren't much. After all, the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet is once every 3 years. It's already impressive like this. Anyone could tell the arrogance in his calm voice. Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang's faces darkened again. They cursed him mentally for bringing this up. The Yin Kingdom seemed to have lost too, Bai Qiu said coldly. All I can say is that the top 3 of the Fenghua rank have some skills, Yan Qi said coolly. Yin Zhan had lost to Yu Shang, who was number 3 of the Fenghua rank. Yi Wuqian is the strongest of the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua rank, but we don't have to rush the duel with him. Let's watch and see what kind of talent can be born from this year's Tingfeng banquet, Chu Kuangren said. What about the first place of the Fenghua rank? Emperor Luo asked with a smile. He seemed to not know Yi Futian. Of course he really didn't know Yi Futian. Their first meeting was at this Tingfeng banquet. The first place of the Fenghua rank? Chu Kuangren chuckled dryly. I don't know if he's really arrogant or is just using it as an excuse to avoid fighting and hide something. Chu Kuangren hinted that Yi Futian was pretending to be arrogant in order to avoid fighting. If he didn't fight, no one would know what his abilities really were like. He had proved himself at the Fenghua banquet, but only the Kangyi Kingdom had witnessed that. There were top talents from every nation here. Who would think that they weren't as good as the others? Many gazes fell upon Yi Futian, including Lin Yueyao and Bai Qiu. Chu Kuangren seemed to have been provoking him since last night. Would he still be unmoving? Yi Futian continued to sit there, gazing at the battles on the 9 battle platforms. He ignored Chu Kuangren's provocation. Everyone was speechless. This guy, don't you have anything to say? Chu Kuangren asked, looking at Yi Futian. Seeing how insistent he was, Yi Futian finally spared him a glance, just one glance. Then he continued watching the battles unbothered. Everyone blanched. Were the battles really that interesting? Many followed his gaze and saw that Zhou Mu from Donghai Academy was fighting on the 7-star glory plane platform. His name is Zhou Mu. He used to be really arrogant, Yi Futian suddenly said as he watched him. Hearing this, everyone looked back. Yi Futian smiled and continued. He became much better behaved after getting wiped out by his staff. Chapter 137. After Yi Futian had spoken, everyone around could only stare at him wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Even his fellow cultivators on the Fenghua rank were speechless. Yi Futian was just too arrogant. But at the same time, hearing him insult others was a great feeling. Even Bai Qiu was feeling better about Yi Futian. Good thing Yi Futian didn't use my defeat as an example. Would Zhou Mu spit blood in anger if he heard what Yi Futian said? Emperor Yi blinked a couple of times. The young man he picked for first place on the Fenghua rank was one with personality. Everyone from the Yunchu nation and the Yin Kingdom were frozen in shock. They watched as Yi Futian continued to focus on the battle platform. Although it was not specified that Yi Futian was speaking to Chu Kuangren, the latter could not stand what Yi Futian was saying. The emperors could not help but turn their attention to Yi Futian, especially the emperor of the Yunchu nation. Chu Kuangren was his son, so he knew well of his abilities. Where did this glory plane nobody get the courage to speak in such a manner? However, he was an emperor. So naturally, he was not going to involve himself in a conflict between those of the younger generation. But still, listening to what Yi Futian was saying, he was asking for a beating. Chu Kuangren was dazed for a moment. Then he sneered and said, "All geniuses are arrogant. There is no need for surprise. But to hear a mere glory plane cultivator like yourself speaking out so wildly is a first. It's a bit absurd. If you were in the Dharma plane, I wouldn't have minded personally teaching you how to conduct yourself properly." Yi Futian turned to Chu Kuangren with a slight smile on his face. "All right, if I get the chance, I'll definitely ask for your advice. Let's wait until you enter the Dharma plane." Chu Kuangren turned his head away from Yi Futian, no longer looking at him. Chu Kuangren was not his real name, but this name was much more well known than his original name. After a while, people had forgotten his real name. This went to show just how wild Chu Kuangren was. But now, Chu Kuangren had met his match. We'll just wait to test him out after the results of the Tingfeng banquet are announced, said Yan Qi. After listening to Yi Futian's words, even he wanted to beat him up. How could Yi Futian compare Chu Kuangren to an opponent he once defeated, and go as far as to say he'd be much better behaved later? The young man on the battle platform, Zhou Mu, was indeed talented, but how could he be compared to Chu Kuangren? Chu Kuangren was the most powerful cultivator of the younger generation in all of Yunchu nation. Yi Futian shook his head lightly. He was not very interested in what they were talking about. The only thing he would gain from defeating the prodigies of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom was praise. It would also make him more enemies. There was no need for Yi Futian to prove himself to the others. Even last night, when Chu Kuangren tried to provoke him, Yi Futian just left, not wanting to deal with him. How fitting of a person who once defied my order, thought Emperor Luo. He then called out, Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes brightened and he turned his body around, his eyes falling on Emperor Luo. Emperor Luo had eyes filled with arrogance and pressing air of royalty surrounding him. One would not have been able to guess that he had usurped the throne to become emperor. In these 300+ years, he had already gotten used to this identity. He was the emperor of the Nandu nation, the one and only. It was because of this that he was so domineering and had no respect for others. This was also why he was able to make those 2 unreasonable orders. Had you followed my order and come to the imperial city, perhaps I would have given you another chance. Why did you have to try so hard to escape? Now your ending will remain the same. Do you ever regret your decision? Emperor Luo suddenly asked bluntly. There was no beating around the bush. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo. Just as Emperor Yi had said, he was very confident that he would get Yi Futian. Where did Emperor Luo get this confidence from? What's done is done. Why would I regret it? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. You're right, chuckled Emperor Luo. People usually don't have regrets until they reach a dead end. Nandu Nation is my world. My order is the order of the heavens. If you defy my order, then you are going against the mandate of heaven. Even if what ministers were foretold is true, that you really are fated to become emperor, it wouldn't change a thing. The other emperors looked strangely at Emperor Luo, then at Yi Futian. This young man who was first place on the Fenghua rank had the fate of an emperor? Hearing these words, Yi Futian remained calm. He was simply curious as to why Emperor Luo would say these things here and now. His every word dripped with arrogance. Only Yi Futian knew, if ministers Zhou truly had told his fortune, he was not just fated to become emperor. Yi Futian looked to Minister Zhou, who was seated right below Emperor Luo. He sat there quietly, as if he truly no longer cared for such things. If it makes your majesty happy, you are welcome to say anything you want, smiled Yi Futian. He did not try to go against Emperor Luo. Right now, Yi Futian still lacked the ability to challenge him. Even if you possess the fate of an emperor, you should consider yourself lucky to be able to become my son's study attendant, said Emperor Luo. Unfortunately, you did not know to cherish such an opportunity. Yi Futian did not reply. Everyone in the Nandu nation knew that out of all of Emperor Luo's children, he doted on Crown Prince Luo Junlin the most. He was made Crown Prince from a very young age, and was going to inherit the throne in the future. His gifts were like no other, and he was thought of as peerless throughout the whole Nandu nation. He was truly extraordinary. Since he possessed such spectacular gifts, as his father, Emperor Luo had the utmost confidence in Luo Junlin. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was born a couple of years too early. Otherwise, this rascal would have been able to exchange a few moves and learn a thing or two from him, the emperor of the Yunchu nation said while looking ahead at Chu Kuangren. He also had the same confidence in his own son. Is that so? Laughed Emperor Luo. His words carried a hint of disdain. Emperor Chu did not argue further. The Tingfeng banquet continued. Young cultivators continued to emerge to the audience. Among them were those with extraordinary talents. At noon, it seemed as if no one had left. The atmosphere in the Tingfeng banquet was still roaring despite the hot, beaming sun. Just then, the emperors turned in the direction of the Nandu nation's imperial palace, their expressions strange. There was actually someone who dared to fly in the air above the imperial palace? Especially during the Tingfeng banquet? They truly had no respect for the emperor of the Nandu nation. Emperor Yi and the two other emperors looked toward Emperor Luo. They saw a glimmer in his eyes as he stared toward the imperial palace. It was as if he were anticipating something. Rays of light, strong like the sun's rays, shined in their direction. The light moved closer until it was directly above them. A roar erupted through the air and the audience of the Tingfeng banquet looked up to the sky in shock. Who dares to be so disrespectful in the audience of the four emperors? The Tingfeng banquet will stop for the time being. Everyone, step down from the battle platform. Emperor Luo stood and announced. His voice reached the 9 platforms, sending chills down the backs of all participants. Even those in the midst of a heated duel did not dare to go against the emperor's order and halted immediately. Everyone scampered off the platforms. In midair, 3 figures stood loftily. They were basked in the sun's rays and reflected in even brighter light. The 3 of them floated above the 4 emperors as if that was how it was meant to be. The haughty expressions on their faces said that they thought nothing of the emperors or the Tingfeng banquet. Noble Plain. Emperor Luo, Emperor Chu, and Emperor Yan's eyes sparkled. 3 noble plain cultivators had arrived in the Nandu nation. No wonder they had no regard for anything and even flew over the imperial palace. This was a truly frightening situation. The aura of the 3 guests combined was stronger than that of the 3 emperors. While they were shocked, they were also confused. In the 100 lands of the Eastern Barren Territory, which country could have sent out this terrifying lineup? The large crowd present at the banquet were even more curious. To them, the noble plain meant the emperors. A once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, these 3 people seemed to have powers above the emperors. Who were these people who dared to disregard the emperors? Where is Luo Junlin? The leader of the group asked. Emperor Luo's eyes widened. Has the time finally come? It was quicker than he anticipated. Luo Junlin stood, fists clenched. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. With steady steps he headed toward the trio. Looking up at them, he said, "My most humble greetings, seniors." "Let us take a look," said the leader. Luo Junlin nodded and released a frightening force of energy in front of everyone's eyes. A golden light washed over the skies. Luo Junlin was enveloped in an air of royalty, projecting the aura of a young noble. He was insufferably arrogant. Noble will. Emperor Yi and the 2 other visiting emperors were shocked. They stood from their seats looking up at the sky. They seemed to have a few things figured out. In this moment, Emperor Yi finally understood why Emperor Luo was so confident. He actually sent Luo Junlin into that place. And Luo Junlin succeeded. This meant that he possessed a scary gift. During your trial in the ancient barren world, you acquired the noble fate. We come from the Eastern Barren Territory's Royal Xian Temple. Are you willing to join us? Asked the leader. Luo Junlin bowed and respected and replied, I am. All right. Are you going to leave with us now, or will you come alone a little later? The leader asked. I still have some business to take care of and will head over at a later time, answered Luo Junlin. Very good then, nodded the leader. He handed a badge to Luo Junlin and said, This is the Royal Xian emblem. Infuse your spiritual energy into the emblem, and we will know whether you are alive or dead. From now on, you are a student of the Royal Xian Temple. Come within 3 months. Yes, senior, bowed Luo Junlin. Goodbye, nodded the leader. Then the 3 of them flew away, turning in rays of light. From beginning to end, they did not look at the 4 emperors even once. It was as if in their eyes the emperors, who were above all, were not worthy of even a single glance. Take care, senior, said Luo Junlin, still bowing. Emperor Yi and the other 2 emperors stared at Luo Junlin. Their inner thoughts were all stirred up. The Royal Xian Temple was an extremely powerful force from far away, in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. Chapter 138. Around the battle platform, countless eyes watched Luo Junlin in the air. They didn't know how powerful the Royal Xian Temple was, but it was clear from Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin's attitude. The Royal Xian Temple was a force far above the Nandu nation. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was favored by the Royal Xian Temple, and was accepted as a disciple. He was definitely an unparalleled talent of the Nandu nation now. Congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations, Crown Prince. Minister Hua stood up now and bowed to the Emperor and Luo Junlin. Many other Nandu nobles also stood up to bow. Gradually, the attendees of the Tingfeng banquet all followed. The sight was as majestic as tidal waves crashing. Amongst the crowd, the people from the Donghai Academy School of the Emperor Star and Nanda clan were stunned. Especially the latter. They knew more about the Eastern Barren territory and knew what this meant. Their ancestor had died in the barren ancient world. Many of the younger generation looked to the crown prince with envy and respect. However, Lin Xie looked at Yi Futian instead. The crown prince seemed to have joined the powerful clan from the outside world. Its power was above a kingdom's. Would the brilliant and handsome youth be able to counter him? The emperors of the three nations and the other talents watched this scene quietly. The emperors finally realized the true reason why Emperor Luo invited them. Emperor Luo waved at them all. He smiled and said, "Receiving this news during the Tingfeng banquet is truly a celebratory matter. I will greatly reward the most talented of this year's banquet. Let's continue now." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone smiled. The Tingfeng banquet continued. The crown prince will cultivate in the royal Xian temple, and has the noble will. He must become a noble in a few years, Minister Hua said, smiling. Emperor Luo was happy to hear this, but the other emperors knew that Minister Hua was just kissing up to him. Luo Junlin was already at the peak of the Dharma plane, but there was still the Arcana plane after that. Entering the noble plane in a few years was a fool's dream. However, he had received the noble will in the barren ancient world, and would cultivate in the royal Xian temple. Becoming a noble figure was just a matter of time. Congratulations, Brother Luo. The emperors of Yunchu and Yin commended. They were jealous, but they still had to say something. Once Luo Junlin became a noble, there would be two figures of the noble plane in the Nanda nation. In addition, Luo Junlin could reach a higher plane in the royal Xian temple. They couldn't become rivals with the Nandu nation's royal family. Thank you. Emperor Luo chuckled and looked over at Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi, what do you think? He asked with a smile. You're quite lucky. Emperor Yi smiled casually. He was thinking that if Yi Futian was also at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane, he would sacrifice his own chance to send Yi Futian into the barren ancient world. He might be able to win an opportunity for the youth. However, Yi Futian's cultivation was too weak. It would be hard to establish himself in the barren ancient world, no matter how talented he was. Lucky. Emperor Luo sneered and said, I suggest Emperor Yi reconsider his actions. Perhaps I can overlook the rejection from before. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Futian. He obviously wanted to force Emperor Yi to hand him over. If you believe in Luo Junlin so much, why must you always ask me for the boy? Emperor Yi asked, looking at Luo Junlin. Or are you unconfident in him, thinking that he's not comparable to Yi Futian? Nonsense. Emperor Luo scoffed. If you insist, then just wait and see. Luo Junlin glanced at Emperor Yi. Then his gaze fell upon Yi Futian, disdain filling his eyes. Yi Futian didn't care about Luo Junlin's gaze. He wasn't familiar with the royal Xian temple. Whether Luo Junlin joined them or not, he wasn't a threat to Yi Futian yet, so why did it matter? It would just be harder to kill him in the future. Right now, Yi Futian was thinking of something else. It had been so familiar when Luo Junlin released his noble will earlier. That day at the brink between life and death in the Donghai city, the emperor's will had appeared in him, giving him the imperial tactics. When he used to imperial tactics afterward, the emperor will would appear. Was this similar to the noble will that Luo Junlin had? Unbelievable. Swo Fan said from beside Yi Futian. The Nandu nation will most likely have two nobles. There's still a while, Hua Zhixin said softly. Better to be safe than sorry. If that day really comes, Kang Yi will be in trouble. Swo Fan glanced at Yi Futian and asked, Don't you all have any thoughts? No one replied, but many looked at Yi Futian. All they received was Yu Shang's indifferent reply. It's just in the future. At that time, wouldn't we have improved as well? You think someone like you can be a genius? Presumptuous, Swo Fan replied coldly. Don't you know what the noble will signifies? It's just a plane in cultivation. Is it very powerful? Yusheng stared at him. The people of the Fenghua rank all looked at him and saw that there was no fear in his eyes. They seemed to become reacquainted with Yusheng through this. Was the noble plane just another plane for this guy? To many, a noble represented the emperor, an unmatchable talent. Swordsmanship studied Yusheng and then laughed. He was foolishly arrogant. Emperor Yi was attracted by their argument. He gazed at Yusheng's unrelenting eyes and chuckled. Yusheng is right. The noble plane is just another plane in cultivation. You are all on the Fenghua rank. Don't you have the intention of entering the noble plane? Seeing that Emperor Yi was speaking up for Yusheng, Swordsmanship had no way of replying. Though Emperor Yi wasn't wrong, Swordsmanship knew that it wasn't that easy to enter the noble plane. Not only did it require high talent, one also needed the noble fate and noble will. This was impossible for the majority of people. Your Majesty, where did those people come from? What is the barren ancient world? Hua Zhixin asked now. Her father hadn't told her about this before. Since you've seen them today, I shall tell you, Emperor Yi said after hearing Hua Zhixin's question. Everyone from the Kangyi Kingdom looked at him full of curiosity. Both the Kangyi Kingdom and Nandu Nation are part of the Eastern Barren Territory, but that is not all. The territory is boundless. Even as an emperor, I still don't know just how vast the territory is. Apparently, there are hundreds of nations in the region we live in. It is known as the 100 Lands of the Eastern Barren Territory, stretching an immense amount of land. However, this is not the center of the territory. Emperor Yi continued slowly. The center of the Eastern Barren Territory contains countless extremely powerful forces. Those of the noble plane can become kings and emperors in the 100 Lands. However, in the central region there may be countless nobles in the stronger forces. There are even more top forces. The Royal Xian Temple that came earlier is a very famous one in the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone was stunned. The outside world was far larger than they'd imagined. The 100 Lands was just a small part of the Eastern Barren Territory. They finally understood the hidden meaning behind Luo Junlin's words yesterday. Is the barren ancient world a secret place for trials? Lin Yueyao asked. No. Emperor Yi shook his head. It's the so-called trial for the people of the 100 Lands. In actuality, the barren ancient world is the true Arapavakra. It is the place of fate and the birthplace of nobles. Since the beginning of history, the people of the 100 Lands must enter the barren ancient world to take the noble fate in order to enter the noble plane. This allows the noble will to be born in one's body for the breakthrough. The fate that goes against destiny has created countless rare objects, even rare demons. Many of the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory establish clans in the barren ancient world. After countless years, it has become just like the outside world. There are clans and kingdoms with the cityscape. Why have we never heard of this type of place? Lin Yueyao asked softly. The people of the 100 Lands can't enter the barren ancient world freely. Only nobles have the chance. Furthermore, the barren ancient world has an upper and lower realm. The upper realm is known as the noble path for people of the 100 Lands. The lower realm can only be entered by people under the Arcana plane. To us, entering the barren ancient world is very difficult, but Emperor Luo gave his chance to Luo Junlin. He brought his son into the lower realm and Luo Junlin returned with the fate. Everyone listened earnestly. They had a general idea about the barren ancient world and was a bit shocked. Yi Futian listened quietly too. He suddenly remembered something. In the Kangyi Kingdom's palace, the imperial advisor had said that he went out for the trial with the Nandu Emperor. The current Emperor Luo had attacked the Emperor of the Nandu Nation and stole his fate. Had they gone to the barren ancient world? He had a feeling it was very possible. Emperor Luo had changed his fate in the barren ancient world. Thus he tried to send his son there to do the same. Now Luo Junlin had succeeded. He entered the barren ancient world and received the noble fate. He was valued highly by the strong cultivators of the Royal Xian Temple, and was accepted as a disciple. Other than that, there is another path in the barren ancient world, Emperor Yi said. It leads to all directions in the Eastern Barren Territory. The big clans guard these critical entrances. Cultivate well, and when you all reach the peak of the Dharma plane, I may consider sending you to the barren ancient world. All the top talents and various forces are there. Though I've never been there, I'm sure it's an incredible little world. Emperor Yi chuckled. The Tingfeng banquet continued. The Nandu nation's citizens were excited. As more and more geniuses appeared, cheers sounded frequently. However, the prides of the Kangyi kingdom seemed distracted. They'd always thought that they were the prides living in the center of the kingdom. Now they suddenly discovered that there was an even more incredible world out there. They were shaken and really wanted to witness the small world filled with the talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. Chapter 139. At the end of the Tingfeng banquet's second day, Emperor Luo did not extend an invitation to Emperor Yi as he did the day before. Right now, whether it was Emperor Luo or Luo Junlin, they were immersed in this triumphant moment. Immediately after the banquet ended for the day, Minister Hua and others rushed over to congratulate the Crown Prince. The nobles of the Nandu nation chimed in agreement with the flattering remarks thrown at Luo Junlin. They all understood, after Crown Prince Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian temple, there was a chance that he would not inherit the throne to the Nandu nation. He was going to be in an even more fearsome position. If Luo Junlin managed to become a big shot in the royal Xian temple, then forget about the Nandu nation. He would be able to do whatever he pleased in the Hundred Lands. He could even build a stronger country of his own. In the Hundred Lands, some of the most powerful nations were started in this way, all because of the appearances of more than one noble plain cultivator. Naturally, the people of the Kangyi kingdom did not join the crowd. They had already figured out that this was the true reason behind Emperor Luo's invitation. This was the moment he had been waiting for. This put Yi Danshan in such a bad mood that he wanted to return to the Kangyi kingdom. However, Emperor Yi was against it. Since they were already here, they must wait until the Tingfeng banquet ended, or else people might think that he, an emperor, was jealous of Luo Junlin. After returning to the palace, Yi Futian noticed that Yu Shang kept his head lowered. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "I'm in a bad mood." Yu Shang lifted his head to reply. "Because Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian palace?" chuckled Yi Futian. "It's not just that. That father and son duo purposely invited the people of 3 neighboring nations to this event, but it was also they could gloat. Do they really think that Luo Junlin is all that?" Yu Shang seemed really pissed off. "He's able to enter the royal Xian temple, so he must be gifted." Yi Futian smiled. "Who cares about the royal Xian temple? They better not interfere when we kill Luo Junlin in the future. If they do, then we'll just have to get rid of them too," Yu Shang said in a fit of rage. Sweat dripped down Yi Futian's face. This rascal is only in the glory plane and he's talking about annihilating the top power of the Eastern Barren Territory? Yi Futian thought. When Yu Shang was angry, he was indeed illogical. Stop thinking about it. Do you want to go cultivate? Let's not attend tomorrow's Tingfeng banquet, Yi Futian said to Yu Shang. Not go? Asked Yu Shang. Yeah, don't you think it's really boring? Yi Futian smiled at Yu Shang. We can just go on the last day, he continued. Yu Shang's eyes brightened at Yi Futian's words. He seemed to have understood something. He smiled. His mood had been greatly improved. Yi Futian stared at him for a while and then turned to go cultivate. The night passed and the next morning Yi Lingxi came to get them. Yi Futian told her they did not plan to attend today's event. When word got back to Emperor Yi, he ordered some people to stay at the palace to protect Yi Futian and then led the others to the banquet. News that the Nandu nation's crown prince was admitted into the royal Xian temple as a disciple and was going to become the Nandu nation's second noble plain cultivator spread during the night. Thus, there was an obvious increase in the amount of people at today's banquet. There was such an impressive crowd of people. Obviously, Emperor Luo was in a merry mood. The Tingfeng banquet continued and he noticed that Yi Futian was not present. The people of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom had also taken notice. Not only did the first-place winner of the Fenghua rank avoid battle before, he's even going into hiding now? Chu Kuangren let out a mocking statement when he noticed Yi Futian was absent. You're wrong. Out of nowhere, Yu Wuchen said. He probably just thought it was boring. The banquet is boring and so are the people. If I had known, I wouldn't have come today either. Definitely a good reason. You and Yi Futian are very alike, said Chu Kuangren. Perhaps he was deeply affected by what happened yesterday, laughed someone from the Yan kingdom. Although this was the Tingfeng banquet, but the one who stole the show yesterday was definitely Luo Junlin. Many people were stirred and when they returned home, Many of them went to seek information on the Eastern Barren Territory and the ancient Barren world. Your Majesty, I'm not coming tomorrow either, Yi Wuqian said to Emperor Yi. All right, nodded Emperor Yi. What are you trying to run away from? Chu Kuangren smiled at Yi Wuqian. Don't worry. I'll be present on the last day of the Tingfeng banquet, replied Yi Wuqian. Chu Kuangren looked at him still smiling and said, Good. I'm looking forward to it. Just as Yi Wuqian said, he did not show up for the fourth day of the Tingfeng banquet. Neither did Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Not just on the fourth day, but as the Tingfeng banquet continued, geniuses kept appearing. The atmosphere was lifted to another level. However, Yi Futian and Yu Shang were still nowhere to be seen among the group seated by Emperor Yi. Even the people from Donghai Academy and the Nanda clan noticed. They thought that Yi Futian was probably triggered by the fact that the crown prince attracted the attention of such a powerful group. Although Yi Futian possessed terrifying gifts that did not lose to that of Luo Junlin's, cultivation was not only based on gifts. It was also about fate. It seemed that Yi Futian simply was not destined to be compared with the crown prince. After Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian temple, he was most definitely not going to allow Yi Futian a chance to mature. These past days Yi Futian and Yu Shang stayed in the palace and cultivated. Yu Shang, who was still in a sour mood, was especially focused. Every time Yi Futian went looking for him he was focused on cultivating, and so, Yi Futian decided not to disturb him. Within the palace, Yi Futian practiced his punches in the courtyard where he stayed. The will of the emperor flowed within him, causing his every punch to contain a mysterious aura. As he cultivated, this feeling became more and more obvious. He was able to control it more fluently in his attacks. Ah! A deep roar broke Yi Futian's concentration. It was Yu Shang's voice. Yi Futian felt his heart tense, and he ran towards the noise. Very quickly, he arrived at the location where Yu Shang was cultivating. Seeing Yu Shang's current state, Yi Futian's heart clenched tightly. Every time he saw Yu Shang cultivating in this way, his heart hurt with a needle-stabbing pain. Presently, Yu Shang was surrounded by a frightening force. A fearsome dim golden light enveloped his being. It was like a giant explosion, burying his whole body in the light. The image of what seemed like a devil overlapped on Yu Shang's body. The golden apparition morphed into a terrifying vortex and began to absorb all the spiritual qi in the surrounding area, causing aggressive barbs appeared all over Yu Shang. After that, Yi Futian witnessed as something began to raise from Yu Shang's back. The bump continued growing outward. It was because of this that Yu Shang could not contain his screams of pain. He had his eyes shut tight and was also biting down hard on his lip to try to keep in his screams. Yu Shang bit down so hard, his lips were now bleeding. It was truly a shocking sight. Yi Futian had his fists clenched tightly, so tightly his knuckles cracked in the process. Why did Godfather make Yu Shang cultivate in this cruel method? The apparition of the devil kept fading in and out. The bump on his back was also still growing. Ah! There was another pitiful scream. He seemed to be in the most extreme pain. Boom! A loud noise and a large gust of wind. Something seemed to have been broken. The protrusion on Yu Shang's back finally broke, and out came a pair of fearsome wings. The light golden wings glistened. Every feather seemed to have contained inverted thorns. The wings were very large, matching well with Yu Shang's large body. If Yi Futian's golden rock wings were said to be the wings of God, then Yu Shang's wings should be the wings of the devil. They were a terrifying sight. Did the realization of Dharma grow from the method you were cultivating? Yi Futian was shocked. With the birth of these wings, flying would no longer be Yu Shang's weakness. Spiritual qi from all around surged into Yu Shang's body. In this moment, Yi Futian noticed that it was not only metal spiritual qi, but wind spiritual qi as well. With the birth of the wings, Yu Shang had also acquired wind elemental gifts. Just then Yu Shang opened his eyes. A ray of golden light shot out from his pupils, giving off a violent aura. However, it immediately disappeared when he saw Yi Futian. The wild force that coursed through his body also started to calm down. Yu Shang smiled brightly like a child at Yi Futian. There was not a single hint of the violent aura from before. Does it hurt? Yi Futian asked softly. It's no big deal. I can still handle it. I'm also in the 8-starred glory plane now, Yu Shang said, scratching his head. You idiot! No more cultivating for you today. Get some rest. Yi Futian stared at Yu Sheng, not allowing him to reject his words. All right, nodded Yu Sheng. He had leveled up and was in a better mood now. Yi Futian did not say much more and turned to leave. Yu Sheng said it didn't hurt, but Yi Futian's heart still hurt. He knew as long as Yu Sheng continued to cultivate, he was going to have to keep enduring this pain. Behind extreme power was not just extraordinary gifts. There was also pain intolerable to ordinary people. The days passed one by one, and soon it was close to the end of the Tingfeng banquet. The final competition between the strongest contenders began. The imperial city of the Nandu nation was boiling with excitement. The best of the best had finally appeared on the platform in front of the audience. They were ready to show their talents and fight to the end. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng still had no clue about what was happening at the banquet. Sometime in the evening, Emperor Luo led the group from the Kangyi kingdom back to the palace. Yi Lingxi arrived at the courtyard where Yi Futian stayed. Yi Futian! Shouted a smiling Yi Lingxi. Princess! Yi Futian looked in her direction. Don't call me princess, Lingxi is fine, she chuckled. I came to let you know that tomorrow is the last day of the Tingfeng banquet. It's finally ending, laughed Yi Futian. It had been a while since the Tingfeng banquet began. Father said we might head straight back to the Kangyi kingdom tomorrow. Since there's nothing to do tonight, do you want to go for a stroll? The night view of the Nandu nation's imperial city is quite nice. We won't get a chance to enjoy it after tonight, said Yi Lingxi. Okay, nodded Yi Futian. He had been cultivating in the palace for the past few days. He was bored to death. It would be perfect to take a stroll in the imperial city. The same went for Yu Sheng. Tomorrow was going to be the final battle of the Tingfeng banquet. The Nandu nation's imperial city must be very lively right now. Chapter 140. Yi Lingxi, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng walked out of the courtyard. Yi Danshan was waiting outside for them. We also invited Wuxia, Yi Danshan said. That guy has been cultivating in the palace these days. Give him a second. All right. Yi Futian nodded. At this time 2 beautiful figures walked by. They were Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin. Seeing them out there, Lin Yueyao smiled and asked, What are you doing here? We want to have a walk in the imperial palace before leaving, Yi Lingxi replied with a smile. Would you like to go? Lin Yueyao glanced at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It had been a long time since she last saw them. She nodded and said, Sure. The 2 beauties walked to them. Lin Yueyao smiled at Yi Futian. Finally coming out? Yes. Yi Futian smiled too. The Tingfeng banquet will end tomorrow. The people from Yunchu Nation and Yin Kingdom have said many ugly things these days. Are you going tomorrow? Lin Yueyao asked out of curiosity. Is that so? Yi Futian shrugged and smiled. I didn't expect that I have so many fans. I guess I should go meet them tomorrow. Overconfident, aren't you? Lin Yueyao rolled her eyes. This guy is really shameless. After a while, Yi Wuxia came and they left the palace. Jingyu followed behind, protecting them secretly. As what Yi Futian and Yi Lingxi had thought before, the imperial city of Nandu Nation was very busy this day. The whole city was brightly lit. People thronged restaurants, inns and streets, talking about talents at the banquet. The most beautiful place of the imperial city was definitely the Qixing Lake. There were many boats nearby. They rented one and floated on the lake. Sitting at the prow, Yi Futian's group felt the breeze blowing their faces comfortably. Yi Futian was reminded of his sweet days with Hua Jieyu. They had held hands at the bank of the Qingzhou River, and it still felt sweet when he thought of the moment. What a pity that she didn't come. What are you smiling about? Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian and asked. Yi Futian looked at Lin Yueyao in astonishment and replied, Why are you so concerned about me? Don't think too much. You don't have a chance. Yi Danshan choked on his wine when he heard Yi Futian's words. No chance? How can he refuse the first beauty of Kangyi Kingdom in such a way? Shameless guy. Lin Yueyao glared at Yi Futian with some resentment. She had never been rejected like this. She was so popular in Kangyi Kingdom. Only Yi Futian was this indifferent to her. Tomorrow comes the final round. Who do you think will eventually dominate the 9 platforms? There was a boat nearby and the people on it were discussing. Shi Lu, second-level Dharma plane. Su Mu, first-level Dharma plane, and Yun Tianhao, who had upgraded to the 8-star glory plane in the battle, are all extremely strong cultivators, while the rest on the platform are also top talents, someone commented. Yi Futian's group heard the comments too. They had never heard of Shi Lu and Su Mu, but it was not surprising to know Yun Tianhao became a shining star. Since his life spirit could summon spiritual qi of any attribute to form matrices, Yun Tianhao was undoubtedly very powerful. He had few counterparts in the same plane. It was unexpected but interesting that he leveled up during battle. Yun Tianhao's proceeding in cultivation was no slower than Yi Futian's. It was rare for Haiyan City to have someone like Yun Tianhao, although he still wasn't strong enough to be Yi Futian's match. Indeed, the Tingfeng banquet is held every 10 years, while there are so many talented people. Even among those who have been eliminated, there are bunches of strong cultivators. Those losers just happen to encounter a stronger one. What a pity. I agree with you. But compared with the Crown Prince, those strong cultivators were all eclipsed. The boat moved on and the sound faded. Yi Futian's group were continued enjoying the scenery while drinking. Yi Wuchen looked up to Yi Futian and said, "If we attend the Tingfeng banquet tomorrow, there must be many sarcastic comments about us. Moreover, according to Yan Kingdom and Yunchu Nation, they might attend the final too. You want to see those talents' strength?" Yi Futian asked Yi Wuchen. "Some are just too noisy," Yi Wuchen murmured. "Then make them shut up." Yi Futian smirked. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin just thought that the two were really good at pretending to be cool. The boat kept moving forward on the Qixing Lake. People in the boats were all talking about the strong cultivators on the banquet with great interest. There were more boats near the ayat. People were all attracted by one of the islands where a banquet was being held. Yi Futian's group looked up and found that was exactly where the Crown Prince had treated them. At this time, Luo Junlin was there again to treat the talents of the Tingfeng banquet. "Aren't they from the Kangyi Kingdom?" Someone noticed Yi Futian's group. "Indeed. Apparently, that girl is the top beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom. She really is charming." Someone looked at Lin Yueyao and said. 3 beauties were very noticeable, especially beauties like Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Yi Linxi. That man is called Yi Futian, who comes from the Donghai city of Nandu Nation. After violating His Majesty's will, he went to the Kangyi Kingdom and is valued by Emperor Yi. He accompanied the emperor to the Tingfeng banquet. It's said that he has twin spirits with great talent. He's Yi Futian? With such a handsome face, he must be popular with the girls, someone said. But after the people of the royal Xian temple came and the crown prince shone so radiantly, Yi Futian didn't appear again. Many people on the lake noticed Yi Futian and his friends. They continuously made comments so that even people at the ayat looked over and saw Yi Futian. People, including Crown Prince Luo Junlin, all looked to Yi Futian's boat in the lake. Yi Futian. Among the people on the island, Yun Tianhao stood up and walked to the edge of the island, looking toward the boat on the water. His sharp eyes fell on Yi Futian. Yi Futian was drinking with head lowered. Seemingly not hearing Yun Tianhao, he didn't respond. "Will you come tomorrow?" Yun Tianhao didn't mind Yi Futian's indifference. Though they had only met a few times, he knew what kind of person Yi Futian was. Yi Futian still didn't answer his question. Yu Shang stood up, looked to Yun Tianhao coldly, and then walked closer to Crown Prince Luo Junlin. At this time Luo Junlin was drinking too. Beside him sat a sexy beauty. Possibly due to the wine, her face was charming and enchanting. She was the daughter of a rich family in the imperial city. Both her looks and talent was very outstanding. The reason why she would drink with the crown prince at the expense of losing her dignity was that she wished that Luo Junlin could take her with him to the royal Xian temple. The sexy woman looked to the boat and saw Yu Shang. She chuckled and said, "This man is so muscular he's ugly." Many people laughed with her. Cultivators always had good ears and the woman didn't lower her voice, so people on the boat also heard her words. Yi Futian looked up to the ayat and saw the crown prince as well as the woman beside him. He smiled and said, "Your Highness must be in a pretty good mood with a prostitute accompanying you." The seductive woman's expression changed, instantly feeling embarrassed, but Crown Prince Luo Junlin looked quite calm. These things didn't disturb him anymore. Some people landed on the ayat. One looked to the boat and a strong temperament spread toward the boat following his eyes. "It's Shi Lu," someone exclaimed. Shi Lu's talent had been proved at the Tingfeng banquet. No one at the second-level Dharma plane could defeat him. Yi Wuxian looked up with eyes sharp as swords. He stood up and walked to the bow. His horrible sword intent turned into a storm to confront Shi Lu's aura. Is a fight starting? People around them grew excited. Who was the winner between the genius of the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet and the peerless talent of the Tingfeng banquet? "Let's go back," Yi Futian said. The boat instantly started going against the current. The two auras were dispersed. Giant waves were lifted between the ayat and the boat projected. Seeing that the Kangyi Kingdom's boat returned, the other side thought they were too scared to fight with the Nandu nation's peerless talent since the crown prince was still on the island. This night was doomed to be a sleepless night. It was the day of the decisive battle. Countless people gathered here in the imperial city for the Tingfeng banquet. Some people even came at midnight to keep a seat so that they could see the banquet clear in the daytime. Those finalists all came in advance, gathering around the platforms and being admired. People of Yunchu Nation and Yin Kingdom arrived too. So far, they had to admit that after rounds and rounds of battles, those left were great talents, many of which weren't any weaker than them. Emperor Luo arrived as well. Seeing such a grand occasion, he smiled. He was quite satisfied with this year's Tingfeng banquet. Moreover, his son Luo Junlin was thought highly by the Royal Xian Temple. Of course, he was in a very delighted mood. Even on the last day, some came to congratulate him. This was his second time to feel so happy since he became the emperor. Last time, he saw his own bright future when he ascended to the throne. This time he saw the future of his son Luo Junlin, as well as the whole Nandu nation. Emperor Yi walked out of the crowd with Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Yi Wuqian. The Kangyi Kingdom's people all appeared today. Looking at the frenetic people, Yi Futian smiled slightly. The most prominent cultivators would be born today at the decennial Tingfeng banquet. If Yi Futian and Yu Shang weren't here, of course. Chapter 141. As Emperor Ye's group arrived at the observation deck, Emperor Luo and others looked over at them. Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Yi Wuqian had finally appeared. Chu Kuangren looked over at the three. His gaze and his light smile were slightly cold. Yan Qi looked sharp. He was anticipating what would happen soon. Luo Junlin also turned his attention to the three of them. Things were about to get interesting today. Beside Luo Junlin sat a beautiful girl. It was the girl who drank with Luo Junlin on the island last night. Her name was Shen Rushuang. Her makeup was light, unlike last night. She looked soft and gentle and had the aura of a wealthy family's daughter. Last night, she gave herself to Crown Prince Luo Junlin, and because of that, there was a seat for her next to him today. Many nobles looked over at her. They knew exactly what was going on. They thought, this girl really has a few tricks up her sleeve. Seems like there's no hope for the position of first wife. Maybe a second or third wife. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was only steps away from being a big shot at the Royal Xian Temple. Even if he didn't manage to do that, he could still be emperor of the Nandu nation. A second or third wife wouldn't be so bad. They wouldn't even mind being a concubine. Many people on the battle platform also recognized Shen Rushuang. She had also participated in the Tingfeng banquet. Plus, she was a well-known beauty in the imperial city. She was disqualified during yesterday's banquet. But who would have thought that she would receive the crown prince's sympathy? Shen Rushuang glanced coldly at Yi Futian but did not say anything. However, Yi Futian paid no attention to the gazes that fell upon him. He took his seat and looked out onto the 9 battle platforms ahead. He also observed the crowd quietly. Just then, a few bursts of light shined from a distance in the skies above. Multiple figures appeared in mid-air. The leader of the group had a majestic aura, just like a mighty emperor. "Brother Luo, how come you didn't invite me for a drink to celebrate this big news?" asked the leader. Based on the way he greeted Emperor Luo, it was easy to guess his status. To be on the same level as Emperor Luo, this person must be an emperor as well. The emperor of the Mo Kingdom has graced us with his presence. What an honor! Emperor Luo stood to welcome his guests. "Please join us and have a seat. I have also come to join the fun," laughed another person. In the sky above the crowd, a bright light erupted and a figure bathed in a red light stepped forward. Congratulations to the Nandu Nation's crown prince for entering the royal Xian temple. There will be yet another noble playing cultivator in the future, said the newcomer. His voice was clear and his aura powerful. What a surprise! The Emperor of the Hongye Kingdom is also here. Please have a seat, said Emperor Luo. The Donglin Kingdom has come to congratulate the Nandu Nation for the Tingfeng banquet. Another group appeared in mid-air. The Tianluo Kingdom would like to congratulate Luo Junlin for entering the royal Xian temple. More people arrived in the opposite direction the Emperor of the Donglin Kingdom came from. Seeing the majestic figures in the skies made many people from the Nandu Nation nervous. The atmosphere was raging. No one expected the arrivals of yet another 4 emperors. Now there were 8 emperors present at the Tingfeng banquet. This was a grand occasion unseen in the last 300 years. The last time something similar happened was during Emperor Luo's coronation. Without being told, many people understood that this was not simply because of the Tingfeng banquet. If it had been so, then there was no need for them to show up uninvited and unannounced. It was good enough that the 3 emperors Emperor Luo personally invited came to attend the banquet. Obviously, they had gotten the news that Crown Prince Luo Junlin was accepted by the royal Xian temple. They did not show up during any of the other days of the Tingfeng banquet but all chose to appear on the last day, as if they had planned it together. Emperor Luo smiled happily. The 4 emperors were all from close-by nations. The Yunchu nation's neighboring country was present, as was the neighbor of the Yan kingdom. Now that they were all gathered to congratulate him, even though he was already an emperor, Emperor Luo still felt proud. This was a big boost to his ego. Everyone, please have a seat, Emperor Luo said as he toned down the smile on his face. Immediately, the 4 newly arrived emperors descended onto the observation deck, landing in different directions. Emperor Yi and the 3 other emperors watched them quietly. They felt slightly conflicted on the inside. Had the emperors of these 4 large nations really come to attend the Tingfeng banquet personally? It seemed like they were keeping close tabs on the banquet, or else they would not have been able to make it here so quickly. From this scene it was possible to foretell the future rise of the Nandu nation. Yi Futian also observed quietly. He watched the proud Emperor Luo and the lively audience. All of this was brought about by Luo Junlin's admission to the royal Xian temple. Today seemed to be an unprecedented day, worthy of celebration. Unfortunately, the people of the Nandu nation were probably going to be highly disappointed. Let's begin. Emperor Luo smiled. Immediately, a loud whistle came from the crowd and 18 genius cultivators stepped onto the 9 battle platforms, welcoming their final battle. On every platform were the best cultivators of each plane. Shi Lu, Yun Tianhao. Supporters called out to them from the lively audience. With their spectacular gifts, many of the contenders on the platforms had impressed the people and were worshipped by them. Yun Tianhao was an example of this. He broke through the 7-starred glory plane and made his way onto the 8-starred glory plane platform. He remained peerless as always. As soon as his matrix appeared, no one was able to counter the force. The results would remain the same even if his opponent was in the 9-starred glory plane. The most outstanding contender from the glory plane was definitely Yun Tianhao. If it wasn't him, then it had to be 9-starred glory plane cultivator Jing Xian. His abilities were terrifying. He was most likely able to battle against common realizations of Dharma. The battles of the 9 platforms began. The platforms shook with the force. The sounds resonated beyond the platforms and washed over the area. The most powerful contenders fought with full force for their final battle. Every battle was nerve-wracking to watch. My friends, what do you think of the geniuses of our Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet? Asked Emperor Luo. He smiled brightly from his seat on the observation deck. In due time they will become the pillars of the nation, said a fellow emperor. They are indeed outstanding. At the very least, they're much better than those on the Fenghua rank, said the emperor of the Yan kingdom. Yi Futian glanced coldly at him. It was evident that the emperors had a bias. None of them wanted to get on Emperor Luo's bad side. However, Emperor Yi did not seem to care. He continued to watch quietly. To be completely honest, he had to admit that the contenders of the platforms were indeed very gifted. Their combat abilities were very strong. Had it not been for Yi Futian, Yu Shang, And Yi Wuqian, the Fenghua banquet may have truly lost in comparison to the Tingfeng banquet. Emperor Yi had a sudden thought. What would the Tingfeng banquet have been like if Emperor Luo hadn't chased out Yi Fuqian and Yu Shang? Finally, the battles ended one by one. The victors of each battle did not leave the platform, for they were the stars of the Tingfeng banquet, the center of attention. They waited for the rewards from the emperor. In the crowd, the people from Donghai Academy looked to the figure standing proudly on the 8-starred Glory Plane platform. All of them had a satisfied smile on their faces. Although Zhuo Qing was disqualified, Yun Tianhao was able to make it to the end. On top of that, he used his great powers to completely destroy his opponent, gaining his victory. He fought hard to be the last one standing on that platform. As a student of Donghai Academy, Yun Tianhao had brought them great honor. Among the crowd from Donghai Academy, Headmaster Tang of Haiyan City's Haiyan Academy was also present. Beside him was Tang Yu. She still had some unresolved conflict with Yi Fuqian from way back on Mount Tianyao. Seeing that the young Yun Tianhao was able to make it to this stage, they also felt proud and happy for him. They had also spotted Yi Fuqian. Rumors had it that he was freakishly powerful. He had once fought against Yun Tianhao. It was unforeseen that he would become the best of a nation. However, the Yun Tianhao in the present was not any weaker than Yi Fuqian. In the end, 9 figures stood on the battle platforms with the utmost glory. The Tingfeng banquet's best of each plane had finally revealed themselves. A smile spread across Emperor Luo's face. He was very satisfied with these 9 people. They all possessed extraordinary gifts. Perhaps with proper guidance, they could become great aides for his son Luo Junlin. The strongest 9 have been born. The prodigy cultivators from our 4 nations are now gathered here. Would it be all right if we verified each other's abilities? Asked Chu Kuangren. Emperor Luo smiled at the 9 figures on the platforms in front of him and said, "The best of the Yunchu nation, Kangyi Kingdom, and Yin Kingdom would like to test your abilities. Do you guys accept their challenge? Please to. Let's go." The 9 figures were ready to fight. Very good. Emperor Luo nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to look at the cultivators of the 3 visiting nations and said, "I leave them to you now." Chu Kuangren nodded and shifted his gaze in the direction of the Kangyi group. "You've avoided it for so many days and will finally show your face. Today marks the end of the Tingfeng banquet. You should have no more excuses." He stared straight at Yi Fuqian and Yi Wuqian as he spoke. On a platform, Yun Tianhao also had his eyes on Yi Fuqian. Speaking out loud and clear, he asked, "Yi Fuqian, do you dare battle with me?" His voice vibrated through the air. The best of the 8-starred Glory Plane cultivators at the Tingfeng banquet had challenged Yi Fuqian. Yi Fuqian looked as calm as ever. Whether it be the people from the Yunchu nation or Yun Tianhao, their provocations were unable to shake him. He lifted his head and looked at Chu Kuangren as well as Yun Tianhao. He replied with a smile, "It's okay that you guys pick a fight with us, but are you willing to pay the price?" Yi Fuqian sounded so calm, far from how resonant Chu Kuangren and Yun Tianhao sounded. However, this calm voice also bore extreme arrogance. Yi Fuqian did not seem to give a damn about these genius cultivators from the Yunchu nation, nor did he care about those from the Tingfeng banquet. "It's okay that you guys pick a fight with us, but are you willing to pay the price?" "I'm willing to pay whatever price it takes," Chu Kuangren answered with a cold demeanor. "Let's fight." This was all Yun Tianhao said. His intent to battle was an overload. Yi Fuqian turned back to look at Emperor Yi, who was seated behind him. 8 emperors had gathered today. A day of glory and pride for Emperor Luo. All the other emperors were friends of Emperor Yi, so if he didn't want Yi Fuqian to fight, then he wouldn't. But when their eyes met, Yi Fuqian saw Emperor Yi break out into a huge smile, and listened as he said casually, "I've got your back." Chapter 142. Okay. Yi Fuqian smiled after hearing Emperor Ye's words. He stood up and looked towards the battle platform. Countless gazes fell upon him. Was the battle between the prides of the 4 kingdoms starting? Yun Tianhao stared at Yi Fuqian. His battle intent was rumbling, and the people of Nanda became even more enthusiastic after feeling it around him. "Yu Shang," Yi Fuqian called softly just then. Yu Shang looked over to see Yi Fuqian scanning the mass of people from the Nandu nation. Yi Fuqian smiled and said, "Everyone's eyes are on this battle. News of the Tingfeng banquet will be spread throughout the Nandu nation. Yu Sheng understood what Yi Futian was implying. If his master was still in the country, he would know about today's battle. Yu Sheng, this is your battle, Yi Futian continued. Let them know who you are. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded and stepped onto the platform. The surrounding people all looked at them with shock. Their conversation seemed to have some deep meaning. Would Yu Sheng fight in this battle? He walked down the platform and stared in the direction of Yun Tianhao. Yu Sheng 8-star glory plane. Yun Tianhao 8-star glory plane. Yun Tianhao said coldly, seeing that Yi Futian still wasn't fighting. Since you want to battle, I'll defeat you first. As soon as he finished, his life spirit appeared. The formation flashed and he walked forward. There was a matrix with each step. The spiritual qi gathered around him furiously. Yun Tianhao had witnessed Yu Sheng's fighting before. He was extremely confident in himself, but he would never go easy on his opponent. As if sensing the powerful battle intent and strength from Yun Tianhao, there were the screams of a storm from the heavens. Yun Tianhao had taken the first place of the battle platform with an excellent performance. He was also peerless amongst those who passed this round. Today, he would defeat the prides of the other three nations to prove himself. The pride of the Nandu nation, Yun Tianhao, would declare his name to the world with this battle. Countless people from the Donghai Academy and Haiyan Academy all looked at Yun Tianhao. They knew how powerful Yu Sheng was, while this battle would be Yun Tianhao's. Thud. At that moment there was a heavy thud on the ground. Everyone saw Yu Sheng take a heavy step. His body transformed into a bow and began sprinting toward the battle platform. Thud thud thud. The ground shook with Yu Sheng's every step. There seemed to be a strange melody. The shaking earth sounded heavier than usual compared to the sound waves of the storm. Yun Tianhao watched Yu Sheng racing to the platform. A matrix formed with each of Yun Tianhao's steps. Various altars appeared around him. Mysterious light rushed out from the four directions. Countless fire dragons spiraled up, the flames about to swallow everything. More terrifyingly, there seemed to be frost filling the air above the scalding space. Ice and fire shouldn't mix, but now they appeared at the same time. The destructive power was horrible. Seeing the shocking matrix, the Nanda crowd came to life, extremely roused up. Was this the ability of Yun Tianhao, the pride of the Tingfeng banquet? Many girls were attracted. He was a true genius. Boom! With a loud sound, Yu Sheng came below the battle platform. With a step, he shot up and appeared in the sky above the platform. Then he descended towards where Yun Tianhao was. Countless eyes looked up at Yu Sheng's descending body. For a moment he looked like a god coming to the mortal world. His muscular body was covered in a dazzling dark gold armor. There was a faint yet terrifying shadow on him like a demon. The descending body had unstoppable power. Yun Tianhao roared and the world was covered by ice. Yu Sheng seemed to be sealed with ice as well. The fire dragons spiraled up, melting into Yu Sheng's frozen body. The combined power of fire and ice was painful enough to make one wish to die. But everyone realized that the godlike figure didn't stop. The ice seal shattered. Bathing in the power of the ice and fire, Yu Sheng allowed the fire dragons to roar and bite without being affected. At that moment he really looked like a god. How is this possible? Yun Tianhao stared at the descending godlike figure in shock. Without any time to react, Yu Sheng had arrived. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The spiritual qi within the formation danced wildly. Everyone watched with shock as the godlike figure stepped onto Yun Tianhao's shoulder. The bone cracked and Yun Tianhao fell to his knees with a pained cry. The horrible power forced him down. The matrix formation extinguished. Everyone in the endless Nanda crowd had their eyes focused. The storm instantly stopped. The skies and earth fell silent. Time seemed to stop flowing. The entire world seemed to quiet down. Yun Tianhao, the one who had shone so brightly at the Tingfeng banquet, catching everyone's eyes, the genius worshipped by countless, had been squashed under the foot of the descending figure. Without any extra movements, without any pauses, Yun Tianhao had knelt directly. Genius? Peerless? Unmatchable in the Nandu nation? At this moment, Yu Sheng faced the endless crowd from the Nandu nation. Looking at that cold and hard face, the Nanda citizens felt that they would never forget that merciless step. Not only had he stepped on Yun Tianhao, He'd also stepped on the faces of all Nanda citizens. Yun Tianhao was the most dazzling genius they'd chosen within the decade. Yu Sheng took a step forward and knelt down. Grabbing Yun Tianhao's neck, he tossed the other into the Nanda crowd. He didn't look at the other again, as if Yun Tianhao, a talented figure, didn't deserve another glance. Turning around, Yu Sheng gazed at the people from the Yunchu nation and Yin kingdom. He asked indifferently, "Next." Neither the prides of Yunchu nor Yin came out. They all trained their eyes on the figure. Was Yun Tianhao really weak? They'd witnessed his entire path and his talent was indisputable. However, Yu Sheng had descended like a god and Yun Tianhao couldn't even fight back. How could anyone battle with someone like that? All was silent. Yu Wuxian gazed at Chu Kuangren and said coldly, "Are you mute now?" The prides of the two kingdoms looked uncomfortable, but Yu Sheng didn't bother with them anymore. He didn't even show any expression. Instead, he started towards the 9-star glory plane battle platform nearby. Then he started running again. When he reached the side, he jumped again. With a boom, he soared like a god and appeared in the air above the battle platform. Jing Xian was the strongest of the 9-star glory plane. When he looked up at Yu Sheng, his eyes showed fear. The godlike figure was unstoppable. He gathered all his strength. The surrounding spiritual qi went wild. Then he attacked first, the wild power booming into the sky. With a huge thud, Yu Sheng landed before Jing Xian. The battle platform shook and the aggressive power just roared past without even touching him. As one of the best of the Tingfeng banquet, this shouldn't have happened. However, Jing Xian's fear turned this into an embarrassment. Yu Sheng punched. Jing Xian flew off the platform towards the crowd. This battle couldn't even be described as a battle. Yu Sheng continued walking toward the battle platform of the Dharma plane. Will he challenge Su Mu? Some muttered. Was he crazy? Su Mu was at the first-level Dharma plane. He was one of the most talented of this year's Tingfeng banquet. Other than Shi Lu and Yun Tianhao, he was the most popular. Was Yu Sheng going to challenge Su Mu? There was another thud. Yu Sheng flew up again, shooting toward the platform for the first-level Dharma plane. Su Mu raised his head. Seeing the figure in the air, he sneered. Flashing, he shot into the sky too. He was Su Mu, not Yun Tianhao and definitely not Jing Xian. Countless heads were raised to look at Yu Sheng. How would he attack this time? The wind roared. A pair of giant wings appeared behind Yu Sheng with a flash. Dark gold light flowed through them. Every feather had a menacing point, as if they were the wings of a demon. This moment, Yu Sheng seemed to have turned into a demon. The wings flapped and Yu Sheng moved towards Su Mu. Rather than dodging, a terrifying dragon appeared behind Su Mu. When Yu Sheng charged over, there was an earth-shaking roar. Countless dragons dove at Yu Sheng. The feathers on Yu Sheng's wings continuously overlapped, transforming into an extremely sharp dark gold vortex. It opened and closed, slicing up the incoming dragons. The dragon above Su Mu was as enormous as a true dragon. It moved to swallow Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's wings opened and he looked forward. He streaked toward the dragon like a bolt of lightning. Under everyone's shocked eyes, he rushed into the dragon's mouth. With a boom, the dragon exploded and Yu Sheng rushed out. Su Mu's expression was uncomfortable. An extremely aggressive aura erupted. He transformed into a dragon and charged at Yu Sheng. His dharma and body had become one. The dragon came, engulfing Yu Sheng. He reached out and grabbed the dragon's mouth. With a loud roar, he put endless strength into his arms and ripped the dragon apart with his bare hands. Su Mu screamed in pain and the realization of dharma shattered. Yu Sheng's wings changed. The feathers dislocated and unbelievably turned into tentacles that grabbed Su Mu's body, hoisting it into the air. Seeing this scene, the endless crowd focused on the demonic figure, their hearts trembling. Hovering in the air, Yu Sheng gazed at the mass of people with wild eyes. He roared, "My name is Yu Sheng. I am Yu Sheng, the disciple of Yi Xiang, headmaster of Donghai Academy School of the Finance Star of Donghai City, Nandu Nation." The violent sound waves swept through the sky and earth, resounding in the ears of everyone in the Nandu Nation. He was Yu Sheng, the disciple of Yi Xiang, headmaster of Donghai Academy School of the Finance Star of Donghai City, Nandu Nation. Chapter 143. Yu Sheng. From this moment on, it was the name no one in the Nandu Nation would ever forget. His name was Yushang. He was from the Nandu Nation's Donghai city, disciple of Yi Xiang. The people had many questions. Who is Yi Xiang? Why is such an outstanding student from Donghai Academy fighting for the Kangyi Kingdom? As for Yun Tianhao, he seemed to be Donghai's academy best student. Then what about Yushang? Presently, the people from Donghai Academy were shocked into silence. There was a bitter taste in their mouths. Yun Tianhao, who the Haiyan Academy had high hopes in, had captured the attention of everyone. But what of it now? The three hotshots had all faded into the background while Yushang stood out among them. Yi Futian smiled at that figure. Of course, he knew the reason behind Yushang's outburst. After this battle, Yushang's name was going to circulate all over the Nandu Nation. He was going to become a legend, and because he came from Donghai City, from Donghai Academy, it was only natural that the news would reach the city. As long as Yi Xiang was still there, he was definitely going to hear his disciples' call from the Tingfeng banquet. Senior Yi, you really hit the jackpot with this disciple/son-in-law, thought Yi Futian. He smiled brightly as he wondered what kind of expression that sly old fox would have when he heard the news. He would definitely be very proud. Beside Yi Futian, the people of the Kangyi Kingdom were also in shock at the sight of the wings on Yushang's back. Did Yushang hide his true abilities during the Fenghua banquet? Or are these devil-like wings the result of his cultivation in the Nandu Nation? Back when Yushang was in the 7-starred glory plane, his inability to fly was the reason why he could not win against his opponent's realization of Dharma. Now he was in the 8-starred glory plane, and with these wings, he had brutally defeated Sumu, who was in the Dharma plane. Not only them, but even the 8 emperors present were in shock. Yushang's combat skills were too violent. He was able to destroy his opponents with pure and absolute strength. His powers disregarded all else. Who cared if you had shocking sorcery skills, or if you had a million tricks up your sleeves? His strength was able to destroy it all. The intent to kill in Emperor Luo's eyes grew stronger. He had only focused on killing Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, but now he realized he missed one person. The disciple of the Finance Star School's headmaster Yi Xiang. Was this meant for Yi Xiang? How preposterous! He used this battle platform and stepped all over the pride of the Tingfeng banquet just to tell his master, Yi Xiang, that he was here. Beside Emperor Luo, Luo Junlin and Minister Hua had similar looks in their eyes. Shen Rushuang sat next to Luo Junlin and stared at Yushang stupefied. She had mocked Yushang last night, calling him ugly, but after tonight, who would dare to use the word ugly to describe this devil-like being? Even Minister Zhua, who sat without a single word, lifted his head to look at Yushang. He took a good look at his devil-like silhouette, and then turned to look at Yi Futian among the Kangyi group. Minister Zhua had only told the fortunes of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, but he had just now realized this terrifying existence by Yi Futian's side. How could a person with such a special fate as Yi Futian not have a protector? It seemed like everything had already been arranged by fate. His empress was here, as was his protector. The royal Xian temple set their sights on Crown Prince Luo Junlin, and the 8 emperors of different nations had gathered in own place in celebration. Everyone had thought that the Nandu nation was going to grow stronger in the 100 Lands, but no one thought that this was just the beginning of the end. Whom the gods would destroy they first make mad. Standing on the battle platform, Yushang's eyes swept over the wave of people. His outburst from before seemed to have relieved him of the stress built up over the past days. Afterward, he flapped his wings, and they carried him towards the observation deck. Yushang did not continue to battle. What he had done was enough to carry his message to his master. All Yi Xiang had to do was ask around a bit, and he would know that Yushang fought for Emperor Yi of the Kangyi Kingdom. After that, it was only a matter of time until he would join them in the Kangyi Kingdom. Upon returning to the observation deck, Yushang retracted his wings. His fellow Fenghua rank cultivators saw him in a different light. Some looked at him in admiration, some in jealousy. Yushang's scream from before had them all shaken up. They thought of Yushang's previous exchange with Sui Qianfan. Isn't the noble plane just another plane in cultivation? Is it very powerful? Perhaps it was very powerful to Yushang now, but what about in 10 years? 20 years? One day, when he acquired the noble fate, he would definitely be one of the most domineering noble plane cultivators. Emperor Yi looked at Yushang with even more admiration. not only because of his gifts but also because of the meaning behind his outburst. After ranking in the top 3 on the Fenghua rank, his request was to find his master. Now, at the Tingfeng banquet, his reason behind this shocking battle was still the same. Even though he was an emperor, the one above all, he was envious of Yi Xiang. Emperor Yi was very curious what kind of person Yu Shang's master was. Although Yu Shang had already stepped off the battle platform, the venue was still filled with silence. The rowdy and loud atmosphere was no more. In the past, the Tingfeng banquet was something that excited the people of the Nandu nation. It was an event that pushed everyone's emotion to its limit. It was a time for them to witness their nation reach new heights. But that energy was broken upon Yu Shang's appearance. Looking back now, the Tingfeng banquet seemed like such a joke. Once every 10 years, just one battle was able to wipe away everything in the past. This was the true definition of peerless. A single person who was able to outshine all others, defeating every one of the so-called prides of the Tingfeng banquet. Do you still want to fight? Emperor Yi broke the silence with his question. With a smile on his face, his every word conveyed his confidence. Yu Shang's battle had lifted his mood. He felt so refreshed. This was just one battle in the battle of the 4 nations. Of course we have to continue, said Chu Kuangren. When Yu Shang had asked for new opponents earlier, no one from the Yunchu nation or the Yan kingdom answered. It was truly embarrassing, but Yu Shang's performance was just too violent. He was so much stronger than the reports they received about the 3rd place of the Fenghua rank had stated. He had surprised them. However, they were the prides of their nations. They could not be weak. No need for the trouble, someone said coldly. Yi Wuchen stood and continued. After so many days of blabbering, you guys don't even have the guts to step up for a challenge. I would have shut my mouth early on if I were you. Chu Kuangren looked at Yi Wuchen with a darkened expression. No one had any retorts for not answering to Yu Shang's challenge. You guys can step up as you please, said Yi Wuchen. His sword intent released and his body shot forward like a blade. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived on the platform where Yun Tianhao stood. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Wuchen. He stood there casually with his hands behind his back. He gave off a carefree feeling, very unlike a person who was about to be confronted in an intense battle. Brother Yan, are you going or shall I? Chu Kuangren asked Yan Qi. They were both in the 2nd level Dharma plane just like Yi Wuchen. You guys can come together, Yi Wuchen said nonchalantly. Preposterous, said Yan Qi. He specializes in swords and I specialize in knives. Let me go, Yan Qi said to Chu Kuangren. All right, replied Chu Kuangren as he continued his icy stare at Yi Wuchen. Yan Qi stood and in a single step he lifted into the air. From his being, a force of knife intent was released, wanting to cut through everything in its way. Yan Qi was peerless in the Yan kingdom, and was bestowed the title of a prince. His knife once cut through a cultivator in the 4th level Dharma plane. One step at a time, Yan Qi made his way into the skies above the battle platform. His knife intent permeated through the skies and like an invisible knife, it aimed to cut through Yi Wuchen's body. Yi Wuchen lifted his head. Looking ahead, his sword intent released, destroying the knife intent. The 2 powerful forces crashed into each other in mid-air. A large knife appeared in Yan Qi's hand. He suddenly sped up and like a flash of lightning, his knife was thrown forward. The wind enveloped the knife and the images of thousands of knives cut down at the same time. Yi Wuchen lifted a finger and from it came a seemingly endless force of sword intent. It was under the sword intent that the thousands of knives were destroyed one after another. Yan Qi circled the skies above and released an even stronger force of knife intent. This second knife swung downward, more powerful than the first. Yi Wuchen still looked incredibly calm. He lifted slowly into the air and the sword intent traveled with him. Countless swords appeared around him, real swords. Go! Yi Wuchen pointed his finger and the sword shot forward with a whistle, all charging crazily at Yan Qi. Yan Qi saw this and changed his tactic immediately. In front of him, the swords separated and got into a circle formation, surrounding him and raced toward him in all directions. Behind him appeared a black knife. A terrifying force of knife intent came from the weapon and endless images of the knife revolved around him so quickly. No wind or rain could make its way through this makeshift force field. There was still a change in Yi Wuchen's expression. Around him, sword intent was released yet again and more swords attacked Yan Qi at the point of Yi Wuchen's finger. The swords came endlessly. The people watched as Yan Qi continued to wave his knife around. His knife skills were very strong. Both his attacks and defenses were fearsome. However, there seemed to be no end to Yi Wuchen's swords. Just when Yan Qi thought he could let down his defense to attack, his swords charged at Yan Qi's weak point as if they had eyes of their own. At this, Yan Qi realized that it was hopeless. There was nothing he could do besides defend himself. Forfeit or death. Yi Wuchen spoke unfeelingly. He reached out both hands and the sword intent circling Yan Qi turned into a storm, completely burying his body in a storm of swords. In the air there were only swords. There was no Yan Qi. I forfeit. Yan Qi's voice rang in the midst of the storm. In the next moment the storm of swords disappeared, and Yan Qi was seen once again. The scene just now kept replaying in everyone's minds. After witnessing this battle, the Kangyi group realized that Yi Wuchen did not reveal his true abilities during the Fenghua banquet. There was no need for him to give it his all because even without doing so, he was already invincible. Emperor Yi should be the one who knew best about Yi Wuchen's abilities. He was his nephew after all. Had it not been for Yi Futian and Yu Shang's appearance, first place on the Fenghua rank would have been Yi Wuchen, no questions asked. It was all because Yi Futian was able to defeat a Dharma Plane cultivator. During the Fenghua banquet, there was actually no one fit to be Yi Wuchen's opponent. Not counting Yi Futian and Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen was truly the top pride of the younger generation in the Kangyi kingdom. Chapter 144. Yi Wuchen's power once again shocked everyone present. The prides of the Yunchu nation and Yan kingdom all looked uncomfortable. There had been so many challenges but this was the result. Yu Shang went without saying. They didn't even dare challenge him. Now Yi Wuchen had defeated Yan Qi. The Kangyi kingdom had completely overshadowed the Tingfeng banquet through these 2 rounds. At the same time, the Yunchu nation and Yan kingdom were fully humiliated. There had only been 2 battles between the 4 nations but it was more like the Kangyi kingdom solos how. It seemed to prove Yi Wuchen's words from before. He didn't like trouble. Who else? Yi Wuchen asked indifferently. He didn't name anyone because he was too lazy to challenge anyone. He didn't care who wanted to fight him. If no one dared to, this battle of the 4 nations would be meaningless and could end. Chu Kuangren's eyes were extremely cold. Even someone as strong as Yan Qi had lost to Yi Wuchen so badly. Yi Wuchen hadn't even released his life spirit yet. Even now, they didn't know what kind of cultivator Yi Wuchen was. He was clearly a swordsman but what else? Was he only a swordsman? If so, he was a terrifying swordsman who could fight creating a storm of swords that wrapped around Yan Qi. Each sword seeming to have its own life that searched for Yan Qi's flaws. Me, a voice said. It came from above the battle platform rather than below. It was Shi Lu, one of the most excellent figures of this year's Tingfeng banquet. At the second-level Dharma Plane platform, Yi Wuchen looked over. They stared at each other like at the Qixing Lake last night. 2 artistic conceptions were released at once. One was sharp, the other was cold. Without a word, Yi Wuchen stepped forward. Instantly, endless sword intent came out of him and flew towards Shi Lu, 2 platforms away. Shi Lu's eyes were indifferent. A frightening artistic conception bloomed from him. The world became frigid as endless double elemental spiritual qi of water and earth danced in the air. The sword intent grew heavy and seemed to be frozen by ice. They slowed down and stopped before arriving at Shi Lu. The entire area seemed to stop. So cold. Someone close to the platform shivered. It felt like the entire world slowed down, even the blood flowing in their veins. Yi Wuchen and Shi Lu walked towards each other at once, moving to the platform beside them. This way, the 2 occupied one platform and became even closer. The sword intent on Yi Wuchen strengthened. He reached out and the swords whistled. They sliced through the air toward Shi Lu's body. Shi Lu's aura grew colder. The surrounding environment grew heavier. Everyone knew that this was the terrifying effect of combining the earth elemental's gravity spell and water elemental's ice spell. Countless straight ice sculptures in the shape of swords appeared in the sky. They slowed down bit by bit and then exploded. Shi Lu continued walking forward. At the edge of the platform he hovered in the air. No wonder he's one of the Tingfeng banquet's monsters, the people of the Nandu nation thought. Shi Lu and Yun Tianhao were probably the most popular contenders of the banquet's winner. It was clear that Shi Lu's abilities were stronger than Yan Qi. As Shi Lu hovered in the air, the Dharma appeared behind him. It looked like two half-circles. One was water and the other was earth. They fused together, transforming into a full moon. The moment the moon was released, the double elemental spiritual qi went wild. It gathered furiously as if it wanted to cover the entire world. After that, light shot out from the moon. White and earthy yellow light alternated like moonlight. Everything in its path seemed to slow down until they exploded from the ice. The sword intent flowing across Yi Wuchen's body was destroyed crazily. The moon's radiance showered onto Yi Wuchen. The spell was released with the Dharma's light, making the power shocking. This is true Dharma, many thought, stunned. Shi Lu was only at the second-level Dharma plane, but he already had the essence of Dharma. His talent was peerless and his spells were extraordinary. There was no limit for him in the future. Feeling the incoming aura, Yi Wuchen's eyes grew serious. A beam of silver light shone behind him. Everyone watched as silver filled the sky. A small silver sword floated behind Yi Wuchen as if it was his life spirit. Boundless sword intent gathered around the small sword, transforming into a sword river that flowed forward. It clashed against the glow of the two half-moons. Time seemed to stop. The two different forces were both being destroyed. A terrifying ice seal spell descended from the surrounding sky. Bit by bit, the air turned into frost, burying Yi Wuchen inside. However, silver light flashed through his eyes. The small sword sliced through the air, rushing into the moonlight and destroying everything. Shi Lu reached out to freeze the small sword, but there was a boom and the spell shattered. The sword continued forward without any obstructions. Spells continued to descend, but the small sword shone like a spirit. It continuously broke through the spells, so fast the naked eye couldn't keep track of its path. Finally, with a terrifying rumble, the sword appeared between Shi Lu's brows with terrifying sword intent. Shi Lu didn't dodge. He stared down at the small silver sword as if he could see Yi Wuchen's eyes. At that moment he finally knew what kind of cultivator Yi Wuchen was. "You lost," Yi Wuchen said. The aura around Shi Lu scattered and he collected his dharma. He was defeated. After the sword returned, Yi Wuchen looked at Shi Lu and said calmly, "Not bad." Countless people were shocked. Yi Wuchen was the victor but said this to Shi Lu. It was a bit. However, his voice sounded so natural as if he really thought that. He was truly an arrogant guy without any ingenuity. After that, Yi Wuchen scanned the Yunshu nation and Yan kingdom. Finally, he went back to the Kangyi kingdom's spot. The teeming crowd was silent. All the prides of the Tingfeng banquet had been defeated with no wins. Emperor Luo's expression was dark while the other emperors watched quietly. They'd come to show their support and unexpectedly witnessed this show. Luo Junlin, crown prince of the Nanda nation, was seen highly by the royal Xian temple, and the Tingfeng banquet was held smoothly. It should have been great news, but Emperor Luo couldn't feel happy now. The Fenghua banquet of the Kangyi kingdom is held once every 3 years. The people that come from it aren't bad, right? Emperor Yi said with a smile. His mood was getting better and better. Emperor Luo had invited him just to gloat, but now, it'll be impressive if the man could still smile. The Yunshu nation and Yan kingdom finally shut up. They couldn't say anything anymore. 2 battles are enough for the battle between us. You all can continue, but we'll be leaving, Emperor Yi said proudly. The battle between the 4 nations can't end with only 2 challenges. It's too early, Emperor Luo said coolly. 4 of the most brilliant of this year's Tingfeng banquet had been defeated. Since they were already at this state, they couldn't just give up now. What do you mean? Emperor Yi asked coldly. Emperor Luo looked over at the prides of the Yunshu nation and Yan kingdom and said, "You've seen the 2nd and 3rd place of the Fenghua rank. Don't you want to witness how strong the 1st place is?" Yi Futian frowned. Emperor Luo was trying to force him to fight, but why? The 1st place of the Fenghua rank has been avoiding the fight this entire time. He's probably all talk and no substance, Chu Kuangren said. Many of the Kangyi kingdom frowned. Chu Kuangren was the prince of the Yunshu nation, but he spoke with no tact. Or rather, was he purposely cooperating with Emperor Luo after seeing that he wanted to force Yi Futian out? Can you shut up? Yi Wuchen's eyes were sharp. He really despised Chu Kuangren. Who was the one that had no substance? Emperor Yi didn't look at Chu Kuangren. Instead, he looked at Emperor Luo and smiled. Then he said to Yi Futian, "Since everyone wants to see your ability, you mustn't be impolite as a guest." Seeing his gaze, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He walked towards the battle platforms. He also went towards the one Yun Tianhao had been at. When he stood atop it, countless gazes fell on him. According to gossip, Yi Futian was from the Donghai city, and the emperor had wanted to confer a title upon him, but he refused and turned towards the Kangyi kingdom. Yu Sheng, the rare talent from before, was his friend. Yu Sheng was third on the Fenghua rank while he was first. The people of the Donghai Academy and Nanda clan looked at Yi Futian too. They inhaled sharply. At the last day of the previous year, Yi Futian had displayed unparalleled talent. How much more powerful was he now? Yi Futian, 8-star glory plane. Standing on the battle platform, Yi Futian gazed at the spectators and smiled. "I am unskilled with an ordinary talent. I was made first of the Fenghua rank due to luck. Now, I'm terrified because all the prides of the 4 nations are gathered here. Faced with the brilliant figures of the Yunchu nation and Yen kingdom, I don't dare to come out to fight. However, Emperor Luo requested me, so I must come out and challenge the geniuses of the same plane." Emperor Yi coughed, a bit shocked. Was this still the arrogant Yi Futian from the Fenghua banquet? When did he become so low-key? And same plane? How could he say that with his talent? The others of the Kangyi kingdom also grew annoyed. Lin Yueyao blinked her pretty eyes while Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang were dumbfounded. They'd never seen